Chapter 1. In the pitch-black night sky over the Xiongnu steppes at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, several burly men were tugging at a beautiful woman. The woman struggled desperately, glaring fiercely at Meng Yi. She spat a mouthful of saliva onto his face. "Ha! I will haunt you even as a ghost." The woman was dragged away. Meng Yi wiped the saliva from his face, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. A vast expanse of grassland, tents, deep-set eye sockets, and blue-eyed foreigners. Could this possibly be the steppes? What is happening? Where am I? Meng Yi recalled that he had just been live-streaming when suddenly a barrage of obnoxious game advertisements had popped up on his computer. What was it? Warcraft 3 Kingdoms. A single blow to level 999, with an abundance of equipment beyond capacity. He had merely touched the computer screen, and inexplicably, it had sucked him in, transporting him to this place in the blink of an eye. A foreign beauty beside him remarked, "Well done, follow me, and I shall reward you." Meng Yi scanned the area, attempting to glean some information. Suddenly, a torrent of memories flooded into his mind. The Han Dynasty, the 6th year of Zhongping, the death of Emperor Ling, and Dong Shui's seizing power led to chaos across the land. He had been captured by the Chang people and taken to the grasslands on the border of Bingzhou. I have actually traversed into the era of the 3 kingdoms. No, more accurately, it is the prelude to the 3 kingdoms, a gathering of military generals and strategists, a plethora of beautiful women. How splendid. The woman took a few steps, noticing Meng Yi still frozen in place, urging him, "What are you doing? Come here quickly." Meng Yi looked up at the foreign woman, recalling her background. This foreign woman was not simple. She often toyed with Han men behind her husband's back and was quite sadistic. If a man resisted, the consequences were usually dire. Meng Yi hastened to follow her, intending to placate her first before seeking an opportunity to escape. The two entered a tent, and Meng Yi began to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, a slender yet somewhat rough hand rested on his shoulder. Another hand grasped Meng Yi's chin. His eyes widened in shock. "This woman isn't about to." The alluring foreign beauty smiled coyly, assessing Meng Yi with a gaze full of seduction. "Not bad. You're the most handsome Han man I have ever seen. If you behave and listen to me, I will take care of you." Indeed, this wretched woman intended to lay her hands on him. One could only imagine how many green hats she had placed upon her husband's head. Upon closer inspection, the woman was quite attractive, exuding an exotic charm. Should I comply or resist? Before Meng Yi could decide, the woman abruptly yanked him, pushing him down onto the animal skin mat within the tent. "Is this how wild you are?" The woman swiftly mounted Meng Yi and began to shed her garments. Meng Yi, who had remained single for over 20 years, had never encountered such a situation. But suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor emanating from the woman, nearly causing him to retch. Ugh! Meng Yi could no longer hold back, and dry, heaved the strong scent was simply unbearable. Slap! A resounding slap struck Meng Yi's face. The woman glared at him fiercely, her anger ignited by the scornful look he had displayed. "Filthy creature! How dare you show me such disrespectful eyes? You must be tired of living. I could easily find a dozen like you, lowly Han slave." Slap! Another crisp slap followed. This time, Meng Yi was infuriated. "Don't think I won't hit a woman." As the woman raised her hand for a third slap, Meng Yi seized her wrist. Slap! With a swift motion, he retaliated with a slap of his own. The woman was momentarily stunned, staring at him in disbelief. "How dare this vile slave strike me?" She swiftly drew a short knife from her waist. Meng Yi was taken aback. Was she actually going to kill him? Was it really worth it over just one slap? "Wait, calm down. Just take a moment to breathe." The woman paid no heed to his words, raising her knife to strike. In a desperate attempt, Meng Yi grasped her wrist, ready to wrest the weapon from her. The woman reacted swiftly, delivering a kick to Meng Yi's abdomen. He was sent sprawling against the wall, nearly losing his breath. Goodness, how formidable. Is this really a woman? Before Meng Yi could rise, the woman seized his hair, pressing the knife against his throat. "Killing you would be too merciful. If a dog misbehaves, it must be taught a lesson." With one foot on Meng Yi's head, she bound him up, his face pressed against the cold ground. He gritted his teeth, his chest rising and falling rapidly. "You wretched woman, just you wait." The woman dragged Meng Yi into a larger tent. To his shock, he saw the beautiful woman who had been captured earlier. Meng Yi suddenly recognized her name was Zhou Manqing, a Han woman captured alongside him. It was said that her husband held considerable power in the region, known as Zhangji. Wait a minute, Zhangji. This woman's surname is Zhou. She must be of the Zhou clan. Though many may not know Zhangji, his nephew Zhang Xiu was the renowned Northern Lance King, a senior of Zhaoyuan. Cao Cao had nearly met his demise due to his infatuation with Zhang Xiu's aunt, Zhou, leading to significant losses, including his beloved elder son Cao Ong and his trusted general Dian Wei. Who would have thought the Zhou clan would end up in such a predicament? Zhou Manqing was bound to a wooden frame, her body covered in blood. A bearded foreign man grinned wickedly as he wielded a whip, mercilessly striking her. Zhou Manqing's piercing screams echoed, her flesh already mangled from the blows. Another wave of memories surfaced. Zhou Manqing had attempted to escape, but the previous Meng Yi had been cowardly and betrayed her, resulting in the scene that had unfolded. Goodness, this fellow is nothing short of a beast. Seeing Zhou Manqing's vengeful gaze directed at him, Meng Yi felt unjustly accused. "Don't look at me, I didn't do it." The foreign beauty led Meng Yi to another blood-stained wooden frame. "You two-legged sheep are truly despicable. I cannot afford to be too kind to you." Two-legged sheep. Upon hearing this term, Meng Yi suddenly recalled who the Chong people were. The Chong, one of the 5 barbarian tribes during the Wuhu chaos. Legend had it that they were the most brutal and inhumane of the lot. They referred to Han women as two-legged sheep, tormenting them for amusement at night and slaughtering them for food by day. Even a fool knew what was about to transpire. "Damn you, filthy whore. Is it really necessary to go this far over just one slap?" The foreign beauty replied maliciously, "I will cut out your tongue, gouge out your eyes, and finally flay your skin." Meng Yi froze, trembling all over, his heart racing violently. He was genuinely terrified, convinced that these people were capable of such horrors. At this point, I might as well be dead. Gasping for breath, Meng Yi scanned his surroundings, hoping for a savior. To his right, the bearded man had replaced his whip with a wooden board studded with metal spikes and struck it against the woman's thigh. The metal spikes pierced deeply into her leg, and her anguished screams reverberated through the night. Sky, how much pain must that have caused? Meng Yi shuddered, unable to bear the sight, turning his gaze elsewhere. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Not far from him lay a severed head. The head's eyes were wide with terror, fixated directly upon him. A chill ran down Meng Yi's spine. As his gaze shifted, he was rendered speechless. He saw 2 figures. No, those were not figures. Meng Yi realized with horror that they were 2 human skins. One large, one small, the smaller one resembling that of a 3 to 4-year-old child. Beasts! Why must you be so cruel? Not even sparing a child. Meng Yi clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System progress loaded to 100. Warcraft system activated successfully. Please select your race. Human, beast, undead, night elf, Chinese. As the words faded, a menu materialized before Meng Yi, displaying 5 options. However, the first 4 options were dimmed, while the Chinese option glowed brightly. Meng Yi was taken aback by the sight before him. The Warcraft system? Is this a system? Meng Yi was overjoyed. Salvation was at hand. He had always felt he was destined for something extraordinary, having fantasized about a day when he would encounter a fortuitous event, and now it had truly come. None of you beasts shall escape. The system notification sounded once more. Due to the completion of selections by other races, the host is left with no choice but to select the Chinese race. A flash of golden light enveloped the surroundings, and the screen vanished. The selection of the Chinese race was successful, and rewards were granted to the host. A miniature base of the Chinese race, a bronze short sword, a set of battle armor, a basic warhorse, and a primary healing pill were bestowed. The system interface was activated, along with the mini-map, storage space, data analysis vision, and military merit system. The system granted and activated innate talents. Level 1 warrior of the Chinese race was unlocked. Following a series of notification sounds, arcs of electricity coursed through Meng Yi's body. His attire began to transform, tattered garments disappeared, replaced by pristine leather armor. At his waist hung a short sword from the Qin and Han dynasties. The rope on his hand was consumed by the electric arcs due to the change in attire. Though this transformation seemed prolonged, in the eyes of the woman, Meng Yi completed his metamorphosis in mere seconds. The exotic beauty staggered back 2 steps, astonished at the transformation before her, unable to believe her eyes. What kind of sorcery is this? Even the burly man nearby halted his actions in shock. Seizing the moment while the woman was bewildered, Meng Yi communicated with the system. Does the system possess anything that could save my life? The miniature base of a Chinese race can summon soldiers to fight for the host. Now makes sense. A smirk played on Meng Yi's lips. He retrieved the miniature base of the Chinese race from his inventory. This tiny object, no larger than a palm, resembled a miniature ancient city. Meng Yi shouted, "Summon soldiers." The woman, startled by his loud exclamation, regarded him warily. However, nothing transpired. The system's notification sound chimed once more. To summon a level 1 Chinese soldier, 4 gold coins are required. The host currently possesses 0 gold coins. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Fury surged within the woman, feeling as though she had been toyed with. You scoundrel, are you mocking me? She brandished her blade and lunged at Meng Yi. Aware that he could not defeat her, Meng Yi fled. Yet the tent was confined, leaving little room to escape. Meng Yi circled around the wooden structure in a maneuver reminiscent of King Qin circling the pillar, and for a moment, the woman could not seize him. Furious, the exotic beauty shouted to the burly man, "What are you waiting for? Help me capture him." Meng Yi's mind raced at lightning speed. He needed to devise a plan quickly. He scanned his inventory for any usable items. A primary healing pill? No, that was clearly for healing. A basic warhorse? What on earth was that? Meng Yi took it out. It was a finely carved wooden horse, no larger than a palm. What a ridiculous toy. In that moment of distraction, the woman swung her blade at Meng Yi. He narrowly dodged, but the wooden horse slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Thud! As the wooden horse hit the ground, the space warped, and a majestic warhorse materialized in an instant. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The warhorse neighed, as if in sync with its master, turned its body, and reared its hind legs, delivering a swift kick to the exotic beauty. With a powerful impact, she was sent crashing against the wall without a sound. Poof! A mouthful of blood was spat forth. Meng Yi watched, dumbfounded. Goodness, it's so powerful. The burly man stood frozen for a moment, then erupted in rage. Mother! Meng Yi turned to the burly man in disbelief. Goodness, is it your mother? The burly man drew a curved blade, poised to strike at Meng Yi, but the basic warhorse blocked his path. Meng Yi understood that a horse was not a human. If another warhorse were to enter, it would surely be overwhelming. He had to summon soldiers. Where was the gold? Meng Yi scanned his surroundings, his gaze locking onto the exquisite necklace adorning the neck of the foreign beauty. He swiftly approached her, intending to seize the necklace, when suddenly the woman opened her eyes and grasped his arm fiercely. She was still alive. The woman glared at Meng Yi with ferocity, gritting her teeth as she declared, "I will skin you alive," recalling the tiny piece of human skin he had seen earlier, and the humiliation of being trampled by this wretched woman. Rage surged within him. He drew his short sword and struck. Take that. The blade pierced the woman's abdomen, a strike of revenge for the Han people you tormented. Meng Yi withdrew his sword and swung down with force, severing the woman's head from her body. This blow was for myself. The severed head thudded to the ground as Meng Yi yanked the necklace free. Was the gold converted? Converted. The gold vanished swiftly. Before Meng Yi appeared a softly glowing interface, revealing that the gold coins had transformed into 4 summoned soldiers. As soon as he uttered those words, a strange spectacle unfolded. An arc of electricity rose slowly from the ground, revealing a pair of human feet. The bearded man also took note of this bizarre scene. However, the death of his mother had stripped him of his sanity. Even if the earth were to explode, he would first slay Meng. The bearded man was clever enough to realize that a horse posed a threat only from behind, so he feigned a few movements to distract the horse's rear and attacked Meng Yi from the side. Meng Yi noticed him, his eyes widening in astonishment. But his astonishment was not directed at the bearded man. The novice warhorse kicked back at an unbelievable angle, landing a sidekick squarely on the bearded man's head. The impact left the bearded man momentarily stunned. This was not the end. The warhorse followed up with a kick, then another, and yet another. Although these kicks lacked the force of the one that felled the foreign beauty, their speed was astonishing, and they brutally battered the bearded man's head. Meng Yi stood in shock. Incredible! Just then, two more individuals burst in and, upon seeing the situation, froze momentarily before cursing loudly. Damn it, two-legged sheep. I will turn you into minced meat. The two brandished curved blades and charged wildly at Meng. He ducked behind the novice warhorse and glanced back. The Chinese soldiers had completed half of their summoning. The arc of electricity continued to rise. Why was it taking so long? The two Jizhou men flanked Meng Yi, one on each side. He drew a short sword, knowing the warhorse could handle at most one enemy, unless it could perform aerial splits. These two men moved swiftly, clearly seasoned from years of combat. The novice warhorse turned its rear towards one of them and delivered a kick. The man reacted quickly, dodging to the side, but still took a hit. The other man had already reached Meng Yi and swung his blade. Meng Yi raised his short sword to parry. The clang of the curved blade against his sword resonated with force, nearly bringing the sword down upon him. Just then, a crossbow bolt flew from behind Meng Yi. A T zipped through the air and struck the man in the right shoulder. The impact caused him to stagger, diminishing the force of his blade. Despite the fierce battle, summoning soldiers had only taken a little over 10 seconds. Meng Yi panted heavily. That was close. Another two bolts shot out, and, as the enemies were struck, the Chinese soldiers quickly reloaded their crossbows and drew their long swords, charging at their foes. Before the man could regain his footing, a sword thrust out, executing the motion with fluid grace. The man attempted to block with his curved blade, but his wounded shoulder rendered him powerless, and his eyes widened in terror. Thud! The long sword pierced the man's left chest, ending his life. Impressive, the other enemy was also dispatched by the novice warhorse's kick. Meng Yi breathed a sigh of relief. With the enemies vanquished, the Chinese soldier knelt before Meng Yi on one knee. "Qin Shang, at your service, your majesty." Delightful. The title of majesty made Meng Yi feel somewhat lightheaded. However, being addressed with such formality for the first time left him feeling a bit awkward. "Rise. There's no need to kneel so often. I have no such rigid customs. Thank you, your majesty." Meng Yi observed the Chinese soldier before him. This warrior named Qin Shang had a resolute demeanor, tall and well-built. He wore a dark green military uniform, with vital areas protected by armor resembling bamboo strips. Dragon patterns were embroidered on his chest and back, somewhat reminiscent of the terracotta warriors of the Qin dynasty, but a long sword hung at his waist, and he held a uniquely designed hand crossbow. After assessing his appearance, Meng Yi checked the soldier's attributes. Chinese soldier, basic combat unit. Light infantry, 4 gold population, 2 attributes health, 375 strength, 15 agility, 16 intelligence, 35 ranged equipment crossbow attack power 15, effective range 50 meters. Maximum 10 bolts, melee equipment bronze longsword attack power 26 armor composite light armor defense 2 skill, critical strike, passive skill 25 chance to deal double damage remarks. Low-level biohuman. Simple-minded, possesses absolute loyalty to host. While uncertain of the combat capabilities of soldiers from other races in reality, this Chinese soldier was undoubtedly formidable that he switched seamlessly between ranged and melee combat, executing movements with crisp precision. His physical prowess appeared significantly superior to that of an ordinary person, clearly a battle-hardened veteran, and all for just 4 gold coins. What a bargain, given the uncertainty of his surroundings. Meng Yi decided to exercise caution and commanded, "Qin Shang, go outside and see if there are any other enemies." "Yes." Meng Yi turned to the woman bound to the rack. Zhou Shi had succumbed to pain, her wounds bleeding profusely. Suddenly, a line of information popped up before Meng Yi. Name, Zhou Manqing health points, 15175 attack power, 10 strength, 6 agility, 7 intelligence, 32 politics, 72 charm, 78 favorability, 23 status. Near death, such low health. It seemed she was on the brink. Meng Yi sighed. Zhou was truly unfortunate, suffering torment even as she neared death. It was all thanks to that scoundrel Meng Yi. The fellow was truly despicable. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Right? Didn't the system reward me with a basic healing elixir? Perhaps that could save her. Meng Yi opened his inventory, and the basic healing elixir was right there. He clicked on the item, and in the next instant, the elixir materialized in his hand, a red pill the size of a marble. The item, Basic Healing Elixir, restores 400 health points within 20 seconds after consumption. Meng Yi placed the elixir in Zhou mouth. That it dissolved instantly upon contact, swiftly entering her body. Zhou Manqing's health value was only 175 points. But soon her health was fully restored, and the potion's effects continued. Her complexion gradually shifted from pale to rosy, and her wounds healed rapidly. Remarkably, the healed wounds left no trace, as if she were reborn. Seeing that she was no longer in distress, Meng Yi untied her from the rack. That moment, Qin Sheng returned. Your Majesty, I have slain all the others here. Well done. Zhou Manqing, disturbed by the voice, slowly opened her eyes. Upon discovering she lay in Meng Yi's embrace, she instinctively pulled away, creating distance between them. What do you want? Noticing her reaction, Meng Yi understood that she was somewhat afraid of him and softened his tone. Please don't be afraid. We rescued you just now, and there are no other threats here. You are safe now. Zhou Manqing surveyed her surroundings, spotting the corpses strewn about, and breathed a sigh of relief. Did you kill these beasts? Meng Yi nodded. It was at this moment that Zhou Manqing astonishingly discovered that the wounds on her body had miraculously healed without her knowledge, and her vitality had returned. How could this be possible? Zhou Manqing's eyes widened as she caressed her smooth skin. Despite having been tortured by that group of brutes, not a single scar remained. It was utterly incredible. She looked at Meng Yi and Qin Sheng, instinctively believing that it was Qin Sheng who had saved her, and she fell to her knees. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. Qin Sheng, bewildered, replied, It was not me. It was His Majesty who saved you. Zhou Manqing turned her perplexed gaze towards Meng Yi. When did this scoundrel don armor and become His Majesty? Uncertainly, she inquired. Did you save me? Of course it was me. Is there anyone else? Zhou Manqing noted that Meng Yi was completely different from before. His tone, demeanor, and aura were akin to that of another person. She never expected him to save her, and thus decided to let bygones be bygones for the moment. Suddenly, Zhou Manqing knelt down again. Benefactor, my child has also been captured by the Jeju people. I beseech you to rescue my daughter. The Jeju people again. Where are they? Zhou Manqing pointed towards the north. Meng Yi frowned. The Han were to the south, yet she wanted to venture north to rescue someone. A perilous endeavor indeed. Furthermore, he was but a solitary soldier. How could he effect a rescue? No, it's too dangerous. If we are not careful, we will be surrounded. Benefactor, I am Zhou, the wife of Zhang Ji from Wuwei County. If you help me rescue my daughter, I will surely reward you handsomely afterward. Meng Yi was not overly surprised. It aligned with his previous conjectures. Rise and speak. Meng Yi wished to ascertain what charms Zhou possessed to have captivated Cao Cao so profoundly. Zhou Manqing slowly rose. Meng Yi's eyes widened as he scrutinized her. Earlier, he had not noticed her beauty due to the bloodstains and dirt on her face. Upon closer inspection, he found Zhou Manqing to be remarkably attractive, possessing an extraordinary grace, especially her figure. Simply stunning. The attire she wore was tattered, revealing glimpses of her exquisite form beneath. Meng Yi unconsciously swallowed, his mind wandering. This was Zhou. If he could truly rescue her, Zhang Ji would undoubtedly offer him considerable benefits, right? Yet, Meng Yi frowned at the thought. If Zhang Ji truly valued Zhou so highly, why hadn't he sent someone to rescue her himself? Noticing Meng Yi's prolonged silence and his gaze fixed upon her, Zhou Manqing felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She gritted her teeth, seemingly having made a decision that I know what you desire. I shall agree to it. With that, she began to remove her clothing. Unbeknownst to Meng Yi, during her time as a slave, he had once pursued Zhou Manqing. Yet she was solely focused on escaping and rescuing her daughter, never considering such matters. Moreover, she harbored no genuine affection for Meng Yi. Although he was handsome, he lacked backbone. A man who wouldn't dare to escape alongside her could never earn her regard. Meng Yi was taken aback. What do you mean you know? I certainly do not. As he beheld Zhou Manqing's exposed body beneath her tattered garments, he felt compelled to intervene, but hesitated, torn. Hey, what are you doing? I must warn you, I am not a man of great restraint. I cannot guarantee I will be able to control myself if you continue like this. Zhou Manqing lowered her head, her voice chilly as she replied, There is no need for control. Aren't all men like this? I only ask that you honor our agreement after it is done. As she spoke, her voice quivered with a hint of sobbing. Meng Yi grasped her hand, halting her undressing. If you are unwilling, why force it? I may not be a paragon of virtue, but I would never coerce another. Besides, I never promised you anything. You should leave. Upon hearing Meng Yi's firm tone, Zhou Manqing ceased her pleas. Silently, she donned her garments and began to gather her belongings. It seemed she intended to rescue her child alone. Meng Yi paid her no mind and laid down upon the animal hide mat. Succumbing to slumber, after Zhou Manqing had prepared everything, she cast one last glance at Meng Yi before departing on horseback. Once she was gone, Meng Yi suddenly rose. Qin Sheng, search the camp for any remaining gold. Yes, Qin Sheng responded, but then hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something else that, What do you wish to say? Qin Sheng shook his head. Nothing, Your Majesty. Even Qin Sheng himself was unsure of what was troubling him. Something seemed to stir quietly in his mind, yet he could not grasp it. Meng Yi regarded him with confusion and shook his head. He proceeded to stow away the Xiongnu's weapons and provisions, even fitting a large iron pot into his inventory. Once everything was in order, Meng Yi mounted the warhorse bestowed by the system. Speaking of which, this steed had indeed surprised Meng Yi. It was surprisingly perceptive, instinctively knowing to protect its master and exhibiting commendable combat prowess. Meng Yi also found a horse for Qin Sheng. The grasslands were abundant with livestock, particularly sheep and horses. Meng Yi opened the mini-map to locate Zhou Manqing's position. The green dot on the map was slowly moving. Fortunately, she had not strayed far. The two of them rode onward in pursuit. After a while, Qin Sheng asked in confusion, Your Majesty, did you not say you would not assist her in rescuing anyone? I am not refusing to help. It is just that human hearts are inscrutable, that I am not the kind of fool who blindly believes everything others say. Point 1 must be wary of others' intentions. We must first ascertain whether she truly intends to rescue someone. Secondly, this woman is clearly emotionally unstable. Have you heard the saying, It is not the enemy that is most feared, but rather the ally who is as foolish as a pig? A woman driven to madness can be more perilous than a foolish ally. Crucial moments. She could very well become a liability, so we must avoid acting alongside her. As for the third point, caution is the mother of safety. We will remain hidden and follow her. If we cannot confront our foes, we can always retreat. That I will not engage in ventures without certainty. Meng Yi spoke eloquently, though he omitted one critical detail. The reason he chose to assist Zhou Manqing was out of genuine sympathy for her plight. Children are the heart's delight of their parents. In modern society, Meng Yi had witnessed countless reports of human traffickers abducting children, leaving many families in eternal anguish. Their barbaric acts were appalling. What with the buying and selling of lives, organ trafficking, and abuse, reading such accounts had made him seethe with rage. Although he had been powerless to intervene, he now possessed the ability and had encountered the very situation. Ignoring it was not an option. He could not reconcile himself to such a moral conflict. Furthermore, he was perplexed. According to the course of history, Zhou was bound to encounter Cao Cao in the future. Given her current circumstances, how would she manage to return safely to the Han? Qin Sheng nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the complexities of human thought. Why am I even explaining all this to you? I forgot you're not a true human. Meng Yi opened the minimap once more to check their location. Speaking of this minimap, he felt somewhat dissatisfied that it was an undiscovered map. Such maps only displayed images of areas traversed by oneself or allied forces. All other regions remained shrouded in darkness. This meant that Meng Yi currently could not utilize the minimap to detect enemies in advance. This was precisely what troubled him. The two of them closely followed Zhou Manqing. Fortunately, any area that had been explored would still display mountains, rivers, forests, and depressions on the minimap. Green dots represented allies, red for enemies, and white for neutral entities. However, Meng Yi had yet to decipher the mechanism behind these color indicators. At Kati, the small tribe, where Meng Yi had previously resided, a young man riding a white steed arrived. This individual was strikingly handsome, clad in gleaming silver armor, wielding a glimmering silver spear. Zhao Yun surveyed the tribe, confusion etched upon his face. What is going on? This must be the place. Yet why is everyone dead? But where is Zhou's body? Meng Yi and Qin Sheng had been riding for an hour. Initially, Meng Yi was incapable of riding swiftly, causing him to lag behind, while Zhou Manqing was almost out of the small map. Based on Meng Yi's estimation, the distance between them was approximately 600 or 700 meters. That he surmised that the observation range of this small map was roughly 1 square kilometer. Fortunately, Zhou Manqing frequently paused to ascertain her direction, allowing Meng Yi to gradually acclimate to the sensation of riding, thus increasing his speed considerably. With some time to spare, Meng Yi decided to check his attributes. Name: Meng Yi level, 1 rank, Shichang population, 2,100 merit points, 2050 gold, 0 health, 225 energy, 020 melee attack, 13 command, 47 strength, 9 agility, 7 intelligence, 65 politics, 42 charm, 76 defense, 2 activated talents. Chinese ethnicity micro base. Bronze short sword, Shichang armor, junior war horse. The additional attack power must stem from the short sword. His strength and agility were quite standard for an average person, with an intelligence score of 65. Meng Yi estimated that he would be considered above average in this world. He was quite surprised by his scores in command and politics, especially since he had never commanded troops or engaged in political affairs. Not even having served as a class leader, it seemed that his modern education had not gone to waste. His theoretical knowledge far surpassed that of an ordinary person in ancient times. The charm score left him utterly astonished. 76 points. Such a high figure. No wonder that vile woman attempted to seduce him. He had not anticipated that this body would possess such favorable attributes. Alas, he lamented the absence of a mirror, for he could not even see his own appearance. Meng Yi felt a twinge of excitement. In his previous life, while he was not considered unattractive, he certainly was not good-looking either. Moreover, he appeared quite mature, resembling someone in their 30s despite being in his 20s. Coupled with an average family background, he had never even held a woman's hand. Now, with such advantageous conditions, he must not let them go to waste. As he continued to examine his attributes, he stumbled upon the section labeled Talent Activation. What was this? Was it something that could be activated? Just as Meng Yi pondered this, a brief introduction appeared following activation. Talent activation allows one to activate sentient objects, granting them new abilities. Despite the explanation, Meng Yi remained bewildered. Sentient objects? What could that possibly be? Unable to decipher it any further, he decided to focus on his journey. After approximately another 2 hours of travel, Zhou Manqing finally came to a halt. Numerous red dots appeared before her. Meng Yi counted and discovered there were over 20. This was a stark contrast to the small settlement from which they had escaped, which had only a handful of individuals. After all, only Qin Sheng possessed any combat capability. Observing the expanse of tents, Meng Yi fell into deep thought. If only he could summon a few more soldiers from the Chinese faction. It might present an opportunity. Suddenly, Meng Yi recalled something of great importance. Qin Sheng, you must be running low on crossbow bolts, correct? Your Majesty, I still have 10 bolts remaining. 10 bolts. How is that possible? I distinctly remember you firing 5 or 6 shots just now. Surely, you cannot be mistaken. Meng Yi felt a twinge of doubt regarding Qin Sheng. After all, the system had labeled him as a low-level bioengineered individual with a simplistic mindset. What if he was incapable of counting accurately and had miscalculated the number of crossbow bolts? If a confrontation were to occur, it could cost them their lives. Noticing the skepticism on Meng Yi's face, Qin Sheng promptly opened the quiver for him to inspect. Your Majesty, please observe. Our crossbow bolts regenerate automatically every 2 seconds. With a maximum storage of 10. I see. They regenerate automatically. While 10 may be somewhat scarce, the fact that they can replenish themselves alleviates many concerns. Zhou Manqing dismounted from her horse and proceeded on foot. Observing her actions, Meng Yi quickly understood her reasoning. She was cautious of startling the enemy with the sound of hooves. This woman was not foolish. She stationed herself at the periphery of the settlement, likely searching for the location of the children. Given that it was midnight, the inhabitants should be fast asleep. Meng Yi approached the settlement with utmost caution, careful not to make a sound. Zhou Manqing had already entered the encampment. Activating the small map, Meng Yi scrutinized the enemy's distribution. The settlement comprised over 10 tents. Unlike the large yurts of later eras, the tents of the Xiongnu people were quite small, accommodating only a limited number of individuals. The largest tent housed merely 5 people, while the others sheltered only 2 or 3 in the center. A small tent contained 6 white dots of light. That must be where the Han slaves were kept. After observing that Zhou Manqing had been inside for quite some time, Meng Yi had yet to formulate a plan of action. Qin Sheng could no longer contain his curiosity and whispered, "Your Majesty, shall we not attempt to rescue them?" "Rescue them? How would we do that? There are dozens of them on the opposing side. Can you handle them all?" Qin Sheng shook his head. "Then what do you think is the probability of Zhou Manqing rescuing the children without alerting the enemy?" Qin Sheng shook his head once more. "I do not know that I'll tell you. It is exceedingly slim. Hence, I am biding my time for an opportunity. An opportunity for what? To wait until Zhou Manqing is discovered. At that moment, they will all rush to capture her, and that will be our chance. But what if Zhou Manqing is captured? To accomplish great things, one must be willing to pay a price. It all hinges on her fate." When Meng Yi mentioned fate, he did not mean whether the enemy could seize her. In his plan, it was a foregone conclusion that Zhou Manqing and her child would be captured. A pair of malnourished individuals riding a single horse, without supplies or reinforcements, stood little chance against the multitude of Xiongnu tribesmen surrounding them. The fate Meng Yi referred to was rather about how much gold they could acquire from this situation. Should the gold be sufficient to summon more soldiers, Zhou Manqing would still have hope. "Let us change our position. I suspect they will depart from the herd of horses shortly." After a brief search, Meng Yi found a more concealed spot with a clear line of sight to hide. Zhou Manqing had quietly scoured the settlement for nearly a full circle. Moments later, she paused in front of tent. Meng Yi was unsure how she had discerned this was the location of the slaves. Zhou Manqing cautiously entered the tent. Utilizing the faint moonlight, she quickly assessed the interior and immediately covered her mouth to stifle a cry. The tent's conditions were akin to that of a pigsty. Spanning merely 5 or 6 square meters, it housed 6 individuals sprawled unceremoniously. A foul stench permeated the air. The ground was covered only by a thin layer of dry straw. A filthy, petite body lay curled up, shivering from the cold, and was pinned beneath a large leg. Zhou Manqing carefully approached the child and gently shook her awake. The girl opened her eyes in shock upon realizing it was her mother. Unable to believe her eyes, just as she was about to speak, she noticed her mother covering her mouth and gesturing for silence. The girl instantly understood, and the mother and daughter worked together to shift the leg off the child. Fortunately, the person was in a deep slumber, allowing the girl to stand up without incident. Zhou Manqing took the girl by the hand and began to exit. However, the tent was too dark, and the little girl inadvertently stepped on someone's hand. "Ah!" the person exclaimed, awakening. Upon seeing the two making their exit, he immediately grasped what was transpiring. The slave shouted, "Help! Someone is trying to escape." It is not entirely his fault. There exists a rule here. Whenever a slave escapes, regardless of the circumstances, all other slaves must suffer punishment. The thought of those ghastly forms of punishment sends a chill down his spine, even to the point of fearing for his life. He certainly does not wish to be implicated. Zhou Manqing, pulling her daughter along, races towards the group of horses. With a loud shout, everyone is stirred. "Damn it, disturbing my sleep at such an hour. Just wait until I catch her. I shall flay her alive." The fierce Kizil people curse loudly as they rush towards the direction of the shout. Zhou Manqing and the girl have already mounted their horses, with a particularly contemptible slave leading the charge in pursuit. Meng Yi observes that all the red dots on the mini-map have vacated the tents and exchanges a glance with Qin Sheng. "Move!" Qin Sheng nods in agreement. The two part ways in search of gold. Meng Yi enters the nearest tent and begins rummaging through everything in search of treasure. Unfortunately, he finds nothing, not even a piece of jewelry. It seems this tent has not housed any women. Exiting the tent, Meng Yi strides towards another one that just as he approaches its entrance, his foot catches on something that he stumbles, nearly falling. His mood, already soured by the lack of success in the first tent, worsens with this misstep. He turns back in irritation, seeking the cause of his stumble. The sight that greets him sends a jolt of fear through his spine, and on the ground lies a makeshift grill, scattered with a pile of ghastly white bones. What terrifies Meng Yi is the sight of a bloodied human head. That was what tripped him. If it were merely a head, Meng Yi would not be frightened. After all, he has taken lives before. However, the mere presence of such gruesome evidence of cannibalism is too much for him to bear. They are indeed consuming human flesh. Clenching his fists, he realizes without a doubt that the victims are Han people. At this moment, Meng Yi is overwhelmed with a desire to annihilate these Kazil. Not only them, but all those who have ever humiliated my Chinese compatriots deserve to perish. After a brief moment, Meng Yi's fury subsides somewhat as he sighs. Alas, I can barely protect myself. Yet here I am, yearning for vengeance on behalf of the Han people. He shakes his head and moves to another tent to continue his search. He currently lacks the means to take action. His anger finds no outlet as he upturns everything in sight. The owner will surely be incensed upon return. Damn it, are they so impoverished that I cannot find anything? Just then, Meng Yi faintly hears the sound of hooves and the piercing screams of a woman. At this moment, Zhou Manqing and her child have been ensnared by the Kazil's lasso, dragged back like a wretched dog. This is bad. How could Zhou Manqing have been captured so swiftly? He must leave at once. Just as Meng Yi prepares to exit the tent, his peripheral vision catches a glimpse of a faintly glowing object. It is trapped beneath the cabinet he had overturned. Rushing forward to investigate, he discovers it to be a beast's tooth pendant. How could this object emit light? Why did I not notice it before? As he picks it up and examines it closely, a system notification chimes in his mind. Spirit artifact wolf tooth necklace status. Not activated. Would you like to activate? Upon hearing the prompt, Meng Yi suddenly recalls his talent for activation. Could this be a sentient item? What would activating it entail? No matter, I shall activate it to find out. Meng Yi grips the necklace tightly. Activate. In the next moment, a surge of energy flows from Meng Yi into the wolf tooth necklace. The pendant surface glimmers briefly before settling into tranquility. Meng Yi checks the item information once more. Wolf tooth necklace. Ordinary item. Functionality. Grants wearer 1 strength, 1 agility. Value. 20 gold coins. Meng Yi's heart races with astonishment. By heaven, this ability is astonishing. Activating the item has transformed it into a tool for enhancing capabilities. Whether to augment his attributes or to sell it for gold, it proves incredibly useful to him at this moment. Zhou Manqing, it seems fortune favors you. Yet, before Meng Yi can revel in his good luck, a commotion erupts outside, and a cacophony of chaotic shouts fills the AI. It seems Zhou Manqing has indeed been captured. So soon, this Zhou Manqing is utterly inept. Had it not been for the activation of the item, Meng Yi would have had no choice but to flee. But now, none of you shall escape. Resolutely, Meng Yi decides to sell the wolf tooth necklace. A mere increase in attributes holds little significance for him now, but 20 gold coins could summon 5 Chinese soldiers. Summon Chinese soldiers in the next instant. 5 arcs of electricity rise slowly from the ground. 5 Chinese soldiers appear before Meng Yi in perfect formation. Chao Guang, Chai Wu, Guanjin, Lin Yang, Zuopeng, at your service, your majesty. Excellent, splendid. In the open space of the encampment, Zhou Manqing has indeed been captured. A burly Kazil man grabs her by the hair, dragging her next to a sturdy pillar. Spare my child. I beg you, spare her. It is all my fault. I brought her here. Do whatever you wish to me. Another man drags the little girl over as well, who pleads pitifully. Mama, I won't run again. I promise. Please, spare my mother. No one pays heed to the cries of the mother and daughter. Before them lies a fate of inhumane torment. Oh, this woman is rather attractive. One Kazil man fixates on Zhou Manqing with a lecherous glint in his eyes, beginning to tear at her garments. Zhou Manqing, in despair, closes her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her heart is extinguished. It is all her fault, and now her child must suffer. Her greatest wish now is to be released from this life, hoping not to be reborn as a Han woman. Another Kazil man intervenes, kicking the first one aside. What the rush? Let us put on a good show first. Instead of hastily inflicting torment upon the pair, they ignite a bonfire. Zhou Manqing is bewildered by their intentions. Suddenly, several Kazil men grab the little girl, restraining her body and lifting her into the air. Another brandishes a thick, long iron stake, aiming the sharp tip at the girl's body. Zhou Manqing's eyes widen in terror as she struggles and cries out, "What are you doing? Please don't do this. It is all my fault. Do whatever you wish to me. I beg you, spare her." Meng Yi arrives just in time to witness this horrifying scene, his teeth grinding in fury. Despicable brutes! How can they lay hands on such a young child? The Kazil men pay no heed to her pleas, addressing the other Han people and slaves. "You all watch closely. If anyone dares to flee again, this Han child will be your fate." With that, he raises his hand. "Proceed." Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Whoosh! Several crossbow bolts whiz through the darkness. A single bolt strikes the Kazil man, holding the iron stake directly in the chest. The other 5 bolts find their marks on 5 enemies. The air fills with anguished cries. Zhou Manqing watches in disbelief as the situation transforms before her eyes, that a glimmer of hope surfaces within her. The seemingly certain demise has taken an unexpected turn. She never imagined someone would come to her aid. When she sees Meng Yi standing not far away, she is momentarily stunned. How could it be him? The Chinese soldiers continue to fire relentlessly. To Meng Yi's astonishment, some of the crossbow bolts seem to shift mid-flight. Their rate of fire suddenly accelerates, propelled with tremendous force, piercing through the enemy. Could this be the result of critical hit? 2 individuals were struck down instantly by the enhanced crossbow bolts, while another 4 were wounded yet still standing. The Chang people soon spotted Meng Yi and his comrades, brandishing their machetes as they charged forward. There, kill them." After completing a round of fire, the 6 warriors immediately took aim once more. Whoosh, 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 swish, several more fell to the ground. The Chang warriors displayed remarkable bravery, pressing forward despite the crossbow bolts embedded in their bodies. As the distance closed, the Chinese soldiers scarcely needed to aim, firing in rapid succession. Whoosh, 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 within a span of 30 or 40 meters, over 20 Chang warriors had collapsed, half of their number decimated. Meng Yi furrowed his brow. The enemy was now upon them, with more than 10 adversaries remaining, presenting a significant numerical advantage. Unless absolutely necessary, they should avoid close combat, fall back, shoot as you retreat. Just as the Chang warriors reached the Chinese soldiers, they were taken aback by this unexpected tactic. Shameless! If you have the guts, put down your weapons. Before he could finish a sentence, a crossbow bolt pierced his throat. You beasts do not deserve to speak of fairness and justice. As the enemies continued to fall, Meng Yi suddenly noticed a Chinese soldier glowing with a brilliant light. That it was Qin Cheng. Had he leveled up? The Chang warriors, now frightened, found themselves dwindled from over 20 to merely 7 or 8, having fought for so long without even grazing an enemy's clothing. What the hell are these crossbows? Why can't we finish them off after all this time? Run! The Chang warriors fled in disarray. Pursue! Don't let them escape! Just then, an eerie roar echoed through the air. Roar, roar! Meng Yi felt the ground tremble beneath him. Thundering sounds reverberated, and instinctively he sensed peril. This roar was no human sound. What is happening? Meng Yi quickly opened his minimap. This area had already been explored. He noticed dozens of red dots appearing in the direction of the fleeing Chang warriors, rushing towards them at great speed. Moments later, the retreating Chang warriors were horrified to see a massive group of green-skinned monsters emerging before them. They bore sharp, enormous tusks, their arms as thick as a normal man's thigh, wielding massive axes as they charged. Behind these green-skinned monsters were tall, gaunt blue-skinned creatures, brandishing long spears and hurling them towards the Chang warriors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The spears easily pierced through their bodies. The green-skinned monsters reached the front lines, swinging their axes. With a single swing, they cleaved their foes in half, blood splattering everywhere. Not far behind these monsters, a young human was observing the chaos unfold for the tribe to restore the glory of the orcs. You must die, kill, annihilate everything here. Meng Yi finally discerned the nature of these creatures. Orcs. How had the orc clan found him so swiftly? With so many orcs, this was far beyond what his few soldiers could handle. Meng Yi decisively commanded his Chinese soldiers, retreat, run. He too mounted his basic war horse. Roar, roar. The orcs sprinted with astonishing speed, quickly catching up to the last Chinese soldier. The soldier drew his longsword to engage in combat. The clash of the great axe against the longsword sparked violently. The orc's strength was overwhelming, sending the Chinese soldier flying with a single blow. Other Chinese soldiers raised their crossbows to shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbow bolt struck the orc's thick muscles, causing no fatal damage. Even a critical hit would only result in injury. In contrast, the orcs wielded their mighty axes, mercilessly slaying one soldier after another. Meng Yi, atop his basic war horse, glanced back. These orcs were formidable. Why was there such a vast disparity in power among system soldiers? While the orcs couldn't catch up to his basic war horse. It seemed his system soldiers were on the verge of annihilation. Just then, chaos erupted at the rear of the orc horde. The young general on a white horse charged into the midst of the orcs like a meteor. Zhao Zilong of Changshan has arrived. Zhao Yun swept his long spear, piercing through a mass of blue-skinned trolls with a single thrust, silencing them as blood gushed forth. The human man nearby furrowed his brow. It was the first time he had seen a human dare to attack his orcs. Kill him. The other orcs turned, roaring in anger as they surrounded him. Zhao Yun suddenly shouted, leaping down from his horse. 100 birds salute the phoenix. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. Zhao Yun wielded his silver spear with breathtaking speed, unleashing a torrent of spear shadows that assaulted the orcs from all directions. The spear shadows emitted a sound akin to a phoenix's cry, instilling fear in all who heard it. Thud, thud, thud. A swarm of orcs fell to the ground. Struck by the spears, the Gul'dan squinted his eyes. What a powerful human! Gul'dan was the name of the human man. Beneath his human exterior lay the soul of an orc. He was unsure how it had come to be, but after dying in Azeroth, he found himself on this planet called Earth, possessing a human body, which filled him with shame. Gul'dan's previous magical powers had also become inaccessible. Fortunately, he had activated some system that granted him the ability to merge with the superior genes of other beings and summon orc soldiers. However, summoning orcs required gold, which was quite the headache. For some unknown reason, gold was particularly scarce in this place called the Han Empire. He had only managed to summon around 30 orcs thus far. Thankfully, the creatures of this world were weak and lacked any magical or martial prowess, giving him hope for the orcs' resurgence. Quick, capture him. I must merge with his genes to regain my strength. Under Gul'dan's command, all the orc warriors surrounded Zhao Yun, attacking him relentlessly. Even Zhao Yun found himself hard-pressed to fend them off. Meng Yi frowned. That unknown individual was indeed brave to charge into the orc horde alone. He was at a loss whether to commend their valor or deem them foolishly reckless. Observing the situation, it seemed that individual would not last long. Should he command his soldiers to assist? But if that individual fell, his soldiers would be rendered useless as well. Meng Yi was deeply conflicted. In the end, he gritted his teeth and ordered his soldiers forward to help. Qin Sheng, come with me. The rest of you assist him. Even in providing aid, he must keep one person to safeguard himself. He had done all he could. If this did not save that individual, there would be nothing more he could do. Meng Yi approached the Zhou family, helping them untie their ropes. Are you all right? The Zhou family expressed their gratitude with their eyes. Thank you, benefactor, for saving us once again. If it weren't for you, my mother and I. As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. That we could discuss this later. You must leave quickly. It is extremely dangerous here. The Zhou family quickly mounted their horses. Thank you, benefactor. If we can safely return to the Han Empire, we will surely repay your kindness. Meng Yi departed alongside the mother and daughter. As for gratitude, he thought it best to set that aside. If they could spare some gold, that would be appreciated. Gul'dan observed the approaching Chinese soldiers with a cold snort. They truly overestimate their abilities. Take care of these few. A handful of orcs were dispatched, and Zhao Yun felt the pressure lessen somewhat. He observed flashes of cold light among the orcs, the sound of clashing metal ringing out incessantly. Gul'dan estimated that no one could survive such an onslaught. His human skills were indeed impressive. It was astonishing to find such a master hidden in such a remote place, able to contend with his orcs for so long. Meng Yi understood the terrifying power of the orcs and ordered several soldiers from the Chinese faction to avoid close combat with them as much as possible. The soldiers dispersed, utilizing their crossbows to concentrate their firepower on a single orc. Whoosh, 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 as they unleashed a barrage of bolts, the fatal strikes began to take effect, with arrows piercing through the air relentlessly. Even the formidable orc could not withstand the continuous onslaught and fell unwillingly. However, the Chinese soldiers managed to slay only one orc before they were all eliminated by the others. The moment the orc collapsed, a golden light enveloped Meng Yi, who was fleeing on horseback, signifying his ascension. Simultaneously, his armor and weapons underwent a transformation. The short sword elongated into a long sword, and the appearance of his leather armor morphed. Enhanced with what resembled bamboo strips, the it appeared more robust and exquisite, symbolizing an elevation in status. As time passed, Gul'dan began to sense something amiss, although he could not discern Zhao Yun's condition within the throng of orcs. The sounds of battle had not ceased. Instead, the number of orc corpses continued to multiply. Minutes slipped by, and the pile of slain orcs grew. From an initial 50, only 19 remained. How could this be possible? Is he a monster? Gul'dan shook his head in disbelief and hastily checked Zhao Yun's attributes. Zhao Yun's health was 4, 351, 725, with an attack power of 96, command of 91, strength of 40, agility of 66, intelligence of 76, politics of 65, charm of 88, and defense of 25, and attack power of 96. He is astonishingly formidable. It is worth noting that his own orcs possessed only 44 points of attack power and a mere 18 in agility. Gul'dan now doubted whether his orcs could vanquish him. Cursed human! Even if you are exceptionally powerful, the strength of one individual is ultimately limited. Gul'dan observed Zhao Yun's health bar, which was nearly depleted. Estimating that he would soon be exhausted, Zhao Yun steadied his breath. Gul'dan's speculation was correct. He was indeed running low on stamina. Thus, he must conclude the battle as swiftly as possible. The longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for him. In an instant, Zhao Yun's gaze sharpened, and the speed of his strikes surged to the point where Gul'dan could scarcely perceive his movements. Swish, 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 100 birds flocking to the phoenix. Zhao Yun unleashed his ultimate move once more, with a series of swift and precise shots. Each struck true to the enemy's vital points. Those orcs or trolls caught in his crosshairs instantly stood frozen. Zhao Yun's form was astonishingly swift. After a dazzling display of marksmanship, he thrust his spear heavily into the ground. In the next moment, both orcs and trolls collapsed together. Gul'dan's eyes widened in terror. This is too horrifying. This man had not even unleashed his full power until now. The Chinese soldiers had long since perished, leaving only Gul'dan and Zhao Yun on the battlefield. Zhao Yun approached Gul'dan step by step. For the first time, Gul'dan felt the chilling proximity of death. The disparity between him and Zhao Yun was insurmountable. He could not possibly contend with him. When Zhao Yun stood before him, Gul'dan was so frightened that he dropped to his knees. "Hero, spare my life," he pleaded in fluent Mandarin. Just like Meng Yi, Gul'dan had assimilated the memories of this human man, experiencing no barrier in communication. Zhao Yun, though fatigued, replied, "Rise. I am also a Han person and shall not harm you." Gul'dan paused, astonished. "I am also a Han person. Could it be that he considers me one of his own?" Initially, Gul'dan had contemplated fleeing, but upon witnessing Zhao Yun's weakened figure, he abandoned that thought. Perhaps in this moment of vulnerability, he could seize the opportunity to merge with Zhao Yun's genes. Zhao Yun summoned his steed and mounted, circling the tribe in search of Zhou Shi, but found no trace of her. What could be the matter? "I distinctly saw Zhou Shi here just moments ago." Zhao Yun approached Gul'dan. "Have you seen a pair of mother and daughter pass by here?" Gul'dan gestured in a direction. They went that way with a man. Just as Zhao Yun was about to leave, Gul'dan called out to him, "Hero, could you take me along?" Zhao Yun extended a hand to Gul'dan. pulling him onto the horse that Gul'dan felt elated, just as he was about to activate his innate ability. A sudden thought struck him. No. This man possesses formidable martial skills. Should he discover my intentions, he could easily slay me. Gul'dan reached for the weapon at his waist, intending to strike Zhao Yun first before attempting to merge. However, just as his fingers brushed the hilt, Zhao Yun bellowed, "Hold on tight." The Nightlight Jade Lion surged forward, nearly throwing Gul'dan off. Meng Yi and Zhou Shi shared a mount, while Qin Sheng and the little girl rode another. The horse's gallop jolted them, and the chilly night air prompted Zhou Shi to cling tightly to Meng, but he felt her pressure against his back, and thoughts of her tattered yet alluring form made him somewhat flustered. To ensure her comfort, Meng Yi thoughtfully tucked away his leather armor, fearing it might snag on her, which caused Zhou Shi to blush. After a restless night, Meng Yi felt fatigued. "Shall we find a place to rest?" "I will follow your lead, benefactor," she replied obediently. "So compliant?" Meng Yi's mind began to wander. Perhaps I should take her for myself? No. Zhou Shi is clearly a femme fatale, capable of bringing even Cao Cao to ruin. I must not tread the same path. There are plenty of beauties in the three kingdoms, and Zhou Shi is already married. Better to let it be. That moment, the sound of galloping hooves approached. It was Gul'dan and Zhao Yun catching up. Meng Yi glanced back to see the white horse youth. "That I can't believe he is still alive. Impressive. Let me see who you are." Zhao Yun's health stood at 6. 121, 725, with an attack power of 96, command of 91, strength of 40, agility of 66, intelligence of 76, politics of 65, charm of 88, and defense of 25 at Zhao Yun. He is none other than Zhao Yun, the indomitable general. One of the 5 tiger generals that he once crossed the Changban slope to rescue a doe, cutting through the ranks of Chao's army with audacity and loyalty unmatched. Who possesses such gallantry? Who embodies such loyalty? Truly, a heart of red loyalty, an unparalleled warrior. Zhao Yun called out from a distance, "Halt, travelers! I mean no harm. I come to rescue." Meng Yi reined in his horse. Upon seeing an outsider, Zhou Shi quickly distanced herself from him. Adjusting her tattered clothing, noticing her embarrassment, Meng Yi offered her the sheepskin coat he had found earlier. "Here, wear this." "Thank you," she replied. As Zhao Yun approached, he dismounted and inquired, "Might this be Madame Zhou Shi?" Zhou Shi nodded. "Indeed, I am she. May I ask who you are?" "I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan, sent by my elder brother Zhang Xiu to seek you." Meng Yi's realization dawned. That is the case. It seems regardless of whether I saved Zhou Shi, Zhao Yun would not have faced danger. In fact, my presence nearly led to that little girl's peril. This presents a splendid opportunity to endear myself to Zhao Yun. I am Meng Yi, also known as Meng Qijing. That I owe a debt of gratitude to General Zilong for his earlier assistance. Meng Yi noticed Zhao Yun bore several wounds, indicating he had not emerged unscathed from the onslaught of numerous orcs. A thought struck him. I just acquired 2 basic healing pills upon leveling up. If I could heal Zhao Yun's injuries, he would surely be grateful. Meng Yi produced a healing pill. "General Zilong, you are injured. I happen to have a healing pill that can treat your wounds." Zhao Yun hesitated to accept the pill, wary of this stranger's origins. Who could tell if the medicine was poison or something else? Zhou Shi perceived Zhao Yun's apprehension. "General Zilong, this young man Meng has rescued me twice. He is trustworthy. That I was gravely injured before, and it was he who came to my aid." Zhao Yun, still cautious, accepted the pill. Scrutinizing it appeared to be an ordinary red capsule. Could this truly heal his injuries? Zhao Yun casually uttered a word of gratitude. "Thank you," as he swallowed the pill. The primary blood-replenishing elixir dissolved instantly in his mouth, and he felt a surge of energy coursing through his entire being, his wounds visibly healing at an astonishing pace. Zhao Yun was taken aback, a sense of disbelief washing over him. His astonishment was mirrored in the widened eyes of Gul'dan, who had just moments ago been disdainful of the group's indecisiveness. Now furrowing his brow and concerned, in this world, such miraculous elixirs existed. This could rival his own medicinal concoctions. It appeared that his understanding of this realm was still woefully limited. Zhou Shi also gazed in wonder, her eyes wide. She had not even perceived how her own injuries had mended. it now seemed evident that she too had consumed Meng Yi's elixir. Such a wondrous potion must surely be invaluable. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be marred by grotesque scars. This immense favor, she felt compelled to repay. After a brief moment, Zhao Yun's injuries were entirely healed. He was astonished to discover such miraculous elixirs existed in this world. "Thank you, Brother Zijing. You are too kind, Brother Zilong," Meng Yi remarked, turning to Gul'dan. "And who might you be?" Zhao Yun replied, "This is a Han man I encountered near the tribe." Meng Yi regarded Gul'dan with a bemused expression. A Han man? This was peculiar. He had previously explored that tribe and had not seen this individual. His attire did not resemble that of a local slave. Meng Yi clasped his fists and inquired, "May I ask your name and origin?" Gul'dan's mind raced. One misstep could reveal his true identity. "I am called Gu," he began, but hesitated, suppressing the last syllable. He had been captured by those orcs. "Well, you are indeed fortunate not to have been devoured by them." Meng Yi's pupils contracted sharply as he keenly noted that Gul'dan referred to them as orcs, a term unfamiliar to ordinary Han people, who would only call them monsters. "Yes, indeed fortunate," Gul'dan replied. After a long night of turmoil, the group felt weary. After deliberation, they decided to find a place to rest for the night, planning to set off for the Han at dawn. Gul'dan, however, did not sleep. Having missed a previous opportunity, he pondered how he might safely integrate Zhao Yun's powers. Meng Yi, fatigued yet restless, tossed and turned, unable to find solace. The day's events were too overwhelming. He wondered how he should proceed. The Han territory was fraught with peril, and he needed to acquire formidable strength, gold. He must amass a considerable fortune. Meng Yi retrieved the miniature base of the Chinese faction. Function: essential item for establishing the Chinese faction base, allowing the summoning of Chinese soldiers to fight in exchange for gold coins. Establishment requirements: 1 a flat area of 10 kilometers, 0.2.2000 gold coins are required, or a nearby gold mine with reserves exceeding 50,000. Note: collecting all faction miniature bases enables the summoning of a time-space portal to various realms of the universe. Establishing the base requires 20,000 gold coins. He wondered when he could possibly gather such an amount. A time-space portal? This implies that I could indeed return to my previous timeline. Zoshir had mentioned that if she were returned to the Han, she would reward him with gold. He pondered how much that might be. Gul'dan seemed suspicious. He needed to ascertain his true identity. Meng Yi made a point to have Chen keep an eye on Gul'dan. As for Zhao Yun, if he could be of service to Meng Yi, his safety would be assured. Tomorrow, he needed to continue cultivating Zhao Yun's favor. Setting those thoughts aside, he decided to examine any changes following his upgrade. Meng Yi opened his attribute panel. Name: Meng Yi. Level 2. Rank: Dopo. Population: 300. Military merit: 12. 300 gold. 0 health points. 225 energy points. 20 melee attack. 13. 2 leadership. 47 strength. 9 agility. 7 intelligence. 65 politics. 42 charm. 78 defense. 2 unallocated attribute points. 6 activated talents. Item: Chinese faction miniature base, bronze longsword, Do bow armor. Primary warhorse, primary blood replenishing elixir 1. As Meng Yi accessed his attribute panel, a system prompt resonated. Congratulations, the host level has increased to level 2. That you are awarded a cultivation book. Please select the type of cultivation book. 4 options appeared on the system interface. Magic cultivation book, Qi cultivation book, sorcery cultivation book, internal power cultivation book system. What is the purpose of the cultivation books? In response to the host, studying the cultivation book will enhance the host's energy points. Energy points not only bolster attributes, but can also be utilized to activate system skills. Upon hearing the word skills, Meng Yi instantly recalled the array of extraordinary abilities from the game world of Warcraft. Could it be possible to unleash such powers in reality? System skills. Are they akin to Windwalk or Blizzard? Indeed, however, the host level is currently too low, and the skill shop has yet to be unlocked. Please elevate your level promptly. Remarkable. Meng Yi felt a swell of excitement. Although he could not utilize them just yet, he envisioned the near future when he would experience powers akin to those of a supernatural being. After calming himself, he meticulously examined the descriptions of each type of cultivation book. Sorcery could absorb soul energy. leading to rapid energy growth, albeit with lower purity. Its spell attacks were average, defense was weak, and casting speed was moderate. Magic harnessed the forces of nature to amplify the surrounding energy field, presenting substantial challenges in cultivation. Yet yielding high purity and energy values, it allowed for natural energy to assist in casting, boasting high spell attacks and robust defenses, albeit with slower casting speeds and inferior attributes. Qi concentrated one's energy to refine muscles and bones, achieving high attack and strong defense, though with average speed. Internal power pooled energy to cultivate the body's meridians and dantian, granting rapid speed with moderate attack and defense. After careful consideration, Meng Yi chose the internal power cultivation book. It was the one he was most familiar with, so he selected it. In the next moment, an ancient, thread-bound book materialized in his hand, its substantial form bordered with gold leaf. Meng Yi attempted to open it. As he turned to the first page, another system prompt echoed. Would you like to study the cultivation book? Did he even need to choose? Of course, he would learn, as soon as he voiced his intention. The book began to tremble. The pages flipped autonomously, and the words soared out, swirling around Meng Yi. What is happening? In the next instant, the words rushed into Meng Yi's mind that a torrent of chaotic knowledge flooded his consciousness, causing his head to throb, with images flashing rapidly before his eyes. Internal martial arts principles, human meridians, and energy circulation paths. After a moment, the images ceased. Meng Yi reflected on the information he had just absorbed, recalling the pathways of various meridians and the methods of energy accumulation with clarity. Gasping for breath, he took a moment to steady his thoughts. I can now cultivate internal power. As he completed the learning process, the system continued to provide prompts. Weapons and armor have been upgraded. The host can expend 100 military merits to alter the form of weapons and armor. Item space has expanded, and a new feature for gold detection radar has been activated. To enable this feature, 200 military merits are required. The radar can detect gold within a 500-meter radius, including 2 meters underground, and a new type of unit can now be summoned. Scout. Cost. 8 gold. Population. 2 attributes. Health points. 450. Energy points. 30 strength. 18. Agility. 20 intelligence. 35 ranged equipment. Divine arm crossbow. Length. 3 feet 3 inches. Attack power. 48. Effective range. 350 meters. Maximum reserve. 15 bolts. Replenishes 1 bolt every 12 seconds. No armor. Armor rating. 0 skills. Stealth. Active skill consuming 15 energy points to enter an invisible state for 25 seconds, increasing movement speed by 15. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Note, attack during invisibility will immediately terminate the effect. Passive skill. Observation. Scouts possess exceptional observation abilities, increasing the exploration range of the minimap by 100. This scout appears to be quite formidable, albeit somewhat expensive. Summoning one would cost as much as summoning 2 Chinese faction soldiers. Meng Yi inspected the upgraded item space. His item space, composed of 6 cubes, previously had each compartment measuring only 0.5 cubic meters. Following the upgrade, the space transformed to a capacity of 1 cubic meter per compartment, totaling 6 cubic meters, and increased space signifies the ability to accommodate more items, which will greatly assist him in his future survival. The observation range of the minimap has also expanded to 2 square kilometers, allowing him to detect enemies sooner. He now possesses 6 attribute points, and Meng Yi pondered on how to allocate them wisely. He approached this decision with caution, aware that a misallocation might lead to irreversible consequences. That he began by reviewing the functions of each attribute. The vitality, as the name suggests, is a combination of life, energy, and blood. Engaging in attacks or blocking incurs a cost to one's stamina. Each individual possesses a standard health point total of 100. If a person's vitality drops below this threshold, it indicates imminent collapse. Attack power is influenced by strength and agility, reflected as the maximum value when fully charged. Note, each point of attack power corresponds to an impact force of 10 kilograms. Energy value denotes the amount of internal energy, specifically referring to high-purity energy, such as inner strength and magic. Command signifies the ability to lead troops and affects the range of certain aura-type skills. Defense indicates one's capability to block, dodge, and withstand blows. heavily influenced by agility. Strength impacts attack power, vitality, and the rate of health regeneration. Agility affects certain aspects of attack power, attack speed, movement speed, evasion, and reaction speed. Intelligence is a composite value encompassing observation, memory, comprehension, reasoning, and judgment abilities. Note, it cannot directly influence energy value. Politics pertains to administrative abilities and governance. Charisma affects others' fondness towards you. When considering where to allocate his points, Meng Yi initially dismissed command and politics. Just as he was about to overlook charisma, he paused. Wait a moment, my charisma seems to have risen from 76 to 78 points? Unbeknownst to him, despite no visible change in his appearance, his demeanor had drastically transformed. Likely due to the psychological shifts accompanying the system and his recent experiences that he chose not to dwell on it. After all, higher charisma is undoubtedly advantageous. He hesitated between strength, agility, and intelligence. Allocating points to intelligence posed uncertainties that he deemed too risky given the current precarious situation. He could not afford to squander valuable attribute points that, in truth, he longed to enhance his strength. But even with an increase, his combat capability would still fall short of that of his own soldier. A line from movie Kung Fu echoed in his mind. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Thus, he resolved to allocate all points to agility, prioritizing survival. The moment he did so, a sensation coursed through his body, as if his muscles and bones were writhing under an external force, akin to being enveloped by an electric massage device. Meng Yi's expression was one of astonishment, his eyes wide and his neck rigid with disbelief. Who could truly comprehend such a sensation? Fortunately, this state lasted only 5 or 6 seconds before he returned to normal. Upon completing the allocation, his agility reached 13 points. He felt as though his body had never been so relaxed. His movements had become significantly more nimble. Little did Meng Yi know the profound changes the Beastmaster system would soon bring to this world. Across the sea from the Han Dynasty lies an eastern island nation, where the soul of Arthas, ruler of the Burning Legion, arrived on this unfamiliar planet. Having lost his powers, he gained the Beastmaster system and became bound to the undead. Clutching a miniature base of the undead, he mused, once I gather the bases of all races, I can summon the Burning Legion again and obliterate everything here. Meanwhile, in the southern tropical rainforest bordering the Han, the soul of Queen Sylvanas inhabited the body of a human woman, gaining the elven jewel. The queen, with her distinctive personality, was unsatisfied with her appearance and allocated her 6 upgraded attribute points to charisma, transforming her visage to resemble that of her previous life. Far away in the Roman Empire, the human king Varian Ren arrived here. Unlike the others, his soul was not whole, but composed of 2 distinct entities, one fierce and tempestuous, the other gentle and refined. Both souls entered one body, yet they remained incompatible. Varian too discovered the description of the miniature base. Wonderful. If I can gather all the bases, I can return to Azeroth. Another voice within him interjected, first, conquer everything here and become the new ruler of this planet. As dawn broke over the grasslands, the group set forth once more on the journey. Meng Yi inquired, brothers alone, are we heading directly to Luoyang? No, we will first go to Taiyuan City, and why senior brother Zhang Xiao is there. As long as we deliver the person, our mission will be accomplished. Meng Yi frowned at the thought. Delivering the person to Taiyuan City, would that jeopardize his golden opportunity? It seemed that Zhou sensed Meng Yi's concerns. Young Master Meng need not worry. My nephew Zhang Xiao has always held his uncle in high regard and will undoubtedly reward you handsomely for saving my mother and me. Meng Yi felt a bit awkward at the mention of handsome reward. He thought, let us discuss the reward later. It's not something I'm particularly concerned about. Suddenly, he sensed an energy fluctuation emanating from Zhao Yun. Alarmed, he recalled a similar energy wave from when he previously encountered a spiritual artifact. Could Zhao Yun also possess a spiritual artifact? Meng Yi's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the exquisite silver spear in Zhao Yun's hand. Brothers alone, may I take a look at your weapon? After Meng Yi had previously healed him with that miraculous elixir, Zhao Yun's fondness for him had grown significantly. Zhao Yun handed the spear to Meng Yi with one hand. Is this what you mean? Precisely. As Meng Yi grasped the spear, he felt its weight, heavy enough to nearly slip from his grasp. Goodness, this must weigh 40 or 50 pounds. Observing Zhao Yun wield it with such ease. He was astonished at its heft. That moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Spiritual artifact, Yajiao spear status inactive. Would you like to activate it? Indeed, it was a spiritual artifact. If he could activate its new attributes, Zhao Yun's fondness for him would surely increase. Meng Yi caressed the spear in feigned admiration. What a magnificent weapon! Zhao Yun was intrigued. A magnificent weapon. Does Brother Meng know its origins? Of course, this spear is known as the Dragon's Dread Silver Spear. Not a mere trinket. What a pity, what a pity. What troubles you, Brother Meng? Is there something amiss with this spear? The spear is indeed excellent, but alas, it is sealed. Sealed? This spear, along with this horse, were gifted to me by my master before my departure. I was told that this spear was once used by an immortal. Who would have guessed it was a divine weapon? If you don't mind, Brother Zilong, I can assist you in unsealing it. Of course, I wouldn't mind. Thank you, Brother Meng. Without further ado, Meng Yi bellowed. Activate. As soon as the words left his lips, a powerful suction emanated from a spear. Meng Yi's vitality swiftly diminished as the spear absorbed his energy. Simultaneously, a purple light emerged from the spear's handle, gradually spreading across its body. As the arc of energy coursed through, the Yajiao spear underwent a monumental transformation. Strange characters, glowing like oracle bone inscriptions, emerged and adorned the spear, creating intricate patterns. The arc of energy enveloped the spear's tip, where a miniature dragon, aglow with blue light, entwined itself, merging seamlessly with the spear. The dragon's head released a sharp glimmer, forming the spearhead, which, under the blue light, appeared exceedingly sharp. Activation complete. At long last, the activation is complete. I nearly felt drain dry. The Longdan bright silver spear, a rare item valued at 300 gold coins, boasts attributes of 12 attack power, 5 agility, and 3 strength. Its special effect allows for an additional attack after every 3 normal strikes. Upon witnessing the enhanced attributes of the Yajiao spear, Meng Yi felt a surge of excitement. He noted with astonishment that the weapon was indeed classified as a rare item. Such impressive attributes, and the special effect, truly deserving of its place among the 10 renowned spears, 300 gold coins. If sold, how many soldiers could be summoned? Gazing at the transformed spear, all present were left awestruck. Meng Yi handed the spear back to Zhao Yun. I have unlocked its seal with the remnants of my magical energy. See if you notice any difference. As the spear came into Zhao Yun's grasp, a powerful force emanated from it, causing his muscles to tense. This is truly a divine weapon, Zhao Yun exclaimed, admiring the silver spear that resembled a work of art. Meng Yi continued, this spear is far more than it appears. Not only is its material superior to that of ordinary weapons, but it also possesses extraordinary capabilities. Incredible. Zhao Yun practiced a few thrusts, feeling the spear's movements to be more fluid than before. Glimmers of light danced along its surface. Swish, swish, swish. Zhao Yun swung the spear in a flurry. Suddenly, during a thrust, a blue light flickered along the spear, and an ethereal shadow of a spear appeared, mirroring Zhao Yun's previous motion. The interval between the 2 thrusts was mere milliseconds. This phenomenon startled Zhao Yun. His heart raced at the unexpected appearance of the spear shadow. In a combat scenario, this could be a lethal strike. Ah! This spear, he exclaimed. What do you think? Quite remarkable, isn't it? Zhao Yun reverently caressed the spear, exclaiming, not just remarkable, it's simply magnificent. By the way, Meng brother, what did you say this weapon is called? The Longdan Bright Silver Spear. What a splendid name. Henceforth, I shall call it the Longdan Bright Silver Spear. While Zoshir marveled at the occurrence, Gul'dan was drenched in cold sweat. Who exactly is this individual to possess such abilities? Meng Yi checked Zhao Yun's favorability rating. Not bad. It had reached 45 points. The spear had been activated, yet Meng Yi sensed that the energy fluctuations had not dissipated. What could this mean? Could there be another spiritual artifact present? Meng Yi closed his eyes, focusing intently on discerning the source of the energy. Thump, thump. Meng Yi opened his eyes, turning his gaze to Zhao Yun's horse. The jolt of realization struck him that it was the horse. The energy was emanating from it. No wonder he had felt chaotic energy earlier. It was due to the interference of two spiritual artifacts. Could it be that activating talents could not only awaken items, but also living beings? Meng Yi made up his mind to experiment. Zilong, may I touch your horse? Of course, Meng brother, feel free. As Meng Yi reached out to touch the horse's head, the night-watching jade lion shifted its head slightly. Casting a glance at Meng Yi, its expression seemingly one of disdain. The moment Meng Yi's hand made contact with the horse's head, a system prompt resounded. Detected spiritual entity night-watching jade lion in an inactive state. Would you like to activate it? Incredible, it truly can be activated. Activate. In the next instant, a tremendous force surged from the horse, while an arc of electricity spread from the point of contact across its entire body. Hiss. The night-watching jade lion neighed. Trembling all over, its body swelled, becoming noticeably larger. Its muscles grew more robust, and its coat gleamed with newfound vibrancy, as if reborn. Activation complete. Night-watching jade lion advanced war horse valued at 300 gold coins. Attributes include 1100 health, 95 attack power, 0 armor, and a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour, with a storage space of 4 cubic meters that allows for flexible item transformation. Upon reviewing the activated attributes of the night-watching jade lion, Meng Yi was not overly surprised that in the Three Kingdoms, it was considered a top-tier steed, so its elevation to an advanced war horse was not unexpected. However, could a horse truly run that fast? To Meng Yi's knowledge, only cheetahs and gazelles could reach speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour on land, while ordinary horses barely managed 70 kilometers per hour, and that was only for short bursts. It appeared that the night-watching jade lion, once activated, transcended the definition of a mere horse. Perhaps it was not a living creature at all. Throughout the entire activation process, Zhao Yun remained mounted, his experience far more direct. Previously, his war horse had been slightly shorter than Meng Yi's basic war horse. Now, however, his steed had transformed into a far more imposing figure. This was beyond the limits of what normal horses could achieve. What has happened to my horse? Meng brother, Zilong, your horse is no ordinary creature. Your fortune is truly remarkable. The 2 gifts your master bestowed upon you are indeed celestial artifacts. I have also unlocked its seal. This horse is no longer merely a mount. It runs faster than ever before and can store items and be summoned at will. Storage? Summoned? Come, place your hand upon the horse and feel closely. Zhao Yun followed Meng Yi's instruction, placing his hand on the horse's body and closing his eyes to attune to the sensation. Suddenly, he perceived 4 square compartments within a void space, leaving him utterly astounded. Observing Zhao Yun's expression, Meng Yi felt a swell of pride. Try placing some items inside. Zhao Yun attempted to deposit his backpack into the space. It truly worked. This was extraordinary. Now dismount and gently pat the horse. Zhao Yun complied. Bang! The horse instantly vanished, and in Zhao Yun's hand appeared a lifelike wooden sculpture of the horse. As Zhao Yun examined the wooden sculpture, he noted it bore an uncanny resemblance to the night-watching jade lion. How can I turn it back? Just toss it on the ground. Zhao Yun tried throwing the wooden sculpture to the ground, and with a resounding bang, the night-watching jade lion indeed transformed back into its original form. Zhao Yun suddenly knelt before Meng. He realized the immense worth of these 2 treasures and how, without Meng Yi, they would have remained undiscovered. Thank you, Meng brother. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Meng Yi checked Zhao Yun's favorability, rating once more 0.55 points. Meng Yi recognized that his opportunity had arrived. His mind raced. What could be Zhao Yun's weakness? Wealth? No beauties? No status? Perhaps not. Loyalty? Yes, it must be loyalty, a plan formed. Get up, we are brothers now. There is no need for such gratitude that I feel that Zilong and I are quite compatible. If you do not mind, I would like to become sworn brothers with you. I have this honor. I share the same sentiment. Zhao Yun hesitated only briefly before agreeing. Meng Yi had proven to be a commendable person, having saved Zhou Shi twice in dire circumstances and now assisting him greatly. His mysterious identity and extraordinary abilities hinted at a significant background. Having just emerged from seclusion, he felt fortunate to have met such an impressive individual. Meng Yi glanced around and declared, "All present are witnesses. Now I, Meng Yi, and Zhao Yun, Zilong, shall become sworn brothers." Meng Yi took Zhao Yun's hand and knelt down. He proclaimed, "By the heavens above and the earth below, as witnesses, today we bind ourselves in brotherhood. From this day forth, we shall entrust each other with life and death, rescue each other from misfortune, and share in both blessings and calamities. Let heaven and earth bear witness. Mountains and rivers serve as our bond. We vow to uphold this oath for a lifetime, never to betray it." Wait a moment. Meng Yi was taken aback. Was Zhao Yun having second thoughts? "Not just the two of us. There are three. I already have an elder brother, and considering age, he is likely above you." Meng Yi sighed with relief. Oh, that was it. What a shock. "Oh, is that so? Then I shall endure a bit of hardship and accept you as my second brother." "All right, second brother. Third brother. Haha." Meng Yi laughed heartily. The ancients placed great importance on oaths, and after this brotherhood ceremony, Meng Yi was confident that Zhao Yun would not easily abandon him. Meng Yi checked Zhao Yun's affinity level once more. 62 points. That was already quite high. Wonderful. It seems he has begun to regard me as one of his own. I must ensure to hold him firmly. Meng Yi harbored his own thoughts, but was Zhao Yun truly so naive? Could he be easily deceived? Zhao Yun was not a foolish person. On the contrary, he possessed more wisdom than most. There were some things that did not need to be spoken aloud. He could sense them with his heart. Meng Yi's enthusiasm was genuine. That kind of eager longing was something even a 3-year-old child could perceive. Perhaps Meng Yi had nothing substantial to offer at the moment, but with his abilities, he was bound to achieve great things in the future. Meng Yi helped Zhao Yun to his feet. Merely exchanging words without any substantial gestures would not forge enduring bonds. Such sentiment was not Meng Yi's style. As an elder brother, he ought to make some show of affection, perhaps a small gift, yet must not be too meager. What did Zhao Yun lack? Weapons, armor, and steeds that were superior to his own. There truly was little of worth to offer. Suddenly, Meng Yi thought of something that would suit Zhao Yun perfectly. Indeed, a martial technique. He had learned that internal skill after all, although he had yet to practice it. He was fully aware of the methods and could certainly teach them to Zhao Yun. Meng Yi could hardly imagine what Zhao Yun would achieve upon mastering the internal skill, especially since he had yet to practice it himself. Would it be akin to the protagonists in television dramas, scaling roofs and leaping several meters, capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks with a single strike? Regardless, it would undoubtedly surpass his current abilities. Third brother, I may not have any suitable gifts to present you at this moment, but I possess a remarkable skill to impart. Would you be willing to learn? Second brother, what are you saying? I would never disdain your gift. Such words are unnecessary between brothers. You may not know, but I have also learned quite a bit on the mountain. I wonder how it compares to your esteemed skill. I have seen your technique, and it is indeed acceptable, but ultimately it is merely a mundane skill capable of slaying at most 100 men. However, my divine skill, once mastered, can slay thousands upon tens of thousands. Zhao Yun was taken aback. The ability to slay thousands was indeed extraordinary. Currently, even his 2 successive powerful strikes consumed a significant amount of energy. To kill over 100 was already his limit. So formidable. Then, could you demonstrate it for me, second brother? Upon hearing Zhao Yun's request, Meng Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. He had yet to master that technique. How could he demonstrate it? That is not possible. My powers are currently sealed. But I can teach you. Zhao Yun glanced at the sky. In that case, there is no need to rush. When the time allows, I will certainly seek your guidance, second brother. Zhao Yun had evidently become one of his own. Meng Yi turned his gaze toward Gul'dan. He had felt something strange about this individual yesterday, and upon further reflection today, he believed there must be something amiss. Meng Yi approached Gul'dan to test him. Gul, where did you hear the name orc? Gul'dan was taken aback. Had they discovered something? I simply thought they resembled beasts, so I called them orcs. Oh, your perception is quite peculiar. Shouldn't they resemble humans more? Meng Yi had nearly confirmed that he was indeed the player of the beast tribe. Meng Yi seized Gul'dan by the collar and shouted, Speak! Who exactly are you? Gul'dan, drenched in cold sweat, nervously replied, I do not know what you are talking about. I am merely a Han person, captured by those orcs. Zhao Yun, unaware of Meng Yi's animosity toward Gul'dan, interjected, "Second brother, does this man pose any problem? I suspect he is the mastermind behind that group of orcs." "What?" Both Zhao Yun and Zhou were taken aback. Just as Meng Yi was interrogating Gul'dan, they remained oblivious to the danger that was approaching them 0.7 to 8 kilometers ahead. A small cavalry unit of over 200 was slowly advancing toward them. This cavalry unit, comprised of over 200 men, was herding a multitude of slaves. The slaves were bound together by ropes, struggling to move forward. Crack! A whip struck a slave. "Hurry up! How long do you intend to dawdle?" These individuals were exceptionally ruthless. If a slave fell behind, even slightly, they would receive a beating. Gul'dan was still attempting to defend himself that, "I am not. Look, I am a human. How could I be associated with orcs?" Meng Yi scoffed and pressed closer. "You claim to be human. Then let me ask you, where is your home? Who else resides there? Who is the current emperor?" Gul'dan was rendered speechless. He could not answer any of these questions. In a moment of panic, he had only one recourse of, "My head hurts. I can't remember anything." A cold smile crept upon Meng Yi's lips. "Feigning amnesia, are we?" Meng Yi turned his gaze to Zhao Yun. "Zilong, what was he wearing when you first met him? Is it the same attire he wears now?" Zhao Yun began to recall that time. "I was somewhat anxious to rescue Lady Zhou and did not pay much attention. He seemed to be wearing armor made of pelts, right? I remember he knelt before me, begging for his life. In hindsight, that does seem rather suspicious." All eyes turned to Gul'dan, realizing he had been exposed. Gul'dan turned to flee. Unexpectedly, Gul'dan was surprisingly swift. This was thanks to his prior fusion with some animal genes, particularly that of a horse, which greatly enhanced his speed. As Gul'dan noticed Zhao Yun pursuing him, he pulled a speed scroll from his space, further augmenting his velocity. This was his trump card. To be honest, Gul'dan's speed was already impressive. Even a typical warhorse would struggle to keep up. However, could he outrun the activated Nightlight Jade Lion? At a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, Zhao Yun quickly closed the distance, thrusting his spear forward. Meng Yi suddenly considered that if Gul'dan were to perish, he wondered if he could still obtain the micro base. Shouting to Zhao Yun, he cautioned, "Zilong, do not kill him." Gul'dan felt a chill upon hearing the sound of slicing air. He hastily drew a weapon from his space to block the lance. Clang! The thrust was surprisingly deflected by Gul'dan. To Meng Yi's astonishment, Gul'dan possessed notable strength, a benefit of his fusion with orc genes. Zhao Yun, slightly taken aback, had not anticipated Gul'dan to be so formidable. Without hesitation, Zhao Yun unleashed 3 successive strikes, sending Gul'dan's weapon flying. The disparity in speed was far too great. Zhao Yun swiftly pressed the spear against Gul'dan's throat, subduing him like a deflated balloon. Meng Yi approached Gul'dan. "You run rather well. Hand over the orc micro base, and perhaps I shall spare your life." Gul'dan remained silent. Even under threat of death, he would never relinquish the base, for it represented his hope for the resurrection of the orc tribe. Quite stubborn, it seems I must resort to more forceful measures." Meng Yi unsheathed his sword, gesturing towards Gul'dan. "Having summoned so many orcs, you must have taken many lives during this time. Haven't you? A heavy burden of sin indeed. I should take a page from those Xia tribesmen and skin you alive, then impale you on a stake and roast you over a fire." Gul'dan's spine chilled at Meng Yi's words. He was not afraid of death, but he feared pain. Killing was merely a matter of striking the ground. Such torment was inhumane. "What you are doing will attract divine retribution. Cursed human, the god of the beast tribe will punish you." My blade seems rather dull. It may cause you some pain during the skinning process, so endure it a little. Beast! At that moment, Zhao Yun hastily approached Meng Yi, furrowing his brow as he exclaimed, "Second brother, trouble is afoot. Over 200 cavalrymen from the Xiongnu have spotted us and are advancing this way." Meng Yi gazed into the distance, his pupils constricting. A thunderous cacophony of hooves echoed as dozens of riders broke away from the main force. Racing towards them, it appeared to be their scouts sent to assess the situation. The Zhou family immediately tensed, with the young girl fearfully retreating into her mother's embrace. "Mother!" Meng Yi unfurled a small map, cursing under his breath. Damn it, so many of them. The map was densely dotted with red marks. Numbering approximately 200, Zhao Yun urged, "You all must flee. I will hold them off." The group swiftly mounted their horses. But Meng Yi's brow furrowed deeper. Alone, Zhao Yun could not possibly impede such a formidable number. Moreover, they had only 3 horses among them. Excluding Zhao Yun's, that left merely 2, with 5 individuals in total. It would require at least 2 to share a mount, making it impossible to outrun the Xiongnu cavalry. If only we had enough gold, Meng Yi thought, but a sudden idea struck him. What if he sold Zhao Yun's weapons? Yet, he decided to wait. He would not resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. Meng Yi and the Zhou mother and daughter shared a horse, while Qin Sheng, pressed against Gul'dan, rode another, hastily fleeing. Zhao Yun, mounted on the night, illuminating jade lion, charged at the Xiongnu cavalry like a shooting star. His Longding bright silver spear swept through the air in a fan-like motion, with a resounding crash. The Xiongnu cavalry was sent sprawling, as if colliding with a speeding automobile that was all too swift. They had no time to draw their bows. Realizing the threat, the Xiongnu command reacted. "Damn it, it's the enemy. Capture them!" A thunderous stampede of 200 riders surged toward Zhao Yun. Meng Yi and the others had already covered some distance. Suddenly, Gul'dan had stealthily loosened his bindings, delivering a blade to Qin Sheng before leaping from the horse. Gul'dan fled, turning back to taunt Meng Yi. "Human, I will remember you. This debt shall be repaid." With that, he activated an acceleration scroll and vanished in an instant. Damn it. Meng Yi dismounted and hurried to Qin Sheng's side. Qin Sheng, blood flowing from his abdomen, weakly uttered, "My lord, I am incompetent. I allowed him to escape." Meng Yi sighed, producing a primary healing pill that, "It is not your fault. I was too careless. Quickly, take this." Qin Sheng, deeply moved, appeared to hold back tears. "My lord, this is far too precious. It is not worth it for my sake." Meng Yi firmly shoved the pill into Qin Sheng's mouth. "You will take it, for without you, who will protect me now?" The pill took effect, and Qin Sheng's injuries began to mend. "Quickly mount. With one less person, we can still increase our speed." The sound of thundering hooves filled the air as Meng Yi looked up. In that brief moment of delay, a dozen Xiongnu had somehow encircled them, blocking their path. This was dire. Caught between a wolf in front and a tiger behind, they had no choice but to fight. Qin Sheng stepped in front of Meng Yi, declaring, "I will protect my lord with my life." If Meng Yi had gazed into Qin Sheng's eyes at that moment, he would have been astonished. The gaze of this lowly bioengineered soldier was brimming with the power of conviction. Qin Sheng surged forward. The Xiongnu laughed heartily. Just a lowly soldier. He comes to meet his demise. Several Xiongnu brandished curved blades, charging forth, believing they could dispatch Qin Sheng in an instant. Just as the two sides closed the distance to 50 meters, Qin Sheng suddenly raised his repeating crossbow, rapidly pulling the trigger. Whoosh, 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 several foes fell. Struck by arrows, a golden glow enveloped Qin Sheng, signaling his level up. If Meng Yi recalled correctly, this marked Qin Sheng's 3rd promotion. Meng Yi opened the system panel, clicking on the icon for Soldier Qin Sheng. Indeed, Qin Sheng had ascended to level 3. The Xiongnu were enraged, all mobilizing. "Kill that scoundrel!" Some raised their bows to target Qin Sheng. He aimed at the approaching horde, furiously firing his crossbow, arrows raining down like locusts upon the Xiongnu cavalry, some enhanced by lethal strikes. Meng Yi was left in awe. The arrows in the crossbow seemed endless. What sorcery was this? Many enemies fell, particularly those struck by critical shots, meeting instant death, though Qin Sheng too bore numerous arrow wounds. It remained uncertain whether the Xiongnu's bows were simply feeble or if it was the nature of his armor. The arrows, while embedded in him, did not penetrate deeply. They merely hung from his armor. It was a mystery what material the armor was made from, capable of withstanding such attacks. However, Qin Sheng's steed fared poorly, struck in a vital area, collapsing to the ground, with 5 enemies now surrounding him. Brandishing their curved blades, Qin Sheng faced peril. Just then, a neigh pierced the air. A basic warhorse had arrived behind Qin Sheng. The horse pivoted, raising its hooves for a powerful kick, with a resounding thud. It sent the foremost enemy's mount reeling off course, causing chaos among the ranks. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Sheng swiftly fired again, Whoosh, 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 all enemies fell. Exhausted, Qin Shang collapsed to his knees. Meng Yi approached, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Well done. Suddenly, Meng Yi's gaze was drawn to a Xiongnu's bag that had fallen to the ground, spilling forth golden treasures its gold. Meng Yi rushed forward, grasping it eagerly. Detected item convertible to gold coins. Proceed with conversion. Indeed, it was gold. Convert. Meng Yi hurriedly searched for any additional treasures, finding a substantial amount, in total, he exchanged for 28 gold coins. Clearly, these Xiongnu had recently plundered elsewhere. With newfound wealth, Meng Yi promptly summoned 5 Chinese soldiers. 5 arcs of electricity rose, manifesting the soldiers. This spectacle left the Zhou mother and daughter utterly astounded. Even the young girl let out a short gasp, promptly silenced by her mother's hand. Was Meng Yi a deity? He could conjure living beings. Previously, witnessing him unlock weapons was remarkable, but this was a thrill beyond compare. Oblivious to the profound shock he had caused the mother and daughter, Meng Yi continued to examine the newly acquired soldiers. With 8 gold coins remaining, he opened the system panel to review the attributes of the scouts. Scout, a ranged combat unit equipped with horses. Capable of becoming light cavalry. Cost, 8 gold coins. Population, 2 attributes. Health 450, Energy 30, Strength 18, Agility 20, Intelligence 35. Range equipment. Divine Arm Crossbow, Attack Power 48, Effective Range, 350 meters, Maximum Reserve, 15 bolts, Armor, none. Armor value, 0 skills, Stealth, active skill consumes 15 energy points to enter an invisible state for 25 seconds, increasing movement speed by 15. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Passive skill, Reconnaissance. The scout's keen observation increases the exploration range of the map by 100. The Divine Arm Crossbow boasts an impressive range of 350 meters. Furthermore, it possesses stealth and reconnaissance capabilities. Excellent. Meng Yi promptly exchanged for a scout. The scout was gradually summoned forth. His attire closely resembled that of Chinese soldiers, albeit with distinct equipment. Their weapon was a large crossbow, which should be the famed Divine Arm Crossbow. It was said to be the most formidable weapon employed by the Song dynasty against their foes. During that era, the cavalry of the Jin army found the Divine Arm Crossbow to be a significant headache, yet they were utterly unable to counter it. The Song army had issued a strict command. As long as the crossbow was in their possession, it must never fall into enemy hands. The loss of the Divine Arm Crossbow would mean certain doom. This clearly illustrates the weapon's extraordinary prowess. After the fall of the Song dynasty, the Divine Arm Crossbow was likewise lost to time. No one could ascertain the mysterious mechanisms that rendered it a legendary weapon. However, it was unequivocally more than just a simple crossbow. To Meng Yi's surprise, the scout was also equipped with a monocular telescope, a piece of high technology in ancient times. Meng Yi lifted the telescope to survey the distance. Across a span of 1,000 meters, he beheld Zhao Yun besieged by a throng of Xiongnu warriors. Quickly, mount up. Let us charge back. Fortunately, this band of Xiongnu cavalry had left behind a multitude of war horses. Meng Yi led his soldiers to rescue Zhao Yun, armed with divine weaponry and superior steeds. Zhao Yun fought valiantly within the Xiongnu ranks, striking at the enemy in clusters, ensuring they dared not unleash their arrows upon him. Nearby, the captured Han civilians also noticed Zhao Yun. "Look, someone has come to save us," a voice exclaimed, astonished that one man would dare to charge into the enemy lines. Some shook their heads, skeptical of Zhao Yun's chances. Alas, he is but one man. How could he possibly withstand so many Xiongnu? He will surely meet his demise. The Xiongnu cavalry leader, witnessing his men fall one by one, could no longer restrain himself. He stealthily approached Zhao Yun from behind, intending a fatal strike. Die. Zhao Yun, possessing acute senses, did not even turn around as he deflected the attack. The force of the clash left the cavalry leader's arm numb. With a few deft thrusts, Zhao Yun overwhelmed the leader, who was left in a state of shock. "This man is incredibly formidable. Mu Han, I come to aid you." At that moment, another figure charged forth from the side, a small chief, robust and formidable, appearing to be a seasoned warrior. Yet, Zhao Yun, undaunted, engaged both adversaries, his speed of attack increasing exponentially. Suddenly, he bellowed, 100 birds facing the phoenix. An unexpected transformation unfolded. The white horse general swiftly wielded his silver spear, unleashing a flurry of spear shadows from all directions towards the two foes. The spear shadows seemed to carry a chilling shriek, instilling fear in the hearts of all. With a series of puncturing sounds, the spear shadows dissipated, leaving both enemies riddled with wounds, and they fell lifeless to the ground. The onlookers were astounded at how easily their leader had been slain. The man Zhao Yun had just vanquished was Meng Yi, the mightiest warrior of his tribe. Typically, even a dozen men could not contend with him. Yet he had been effortlessly dispatched. Under Zhao Yun's piercing gaze, none dared to advance further. Just then, Meng Yi and his party returned. The Xiongnu, witnessing Zhao Yun's prowess and the arrival of reinforcements, immediately faltered. A voice rang out from the crowd, "Retreat!" In an instant, they scattered in disarray at this moment. Zhao Yun was bloodied and weary, nearing his limits. Despite his impressive skill, his stamina was dwindling, and if the enemy persisted for just a little longer, he would surely falter. Meng Yi hurried to Zhao Yun's side. "Zilong, are you unharmed?" "I am well, merely fatigued. Thanks to my second brother, I was able to wield the weapons and mount the steed. Otherwise, I doubt I would have lasted this long." "Well, you certainly do not appear well. You are covered in blood." Zhao Yun glanced at his bloodstains and chuckled lightly. "Oh, these are merely the enemies." Meng Yi sighed in relief. "As long as you are unharmed." Zhao Yun then inquired, puzzled, about the newly summoned warriors. "Second brother, who are these men?" "They are all my subordinates, brothers who have faced life and death." Meng Yi felt it was time to divulge some secrets to Zhao Yun, lest he have to explain further down the line. "Not only can I unseal divine weapons and noble steeds, but I can also summon celestial soldiers." Rather than delve into the complexities of the summoning system, Meng Yi opted to convey something Zhao Yun would comprehend. "Such power! But why do you not summon more celestial soldiers?" "I wish I could, but my ability to summon them is limited and requires gold." "Ah, I see. By the way, I've noticed that many of these Xiongnu possess gold, likely plundered from our Han people, that we cannot let them benefit." Meng Yi commanded his soldiers to search for gold. He himself wandered among the corpses, not in search of gold, but rather to observe for any magical artifacts. He still did not understand the origin of these artifacts or why they were so scarce. While searching, he suddenly spotted something in the distance. He hastened his pace and halted before a body that was not a magical artifact he had seen, but rather an object hovering above the corpse. Yes, hovering, defying gravity, suspended 10 centimeters above the body. It was a translucent glove-shaped item. Meng Yi reached out and grasped the floating object. As he lifted it, it immediately solidified. Treasure, Ogre's Gauntlet. Value, 30 gold coins. Effect, increases the wielder's strength by 3. Maximum health by 75 and slightly enhances HP recovery speed. A treasure. Could this be a drop? Meng Yi stored the item in his space and shook his head slightly. There was too little information. Pondering too much now would yield little benefit. He raised his head to assess the progress of the search among the corpses that a few soldiers had only just completed a small fraction of their task. The pace was rather slow. Wait, did I not possess a function to detect gold? With so many slain, I should have accumulated considerable merit. Meng Yi accessed the system interface. Military merit value, 215. 300. Wow, such a high merit value. I could level up soon. Should I wait a bit longer? Never mind, I shall activate the function now. What I urgently need is gold, not levels, and no matter how high my level. Without gold to summon soldiers, it would be in vain. System, activate the gold detection function. Activating the gold detection function will consume 200 merit points. Do you confirm? Confirm that in the next moment, the system interface transformed. To the right of the minimap, a small radar icon appeared. Gold exploration function. Can detect all gold within a 500-meter radius on the surface and up to 2 meters underground. Meng Yi clicked to activate it. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred that a golden pointer appeared on the minimap, rotating clockwise and covering almost half of the map. After 3 rotations, the pointer vanished and numerous golden markers emerged on the mini-dash map in Meng Yi's view. A large golden marker appeared at his location, resembling an inverted cone suspended above the ground, its tip pointing downward. Above the golden cone, the amount of gold was indicated. Meng Yi approached the nearest marker. It indicated 2 grams of gold. Indeed, after searching the corpses, Meng Yi found 2 grams of gold. Excellent. This 200 merit was well spent. Meng Yi called a few soldiers over and instructed, "You all search for gold according to the markers." Understood. With the advent of the golden exploration feature, the efficiency truly differed. In no time, several soldiers had completed their search. To my astonishment, the total amount of gold discovered was enough to exchange for 138 gold coins. A bountiful harvest. This would allow for the summoning of even more soldiers. Unbeknownst to Meng Yi, a pair of eyes in the distance were fixated on him intently. Gul'dan, concealed in a hidden corner, observed his every move. He had initially intended to flee, but the thought that the Huns might eliminate Zhao Yun and Meng Yi presented a tempting opportunity. If successful, he could effortlessly secure a second base. However, he was infuriated to discover that the Huns were so easily defeated, allowing Meng Yi to amass such a fortune in gold. Meng Yi, just you wait. Are you not bound for Taiyuan City? I shall have my revenge. Just as Meng Yi was engaged in a search for gold, a large throng of people approached from afar. Among them were men, women, and children, all disheveled and clad in rags. They appeared to be Han slaves captured by the Huns. These individuals knelt before Zhao Yun, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, General, for saving our lives. Without your intervention, we would have met a dreadful fate." They fell to their knees in unison, having witnessed Zhao Yun bravely charging through enemy ranks, slaying foes with remarkable prowess, which moved them to tears. Seeing Zhao Yun single-handedly drive off the Huns left them in disbelief and elated in their eyes. Zhao Yun was a god of war, and many young women gazed at him with admiration. Among them was a youth named Luo Lai, who marveled at Zhao Yun's steed. Goodness, what a magnificent horse! Though he had seen many things in the realm of Bingzhou, he had never encountered such a breed. Zhao Yun was taken aback, realizing that he had inadvertently saved so many Han people, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Everyone, please rise and take tea." That moment, Meng Yi arrived, and Zhao Yun explained the situation to him. "Second brother, these individuals are in dire straits. I wish to escort them back to the Han. Would you consent?" "Indeed, Zilong, your actions are commendable. As fellow Han, we ought to assist one another in times of need." "I wholeheartedly agree." With this declaration, Zhao Yun's esteem for Meng Yi increased. The Huns had fled in such haste that they neglected to take their spoils. Regrettably, among these goods were no gold coins. Only provisions, salt, iron tools, and medicinal herbs. The winds on the prairie were brisk, yet the autumn sun remained warm as the caravan progressed. Meng Yi's curiosity was piqued about Qin Sheng's previous upgrade. "Qin Sheng, I noticed a golden glow surrounding you during battle. What was that about? Do you possess levels as well?" Replying to the Lord, "We indeed have levels that we warriors can enhance our levels through combat or training, with the highest being tier 3. Are you saying that even without a base, you can level up?" "Yes, my lord. However, the equipment levels you mentioned can only be improved after establishing a base, which differs from our training levels that require experience points." "Training levels?" "Yes, upon upgrading training levels. The refresh rate of crossbows, combat techniques, and shooting accuracy all improve, as does the recovery speed of crossbow bolts. For us Chinese ethnic soldiers, with each level gained, shooting accuracy increases by 10, recovery time per level decreases by 0.5 seconds, and sword drawing speed increases by 5, along with a 5 increase in successful blocks. After listening to Qin Sheng's explanation, Meng Yi pondered deeply if Qin Sheng and his comrades reached level 3. Wouldn't the recovery speed of their crossbows decrease to 0.5 seconds? No wonder they could fire so swiftly. Hearing Qin Sheng mention that a base could also enhance equipment levels, Meng Yi became curious about what else a base could do to warrant such a large sum of gold. Suddenly, a system voice echoed. "System announcement. The Night Elf race has completed the establishment of their base." "What? Has it only been a short while since the base was constructed?" 20,000 gold coins. The most I've seen until now is just over 100 coins. And that was due to my own talents. How could these night elves have managed that? Do they have a gold mine at home? As it turns out, they indeed had a gold mine. Sylvanas possessed the talent of natural affinity, allowing her to communicate with flora and fauna, influencing their thoughts to a degree. Through her communication with various plants, she discovered a massive underground gold vein with a reserve of 100,000 gold coins in just over a day, thus establishing the Night Elf base. A towering tree rose from the ground, its canopy casting a vast shadow. The system granted 5 little elves to diligently commence mining. This announcement instilled a profound sense of urgency within Meng. He had previously not regarded the establishment of a base as an urgent matter, but 20,000 gold coins were at stake. How could it be possible to gather such wealth so swiftly? This left only one possibility. The opposition had likely found a gold mine, and their luck was indeed extraordinary. Meng Yi was now fervently eager to understand the functionalities of establishing a base. System, what functions will be available upon establishing a base? Replying to the host, upon establishing a base, you can produce higher-tier warriors and enhance their combat abilities by constructing additional buildings. For instance, building a blacksmith shop can upgrade weaponry, and a shop can be used to purchase items. Only after upgrading to a second-tier base can you create intermediate soldiers. Furthermore, the base itself serves as a formidable defensive structure. However, the functionalities of bases differ slightly among races. For instance, the Chinese ethnic base can construct a treasury hall that provides a stable income of gold coins for the host. Wow! Is the Chinese ethnic base truly that impressive? So, once I establish a base, I can continuously produce troops. Previously, Meng Yi had thought the Chinese ethnic group to be weak, but now it seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. The only issue was, where could he procure these 20,000 gold coins? After a day of travel, the caravan finally entered Han territory, allowing them to halt and rest. Meng Yi sought out Zhao Yun. Previously, Zhao Yun had not witnessed the summoning of soldiers. But this time, Meng Yi intended to showcase a larger summoning. Come, Zilong, let me show you something remarkable. Meng Yi led Zhao Yun to the back of the caravan, a secluded spot filled with goods. Second brother, what is it that you are being so mysterious about? Summoning celestial soldiers. You didn't see the previous summoning, but this time I shall perform a grander one. Neither Meng Yi nor Zhao Yun noticed that another individual was present. Luo Lai had been hiding in the cart, attempting to catch some rest, and was startled awake by their conversation. Summoning celestial soldiers? What on earth? Meng Yi produced the miniature Chinese ethnic base to summon soldiers. Summoning 25 Chinese ethnic soldiers, 25 arcs of electricity rose slowly, and 25 warriors were summoned, kneeling in unison and declaring, "We greet your majesty." This spectacle startled Luo Lai, who gasped in surprise although his voice was barely audible. It caught the attention of the equally astonished Zhao Yun. "Who goes there?" Stepped forward. Aware that he could not escape, Luo Lai hurriedly descended from the cart and knelt on the ground. "You saw everything, didn't you?" "My lord, I did not intend to eavesdrop. I was merely resting in the cart." "You needn't worry. I am very discreet and will not speak of this." Meng Yi frowned, skeptical of the man's sincerity. "Zilong, look at this fellow. His sharp features and shifty demeanor suggest he is not to be trusted. We should eliminate him to avoid future troubles." Before Zhao Yun could respond, Luo Lai rushed forward, grasping Meng Yi's leg in a plea for mercy. "My lord, please don't. I am willing to serve you faithfully. Just do not kill me." Meng Yi, filled with disdain, was about to kick him away when he suddenly sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. This man possessed a spiritual artifact. Meng Yi glanced around and instructed Zhao Yun, "Zilong, keep watch. Ensure no one else approaches." "Understood, second brother." Once Zhao Yun departed, Meng Yi turned to Luo Lai and commanded, "Produce everything you have on you. Leave nothing behind." Being nighttime, he could identify any spiritual artifacts at a glance. This request left Luo Lai momentarily stunned, yet he complied obediently to, "I'll get it right away." Luo Lai rummaged through the contents of his clothes, extracting an assortment of items in a chaotic manner. He had not anticipated that such seemingly limited garments could accommodate so much. However, as he continued to search, Luo Lai's pace gradually slowed, revealing a hint of hesitation. Meng Yi, growing somewhat impatient, wondered why, among all these items, he could not find the spiritual artifact he sought. "Hurry up. What else is there? Bring it all out." Upon hearing this, Luo Lai gritted his teeth and ultimately produced a particular item. Meng Yi squinted. It was a book radiating a faint glow. His astonishment. It was indeed a book. Such spiritual artifacts in the form of books were a novelty for Meng Yi. Hand it over. Luo Lai's expression was peculiar as he lowered his head, tremblingly offering the book. Meng Yi swiftly snatched it from Luo Lai's grasp and scrutinized it closely. The Thief Saint's Manual. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. IT revealed that the Thief Saint's Manual had not yet been activated. Would you like to activate it? Activate that a kaleidoscope of colors shimmered across the book before fading away. Activation complete. Skill book. Stealing technique, 300 gold. Effect. Upon use, grants the stealing technique. What? This is actually a skill book. Meng Yi's heart surged with exhilaration, though he maintained a composed exterior as he examined the skill's description. Stealing technique. Passive skill. Attacking enemies grants a 15 chance of obtaining valuable items from them. That if the attacked enemy dies, you will receive 0.2 gold for every point of health consumed. The skill has 5 levels, each increasing the item acquisition chance by 5 and the health to gold conversion rate by 0.2. This is simply a divine skill. I can hardly believe my luck in stumbling upon such a treasure. This is indeed a remarkable find. Meng Yi marveled internally, his delight evident on his face. Where did you acquire this book? My lord, this book has been passed down through my family for generations. So, you claim to be a descendant of the Thief Saint? I cannot say for certain if my ancestors were indeed the Thief Saint. I have merely had this book since I can remember. Do you have no parents? My lord, my parents passed away early, and I have wandered the streets since childhood. Had I not learned a few tricks from this book, I might not have survived. Luo Lai, perceptive to Meng Yi's interest in the book, suddenly became shrewd. He had witnessed Meng Yi's miraculous abilities, capable of conjuring objects in these tumultuous times. This noble's future was undoubtedly bright, and he saw an opportunity to align himself with someone powerful. If you desire this book, I shall give it to you, but I only ask to follow and serve you. Meng Yi hesitated, glancing at Luo Lai, who knelt with his head bowed, evoking a sense of sympathy within him. This skill book had come from Luo Lai, and he was not a thief. Since Luo Lai wished to accompany him, Meng Yi decided to offer him a chance. You genuinely wish to follow me? Upon hearing Meng Yi's inquiry, Luo Lai's eyes sparkled. Yes, my lord. Meng Yi silently assessed Luo Lai's attributes. Name. Luo Lai health. 175 attack. 18 leadership. 15 strength. 7 agility. 15 intelligence. 59 politics. 12 charm. 17 favorability. 55 his loyalty was commendable, suggesting no ulterior motives. Although he lacked exceptional abilities, Meng Yi found Luo Lai to be quite clever. However, his attributes seemed rather ordinary, and Meng Yi could not help but feel a tinge of disdain for Luo Lai's unappealing appearance, which explained his low charm score. Nevertheless, these were not the most pressing concerns. Meng Yi could overlook lower abilities but could not tolerate poor character. Having grown up on the streets, Luo Lai likely possessed some undesirable traits. If he were obedient to Meng Yi yet cruel to others, that would be entirely unacceptable. Meng Yi had no desire to become the next Gao Qiu. Meng Yi wished to test Luo Lai's character further before making a decision. You may leave. I do not accept those who engage in petty theft. Upon hearing this, Luo Lai felt as though he had been struck by lightning, for he detested being labeled a petty thief. And a wave of humiliation surged within him. Trembling with anger, Luo Lai, emboldened by his indignation, raised his head to meet Meng Yi's gaze. My lord, who would willingly resort to petty theft if they could fill their stomachs. I, Luo Lai, have been an orphan since childhood, unloved and uncherished, enduring countless beatings and humiliations, nearly starving to death on multiple occasions that I merely wish to survive. Is that a crime? Why do those born in a luxury live in comfort while I endure hunger and cold? Why is it, my lord, that you possess such a fine appearance while I am left looking like this? I too desire a normal life, yet fate has dealt me this hand, and I am met with disdain wherever I go. Even when seeking to serve others, no one would have me. That I learned long ago that if I do not act with some audacity and cunning, no one will show me pity. I must rely on myself. At this point, Luo Lai bit his lip. Striving to hold back his tears, he stood up, turned away from Meng Yi, and declared, If you do not want me, I shall take my leave. Just then, Meng Yi called out, "Wait." Luo Lai halted, but did not turn back. "That my lord. Is there something else you require?" After hearing Luo Lai's heartfelt words, Meng Yi resolved to keep him. Although he had not personally experienced Luo Lai's struggles, he could empathize that in similar circumstances, he too might have made the same choices. Luo Lai's remark about Meng Yi's favorable appearance struck a chord within him. Reflecting on his past life, he had never considered himself handsome. Who would wish to be a clown instead of an idol? Life is inherently unfair, leaving little choice. Meng Yi sensed that Luo Lai was not inherently bad. At least he still regarded theft as a shameful act. Once a person loses their dignity and moral compass, they become capable of anything. "I have decided to keep you." "What? My lord, do you not despise me as a petty thief?" "Huh. That was merely a test. Congratulations, you have passed, and I do not consider theft to be inherently disgraceful." "What?" This left Luo Lai utterly bewildered. Even he thought of theft as shameful, yet Meng Yi did not, which was entirely unexpected. "I believe theft is merely a skill that if used for nefarious purposes, then it is indeed shameful. But if employed for good, it could be honorable, much like a knife. Can one truly say that a knife is inherently evil? It all depends on the character of the one wielding it. Have you heard Robin Hood?" Luo Lai shook his head, indicating he had never heard of such a figure. "What about Yin Zi or Li San?" Luo Lai shook his head again, perplexed by these names. Observing Meng Yi's expression, he realized that he was not jesting. Yet he had never encountered these figures before. They were legendary outlaws who robbed the rich to aid the needy. Thus, any skill is merely a tool. Luo Lai, still in a state of confusion, nodded slowly. Moments later, without understanding why, he suddenly knelt before Meng Yi, bowing his head in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for your guidance. I shall repay your kindness in this lifetime." As he spoke, Luo Lai unexpectedly burst into tears, something he had restrained during Meng Yi's previous disdain. Now, however, he cried like a child, as if years of suppressed anguish were being released all at once. "Enough now. That's quite enough. It's unbecoming for a grown man to be seen like this. Others might think I have wronged you." Upon hearing Meng Yi's words, Luo Lai wiped his tears and stood up. "I shall take this book. Rest assured, I will not neglect you in the future. You may go." "Thank you, my lord." "Wait." Luo Lai turned back in confusion, uncertain of what else Meng Yi might want from now on. "Do not call me my lord. We are allies now, just like Qin Cheng and the others. Refer to me as master." "Yes, master." As Luo Lai departed, Meng Yi picked up the skill book, eager to study its contents. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If Zhao Yun were to learn this skill, wouldn't that be something? However, just as the idea crossed his mind, the system emitted a notification that IT informed him that only system units with a skill slot could acquire skills. To his dismay, it seemed that the opportunity was reserved solely for him. With a decisive thud, Meng Yi slammed the skill book down, causing it to vanish, and a torrent of complex knowledge surged into his mind. His brain felt as if it were swelling, a sensation that gradually faded after a brief period. Upon accessing the system interface, he discovered that an additional skill, the art of theft, had materialized in his skill slot. Below the skill icon, he noticed a progress bar reading 1000, indicating the method by which skills could be upgraded. He had anticipated that skills here were enhanced through proficiency accumulation. He resolved to seek someone to test this. Suddenly, he recalled that the soldiers consistently referred to him as Your Majesty. If this were to reach the ears of ill-intentioned individuals, it could spell trouble. Thus, he commanded the system to alter the default title to Master. The stars in the grasslands shone with exceptional clarity, and the moon appeared remarkably large, a sight that would have been unimaginable in his previous life. Meng Yi sat cross-legged beneath the starry sky. Preparing to cultivate his internal energy, he realized he ought to delve deeper into the internal cultivation techniques. Otherwise, how would he ever amass proficiency? Meng Yi began to meditate and circulate his energy. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt utterly at a loss, unable to even draw energy into his body after a lengthy attempt. Frustrated, he decided to seek out Zhao Yun to observe his practice, hoping for some inspiration. Upon finding Zhao Yun, Meng Yi said, "Zilong, I previously mentioned that I possess a unique martial art. Now that we are undisturbed, I shall impart this technique to you." hearing that Meng Yi was there to pass on his skills. Zhao Yun immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "Very well, please enlighten me, second brother. There's no need for such formality." "Relax," Meng Yi replied. "This technique is called internal energy cultivation, which involves guiding energy in the body to flow through the meridians, gradually strengthening and expanding them, thereby forming internal power. The greater the internal power, the mightier the effects. This method consists of 7 levels, each more profound than the last, with each breakthrough exponentially enhancing its potency. I will now transmit the core principles to you, so listen carefully." "Understood." Meng Yi thoroughly explained the internal cultivation techniques and movements to Zhao Yun. "Now practice it on your own and see how it goes." "All right." Zhao Yun became earnest, executing each movement with precision, harboring no doubts about Meng Yi's words. Meng Yi watched anxiously, wondering if this young man would succeed. After the passage of a single incense sticks time, Zhao Yun suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled a gust of stale air. "Second brother, this technique is indeed remarkable. After circulating it for 1 cycle, I feel invigorated, as if the fatigue of the day has vanished." "What? You've already completed a full cycle?" Meng Yi exclaimed at, "There's something amiss? Is there something amiss? It should be quite the opposite, shouldn't it? You, my friend, are the true prodigy here," Meng Yi thought, amused at "No matter. Continue practicing and aim to break through the first level as soon as possible." It appeared that the technique was sound. The issue lay with him. What could possibly be going wrong? He resolved to try again later. Returning to his bedding, Meng Yi commanded the soldiers to maintain a vigilant watch, ensuring no one disturbed him. It's illogical. Zhao Yun managed to learn it so swiftly, yet I cannot. He began circulating his energy, calming his mind to truly feel the flow within. Once he dismissed his chaotic thoughts, he suddenly sensed an external energy, thin but undeniably present. He guided this energy into his body, controlling it as it traversed the meridians according to the technique. "I've succeeded. I truly have." Overcome with excitement, he nearly let the energy disperse. Steeling himself, he focused intently, directing the energy through the meridians until it settled into his dantian. After a while, Meng Yi opened his eyes. Having completed a full cycle, he hastily checked his attribute panel, eager to see how much his energy value had increased. Energy value, 0.20. What's happening? Not even a single point gained. It appears that internal cultivation is indeed not easy. Continuing his practice, Meng Yi checked his attributes after each completed cycle. Finally, after the 5th cycle, his energy value had risen slightly. What an arduous journey. Each cycle takes over 20 minutes. 5 cycles amount to nearly 2 hours. At this rate, breaking through the first level will require 40 hours of cultivation. Yet who claimed that practicing internal energy could replace sleep? Although my body feels fine, guiding this energy with focused intent is quite tiring. Unaware of how long he had been practicing, Meng Yi eventually succumbed to slumber in the tent of the Xiongnu Gellier tribe. The cavalrymen of the Jie tribe, routed by Zhao Yun, hurried into the main tent. Anxiety etched on his face, he knelt at the feet of a formidable man. Reporting to the Chanyu, our party encountered a devastating ambush from the Han forces. Only 30 of our brothers managed to escape. The rest perished, and Amuhan has also fallen in battle. All the plundered goods have been taken by them. Upon hearing this, Chanyu Gellier's hand trembled, his voice laced with disbelief. What did you say? Amuhan is dead. Indeed, that my nephew. Has he truly met his end? What of Meng Dag? Was he not supposed to protect him? Where has he gone? Meng Dag was also slain alongside Amuhan. What? Do you know who the assailants were? How many were there? They were likely regular troops of the Han. There were only a few of them. Upon hearing that only a few had managed to overpower over 200 of his men, Gellier's fury ignited. You incompetent fools! Over 200 of you couldn't handle just a handful of adversaries. Are you all mere swine? In a fit of rage, Gellier drew his curved blade, poised to execute the messenger. Spare me! Chanyu, spare me! One among them was exceedingly powerful. None of us could withstand him. He was the one who killed Amuhan, and they possessed a bow that could shoot multiple arrows in quick succession. Many of our men fell to that device. Gellier hesitated, his grip loosening on the weapon as he contemplated this revelation. A bow capable of rapid fire. Absolutely. The rate of fire was astonishing. Before we could even aim our arrows, they had already unleashed several volleys. Gellier's anger waned slightly. Sheathing his blade, he narrowed his eyes and thought to go, summon all the brothers of our tribe, that we must ensure this group is captured to avenge my nephew. Understood. The midday sun blazed intensely, and Meng Yi, still groggy, rubbed his eyes and yawned, hearing the creaking of the wagon wheels. As he surveyed his surroundings, he awakened fully, realizing he was on a cart and had unknowingly fallen asleep on the lap of the Zhao clan member. How did I end up here? Zhao blushed deeply. You're awake. This morning, General Zhao saw you were too tired to rise, so he placed you on the cart at My apologies. I slept far too soundly. It is quite all right. I requested to take care of you. Young Master Meng has saved me twice from peril, and I find myself at a loss for how to repay you. The atmosphere inside the cart grew suddenly intimate. Just then, a voice broke the awkward silence. Second brother, you're awake. We're only 20 miles from Taiyuan County. Oh, splendid. I anticipated our journey to be so smooth. By the way, how did your practice go yesterday? How do you feel physically? As he spoke, Meng Yi checked Zhao Yun's attributes, eager to see how much his energy value had increased. Zhao Yun's energy value read 2260. Astonished, Meng Yi gasped, "What? How is this possible? How could it increase so rapidly? In just one night, he has surged 20 points, reaching the first level. I took over 2 hours to gain a mere fraction of a point, even if Zhao Yun had practiced tirelessly throughout the night. He should have only gained 6 or 7 points at most. Could it be that Zhao Yun is indeed the legendary martial prodigy? I was just about to mention this to my second brother. Yesterday, while practicing my skills, I discovered that the energy described in the techniques he taught me already resided within me. As I channel my energy, it effortlessly flowed into my meridians, quickly filling my dantian. And before I knew it, I was on the verge of a breakthrough. Upon hearing Zhao Yun's words, Meng Yi understood so this energy has always existed within Zhao Yun. No wonder he perceives energy more swiftly than I do. And no wonder he achieved the first tier of mastery overnight. The comparison between people truly is unfair. I wonder if other warriors also harbor this energy within them. Zhao Yun's innate talent indeed stirred a hint of envy in Meng Yi. Yet he felt genuine joy for him. The rapid enhancement of Zhao Yun's abilities would ensure greater safety for them all. Meng Yi sincerely praised. Marvelous. Zilong's extraordinary talent indeed makes him a martial genius. Just then Luo Lai rubbed his hands and interjected, "My lord, what techniques are you both discussing? Could you teach me as well?" Once I learn, I can protect you too." Meng Yi cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "You arrive and seek benefits right away. My techniques are not for the average person. Let us wait and see how you perform in due course." As the two conversed, a swift horse galloped toward them. A scout from the rear. "Report, my lord. We have spotted a large number of cavalry approaching from behind, likely Huns, numbering around 800 at Meng Yi and Zhao Yun exchanged glances, and Zhao Yun spoke first. "Second brother, I will draw them away. My horse is significantly faster, and no matter how many there are, they cannot catch me." After a moment of contemplation, Meng Yi surveyed the terrain and glanced at the small map before saying, "Very well, I see a grove to the west. I will lead our men there. You draw the Huns toward the east. Even if they suspect you're luring them away, they will likely think we have retreated to Taiyuan. Once they arrive at Taiyuan and find no one, we can circle back." Zhao Yun nodded in agreement. "That is the only option." Just as Zhao Yun was about to depart, Meng Yi suddenly recalled something. "Wait a moment." He dismounted and approached the scout, retrieving his telescope and divine crossbow. "Zilong, take these 2 items with you." Zhao Yun accepted the telescope and divine crossbow, having been curious about the scout's unfamiliar equipment. The divine crossbow, in particular, was a rare sight, appearing quite formidable. Meng Yi explained, "This is a telescope. It allows you to see distant objects clearly. The usage is quite simple. Look through the small end with your eye and point the larger end toward the object. Give it a try." Zhao Yun took the telescope and followed Meng Yi's instructions to gaze into the distance. After a moment, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This truly offers a clear view. Is this also a treasure of second brothers? This is hardly a treasure. It is merely somewhat complicated to make. Luo Lai watched enviously, wishing he could also take a peek. Zhao Yun then picked up the divine crossbow. Meng Yi elaborated, this divine crossbow can shoot up to 350 meters with uncompromised power, though it requires considerable effort to draw back the string, necessitating the use of your feet to brace it while exerting force with your hands and legs. Before Meng Yi could finish, Zhao Yun had already single-handedly drawn the divine crossbow and aimed it at the sky. Whoosh! The bolt shot forth, tracing an arc through the air, far exceeding the 350-meter range. Zhao Yun retracted the divine crossbow, marveling, what an impressive crossbow. By heavens, Luo Lai gaped in disbelief at the display. Second brother, I am off. Please take care. Zhao Yun clasped his fists and rode away. Meng Yi gazed at Zhao Yun's retreating figure, murmuring, I hope nothing goes awry. Zhao Yun urged his horse into a furious gallop, reaching speeds of 100 kilometers per hour, and soon caught sight of the enemy. He halted his steed and observed for a moment through the telescope. Within its view, he discerned a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire, surrounded by his entourage. That must be their leader. Zhao Yun aimed the divine crossbow at the middle-aged man. While it is well known that Zhao Yun excels in both spear and sword, few are aware of his prowess with bows and crossbows. Whoosh! The bolt was released at a distance of nearly 300 meters. The target appeared as a mere black dot, and considering the enemy's swift movement on horseback, the bolt flew swiftly. Thud! The bolt pierced through the crowd, striking two individuals before embedding itself in the chest of a third, who happened to stand directly in front of Grell's chieftain. The chieftain's bodyguard shouted, an enemy! Protect the chieftain! Zhao Yun understood that this arrow would not kill their leader, yet his objective had been achieved. He urged his horse forward, deliberately revealing his presence to the enemy, and aimed again at the chaos below. Whoosh! The bolt found its mark among the panicking crowd, exploding in bursts of crimson. The Hun cavalry soon noticed Zhao Yun. There he is! Capture him! A multitude of cavalry turned to pursue him. Meanwhile, Meng Yi's group hastened toward the grove. Suddenly, a scout returned with a report. Report, my lord. A large number of enemies have appeared to the southwest, numbering around 1,200. They do not appear to be Huns. Meng Yi spat in frustration, complaining, damn it. If they were to come, they should come all at once. Just as Zhao Yun leaves, we face these foes. What now? Luo Lai chimed in, my lord. What shall we do? Just after General Zhao departs, we encounter these people. We are doomed. Meng Yi shot him a glare, retorting, shut your ravenous mouth. I regret ever bringing you along. When the enemy arrives, I may just toss you to them. Luo Lai understood that Meng Yi was only trying to intimidate him, and quickly closed his mouth in resignation. Stop the advance of the troops. Understood. After Luo Lai departed, Meng Yi furrowed his brow, realizing the perilous situation they faced. Taking on 1,200 foes with his mere 30 warriors was impossible. Should he abandon them and flee on horseback? He instantly dismissed that thought. No, that would obliterate the persona he had painstakingly crafted before Zhao Yun, who would surely abandon him. Zhao Yun was now of utmost importance. He needed to discern who these foes were before making any decisions. Meng Yi opened the small map, which had yet to reveal the enemy's presence. They must not have noticed him yet. He moved to the front of the group, using the scout's telescope to survey the approaching enemy from a distance. Through the lens, he saw a throng of cavalry leading numerous infantry marching forward. They wore yellow headbands and most donned rudimentary armor that only protected vital areas, with only a handful appearing somewhat properly equipped. Upon seeing this, Meng Yi immediately thought of the Yellow Turban Army. Could it be the Yellow Turbans? What misfortune to encounter them here. The enemy was still quite distant. They could still change direction in time. Qin Sheng ordered the troops to adjust their formation immediately. His voice trailed off as he surveyed his surroundings, sighing. Where could they go? To the northwest lay the El Liang Mountains, to the northeast the pursuing Huns, and the southwest led to Taiyuan. Alas, they were caught between a wolf and a tiger. It was impossible to contend with 30 warriors against such odds. Should they seek refuge in the mountains? No, that would be utterly foolish. The only advantage they had was the speed of their steeds. Entering the mountains would be akin to seeking their own demise. Meng Yi's brow furrowed deeply, his mind racing that a decision must be reached quickly. After a moment, he relaxed his furrowed brow. What am I doing? I'm a person with a system. How can I panic? The yellow turbans are not the Huns. They should not be excessively brutal at worst. These people would just capture us that I can feign ignorance. Put on a show, exchange a few blows, and then escape. I will devise a plan once Zhao Yun returns. With this realization, Meng Yi felt less anxious. He opened the small map, now filled with numerous red dots, confirming the enemy's substantial numbers. This small map was indeed wondrous. He had not noticed before that it could predict the relationship between enemy and ally, since the system has identified the red dot. It is evident that the opposing party is an enemy rather than a friend. The individuals across the way have clearly noticed Meng Yi's troop, and the cavalry hastens forward, detaching from their formation, heading directly towards Meng Yi and his men. From a distance, Meng Yi observes a commander among the cavalry, adorned in armor and possessing a demeanor that sets him apart from the rest. It is evident that this is the leader of the opposing forces. Meng Yi proceeds to scrutinize the attributes of the opponent. Name: Yangfeng health, 1150 attack power, 65 leadership, 66 strength, 32 agility, 40 intelligence, 41 politics, 24 charm, 58 defense, 17 Yangfeng. That name sounds quite familiar. Ah, it strikes me now. Meng Yi instantaneously recalls the information regarding Yangfeng. Yangfeng, the commander of the White Wave Army, later allied with the warlord Li Ju of Liangzhou. After the downfall of Dongzhou, he escorted Emperor Xian of Han, Lu Xie, from Chang'an back to Luoyang. When Yuan Shu attacked Elbu, Yangfeng surrendered to Elbu, aiding in a decisive victory over Yuan Shu, only to be ultimately lured into a trap and killed by Liu Bei. So, it is Yangfeng of the White Wave Army. This individual possesses a certain intellect and is among the few who could discern the prevailing circumstances, having risen from a mere bandit to the position of cavalry general. If it is he, matters may become more manageable. At that moment, a scout hurriedly returned to report the situation. My lord, General Zhao Yun has successfully diverted a portion of the enemy forces. However, there are still 400 men advancing towards us. What? The Xiongnu have pursued us here. How can this be? Meng Yi steadied his mind, perplexed about which aspect of the plan had faltered. It seems the strategy requires some alteration. The White Wave Army has now approached Meng Yi's position. Standing about 5 or 6 meters apart, one of Yangfeng's men stepped forward to speak. Who are you, and do you know where this place is? Meng Yi stepped forward, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. I am Meng Yi, a general of the Han army. We encountered Xiongnu bandits pillaging the common folk on our journey, and by a stroke of luck, I managed to defeat them and brought the people here. I was unaware that this was your esteemed territory. I ask for your understanding. Before Yangfeng could respond, a fierce-looking man beside him bellowed. What understanding are you talking about? Spare me your pleasantries. It is of no use. Drop everything you have and leave the women behind. We might spare your lives. Otherwise, you shall all be slain. Meng Yi, undeterred by the man's threats, replied in a calm and gentle voice. These items are of little consequence. Feel free to take them. However, I have a request. Please allow these innocent people to accompany you. Hearing Meng Yi's words, Yangfeng appeared somewhat taken aback. His interest piqued as he scrutinized Meng Yi. With his handsome features, splendid armor, and exceptionally fine steed, one could not help but feel an affinity towards him. His armor, crafted with remarkable skill, was evidently not something an ordinary person could possess. Yangfeng, having seen much of the world, recognized that generals of the Han typically did not possess the refinement exhibited by Meng Yi. This man spoke with elegance and exuded an extraordinary aura. He did not resemble a mere brutish warrior, and despite facing a group like Yangfeng's, he showed no signs of panic. This individual is certainly not simple. Just as one of Yangfeng's subordinates was about to speak again, Yangfeng halted him. I am Yangfeng of the White Wave Army. My subordinate has acted without courtesy and offended you, for which I ask your forgiveness. Since we are all subjects of the Han, how could I refuse a request from a fellow general? Yangfeng waved his hand and commanded, bring these people and their belongings back. Meng Yi once again clasped his fists towards Yangfeng. I am grateful, Leader Yang, for your kindness towards these commoners. I shall take my leave now. Hey, Meng Yi prepared to depart. Yang Feng called out, "Wait, where is the general headed?" Meng Yi feigned a casual exit. As anticipated, Yang Feng successfully detained him. Meng Yi turned back, for the next part was crucial to the plan that I must not conceal it from you. Leader Yang, the scouts have just reported that a large contingent of Xiongnu cavalry is pursuing from behind. I implore you to lead the civilians to safety at once, MY brothers, and I can hold them off for a time. Upon hearing Meng Yi's words, Yang Feng's men became agitated. Yang Feng inquired, "How many Xiongnu cavalry are there?" "Approximately 400. Yang Feng furrowed his brow. This number was neither overly significant nor trivial. He had brought 1,200 men, half of whom were cavalry, and he wasn't necessarily intimidated by the Xiongnu. Noticing Yang Feng's hesitation, Meng Yi decided to press further. "The Xiongnu are rapidly approaching. I urge Leader Yang to expedite the retreat." Finally, one of Yang Feng's men could no longer contain himself, shouting, "What are we waiting for? Do you look down on us? Damn it, it's just 400 Xiongnu scum. What can they do? Brave men do not act rashly. The Xiongnu are notoriously brutal and not easily dealt with. That if we triumph, all will be well. However, if we are defeated and captured, we would become their slaves, enduring unimaginable torment, living in conditions akin to that of pigs or dogs. It is said they carry no supplies, only Han women, whom they violate at night and slaughter for food by day." Upon hearing this, even Yang Feng, who was typically composed, could not remain indifferent. "Humph, send word down the line. Tell the men to hasten their pace. Form up and let them witness the might of the White Wave Army." With that, the White Wave Army swiftly reformed, transforming from a disorganized rabble into a force brimming with an atmosphere of grim determination. Meng Yi inwardly marveled at the White Wave Army's prowess. In truth, even if Meng Yi had not uttered those words, the two groups would have likely encountered each other, leading to inevitable conflict. The difference lay in the circumstances. Had they clashed without Meng Yi's intervention, their situation would have been far more precarious, potentially resulting in the surrender of their weapons and horses, thereby severely hampering the execution of their plan. Soon enough, the Xiongnu cavalry materialized within the line of sight of the White Wave Army, precisely as Meng Yi had indicated, numbering around 400. Among them was Chuluo, the Xiongnu chieftain, within the Xiongnu ranks. A scout approached Chuluo and reported, "Chieftain, a Han force has appeared ahead, numbering approximately 1,000. What of our target?" Also among them, Chuluo furrowed his brow and commanded, "Tell the troops to halt. We need to ascertain the whereabouts of the outgoing forces." Observing the Xiongnu halt, the White Wave Army began to murmur among themselves. "General, I believe they are afraid. Should we charge at them? Do not act impulsively. Let us see what they intend to do." Thus, the two armies stood in a tense standoff, which greatly distressed Meng Yi. If they did not engage, the plan could not proceed. Meng Yi summoned a scout and whispered a few instructions after receiving the command. The scout returned to the ranks, yet unbeknownst to anyone, the scout's figure suddenly vanished without a trace. Utilizing stealth, the scout quietly maneuvered to the rear of the Xiongnu forces, the entire process executed in silence. A rider burst forth from the Xiongnu cavalry, heading towards the White Wave Army, seemingly intent on ascertaining their intentions. The rider moved with great speed, causing Meng Yi considerable anxiety, just as the rider was nearing the White Wave Army. An unexpected turn of events transpired. A sharp arrow shot forth from the rear of the Xiongnu cavalry, soaring over their heads and aimed directly at Yang Feng, the commander of the White Wave Army. Whoosh! The arrow grazed Yang Feng's scalp, embedding itself into the crowd behind him, piercing through several individuals before finally coming to a halt. "Damn it! Despicable Xiongnu! They ambushed our leader! Attack! Damn it! Let's slaughter these bastards!" Yang Feng, momentarily stunned, took some time to recover. His men surged forth, shouting, "Charge!" The Xiongnu, caught off guard, were equally bewildered. Chuluo thundered, "Who shot that arrow?" "Chieftain, we do not know. It should not be one of ours. Our arrows cannot reach that far." "Enough of that. The enemy is upon us. Do we flee or charge forward?" "Humph. We charge. They are merely a rabble. To retreat would be a laughingstock." The Xiongnu cavalry, upon receiving orders, charged forward with fervor, and in an instant, The two forces clashed violently. Arrows flew through the air as they engaged in fierce combat. Meng Yi remained still, observing the scene. In a strategy, it was preferable for both sides to perish entirely. Should one faction prove overly dominant, he would intervene to maintain a precarious balance. The spectacle left Luo Lai trembling, for he had never witnessed such a grand confrontation. The Xiongnu were indeed formidable warriors. Their archery skills honed from a lifetime spent upon horseback, where intertribal skirmishes were commonplace, and combat had become second nature, each individual a seasoned fighter. Rather than facing the Bible army head-on, they circled around, employing a classic tactic known as kite flying, raining arrows upon their foes. With a flurry of arrows descending, countless soldiers of the Bible army fell victim to the relentless storm. Yet, the main force of the Bible army was not easily vanquished. Clad in armor, they withstood the arrows with relative ease. Their cavalry formed a wedge, piercing into the ranks of the Xiongnu, compelling them into close-quarters combat. For a moment, the battle reached a stalemate. Just then, a lone figure on horseback, like a flash of light, plunged into the rear of the Xiongnu cavalry with astonishing speed. This was none other than Zhao Yun, who had returned, but he charged into the enemy ranks with his spear. The sheer velocity of his assault, at a staggering 100 kilometers per hour, rendering his weapon almost unnecessary to wield, foes were sent flying from their mounts upon impact. After a brief rampage, Zhao Yun emerged from the fray, seemingly in search of something. His gaze soon fixed upon Meng Yi, and he galloped towards him. Meng Yi met him halfway. Zhao Yun, upon reaching him, expressed his apologies. "Elder brother, it is entirely my fault for inadequately handling matters, placing you in jeopardy." Meng Yi patted Zhao Yun's shoulder. "We are brothers. There's no need for such words. I did not anticipate they would pursue so vigorously. By the way, where is the other group of Xiongnu?" "They should still be circling to the east," Zhao Yun replied. "Upon noticing their pursuit towards you, I hurried back, fearing for your safety. Thankfully, you are unharmed." "Who are these people?" Zhao Yun inquired, gesturing towards the Bible army. "They are bandits I encountered on the road, calling themselves the Bible army. And how did they come to blows? I will explain later. For now, can you assess which of the two factions might prevail?" After observing for a moment, Zhao Yun spoke. "At present, the Bible army seems to hold the upper hand, but soon the other group of Xiongnu will arrive, and then the Bible soldiers may find it impossible to escape. Do you hold the Xiongnu in such high regard? It is not a matter of favoring them. I have fought the Xiongnu numerous times and am well acquainted with their combat prowess. In contrast, while the Bible army boasts numbers, they lack substantial fighting capability." Upon hearing Zhao Yun's words, Meng Yi fell into contemplation. Based on Zhao Yun's assessment, it was imperative to assist the Bible army. The question was when to intervene. If they delayed until the second wave of Xiongnu arrived, the Bible's fighting strength might be utterly depleted, placing themselves in jeopardy as well. After weighing the pros and cons, Meng Yi resolved to act now. "Zilong, let us proceed to lend our assistance." 30 soldiers of the Chinese clan followed Meng Yi into the fray. Anticipating a fierce battle ahead, Meng Yi instructed his warriors, "When the time comes, focus on close combat. Save your crossbows for later." "Understood," they replied. Zhao Yun, noticing Meng Yi had joined him, expressed concern. "Elder brother, why have you come? You should return. It is too perilous here." Meng Yi paused, realizing his folly in accompanying them. Lacking combat prowess, he would merely be a burden needing protection. "Very well. Exercise caution," he conceded. Zhao Yun acknowledged, then surged ahead into the enemy ranks, with the soldiers of the Chinese clan following closely, cutting through the enemy formation like a sharpened arrow. Unbeknownst to Meng Yi, since Zhao Yun had achieved the first tier of inner strength, even a slight exertion would channel his power into his arms, wielding his spear with effortless grace, conserving significant energy compared to before. Had Meng Yi scrutinized Zhao Yun's attributes at that moment, he would have discovered an increase of 2 points in strength and 3 points in agility. It is worth noting that individuals of Zhao Yun's caliber were nearing the limits of human capability. Any further enhancement in strength or agility was a daunting challenge. Yet here he was experiencing a substantial dual attribute increase. Truly, the reputation of his inner strength was well-deserved. while the soldiers of the Chinese clan were not true humans. They were not devoid of emotions either. They possessed strong, yet could also feel fear. Faced with adversaries far superior in strength, their morale would instinctively wane. However, under the leadership of a formidable general like Zhao Yun, they felt a renewed sense of reliance and purpose, their spirits soaring. This illustrates the unparalleled impact of an exceptional commander, the very soul of an army. With Zhao Yun at the helm, the soldiers of the Chinese clan wielded their long swords with fervor, unleashing lethal strikes with regularity. The Xiongnu found themselves overwhelmed, unable to retaliate effectively. Yang Feng led the main force of the Bible army to the side of Chan Yu, whose elite guards fought valiantly to protect him. Their combat prowess markedly superior to that of their fellow Xiongnu. Yang Feng's intentions were clear. Upon entering the enemy ranks, he aimed directly for Chan Yu, understanding that a capture the leader would compel the others to surrender. Yet, he had underestimated the ferocity of the Xiongnu's fighting capabilities. They were far more formidable than he had anticipated, and his comrades fell one after another. Regret began to seep in. He questioned his decision to engage the Xiongnu. However, it was too late for second thoughts. Retreat was no longer an option, and he could only press on through the battle. Meanwhile, Chan Yu found himself on the brink of collapse, with only a handful of his 50 elite guards still standing. Chan Yu, we cannot endure much longer. If this persists, we shall be annihilated. I will hold them off. You must retreat. Gelier's face was clouded with despair as he gasped for breath, seething. Where is De Wu? Is he wishing for my demise to usurp my position? We must flee. At that moment, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed from the distance. The next wave of Xiongnu cavalry pursuing Zhao Yun had finally arrived. A cheer erupted from within the Xiongnu ranks. Their spirits seemingly reinvigorated as they brandished their curved blades. In stark contrast, Yang Feng's Bible army was in disarray. General, reinforcements have arrived. What should we do? Yang Feng exhaled sharply, bitterness lacing his words. Damn it. Retreat. We must leave. He turned his horse to flee. Just then, Zhao Yun, leading the soldiers of the Chinese clan, charged forward, cutting down Xiongnu warriors as if they were mere stalks of wheat, the elite guards of Chan Yu. Witnessing Zhao Yun's ferocity, banded together to withstand his onslaught. Quickly, intercept that man. Zhao Yun encountered little in the way of substantial resistance, only to realize he had reached the Xiongnu leader and no longer holding back. Zhao Yun bellowed. 100 birds flocked to the phoenix. His ultimate technique unleashed a flurry of spear strikes towards the enemy, each one a deadly shadow amidst the onslaught. At first, the guards managed to parry a few strikes. But soon, they fell behind Zhao Yun's relentless pace, unable to match the swift, unpredictable assaults of his weapon. With each thrust, blood erupted in vibrant bursts. A cacophony of screams filled the air as enemies crumpled to the ground. Yang Feng stood in stunned silence. He had never witnessed such a formidable warrior. He prided himself on his own skills. Yet compared to Zhao Yun, he felt utterly insignificant. Moreover, Zhao Yun's prowess was not only formidable, but also strikingly graceful. In mere moments, Zhao Yun reached Chan Yu, raising his spear for the kill. Yang Feng, finally regaining his senses, shouted, "Brave warrior, spare him." But alas, it was too late. Zhao Yun's spear thrust forward, although the first strike would not have been fatal. Gelier managed to deflect it. Yet, fortune was not on his side, as Zhao Yun's weapon skill activated once more, delivering a second thrust. Chan Yu, caught off guard and unprepared, was pierced clean through. Ouch! Yang Feng forcefully struck the back of his horse. His expression decidedly grim, resembling someone on the verge of tears. The distinction between living and deceased warriors was stark. With the death of the Xiongnu chieftain, the conflict had escalated to a point of no return. In truth, even if Zhao Yun refrained from striking, the soldiers of the Chinese faction would undoubtedly take matters into their own hands, as Meng Yi had previously instructed. The next wave of Xiongnu cavalry vanished in an instant. If Yang Feng opted to retreat now, he would face a brutal demise, with no opportunity for counterattack. Let us fight. Brothers, charge forth. At this moment, Yang Feng fervently hoped that Zhao Yun would unleash his full prowess without restraint, for that might enable him to lead a portion of his comrades back home alive. Meng Yi meticulously observed the battlefield's dynamics. Zhao Yun's performance was beyond reproach. His formidable martial skills, now augmented by activated weaponry and steed, rendered him nearly invincible. Perhaps there was an element of internal strength at play. The soldiers of the Chinese faction displayed remarkable valor. Their physical attributes surpassed those of ordinary men, enhanced by skills, coupled with a fearless courage and commendable combat instinct, resulting in a considerable tally of slain foes. Numerous soldiers had even ascended to level 3 during this skirmish, as enemies fell one by one. Meng Yi's merit points steadily increased. Unfortunately, Zhao Yun's kills did not contribute to his own merit points. Otherwise, he might have leveled up by now. Upon checking, Meng Yi found his merit points had reached 295. 300. Goodness. Am I on the verge of leveling up? No sooner had he spoken than a flash of golden light enveloped him. He had leveled up. Name. Meng Yi level. 3 rank. Captain of 100 population. 561. 000 merit points. 0 gold. 34 health. 225 energy. 120 melee attack. 23 leadership. 47 strength. 93 agility. 13 intelligence. 65 politics. 42 charm. 80 defense. 43 unallocated attribute points. 6 activated talents. Chinese faction microbase. Fine iron longsword. Captain S armor. Basic war horse. Ogre gloves. 3 basic healing pills. 1 basic training pill skill. Stealing level 1. Congratulations. Host. Honor level up. New summonable entities added. Basic war horse gold. 7. Population. 2. Attributes. Health. 600. Attack. 60. Armor. 0. Maximum speed. 60 kilometers h. Can transform into item form. Light cavalry gold. 15. Population. 4. Range combat unit. Adept at scouting enemy positions. Attributes. Health. 775. Energy. 30. Strength. 18. Agility. 20. Intelligence. 35. Ranged equipment. Divine arm crossbow. Attack power. 48. Effective range. 350 meters. Maximum reserve. 15 bolts. Melee equipment. Bronze saber. Attack power. 33. No armor. Armor. 0 skills. Stealth. Active skill. Consumes 15 energy to enter an invisible state for 25 seconds and increases movement speed by 15. Cooldown. 60 minutes. Scouting. Passive skill. Exceptional observation skills of scouts. Increase mini-map exploration range by 100. Upon seeing this, Meng Yi felt a bit overwhelmed. This was essentially a combination of the basic warhorse and scout, albeit with an additional melee weapon and slightly enhanced health. Nevertheless, the ability to summon a basic warhorse was quite advantageous. After all, Meng Yi had utilized such steeds before and found them exceedingly convenient for all troop types. However, the price was steep, 7 gold for a horse, which was indeed more expensive than a soldier of the Chinese faction. Meng Yi realized he had somewhat misjudged the system. The speed of a horse was irreplaceable by any soldier. And this was no ordinary horse, boasting superior physical attributes and speed compared to regular ones. The system continued to present notifications. New feature, skill shop activated. Reward, 3 basic healing pills and 1 basic training pill. Skill shop. Consuming merit points allows for the exchange of skill books. As the system's announcement concluded, the interface transformed, automatically entering the skill shop. The shop categorized skills into various types, each with differing prices. Summoning skills, 300 merit points per level, 5 levels total. Water, elemental. Summon giant bear, porcupine, poisonous serpent, guardian, summon lobster, treant, war eagle, beetle, rhinoceros, ghost wolf, summon skeleton, summon corpse defense skills, 400 merit points per level. 5 levels total. Healing wave, healing totem, life drain, divine light, rejuvenation, reflective armor, fountain of healing, magic shield, anti-magic barrier, frost shield, lightning shield, purification passive skills, 500 merit points per level. 5 levels total. Radiant aura, power strike aura, lifesteal aura, stun evil aura, movement aura, thorn aura, durability aura, command aura, critical strike, hardened skin, evasion, multi-arrow, shatter note. Aura skills effect range is determined by leadership value. Status skills, 600 merit points per level, 5 levels total. holy shield, vaporizing roar, silence, frenzy, berserk, sacrifice, soulfire, clone, blink control skills, 800 merit points per level. 5 levels total: sleep, enchantment, capture, binding roots, paralysis, poison, freeze, cold, arrow, slow, terrifying howl, magic absorption attack skills, 2000 merit points per level. 3 levels total: blizzard, flamestorm, volcano eruption, fire rain, fireball, flame breath, earth spike, chain lightning, lightning strike wave, frost nova, war trample, thunder strike, rocket barrage, acid bomb, storm hammer, sword array, whirlwind, shadow strike, mana burn, golden touch, scorching arrow, dark arrow ultimate skills, 5000 merit points per level. 3 levels total. Requires level 6 to learn: voodoo, dance, descent of the deity, summon vengeful deity, summon green dragon, summon fire phoenix, summon hellfire, tranquil rain, blade storm, thunderous might, group teleportation, earthquake, death decay, transformation into demon, occupy, rebirth, starfall, volcanic eruption. Meng Yi gazed at the dazzling array of skills, momentarily dazed. The information from this level up was quite overwhelming. Not only could he now summon a basic warhorse, but the skill shop feature had also been added. Skills. Finally, skills had emerged. Meng Yi skimmed through the skills, recognizing their resemblance to those from Warcraft, of which he was well acquainted, fully understanding each skill's function. However, upon glancing at his merit points, he could only indulge in silent contemplation. He finally grasped why the skill shop was only accessible at level 3. It was utterly unattainable before reaching that milestone. Though he couldn't yet exchange for skills, he still found it gratifying to peruse them, his curiosity piqued by their potential. Meng Yi selected the summoning category, casually clicking on several skills to examine them. Summon water elemental. Summons a water elemental to attack enemies. Energy cost: 15 points, cooldown, 20 seconds, duration, 120 seconds. Water elemental. Health: 150 points, range attack, 25 points. Defense: summon beetle. Summons a beetle to attack enemies. Energy cost: 15 points, cooldown, 20 seconds, duration, 120 seconds. Beetle. Health: 200 points, melee attack, 20 points, defense. These were the statistics for level 1 skills. Meng Yi wondered what would happen at maximum level. Perhaps the number of summons and their attributes would enhance. However, what difference would it make? Currently, these skills seemed more suited for intimidation than practical utility. He hadn't anticipated that even such basic summons would consume so much energy. He truly needed to accelerate his training. With the activation of the skill shop, a new icon appeared on the system interface. Located at the bottom right corner, adjacent to the item inventoried, a red plus sign indicated the addition of 4 empty slots, presumably for skills that to Meng Yi's delight. The stealing skill did not occupy a skill slot, but was positioned independently above them. He was uncertain whether this was due to having learned the skill before reaching level 3, or if it was inherently distinct. With only 4 skill slots available, careful selection would be imperative in the future. Little did Meng Yi know that he would eventually become the host with the most heroes among all races, and it seemed a tad premature to feel disappointed. The system also rewarded him with 3 basic healing pills and 1 basic training pill. Meng Yi retrieved a basic training pill from his inventory. Basic training pill. Increases training energy by 10 points upon consumption. Note: will become ineffective once training level reaches the 3rd tier. What a splendid item. This was indeed a precious asset. With this, training would progress much more swiftly. If only he had another, he could directly break through to the 1st tier. Meng Yi swallowed the cultivation pill, and as it entered his mouth, it dissolved instantly. A warm current transformed into energy that surged into his meridians, continuously gathering until it coalesced in his dantian. Rapidly expanding, his dantian caused a sharp pain that made Meng Yi cry out, his eyes wide with shock and cold sweat beading on his forehead. This sight left Luo Lai, who was anxiously watching from the side, utterly alarmed. Why, Lord? What is happening? Are you all right? Please don't frighten me. Luo Lai was baffled by Meng Yi's strange behavior. Moments ago, he had sensed something was amiss, as Meng Yi oscillated between joy and concern. Initially, he had thought Meng Yi was worried about the soldiers on the battlefield. However, after a while, he appeared dazed, as if lost in thought. Not understanding the situation, Luo Lai hesitated to disturb him. But soon, to his horror, Meng Yi produced something from seemingly nowhere and swallowed it. Moments later, he was clutching his stomach in agony. This terrified Luo Lai, who surmised that Meng Yi must be suffering from some ailment. Alas, he lacked medical knowledge, and after fantasizing about finally achieving great success, he realized that if Meng Yi were to die, not only would his dreams be shattered, but he would also have squandered a treasured ancestral tome. Turning back, Luo Lai shouted into the crowd, "Is there anyone here knowledgeable in medicine?" Yu Xiangmei, witnessing the commotion, hurried over, her expression filled with concern as she called out beside Meng Yi, "My lord, what has happened to you?" Fortunately, Meng Yi had not lost consciousness. "Please, stop shouting. I was fine until your yelling nearly drove me insane." The two of them sheepishly retracted their heads. Taking shortcuts in cultivation inevitably comes with a price. Fortunately, Meng Yi's pain soon began to subside. "I am fine now. You may return to your tasks and leave me be for a moment. My lord, are you truly all right?" Luo Lai gazed at Meng Yi with an odd expression, as if viewing an extraterrestrial. "I am fine. Now leave me." With that, Meng Yi feigned a gesture to strike him away. After Luo Lai departed, Meng Yi checked the system interface. Noting an energy value of 1120, he resolved never to take such pills recklessly again. He had not prepared himself mentally, but thankfully his efforts had not been in vain, as his energy had indeed increased. While Meng Yi consumed the pill, another wave of Xiongnu warriors had engaged in battle with the Bai Bo army, led by Zhao Yun. The death of Ge Lu Chanyu had ignited their ferocity. Ge Li's son, Do Wu, was in the throng, shouting for vengeance on behalf of his father, the sincerity of which was uncertain, faced with the Xiongnu's fierce onslaught. Yang Feng lamented his plight, as the Bai Bo army suffered heavy casualties, leaving only over 300 of his main force, with the ordinary infantry faring even worse. Over 600 had dwindled to barely 200. In truth, most had not perished but had fled amidst the chaos. This was inevitable. When hope fades, the will to fight often dissipates as well. Previously, they had fought valiantly due to their numbers, but now, with the enemy still boasting over 500 cavalry, how could they possibly contend? He deeply regretted engaging in this battle. Yet, should he flee, the infantry would be left to perish, and these were his men. It was crucial to note that factions existed within the Bai Bo army. Should he lose support, how would he survive thereafter? Zhao Yun, however, cared not for the enemy's numbers and continued to strike ferociously. Qin Sheng, witnessing the arrival of enemy reinforcements, issued the command, "Release the arrows." The crossbows fired in rapid succession without restraint. The newly summoned 24 soldiers were experiencing battle for the first time, and after expending their initial volleys, most upgraded, obtaining new crossbow bolts. With 25 soldiers equipped with crossbows, they unleashed a barrage of 250 arrows, 50 of which struck with critical force, creating a dense rain of arrows that rained down upon the enemy, resulting in substantial casualties. The sheer speed of their firepower was overwhelming. Before the enemy could complete one volley, they had already unleashed 3. Having consumed the primary cultivation pill, Meng Yi realized he had leveled up and could summon more soldiers. Promoted to a 100-man commander, his population increased to 1,000, but with 34 gold coins remaining, he made the bold decision to sell the ogre gloves, accumulating a total of 64 gold coins, grasping the miniature Chinese ethnic base. He began the summoning process. Arcs of electricity surged from the ground, and 8 scouts were summoned. Alas, I feel a lack of security without anyone to protect me. The 8 scouts, upon seeing Meng Yi on one knee, exclaimed in unison, "We pay our respects to the Lord. Do you see the Xiongnu cavalry in the distance? Shoot!" Yes, the 8 scouts bent down and readied their arrows, aiming at the Xiongnu horsemen with a powerful twang. The divine crossbow bolts were released, though fewer in number. Their momentum was formidable. Meng Yi had summoned the scouts precisely for their long-range support capabilities. The arrows soared over the heads of the Bai Bo army, striking deep into the ranks of the Xiongnu cavalry. Thud, 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 those struck by the arrows either fell lifeless or lost their combat effectiveness. This method of attack left the enemy unable to retaliate. "Continue firing." The scouts obeyed the command. unleashing a relentless barrage, and the enemy numbers dwindled continuously. Meng Yi, observing the fierce battle, felt a pang of urgency. Pondering how he could assist Zhao Yun, he opened the system panel. Noticing that the merit points, which had previously been depleted, were rapidly increasing, quickly reaching 325 points. Goodness, at this rate, I'll soon be able to exchange for skills. That he immediately began to explore the skills available for exchange. First, focusing on defensive skills. Enhancing the health of soldiers was certainly beneficial. He sought suitable skills. Medical aid restores 25 health points to an allied unit. Casting range, 10 meters. Energy cost, 2 points. Cooldown time, 5 seconds. This was decent, consuming little energy and featuring a quick cooldown, though the casting range was too short to be practical. Healing wave releases a healing energy that bounces among allied units. Casting range, 50 meters. Initial healing amount, 130 points. Bounces 3 times. Energy cost, 15 points. Cooldown time, 9 minutes. Allies must be within 20 meters of each other, and each bounce reduces healing by 25. The healing amount was promising, but energy constraints rendered it unusable. Healing totem deploys a healing totem in a designated area, healing allied units within the area. Casting range, 50 meters. Healing amount, 1 health point per second. Healing radius, 10 meters. Duration, 30 seconds. Energy cost, 20 points. Cooldown time, 9 minutes. This was excellent, as it could heal many units at once. However, the same energy issue persisted, and in the rapidly shifting battlefield, remaining stationary was not feasible. It would prove more useful after the battle concluded. Life Drain and Rejuvenation. Holy Light are single-target spells with excessively long cooldowns, so they were disregarded. Reflective Armor offered little utility, while Healing Fountain was similar to Healing Totem. The Magic Shield would be beneficial for a Grand Mage, and the Anti-Magic Shield was temporarily unnecessary. Frost Shield and Lightning Shield were quite suitable for Zhao Yun, but he could not learn skills, finding nothing particularly suitable among the defensive skills. Meng Yi shifted his gaze to passive skills. Each passive skill required 500 merit points per level, with a total of 5 levels available. Glorious Aura, Strong Strike Aura, Lifesteal Aura, Evil Aura, Thorn Aura, Durability Aura, Command Aura, Fatal Strike, Hardened Skin, Evasion Multi-Arrow, Split, Smash, and Plunder. These skills shared a common trait. They did not consume energy and had no cooldown time, making them particularly fitting for Meng Yi's current predicament. The first skill that caught Meng Yi's eye was Strong Strike Aura, as he relied heavily on ranged attacks. Increases the attack power of nearby, friendly ranged units. Aura range, base radius of 10 meters, determined by command value. The higher the command, the larger the range. Increases ranged attack power by 10. Increases by 10 per level. That an increase of 10 attack power seemed minimal. However, if fully upgraded, it could prove beneficial. Next, he noticed the Evil Aura, which enhanced the life recovery speed and movement speed of nearby friendly units. Aura range, base radius of 10 meters, determined by command value. Movement speed increase, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, increases by 5 per level. Life recovery increase, 1 health point per second, increases by 0.5 per level. This was marvelous. Not only did it enhance movement speed, but it also facilitated health recovery. This skill was perfect for him. As Meng Yi was about to select this skill, his hand suddenly froze, and he thought of Zhao Yun. Although this skill was commendable, it would not significantly aid Zhao Yun, who remained his primary force. Meng Yi gazed into the distance at Zhao Yun, who was currently fighting fiercely. However, human stamina is ultimately limited, and in a situation surrounded by foes, physical exhaustion would be severe. How many could he slay alone? Meng Yi turned his attention to another skill. Vampiric Aura grants nearby allied melee units a lifesteal effect. Aura range, base radius of 10 meters, determined by leadership value. Lifesteal percentage, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, increasing by 10 with each level. This was it, a 10 lifesteal effect, allowing Zhao Yun to regain health while attacking. Could keep him in peak condition, preventing him from succumbing to the enemy's overwhelming numbers at the moment of skill selection. Meng Yi's merit points had already reached 525, 150. The system prompted him to exchange for Vampiric Aura. The exchange required 500 merit points. Confirm. In the next instant, a skill book materialized in Meng Yi's hands. This skill book resembled a training manual, though it was slightly thinner, with the words vampiric aura inscribed prominently. Host lightly tapped the skill book to learn. With a sense of resignation, Meng Yi lightly tapped the skill book. Boom! The skill book vanished in an instant. The next moment, Meng Yi found a new skill, vampiric aura, added to his skill B, as the skill took effect. A complex red formation emerged beneath Meng Yi's feet, and he felt an invisible energy radiating outward from him, enveloping every ally in close proximity with a crimson halo. This halo was invisible to system units. The scouts had exhausted their arrows. But fortunately, they still possessed melee weapons, bronze sabers. Meng Yi addressed them. Let's move forward. Remember, your sole duty is to ensure my safety. You need not engage the enemy. The 8 scouts raised their arms in unison. Yes, we will protect our lord with all our might. Meng Yi led the scouts toward the battlefield. As they jogged alongside him, they gradually fell behind. My lord, slow down. We cannot keep up. Hearing the shouts, Meng Yi turned back and realized they had been left behind. Oh no, I forgot you were without horses. Thankfully, they were close to the battlefield with many stray horses around. Meng Yi commanded the scouts to capture them. The fighting ahead was fierce. After several charges led by Zhao Yun's squad and the scouts' barrage, the scales of victory began to tilt toward the White Wave Army. However, the soldiers were also heavily drained, each bearing wounds. Through the system interface, Meng Yi could see that most soldiers had their health points drop below 100, with 2 even reaching as low as 50 that moment. Meng Yi and the scout squad arrived behind Zhao Yun. He exchanged 2 of the scouts with the lowest health for fresh reinforcements, administering basic health potions to quickly restore their vitality. The 8 scouts surrounded Meng Yi, ensuring no one could approach him. Interestingly, these scouts possessed superior melee capabilities compared to the soldiers of the Chinese faction. They simply lacked a game-breaking skill like Fatal Strike, which made their attack effectiveness somewhat inferior, due to Meng Yi's low leadership. The radius of the aura he emitted was limited to just 10 meters. When calculated, this covered an area of 314 square meters. Not very far. He needed to stay close to Zhao Yun to provide him with the buff. Fortunately, Meng Yi did not have many soldiers, and the aura could still encompass all of them. The battlefield was ever-changing. Despite the 8 scouts protecting him, arrows occasionally whizzed toward Meng. Fortunately, after leveling up, Meng Yi's armor had been reinforced, with crucial areas shielded by metal. However, the weight of the armor was quite burdensome. Previously, he had the ogre gauntlets, which mitigated the discomfort, but now, without them, the jarring movements of his horse made it quite unbearable. Perhaps I should increase my strength as well. He was already at level 3, yet his strength remained at a mere 9 points, lower than that of an average Chinese soldier, which seemed rather unreasonable. Meng Yi thought. As he had 6 attribute points unallocated, he opened his attribute panel and allocated all 6 points to strength. Yes, soon as the points were distributed, Meng Yi felt his muscles swell with explosive power. Unlike the previous increase in agility, this surge of strength was exhilarating. The armor no longer felt as heavy. Delightful. This astonishing transformation did not attract much attention, as everyone was preoccupied with the battle. Zhao Yun was the true protagonist on the field, drawing the majority of the enemy fire. Meng Yi's arrival went unnoticed by Zhao Yun, who was focused on his adversaries, to Zhao Yun's astonishment. The more foes he felled, the more invigorated he felt, as if his strength was amplifying rather than waning. Unbeknownst to him, as his weapon struck the enemies, an invisible sanguine energy was siphoned from them, returning to his body through the weapon. The other Chinese soldiers experienced a similar phenomenon, their health gradually replenishing and their wounds healing. In this ebb and flow, the ranks of the Xiongnu soldiers dwindled. Although Zhao Yun's side appeared to be thriving, the Xiongnu were not easily vanquished. Yang Feng encountered a formidable opponent. Clang, clang, clang. Yang Feng found himself in a fierce duel with a young Xiongnu warrior. After several rounds, he felt increasingly strained, as his opponent clearly possessed greater strength. Seizing an opportune moment, Yang Feng deflected his adversary's weapon, turned his horse, and fled. It would be foolish to engage in a losing battle. Quick to react, he aimed directly for Zhao Yun. Where do you think you're running, coward? The one pursuing Yang Feng was none other than Yuda, the son of the great Khan. Having lost his father in battle and suffering heavy losses among his kin, he was seething with rage and sought an outlet. He relentlessly pursued Yang Feng, determined not to let the leader of this troop escape. Yuda's horse moved swiftly, closing the distance between them, just as Yang Feng was about to be overtaken. He shouted for help as he approached Zhao Yun. "Hero, save me!" Hearing the cry, Zhao Yun lifted his head and looked toward the source. He saw Yang Feng being pursued and realized that his pursuer was no ordinary foe. Zhao Yun spurred his horse into a gallop. Meng Yi also noticed the pursuer and accessed his information. Name: Yuda Health, 1343, 1525 attack power, 78 leadership, 57 strength, 36 agility, 51 intelligence, 41 politics, 22 charm, 62 defense, 20 in attack power of 78 points. This was the most formidable opponent he had encountered, second only to Zhao Yun, certainly qualifying him as a third-rate general. Yuda, leveraging his horse's speed, caught up to Yang Feng and swung his blade down upon him. In a moment of panic, Yang Feng raised his weapon to block. But the force behind Yuda's strike was overwhelming. Yuda pressed down, his blade nearly at Yang Feng's throat. Ugh! Yang Feng struggled to lift the long sword even an inch. Just then, a silver spear shot forth, deftly deflecting the long blade. Yuda stared in shock at his assailant, astonished that someone could so easily counter his attack. Zhao Yun had no time for a standoff, swiftly launching his own offensive. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, and while Yuda possessed considerable strength, his martial skills and speed paled in comparison to Zhao Yun's. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons clashed repeatedly, and Yuda grew increasingly alarmed as he struggled to keep pace with Zhao Yun's rhythm. Seizing an opportunity, Zhao Yun thrust his spear forward. Having broken through the first layer of his internal energy, his strikes became faster and steadier. Yuda cried out in agony as the spear pierced his chest, sending him tumbling from his horse. Witnessing Yuda's demise and Zhao Yun's ferocity, the remaining Xiongnu soldiers lost their resolve and scattered in disarray. As the enemy fled, the White Wave army erupted in jubilant cheers. "We have won! We truly triumphed!" At this moment, the main force of the Baibo army had dwindled to just over 100 men, with around 200 infantry remaining. Yang Feng felt an overwhelming urge to weep. This battle had been devastating. He searched desperately for the figure of Meng Yi. It was all that rascal's doing. Though he appeared to be a decent lad, his heart was truly wicked. Had it not been for his deceitful claim of merely 400 Xiongnu cavalry, could things have escalated to this extent? Yet, as he scanned the area, he found no trace of Meng Yi. Where the devil has that scoundrel gone? Has he fled? If I catch you, I'll make your life a living hell. At that moment, Meng Yi was indeed ensnared by the scouts, rendering Yang Feng unable to locate him. Seeing the Xiongnu troops retreat, Meng Yi let out a sigh of relief. They had narrowly escaped disaster. Yang Feng did not spot Meng Yi, but he did catch sight of Zhao Yun. His impression of Zhao Yun was rather favorable, especially since Zhao had just rescued him. Yang Feng approached Zhao Yun and clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, noble hero, for coming to my aid just now." Zhao Yun returned the gesture, stating, "No need for thanks. We are all subjects of the Han. How could I stand idly by while the Xiongnu slaughter our people? I am Yang Feng of the Baibo army. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan." "General Zilong, with such remarkable prowess, it is a pity you have yet to find a suitable command." Yang Feng's admiration for talent stirred within him, prompting a desire to recruit Zhao Yun. "I dare not presume to be called a general. I have only just returned from my training in the mountains and have yet to join the military." "Oh, it is indeed a shame that someone of your caliber is not a general. Why not come to my side? I shall surely appoint you as my highest general." Zhao Yun remained silent, well aware that Yang Feng sought to lure him into his ranks, that it was laughable for such a mere bandit to think he could recruit him, given that they had just fought side by side. Zhao Yun refrained from taking immediate action against him. That moment, Meng Yi approached the two. Yang Feng recognized him at once. Itsu. Following Yang Feng's gaze, Zhao Yun turned to see Meng Yi emerging from behind him, exclaiming in surprise, "Second brother, when did you arrive on the battlefield?" "Oh, I have been following closely behind you. Hearing Zhao Yun's address, Yang Feng was astonished. "He is your second brother." Meng Yi smiled at Yang Feng. "What were you two discussing?" Yang Feng's mind raced, realizing that he could not exact revenge for his grievances. "That I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, he swiftly mounted his horse and rode away. Yang Feng harbored his own motives. Having lost so many men, he needed to salvage something. He rallied his brothers and headed toward the cargo of the supply train, that if he could bring back these 100-odd men and the goods, it would at least mitigate his losses. Zhao Yun did not expect Yang Feng to leave so decisively, nor did he concern himself with him any longer. Zhao Yun glanced at the 8 scouts beside Meng Yi and inquired, "Second brother, have you summoned divine troops?" Meng Yi's lips curled into a proud smile. "Indeed, my divine powers have regained some strength." As the two conversed, Yang Feng had already gathered his men and was herding the 100 or so Han slaves captured by the Xiongnu. The captives were terrified. They had witnessed the carnage of the recent battle firsthand. Had it not been for the presence of some Baibwa soldiers guarding them, they might have fled, for the Xiongnu were merciless killers. Among them was Washer, who scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Meng Yi and yearning for his return to rescue them. Observing this, Luo Lai seized an opportunity to slip away and hurried toward Meng Yi, shouting from a distance, "My lord, trouble is brewing. Someone intends to seize our goods." Upon hearing the shout, Zhao Yun and Meng Yi turned their gaze toward the commotion, immediately understanding that Yang Feng was preparing to escape. "He moves swiftly. Let us stop him." Meng Yi and Zhao Yun led the Chinese warriors in pursuit of Yang Feng, blocking his path. Meng Yi spoke up, "General Yang, what is the meaning of taking my men and cargo? Where do you intend to go?" Yang Feng now commanded over 300 men, comprising more than 100 cavalry and 200 infantry. In contrast, Meng Yi had only 10 scouts and 30 Chinese soldiers, totaling 40. The disparity in numbers was approximately tenfold. However, the momentum of the two groups was strikingly different, as the 40 men effectively obstructed the path of over 300. Yang Feng frowned at Meng Yi. "You scoundrel, I could overlook your previous deceit on account of Zhao Yun, but these 100 men and this cargo were promised to me. Surely you haven't forgotten? I truly do not recall such an agreement. Did I ever say that? You are indeed a crafty one. This has been your scheme from the beginning, hasn't it?" Yang Feng's fury mounted, yet he felt powerless. Upon hearing Yang Feng's words, Zhao Yun cast a deep look at Meng Yi. So, it turned out that all of this had been orchestrated by his second brother in advance. No wonder the Baibwa army had aided them. His second brother was truly remarkable. At that moment, Yang Feng's subordinates dared not voice their anger. They recognized the precariousness of their situation. Had this been earlier, they would have confronted Meng Yi without hesitation. "Do not take me for a fool. The Baibwa army is not limited to these few men. That I command an army of hundreds of thousands. Are you threatening me?" "Not at all. I merely wish for you to consider the consequences. It is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. If I return empty-handed, how shall I explain it to my comrades?" "Explain as you wish. If you dare, Zilong, dispose of him." Zhao Yun received the command and immediately charged forward. However, to Yang Feng's surprise, upon seeing Zhao Yun advance, he wasted no time and turned to flee. Yang Feng called out from a distance, "We shall see about this." Zhao Yun halted his steed, observing the enemy's retreat, and asked, "Should we pursue him, second brother?" Meng Yi furrowed his brow and replied, "Indeed, we must not let a single one escape." Having already crossed the line, mercy was no longer an option, but a gentle breeze swept through, carrying the scent of blood from the battlefield into Meng Yi's nostrils. He turned to survey the field. There might still be gold and artifacts hidden amid the chaos. Just as Zhao Yun was about to depart, Meng Yi called out to him, "Wait, Zilong, you lead the pursuit while leaving a few men with me to clear the battlefield. Afterwards, we shall regroup in Taiyuan County." "Very well." After Zhao Yun departed, Meng Yi's spirits soared. With so many lives lost, there must be considerable treasures to be found. Activating the gold exploration feature, Meng Yi instructed the warriors to begin collecting gold. This time, the amount of gold was scarce, which was to be expected. The previous encounter with the Xiongnu had occurred just after they had finished looting, and thus they had carried a wealth of treasures. Typically, one would not carry such a quantity of gold on their person. Yet, surprisingly, there was indeed one individual. Meng Yi approached the body of Gulu Chanyu, who had been marked as the richest in gold. Suddenly, Meng Yi sensed a familiar energy fluctuation in artifact, perhaps due to his practice of internal martial arts. His range of perception regarding artifacts had expanded. Previously, he would need to be right next to a corpse to detect the energy of an artifact. Now, he could feel it from about a meter away. Meng Yi rummaged through the body and discovered sword. Such a weapon was rare, as the nomads typically favored knives, with swords being a less common choice. It seemed this old fellow had a story to tell. Detecting that the artifact, the Qing Shuang sword, was inactive, he was prompted. Would you like to activate it? Activate. The artifact Qing Shuang sword, white in color, valued at 80 gold coins, boasted an attack power increase of 6. It had no special attributes, merely a basic item, yet it could fetch a good price in gold. Meng Yi secured the sword and continued his search. Suddenly, he noticed an object floating above the body of a corpse not far away. A gleam of joy crossed Meng Yi's face. Another drop, he approached the corpse, which belonged to Do Wu, the son of Guluchu. As he gazed at the treasure before him, a realization struck him. Such a substantial artifact, floating in mid-air, had gone unnoticed by anyone else. Could it be that only I can see it? To confirm his suspicion, Meng Yi called over Luo Lai, who was nearby, pointing at the object suspended in the air. He asked, "Can you see this?" Luo Lai, puzzled, nodded and replied, "I can see it." In his heart, he pondered, "Am I blind? How can I not see such a large corpse?" Upon hearing Luo Lai's words, Meng Yi became even more perplexed. Is this thing just floating in mid-air, and none of you are astonished? Has no one thought to come over and take a look? Luo Lai astutely noted Meng Yi's choice of words. Floating in mid-air, my lord, it is not hovering in the air. It is lying quite comfortably on the ground. Meng Yi twitched his lips, realizing that after all this time, they were not even discussing the same thing. Nonetheless, this confirmed Meng Yi's suspicion that ordinary people indeed could not perceive the existence of treasures. He needed to verify one more thing and said to Luo Lai, "Extend your hand above the corpse." Luo Lai's face was filled with confusion, unsure of Meng Yi's intentions. However, he obediently complied. Meng Yi guided Luo Lai's hand to the treasure. Yes, right here. Luo Lai's hand passed through the semi-transparent treasure, yet nothing happened. Meng Yi stood up straight, stroking his chin. Oh, that's how it is. Ordinary people cannot see or touch the revealed treasure. Meng Yi picked up the revealed item, and the treasure instantly materialized, a dark red cloak. The shadow cloak was worth 50 gold coins, granting the user the ability to become invisible at night. However, if the user moved, attacked, used skills, or transitioned to daylight, or was seen by any unit or ability that could counter invisibility, the effect would cease. The shadow cloak. To think it was the shadow cloak. Meng Yi felt a surge of excitement. Yet more shocked than he was Luo Lai, who witnessed Meng Yi's hand sweep over the corpse, only to suddenly possess a dark red cape. Just moments ago, he had personally confirmed that there was nothing there. What on earth was happening? Unbeknownst to Meng Yi, he had profoundly impacted Luo Lai. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar energy fluctuation beside Yuda's corpse. What a delightful surprise. Meng Yi discovered that the energy fluctuation originated from Do Wu's weapon. He picked it up and found the spiritual weapon. The 7-star ancient bronze knife in an unactivated state. Would you like to activate it? Activate. The 7-star ancient bronze knife, an exceptional item, valued at 80 gold coins, with an attack power boost of 6 on another spiritual weapon. Worth 80 gold coins. A fine prize indeed. Meng Yi muttered to himself about the precious items. Whether referring to the gold or the knife remained unclear. As the battlefield was cleared, Meng Yi could now be certain that these items had indeed been dropped. It must be noted that such treasures were exceedingly rare. With so many dead, only 2 items had emerged. Moreover, Meng Yi seemed to have discerned a pattern. Only the strong could yield items. After all, both instances of item drops had come from the enemy's strongest fighters. The team continued their advance toward Taiyuan City. Just as they neared the city, Zhao Yun returned with his men. Catching up with Meng Yi. Long, you've returned so swiftly? How did it go? Did they manage to escape? Second brother, Zhao Yun lamented his incompetence, claiming they had eluded capture as they were far too cunning. Not only did they scatter, But that fellow named Yang Feng also fled into the mountains. They must be quite familiar with this area, for once they entered the forest, they vanished without a trace. Meng Yi patted Zhao Yun's shoulder, offering comfort. It's all right. I never expected you to eliminate them all. I merely thought that if these individuals were not driven away, they would continue to trouble us. This crisis was averted thanks to Zhao Yun. Meng Yi would never blame him, and instead felt he had shortchanged him. Meng Yi recalled that Zhao Yun was skilled with both spear and sword, but had yet to acquire a fine sword. Remembering the sword he had collected earlier, although it was a plain item, it should be superior to the one Zhao Yun currently wielded. Meng Yi handed the Qing Shuang sword to Zhao Yun. Here, take this, a battlefield trophy. Zhao Yun accepted the sword, inspected it, and without hesitation, expressed his gratitude. A fine sword indeed. Thank you, second brother. Let us proceed. We are almost at Taiyuan City. As they conversed, a swift horseman galloped towards them. A scout from the rear. Reporting to the Lord, we have spotted a large number of cavalry ahead, approximately 300 in number. Could they be enemies? Meng Yi immediately checked the mini-map, which indicated white dots. White signifies neutrality, and Meng Yi breathed a sigh of relief. And no need to worry. They are likely not foes. Soon, the cavalry intercepted Meng Yi's group. Who are you? Zhao Yun, observing their attire, recognized them as the Han army. Clasped his fists and stated, I am Zhao Yun, sent by General Zhang Xiu to retrieve his aunt, Lady Zhou. What, you have found Lady Zhou? These men were indeed Zhang Xiu's subordinates, also tasked with locating the Zhou family. However, they were too fearful to venture deep into the Xiongnu grasslands, merely circling the outskirts to fulfill their duty. To venture into the heart of the Xiongnu territory for a single woman would be foolishness. The cavalry leader, Chu Xiong, regarded the group with skepticism. How could these individuals possibly rescue Lady Zhou? He would never believe it. Whereas Lady Zhou, the Zhou mother and daughter stepped forward from the crowd. Chu Xiong compared them to the image in his hand and confirmed it was indeed her. Lady Zhou, I apologize for my tardiness in the rescue. Please forgive me. Get up. Lady Zhou gently nodded, regaining her dignified composure, seemingly transformed from her previous demeanor. Quickly prepare a carriage for the lady. The Zhou mother and daughter climbed into the carriage, glancing back from Meng Yi's figure. Meng Yi too looked at Lady Zhou, their gazes meeting, and he was flooded with memories of their past encounters, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Alas, it seems I may never see her again. Chu Xiong was taken aback, realizing that Lady Zhou truly had been rescued by this Zhao Yun. However, such a significant achievement could not be allowed to go to an outsider. He summoned a subordinate, Go, and send these people away. They're not to approach Taiyuan City. Yes, the subordinate approached Meng Yi and Zhao Yun. Thank you for your hard work. We will take Lady Zhou back, so you need not trouble yourselves. This is a token of appreciation from my general. As he spoke, the subordinate tossed a bulging pouch of coins. Meng Yi caught the pouch, and his expression shifted immediately. What is the meaning of this? Is this mere pittance all you offer us? The subordinate snorted coldly. I advise you to accept this graciously. Otherwise, you shall not enjoy the consequences. Why Lord has decreed that you are not to approach Taiyuan City. Anyone who dares to set foot in Taiyuan City shall be killed without mercy. At this moment, not only Meng Yi, but even Zhao Yun tightened his grip on his spear. Meng Yi was furious. This is truly a case of killing the donkey after the grind. How dare they treat us like this? Someone, kill them! Just as the Chinese soldiers were about to act, Zhao Yun intervened. Second brother, do not act impulsively. They are our own people. We are not at that point yet. I will inform Zhang Xiu of this matter. I trust he will handle it justly. Besides, if a fight breaks out, what will happen to the innocent people behind us? Meng Yi contemplated Zhao Yun's words and realized they carried weight, thus temporarily suppressing his rage. Damn it, this scoundrel. I shall find an opportunity in the future to teach this shameless wretch a lesson. On the carriage, Lady Zhou noticed that Meng Yi and the others had not followed and inquired. Wait, why haven't they come along? My lady, they said they had other matters to attend to and would not be entering the city. How can that be? Didn't young Master Meng say he wanted gold? Why would they not enter the city? Quick, stop the carriage. I must ask him myself. With that, Lady Zhou rose from her seat. Chu Xiong frowned, realizing that Lady Zhou shared a deeper connection with these individuals than he had anticipated. My lady, please do not act rashly. I can relay any messages. Very well, please inform young Master Meng to wait for me in Taiyuan City and ensure he does not leave. Understood. Chu Xiong smiled slightly. Knowing that this was unlikely to happen, inside Taiyuan City, at Zhang Xiu's lord's mansion, reporting to the lord, Lady Zhou has been successfully rescued. Chu Xiong wore a smug expression, eagerly awaiting Zhang Xiu's reward. The aunt has been rescued. Splendid. You have done well. I appreciate your efforts. Your name is Chu Xiong, is it not? Indeed, my lord. Very well. I hereby promote you to the rank of Du Wei, commanding 1,000 troops. Thank you, my lord. Where is my aunt? I wish to pay her a visit. Chu Xiong furrowed his brow. If they were to meet, his own merits might be jeopardized. However, he had already devised a countermeasure. My lord, there is another matter I must report. What is it? When I rescued Madame Zhou, there was a man who appeared to have an intimate relationship with her. They must have had some prior dealings. What? Such a thing exists. It is absolutely true. Madame Zhou even instructed that man to wait for her in Taiyuan City, indicating that she likely intends to meet him clandestinely. Many soldiers have heard of this. Unbelievable. This shameless woman brings disgrace upon herself. Zhang Xiu seethed with anger. Issue a command to imprison Zhou Manqing, forbidding her from stepping outside her chambers. And where is that man now? Bring him to me. Understood. At that moment, Meng Yi, Luo Lai, and Zhao Yun had already stealthily infiltrated Taiyuan City. They arrived at the city gates, where the ancient walls resembled those seen on television, with scattered soldiers guarding the walls and gates. Passers-by flowed through the gates, entering the city. Meng Yi noticed the large banner above, emblazoned with the character Dong, indicating that this place was under the jurisdiction of Dong Zhuo's forces. He had not anticipated that Dong Zhuo's reach extended so far. Even encompassing Taiyuan City, that moment, Luo Lai approached and said, My lord, my family resides in a small county near Taiyuan City. The Dong Zhuo army is exceedingly brutal, imposing harsh conditions upon the citizens of this area. Moreover, incursions by foreign tribes occur frequently, and the soldiers within the city cower before the strong, often resorting to bribery to resolve conflicts, offering both men and provisions. What cowards! Zhao Yun frowned. How can this be? My senior brother is not such a man. Could it be that his subordinates are deceiving him? That is hard to say. Just look at that cavalry leader from earlier, swaggering as if he were invincible. Such individuals are capable of anything, Meng Yi replied. They entered the city, and for Meng Yi, visiting an ancient city for the first time sparked great curiosity as he gazed about, stepping into the ancient city. The cobblestone path wound its way, seemingly narrating the passage of time. Sunlight poured down, dust dancing in the beams, evoking a sense of antiquity and grandeur. After wandering about the city, they discovered that the conditions within Taiyuan City were indeed as Luo Lai had described, dilapidated streets and emaciated commoners. However, as Meng Yi passed the tavern, he observed an unusual scene. The patrons within were feasting and reveling, as if all was well. Without needing to ponder, Meng Yi knew these were the wealthy citizens of Taiyuan City. Yet he found it perplexing that, given the brutality of Dong Zhuo's army, these affluent individuals could remain unscathed. Not understanding, Meng Yi inquired, and Luo Lai chuckled, replying, My lord, it is not that Dong Zhuo's army is unwilling to act. They simply cannot. For instance, the most esteemed family in Taiyuan City is the Wang family. Under the protection of the minister Wang Yun, no one dares to touch the Wang family in Taiyuan. After all, Minister Wang Yun holds a high office, and a mere city commander would not dare to act against his kin. And what are the others? The others also have their backgrounds, whether they are in the military or hold positions in the court. They are all interlinked in some way, and some clans even have connections to foreign royalty. Meng Yi nodded in understanding. The group soon found Zhang Xiu's lordly residence, but as they approached, they were halted by the guards. Who goes there? Do you not know where you are? Brothers, I am Zhao Yun, a disciple of Zhang Xiu, seeking an audience with him. You are the disciple of our general. Have you ever heard of our general having a disciple? No, never heard of it, the guard sneered, looking down upon Zhao Yun. Ha, you claim to be his disciple. I might as well be his older brother. Get lost. Zhao Yun frowned at their insolence, feeling they were far too disrespectful. It seemed one could not remain too humble in the world. Zilong, These two knaves do not respect you. Humph, they are blind to the worth of others, with a firm grip on his spear. Zhao Yun struck swiftly, sending both guards crashing to the ground. Clutching their midsections, he spared their lives, merely delivering a couple of sharp blows with the butt of his spear, enough to leave them incapacitated. As they entered the Lord's residence, any who dared to obstruct them were swiftly dealt with. Zilong, it appears your senior brother did not inform them of your identity. There must be a reason for my brother's silence. The commotion within the residence soon drew Zhang Xiu's attention. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my lordly abode? Upon recognizing the visitors, Zhang Xiu exclaimed, "Disciple, what brings you here?" Zhao Yun clasped his fists in greeting. "Brother, I trust you are well." Zhang Xiu ushered them inside. Zhao Yun explained everything that had transpired. "I cannot believe that a letter I sent would lead my disciple to journey thousands of miles into the grasslands to rescue my aunt. This wretched Chu Xiong dared to deceive me. I wondered how he could possess such capabilities. Rest assured, I shall deal with him appropriately." Understanding Zhao Yun's character, Zhang Xiu knew he would not lie about such matters. "Bring Madame Zhou to me, at once." Zhang Xiu turned to Meng Yi and inquired, "And who is this?" "This is my sworn brother, Meng Yi. Meng Qijing it is thanks to my second brother that Madame Zhou has returned safely." "Oh." Zhang Xiu scrutinized Meng Yi, noting his dignified appearance and his close association with his aunt. Could it be that he was the one whom Chu Xiong accused of seducing her? Although Zhang Xiu harbored doubts, he did not reveal them. "Thank you, Brother Meng, for protecting my aunt. It is but my duty. As Han people, we ought to assist one another. You have no idea how brutal those men are. I faced countless dangers to rescue Madame Zhou." Zhang Xiu was taken aback. Typically, one would be modest in such circumstances, yet Meng Yi seemed eager for recognition. A rather glib fellow indeed. Just then, the door swung open, and Madame Zhou entered. The moment she stepped inside, her gaze met Meng Yi's. Zhang Xiu narrowed his eyes, instinctively sensing that their relationship was indeed unusual. Could Chu Xiong's claims hold truth? Yet Zhang Xiu maintained his composure, smiling as he said, "Aunt, look who has come." Madame Zhou's face lit up with joy. "How wonderful! I am so glad you have not departed. Wenze, these two noble benefactors risked their lives to bring us back to the Han, and we must express our gratitude. Indeed, Zilong need not be mentioned, but this young Master Meng, I must express my heartfelt thanks for saving my aunt." Zhang Xiu observed Madame Zhou, noting that her gaze remained fixated on Meng, as if she were entranced. There was indeed something amiss. This shameless woman. "I am still present." Madame Zhou continued, "Young Master Meng mentioned his fondness for gold. Wenze, how much gold do we have? May I borrow some on behalf of your aunt to present to young Master Meng?" Zhang Xiu scoffed inwardly, thinking, he claims to like gold, and you would give him gold? If young Master Meng were to express a desire for you, would you not follow him as well? You shameless woman? "Aunt, what are you saying? We are all family here. I shall arrange for the gold immediately. Young Master Meng, please wait a moment." Meng Yi clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, General Zhang. You truly are generous." Zhao Yun felt something was amiss. Yet knowing Meng Yi sought gold to recruit soldiers, he refrained from intervening. Zhang Xiu thought darkly, "You accept gold without hesitation. How shameless you are." "Humph, I wager you may take it. But you may not live to spend it." Before long, the gold was prepared. Zhang Xiu, valuing his reputation, had a large chest of gold brought forth. The chest was opened before Meng Yi, the dazzling gold nearly blinding him. "Goodness, so much gold! Zhang Xiu truly is wealthy. How many coins could this be exchanged for? What say you, Meng brother? Is this gold sufficient?" Meng Yi excitedly patted Zhang Xiu's shoulder. "Sufficient indeed, General Zhang, truly a person of remarkable generosity. Once I attain success in the future, I shall certainly not forget you." Meng Yi sincerely believes that Zhang Xiu is a commendable individual, and once he unifies the Han, he will bestow upon him the title of a great general. However, Zhang Xiu, feeling somewhat repulsed, removed Meng Yi's hand. Perhaps in the next life, he thought. Zhang Xiu offered a perfunctory smile and said, "Someone, escort young Master Meng Yi to the inn for some rest." Just as Zhou was about to inquire if young Master Meng Yi would not be staying at the residence. She thought better of it, realizing her question might be inappropriate. Zhang Xiu warmly embraced Zhao Yun's shoulder. "Zilo, my brother, it has been ages since we last met. Join me for a couple of drinks tonight." "Of course, I shall certainly indulge my elder brother." Zhang Xiu intended to separate Zhao Yun from Meng Yi to prepare for subsequent actions. Meng Yi, oblivious to the underlying motives, pondered what soldiers could be exchanged for all this gold. Luo Lai's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the chests of gold. He had never seen such wealth before. After bidding farewell to Zhou, soldiers from the city lord's residence escorted Meng Yi to a dimly lit alley. Suddenly, a group of soldiers blocked the alley's entrance. Instinctively, Meng Yi sensed something was amiss. "What do you intend to do?" "What do you think we were doing? Surely you must know what you've done to D. Oh, I need to clarify it for you." "What the hell have I done?" Luo Lai was also rendered speechless in fear. "My lord, it seems we are to meet our end here today." At that moment, Chu Xiong squeezed his way through the ranks of soldiers. Earlier, he had been berated by Zhang Xiu and had no inkling that Zhao Yun was actually his junior brother. Now, having failed to gain any credit, he was seething with suppressed anger. Perfectly positioned, Zhang Xiu had given him the chance to rectify his mistakes by dealing with this young man. "It's you." Meng Yi recognized him instantly. "You again, causing trouble from the shadows." "What?" "Unable to claim any credit. And now you wish to rob me. Are you not afraid of Zhang Xiu learning of this?" Meng Yi feigned calmness. Surrounded by enemies, his only hope for survival lay in accessing the gold within the chest to summon his soldiers. He truly regretted not converting the gold into coins at the first opportunity. Chu Xiong had not intended to kill Meng Yi so swiftly. He sought to humiliate him before his demise to vent his pent-up frustration. "You, my friend, have quite the fortune, daring to toy with the general's aunt. I must say, you possess substantial audacity." Luo Lai, astonished, looked at Meng Yi and, with a quivering voice, exclaimed, "My lord, of all the women, you chose to pursue the generals? Now I'm truly doomed because of you." Meng Yi retorted angrily, "Do not listen to his fabrications. I have no dealings with Zhou." Chu Xiong burst into laughter. Who would believe you? Whatever you say now is of no consequence. I warned you before. I told you to stay away from Taiyuan City, but you refused to listen. Now, in this dire predicament, you cannot blame me." Meng Yi's mind raced. He had no choice but to seek a compromise, as proximity to the gold still offered him hope that, "My lord, I was wrong, but before I meet my end, would you grant me one last wish?" "What wish?" "Let me have one last look at the gold in that chest." Meng Yi had already devised a plan. If Chu Xiong refused, he would have to resort to summoning a basic warhorse as a last-ditch effort. So you are quite the avaricious one, even at death's door. You cannot forget that chest of gold. Very well, I shall grant you one final glance. Chu Xiong opened the chest of gold, curious to see just how much wealth it contained. The surrounding soldiers widened their eyes. Having never encountered such riches in their lives, seizing the moment, Meng Yi lunged forward, reaching for the gold. Chu Xiong's pupils constricted. "Seize him!" Meng Yi's hand was mere inches from the gold when two soldiers forcefully restrained him. Chu Xiong approached Meng Yi and struck him on the back of the head. "Damn it, you little rascal. Only allowed to look, not touch." Meng Yi lowered his head, seething with anger. Chu Xiong, pleased with Meng Yi's predicament, taunted, "What? Discontent. This is merely the beginning. Let us commence with some foreplay." "Hold him down." Chu Xiong loosened his belt, revealing his grotesque physique. "What do you intend to do?" Meng Yi struggled fiercely, fearing the worst. "You shall experience my wrath." Upon hearing this, Meng Yi sighed in relief. He had been terrified. Just then, the soldiers blocking the alley parted, and one figure stepped into the dim light. "Chu Xiong, what are you doing?" Upon hearing the voice, Chu Xiong froze momentarily, turning to see that it was Zhang Xiu, causing him to halt his actions in terror. "My lord, I..." As Meng Yi recognized the newcomer, his pupils dilated. It was indeed Zhang Xiu. All of this had been orchestrated by him. This scoundrel had managed to conceal his true intentions from him entirely. Following Zhang Xiu's arrival, another figure trailed closely behind. Zhao Yun. Zhang Xiu had drugged Zhao Yun while they were drinking. But he had not anticipated that Zhao Yun's internal energy would autonomously dispel the effects of the drug. Zhao Yun was perplexed as to why Zhang Xiu would wish to incapacitate him. Only to witness this shocking scene unfold, he could hardly believe that Zhang Xiu was capable of such treachery. Putting on a fade while plotting deceit behind his back, he had regarded him as a brother. Zhang Xiu furrowed his brow at Chu Xiong. "Have you not resolved this matter yet? I will take care of it right away." Chu Xiong hastily fastened his belt and drew his long knife. Just then, there was a resounding boom. With the onset of nightfall, the absence of daytime clamor made this sound particularly pronounced, as if the entire Taiyuan city trembled. "What noise is that? My lord, it seems to be coming from the direction of the city gate." At that moment, a scout rushed in with alarming news that, my lord, it's bad. Monsters are attacking the city." Monsters? Everyone was taken aback. Meng Yi's pupils constricted. It was evident that the orcs had arrived. He never imagined they would pursue him to this location. At this moment, all attention was drawn towards the scout's report. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Yi stealthily slipped a foot into the chest of gold, uncertain if this would allow him to convert it into coins. He could only gamble on is it possible to exchange gold for coins? A melodious system notification chimed, filling Meng Yi with joy. Exchange. The sound of clinking coins echoed as the gold within the chest swiftly vanished. 100, 500, 1,000, 3,000. Meng Yi's coin count rapidly ascended, eventually surpassing 3,000 before it ceased. The scout continued. "Indeed, the creatures have green skin, are quite large, muscular, and possess tusks. They are currently battering the city gate, which may not withstand much longer." With another thunderous crash, the city gate finally gave way. "Quickly, let us see," Zhang Xiu urged, leading the soldiers swiftly from the alley. "Chu Xiong, finish him off quickly. The rest of you follow me." Chu Xiong watched Zhang Xiu depart, then turned with a mocking grin. Suddenly, he froze, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. When the world was happening, dozens of dismembered legs appeared in the alley, causing the soldiers restraining Meng Yi to flee in terror. "Ghosts!" Chu Xiong trembled, raising his knife defensively. Though despite his imposing stature, he was quite cowardly, now paralyzed with fear. "Stay back. I have a knife." At the city gate, Gul'dan commanded the orcs as they battered the massive entrance. After departing from Meng Yi's vicinity, Gul'dan fortuitously stumbled upon a small tribe, slaying them and acquiring a modest amount of gold, which he then exchanged for orcs. From that point, his orc forces expanded rapidly, akin to a snowball effect, until they now numbered 500. The soldiers atop the walls continued to shoot arrows. Yet the orcs had somehow procured enormous boards to shield themselves from all attacks. Inside the city, soldiers braced the gate with wooden stakes, but under the immense force of the orcs, the stakes splintered and broke. With a final resounding crash, the gate was breached, and Gul'dan led his orc horde into the city. "Kill! Slaughter them all!" Human soldiers are utterly no match for the orcs. These orcs are unlike any seen before, having endured countless battles, with many having ascended to the 3rd level. Their axes swing with ferocity and speed, while the trolls can hurl their spears in rapid succession. Fortunately, the garrison of Taiyuan City is relatively substantial, with 5,000 defenders, which should suffice to hold off the orcs for a while. Yet, faced with these terrifying beasts, many soldiers hesitate, utterly daunted by the prospect of confrontation, and the city gates seem on the verge of collapse. That moment, Zhang Xiu arrives with his elite troops. Upon seeing the orcs, a chill runs down his spine. There are so many of these monsters. True to his reputation as the king of spears from the north, Zhang Xiu leads his cavalry into the fray. "Kill!" The city defenders, inspired by Zhang Xiu's ferocity, regain their courage, and the two factions clash instantaneously. However, moments later, Zhang Xiu's heart sinks as he realizes the sheer might of these orcs. They possess incredible strength and withstand the cavalry's charge. Typically, a mere infantry charge would scatter any ordinary troops. Yet these orcs not only resist, but also unleash their ferocity. With brutal swings of their large axes, they cleave through both man and mount, leaving some split in twain in a mere few minutes. More than half of his elite cavalry is lost, and Zhang Xiu cries out, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" After a harrowing escape, he finds that fewer than 50 of his cavalry remain. In contrast, the orcs have only managed to slay a mere handful, most of whom fell to their own kin. The ordinary soldiers face nothing but slaughter. At this rate, the fall of the city is merely a matter of time. What is even more frightening is that ordinary arrows seem to have little effect on these orcs. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xiu, this is due to Gul'dan's vampiric abilities, as long as the orcs can attack human soldiers. Their vitality replenishes continuously. Moreover, the trolls at the back can retaliate against the archers by throwing their spears, and a direct hit from one spells certain death, causing clusters of archers to fall. Cold sweat trickles down Zhang Xiu's brow as he swiftly commands, "Quickly, bring forth the crossbow carts." He refuses to believe that these monsters can withstand the onslaught of the crossbows point one by one. The crossbow carts are wheeled into position, aimed at the orcs. Gul'dan's pupils constrict as he senses a hint of danger. Thwack! 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 The hefty bolts fly toward the orcs, piercing through the front ranks. Zhang Xiu rejoices, for this tactic proves effective. Yet, in the next instant, his joy is snuffed out that a thunderous charge of over 100 wolf cavalry erupts from behind the orcs, swiftly closing in on the crossbow carts. They raise their massive blades, cleaving the carts to splinters with a single stroke. Zhang Xiu is aghast. These beasts have reinforcements. They have cavalry too. With all crossbows destroyed, the soldiers of the city lose all hope. Zhang Xiu sees no way to turn the tide of battle now. Ordinary soldiers scatter in flight. Gul'dan commands the wolf cavalry to encircle Zhang Xiu, ensnaring him with a large net, recognizing him as the leader of this human faction. "Human, I offer you a chance that I seek only one individual. Should you deliver him to me, I shall lead my men away from Taiyuan City." "Just one person? Are you serious?" Gul'dan orders his orcs to cease their assault. The defenders of Taiyuan breathe a sigh of relief, surrendering in droves. "Of course, in the name of the Orcish god, I grant you 1 hour. Deliver to me a human named Meng Yi, and I shall depart immediately. Otherwise, I will slay these soldiers and raise the city." "Meng Yi?" Zhang Xiu exclaims in shock. Is that not the man who had an affair with his aunt? He fears that the man has already been slain by Chu Xiong. And this is dire news indeed. Zhang Xiu bellows, Chu Xiong, you scoundrel, show yourself. My lord, Chu Xiong is yet to return." "What, he hasn't returned? Could it be? Hurry and find him. Notify all the clans in the city. Within 1 hour, we must locate Meng Yi." Instantly, chaos erupts throughout the city as the major clans dispatch their men to fervently search for Meng Yi in an alley. Zhang Xiu and his men return to find Chu Xiong's lifeless body. Chu Xiong's corpse is a ghastly sight, riddled with arrows. Zhang Xiu narrows his eyes. This is a fortunate sign for him, indicating that Meng Yi is still alive. But how did Chu Xiong end up like this? He had planned that if Meng Yi were dead, he would lead his men to flee, indifferent to the fate of the common folk. Yet Meng Yi has evidently survived. If he can hand Meng Yi over to the orcs, he may still retain his position as the lord of Taiyuan City. But where is Meng Yi now? The scene shifts back to when Zhang Xiu departed. Chu Xiong, terrified, turned to flee, only to be blocked by Zhao Yun. "What are you doing? I warn you, I am Zhang Xiu's subordinate. If you kill me, you shall not fare well." Meng Yi smirks. "Shoot." In an instant, Chu Xiong is riddled with arrows. "Second brother, the orcs are closing in. Should we not assist?" Meng Yi glances at the small map, noting the number of orcs. His surprise, that fellow has summoned quite a horde in such a short time. Around 500, it seems. "What? 500 orcs?" Zhao Yun, well aware of their combat prowess, expresses his concern. The defenders of Taiyuan City may not withstand the orcs. If the city falls, the lives of the citizens will be in grave danger. Meng Yi nods in agreement, recognizing the truth in Zhao Yun's words. However, with their current strength, it will be difficult to overcome the orcs. They must devise a plan. Spotting a treasure chest on the ground, Meng Yi suddenly has an idea. "Zilong, since Zhang Xiu is so wealthy, the gold here cannot be all he possesses. Why don't we pay a visit to the Lord's mansion and plunder all his gold? This will bolster our strength and serve as a lesson for him." The two swiftly make their way to the Lord's mansion, where Meng Yi utilizes the gold detection system to locate the treasure within. This time, Zhao Yun holds nothing back, charging directly inside. The guards are no match for Zhao Yun and are swiftly dispatched. Upon entering the storeroom, the two are awestruck by the wealth within. The room is sizable, filled with shelves brimming with valuable items, and numerous large chests line the walls. when Meng Yi opens one, it is overflowing with riches, leaving both men dumbfounded. Goodness, how much of the people's wealth has Zhang Xiu hoarded? The gold comprises merely a fraction of the total, accounting for only about 15% of the treasures. Meng Yi converts all the gold into coins, amassing a total of 5,000 gold coins. He stores the remaining valuables in his item space. While the two are busy plundering the treasures in the storeroom, news of their actions reaches the ears of the major clans throughout the city. They hastily assemble their private armies to capture Meng. Just as Zhao Yun and Meng Yi finish their heist and prepare to leave the Lord's mansion, they find themselves surrounded by members of the noble clans. With what appears to be 3,000 people, that's him, Meng Yi sees him. 30 soldiers from the Chinese clan immediately encircle Meng Yi as Zhao Yun steps forward to block their path. What do you want? Instead of aiding the city, you seek to capture my second brother? We can't be blamed for this. That monster's leader specified that he only wants Meng Yi. If we deliver him, he will take his orcs and leave. Meng Yi scoffs. You truly are foolish. That fellow clearly intends for us to turn on one another. Even if you hand me over, he will not spare Taiyuan City. How can we know unless we try? What if that monster is trustworthy? Meng Yi is speechless. You would gamble your lives on the hope that a monster will keep its word. Step aside, or I shall not be gentle, to his dismay. This proclamation elicits a wave of laughter from the members of the noble clans. You think you can intimidate us? Enough of this nonsense. Let us take him down together. As they spoke, this group of individuals advanced with the intent to capture. Zhao Yun, filled with fury, swung his long spear in a sweeping motion, toppling a multitude of foes. These ruffians, who typically preyed upon innocent women, withered at the sight of a true master. Just as Meng Yi was about to command his soldiers to act, he was interrupted by a voice. Meng Yi, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, I'll slay this wretched woman. Zhang Xiu suddenly emerged, revealing that he had bound the Lady Zhou. Meng Yi was incensed. Zhang Xiu, you are indeed shameless. Using your own aunt as leverage against me. For the sake of the lives of the entire city, I must do this. Sacrificing you alone can save the lives of countless citizens. Meng Yi, I urge you not to be so selfish, only concerned with your own survival. You truly consider yourself noble, employing moral coercion. Without your band of miscreants, I would have already driven off the orcs. At this proclamation, laughter erupted throughout the crowd. What did he just say? He intends to drive off the orcs. Has his mind been befuddled? Zhang Xiu's army of nearly 10,000 could not contend with the orcs. And this man claims he will succeed. It appears desperation has driven him to madness. What can a mere dozen men accomplish? Zhang Xiu sneered. Time is running short. I have no time for idle chatter. Zhao Yun, if you wish for this wretched woman's life, do not make a move. Zhou cried out at that moment. General Zilong, do not concern yourself with me. Take young Master Meng and flee quickly. Meng Yi then produced a miniature base from the Chinese faction and whispered to Zhao Yun, you go rescue Zhou. I will handle the rest. Zhang Xiu waved his hand. Attack! Simultaneously, Meng Yi shouted, summon soldiers. With a wealth of gold at his disposal, Meng Yi summoned troops to the population cap. Surrounding the Lord's manor were throngs of soldiers summoned by Meng Yi. 500 soldiers of the Chinese faction knelt before Meng Yi, exclaiming, we pay our respects to our Lord. The crowd was left in stunned silence, having never witnessed such a spectacular scene. What is happening? Who are these people? Are they human or specter? Zhou gazed at Meng Yi with stars in her eyes. This was her ideal Prince Charming. Zhang Xiu furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Meng Yi bellowed, kill. The 500 system soldiers raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage upon the crowd. The rain of crossbow bolts descended like a swarm of locusts. And in an instant, cries of anguish filled the air. Concurrently, Zhao Yun charged towards Zhou, his spear aimed at Zhang Xiu, finally recognizing Zhang Xiu's true character, a treacherous villain. How foolish he had been to traverse thousands of miles to assist him in finding his aunt. Enraged, Zhang Xiu could not fathom that Zhao Yun would dare to strike at him. He blocked Zhao Yun's spear, saying, Zhao Yun, have you lost your mind? You have known Meng Yi for only a few days. Yet you defend him? I am your senior. Zhao Yun swiftly deflected a spear. I have no senior like you. The brother I hold in my heart would never compromise with orcs. He would never use a woman's life to coerce another. With each word Zhao Yun spoke, the force of his spear intensified, ultimately sending Zhang Xiu flying. Zhang Xiu, now on the ground, regarded Zhao Yun with disbelief. After years apart, Zhao Yun had progressed at an astonishing pace, and he could not withstand even 3 strikes. Zhang Xiu then glanced at the coalition formed by the noble families. Though numerous, they were nothing more than mere chickens compared to Meng Yi's army. With over 3,000 of them fleeing in disarray, a golden light flashed as Meng Yi leveled up to level 4, got his equipment upgraded once more, and his population cap reached 3,000. Meng Yi summoned soldiers again, and 500 scouts rose from the ground, swiftly joining the battle. Zhang Xiu realized the situation was dire and hastily made his way to his treasury. He had to escape. If he could not capture Meng Yi, the orcs would surely ravage the city. As long as he had his wealth, he could recruit more soldiers and rise again in the Eastern Han. However, upon entering his treasury, he was left in shock. Where is my money? Where has it gone? It cannot have vanished completely. This is the wealth I accumulated over 7 years of hard work. He had secretly trafficked Han slaves, sold weapons and salt to the Xiongnu, and accepted bribes from the noble families, all to amass this fortune. Zhang Xiu collapsed to the ground, weeping in despair. Which heaven-sent fiend has done this? At the city gates, Gul'dan frowned as he checked the time. Nearly an hour had passed, and that human had yet to appear. Untrustworthy humans would soon feel the wrath of the orcs, just as Gul'dan was about to order the execution of the captured soldiers. A hail of arrows suddenly rained down upon them. The thick arrows, propelled with tremendous force, pierced the chests of the orcs, resulting in a massacre. This was the work of Meng Yi's 500 scout troops, who had begun firing from 300 meters away. Gul'dan was taken aback. What is happening? Did I not destroy all the crossbows? He could not discern the enemy's location. Hastily, he activated his mini-map to locate them. So they are there. Charge. The orcs braved the arrow storm, charging toward Meng Yi's forces. The wolf cavalry led the charge, their massive blades deflecting most arrows, with thick armor shielding their mounts' heads. They moved swiftly, and if they closed the distance, the consequences would be dire. Just as they approached within 100 meters of the scout troops, the 500 scouts suddenly vanished. They activated their stealth skills and retreated rapidly. While a multitude of soldiers from the Chinese faction burst forth from both sides of the streets of Taiyuan, the wolf cavalry, bewildered, searched for their enemies, only to be met with a barrage of arrows from the flanks. Though their frontal defenses were formidable, their sides were nearly unprotected. The wolf cavalry swung their massive blades in an attempt to block the onslaught, but while they could fend off attacks from the front, they could not do so from behind. In mere moments, they were riddled with arrows. Just as Gul'dan arrived at the scene, he witnessed his wolf cavalry being slaughtered, causing him great anguish. These are level 3 soldiers. Each one cost 20 gold coins. They are my elite troops. Spare none of these human soldiers. The orcs roared as they charged toward the Chinese soldiers. Suddenly, another wave of arrows descended upon the orcs. The scouts that had seemingly vanished reappeared, now taking positions on the rooftops, leaving the orcs with no opportunity to retaliate. This was a tactic previously devised by Meng Yi and Zhao Yun, and thanks to Meng Yi's prior gaming experience, he was able to maneuver the soldiers with such finesse. As the number of orcs dwindled, Gul'dan began to panic. How can this be happening? There are fewer than 100 orc soldiers remaining, he shouted. Retreat. The orcs fled toward the city gates in disarray. The guards of Taiyuan, who had been captured, stared in disbelief as the once mighty orcs were slaughtered without a fight. How could this army possess such formidable combat prowess? Just as Gul'dan neared the gates, he was suddenly surrounded by a contingent of troops, with a figure on a white horse wielding a long spear blocking the entrance. None other than Zhao Yun. Meng Yi soon emerged as well. Now, where do you think you can run? The reason Meng Yi had delayed was to strategize on how to seize Gul'dan in one fell swoop. The last time this fiend had escaped, it had caused significant trouble, and he would not allow it to happen again. Even if the various lords of the Han dynasty waged war amongst themselves, that was merely an internal conflict. The orcs were a different matter altogether. 1,000 system soldiers tightened their encirclement, completely surrounding Gul'dan. The orc leader despaired. This was the end for him. Not only had he failed to capture Meng Yi, but he would also pay the price with his own freedom. Meng Yi called out to Gul'dan, surrender obediently and hand over the miniature base to me, and I guarantee you a chance at survival. Gul'dan gritted his teeth. He would rather die than surrender the base to Meng Yi. Hand over the hopes of the orcs to you? In your dreams. Orcs never yield. Orcs shall never be enslaved. Charge with me. Upon hearing Gul'dan's words, the orcs seemed to have received a surge of inspiration, unleashing a deafening roar. Over 100 orcs formed a protective circle around Gul'dan and surged towards the city gates. Meng Yi could only shake his head in resignation and waved his hand. Kill! In an instant, countless arrows rained down upon the orcs. Before they could reach the gates, more than half of them had already fallen. At this moment, Zhao Yun also took action, drawing his bow and aiming at Gul'dan. With a swift shot, he struck Gul'dan's thigh with precision. In the blink of an eye, all the orcs lay dead. Zhao Yun approached and bound Gul'dan. Suddenly, Gul'dan burst into laughter. Do not think that you can claim the orc base this way. I will never give it to you, even in death. Don't be so certain. Let us wait and see. Observing Meng Yi's annihilation of the orcs, the defenders of Taiyuan City were filled with excitement. They had all believed they were doomed. The combat prowess of the orcs was terrifying, far beyond what these ordinary soldiers could contend with. Who would have thought that Meng Yi, like a divine warrior, would appear and obliterate the seemingly unbeatable orcs in the blink of an eye? Several commanders of the city defense knelt before him, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives. Without your intervention, we would have perished at the hands of the orcs, and the citizens of Taiyuan would have suffered a terrible fate." Meng Yi looked at them, all battered from defending the city, and felt a twinge of emotion. They had no obligation in this matter. Gul'dan had come for him. There is no need for such formality. This is merely my duty. Your courage to stand and fight the orcs without retreating exemplifies the valor of our Han men. Please rise. Thank you, my lord. At that moment, a soldier rushed in. Report, my lord. Members of various clans are hastily carrying their belongings, trying to leave the city. Meng Yi narrowed his eyes. These scoundrels had not lifted a finger to help during the siege, but were quick to flee. Send orders to seal the city gates immediately. No one is to leave. Meng Yi, still wary of the system soldiers, added, Zilong, take some men to guard the city gates. Ensure none of them escape. Yes, whether these individuals fled was of little consequence, but the wealth they carried belonged to the people and could not be allowed to leave so easily. These clans must have amassed considerable riches. If he could seize their gold, he might even be able to establish a city. But how could he obtain this gold? He certainly couldn't take it by force. That would make him no different from a bandit. Meng Yi turned to Gul'dan. If only he could acquire the orc base, summon the orcs to raid, and no one would know it was him. He could use the orcs for any nefarious deeds in the future. How delightful. Meng Yi approached Gul'dan with a sinister grin. Gul'dan felt a chill run down his spine. What do you intend to do? Have you heard of the 10 tortures of the Manchus? Gul'dan raised his head defiantly. Humph. What methods do humans possess? Use them if you dare. Orcs never submit. Quite the resilient spirit. Indeed, the ultimate tortures devised over 3 millennia in my China, which you have likely never even heard of. Lingqi. Would you like to learn about it? It involves slicing the flesh piece by piece with a small knife, taking 1,000 cuts. Gul'dan broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Humans, you are the most cruel and wicked beings. Is this cruelty? Then you must not have heard the tale of the brazen bull. What brazen bull? Gul'dan felt an ominous premonition. You seem intrigued. Allow me to elaborate. This brazen bull is hollow inside, just large enough for a person to fit inside. A copper tube connects the mouth of the bull to the interior. During execution, a fire is lit beneath it to heat it up. As the temperature rises, the person inside suffers unbearable torment, screaming in agony. The sounds amplified through the copper tube to mimic the bellowing of a bull, ultimately leading to their slow roasting to death within the brazen bull. Gul'dan's imagination conjured images of what Meng Yi described, causing him to tremble. Meng Yi, you are a demon. You cannot treat me this way. I find it quite acceptable. You have killed so many innocents in your quest for my base. You are the true demon. Faced with the terrifying prospect of torture, Gul'dan suddenly regained his composure. Humph, very well. Come at me. Even if I suffer a painful death, you will not achieve your desires that I will curse you. May you never find peace. This took Meng Yi by surprise. Oh, you do not plead for mercy. This complicates matters. Killing Gul'dan will bring me no benefit. The orc base is what I truly desire. Meng Yi fell deep into thought. What to do? Didn't I possess the skill of theft? I wonder if it can snatch items from within a spatial realm. Meng Yi approached Gul'dan with a mischievous grin and suddenly punched him in the stomach. Skill failed. Nothing was obtained. The theft skill had a 15 chance of acquiring valuable items from enemies upon attack. A failure was to be expected. Though the punch had some force, it was nothing to Gul'dan in his current state. Oomph! Is that all? Put some more strength into it. Ignoring him, Meng Yi waited for the cooldown period to pass before delivering another punch. Still a failure. After 7 consecutive punches, a change finally occurred. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a medical potion. Looking at the small vial, Meng Yi beamed with delight. Oh, it really works. Gul'dan's expression shifted as he recognized the medical potion. How could you possibly extract this from my spatial realm? It seems you are of little use now. Meng Yi knocked him unconscious. Bound to a tree, Gul'dan became a human punching bag. After what felt like an eternity of strikes, Meng Yi finally obtained what he sought, the orc miniature base. At last, it was in his hands. With the item secured, Gul'dan was of no further use, and Meng Yi commanded the soldiers to execute him at the eastern gate of Taiyuan City. Various clans hastily packed their possessions, preparing to flee, only to discover that the gates had been sealed. Open the gates quickly. Let us leave. Zhao Yun thrust his spear into the ground and bellowed. No one is to leave Taiyuan City. Any violators shall be executed. At that moment, an elder emerged. He was a man of great standing among the Wang clan in the city. Instead of engaging the orcs, you block our escape? The orcs will soon massacre the city, and we shall all perish. Are you all out of your minds? Zhao Yun frowned slightly at the elder's harsh words. Were it not for his advanced age, he would have taught him a lesson. The orcs have been defeated. Taiyuan City is safe now. You may return home. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of laughter. What a boast. You claim to have defeated the orcs. In such a short time, that is impossible. Indeed, it seems they never even engaged the orcs. Look at them. They bear not a single trace of battle. They do not resemble warriors at all. Yes, the two sides remained in an impasse. Zhang Xiu arrived at the scene. He had just discovered that his amassed wealth had vanished, which left him in disbelief. Coupled with the near-total loss of his elite forces, he was on the brink of madness. It took the persuasion of his loyal guards to calm him down. Zhang Xiu had formulated a plan. Once he exited the city, he would lead his men to seize the wealth of these clans. For that was the only way he could rise again. Upon seeing Zhao Yun, Zhang Xiu felt a mix of emotions. He knew he was no match for Zhao Yun and could only appeal to their shared history. Zilong, we were once brothers in arms, yet now find ourselves in such dire circumstances that if you still remember our bond, let me pass. Noticing Zhao Yun's conflicted expression, Zhang Xiu continued, Zilong, though I have erred, I treated you well during our days training on the mountain. Even if my senior brother has wronged the world, he is truly sincere towards you. Zhao Yun's heart remains too soft, and he ultimately sighs deeply. Open the gates. Zhang Xiu led his men out of the city, followed closely by the noble families. Once the city gates are opened, closing them becomes a formidable task. That a throng of common folks surged outward, numbering at least several tens of thousands. That do not leave the city. Do not leave the city. Regardless of Zhao Yun's threats, the masses surged forth heedlessly. Zhao Yun found himself powerless against the common people. He simply could not bring himself to act against them. At that moment, Meng Yi arrived with his men. Seeing Meng Yi, Zhao Yun felt a pang of guilt and said, Elder brother, I am sorry. Zilong is incompetent. IT is all right. This cannot be blamed on you. I should have anticipated this. IT is better that these people flee. We can fight outside the city just the same. However, if the common folk all escape, it will be troublesome. Meng Yi shouted to the frantic crowd. Everyone listen. The beastmen within the city have all been slain. The city is safe. Do not leave the city. It is perilous outside. There is a high likelihood that escaped beastmen are lurking about. Repeat, it is dangerous outside. No one paid heed to Meng Yi's words. The crowd followed the herd mentality. If everyone else was rushing out, then even if it was unsafe outside, at least there would be others in front. But if one stayed behind and encountered a beastman, that would spell disaster. Realizing his words had no effect, Meng Yi ceased his futile efforts and directly left the city. Zhang Xiu was the first to exit. Having already set an ambush in a nearby grove, waiting for the noble family's convoy to arrive before making his move from a distance, Zhang Xiu spotted the convoy approaching. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed through the night sky. Roar! Dozens of green-skinned monsters charged toward the convoy. Zhang Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it. Meng Yi was indeed boasting. Monsters had already caught up? I knew they couldn't be this formidable. Retreat. Quick retreat. The sudden appearance of the beastmen sent the crowd into a panic. Scattering in all directions that moment, no one cared about gold or wealth. Survival took precedence. The more than 200 beastmen were, of course, summoned by Meng Yi. However, he was taken aback to discover that among the beastmen, the large G were actually level 2 soldiers, each costing 8 gold coins, and no wonder his soldiers had struggled during their first encounter with the beastmen. Meng Yi directed the beastmen to specifically target the noble families, completely disregarding the common folk. Many had only heard of monsters attacking the city, but had never laid eyes on such creatures. Now witnessing them, it was utterly terrifying. At this moment, some of the common folk recalled Meng Yi's words. That esteemed gentleman said the monsters in the city have been eradicated. Let us return. Yes, let us return quickly. The crowd that had just exited the city was now terrified and rushed back with all their might, creating a chaotic scene. Meanwhile, Meng Yi was elated as he absorbed gold, a steady stream of gold being converted into coins. Delightful. All remaining treasures were stored in his space. After reaching level 4, Meng Yi's spatial capacity had significantly increased. With each unit now measuring 4 cubic meters, the common folk returned to the city, and the gates were closed. After a night of turmoil, the inhabitants of Taiyuan City finally came to believe Meng Yi's words. The corpses of the monsters lay strewn across the streets, further amplified by the city defense force's vivid accounts of Meng Yi's army's prowess. Whatever Meng Yi said, they believed. That night, Meng Yi experienced a bountiful harvest, not only acquiring the beastman's base, but also amassing over 22,000 gold coin. At last, he could establish a city. Observing the terrain of Taiyuan City, Meng Yi found it quite satisfactory, although its location was somewhat remote, not as advantageous as Luoyang or Chang'an. It possessed unique geographical benefits, capable of resisting foreign invasions while remaining relatively unnoticed by other warlords. That it was a prudent choice while his own power was still in its infancy. However, one dilemma lingered in Meng Yi's mind. Should he establish a beastman base or a Chinese base? The advantage of establishing a beastman base was that it would allow beastmen infantry and wolf cavalry to acquire looting skills. This looting ability would enable these 2 units to gain a small amount of gold when attacking enemy structures, potentially yielding resources equivalent to 50 of the building's construction cost. This was undoubtedly a lucrative demolition skill, though Meng Yi was uncertain of how much gold it could actually generate. Conversely, the Chinese base would allow the establishment of a treasury hall, producing a continuous stream of gold, though the exact output remained unclear. One represented destruction yielding profit, while the other signified creation generating value. Meng Yi leaned towards the latter. Therefore, it was best to first construct the Chinese base, with the intention of establishing the beastmen's later. System: how does one build a city? The host should place the Chinese micro-base on the ground and silently utter the command to establish the base. The system will automatically generate a virtual image of the Lord's mansion and city walls. As long as the virtual image encounters no obstacles, the base can be established. That is how it works. Meng Yi returned to Taiyuan City and placed the Chinese micro-base on the ground. With a slight excitement, he declared, "Establish the base." The next moment, a vast green light emanated from the Chinese micro-base, swiftly expanding outward. At a green virtual Lord's mansion materialized at the site of the Chinese micro-base. Simultaneously, towering virtual city walls arose in the distance, encircling the entirety of Taiyuan City. At this moment, A system notification sounded. The Lord's mansion has encountered an obstacle. Please change its position or dismantle it. Meng Yi gazed at the virtual Lord's mansion, astonished. My goodness, how can it be so expansive? Is this not a palace? The area of the Lord's mansion was tremendously grand, occupying nearly half of Taiyuan City. No wonder the system required such a substantial amount of gold. Merely the Lord's mansion alone necessitated such an extensive area. The area of the city walls was even more staggering, based on the small map's display. The entire Level 1 base occupied approximately 4 square kilometers. Each wall spanned 2 kilometers in length, nearly rivaling the walls of Luoyang. Most importantly, this was merely a Level 1 base. How immense would the Level 2 and 3 bases be? After a moment of contemplation, Meng Yi adjusted the position of the Lord's mansion, situating it outside Taiyuan City. The requirements for establishing the base have been met. Would you like to confirm the establishment? Meng Yi took a deep breath and replied, Establish. In the next instant, Meng Yi's gold decreased by 20,000 coins. Boom! The solidifying foundation of the city walls erupted, causing the earth to tremble. The virtual Lord's mansion and walls sparked with arcs of electricity, gradually becoming tangible from the ground up. Zhao Yun marveled at this awe-inspiring scene. Elder brother, if you claim you are not a deity, I cannot believe it. The inhabitants of Taiyuan City were thrown into chaos. Unsure of what was occurring, one individual gazed toward the distant spectacle. What is that over there? In the distance, a Grand Lord's mansion had inexplicably risen from the ground. Everyone else stood dumbfounded, a miracle. This could only be a miracle. All activities ceased as the crowd knelt in reverence toward the direction of the Lord's mansion. Simultaneously, some individuals caught sight of the walls further afield. My heavens! The entire Taiyuan City has been surrounded by these walls. The walls stood 15 meters tall, 5 meters wide, and extended endlessly beyond sight. Even Meng Yi himself was left in disbelief. Just as Meng Yi completed the construction, the base transmitted a system notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully establishing the base and unlocking the city construction system. Unlocks. Craftsman, 2 gold coins, population. 1. Proficient in constructing various buildings, mining, and lumbering. Health, 275. Strength, 11. Agility, 9. Intelligence, 35. At melee equipment. Iron hammer, 2. Attack power, 18. Defense. Defensive equipment, no armor, 0. Skill, repair, consumes gold to restore damaged buildings. Excellent. This craftsman is inexpensive and does not occupy population slots. Numerous houses will undoubtedly be constructed within the future city, so it is wise to summon more of them. The exterior walls of the base have been completed, and the next step is to construct the internal facilities. Meng Yi accessed the urban construction system to explore the available buildings to erect. Houses cost 10 gold and accommodate an additional 6 inhabitants. The barracks, priced at 2,800 gold, can house 5,000 soldiers for rest and training. The armory, costing 3,200 gold, allows for upgrades to soldiers' equipment. The treasury hall, at 2,800 gold, increases the city's revenue. The hero shrine, priced at 1,800 gold, can summon heroes of the Chinese ethnicity. The resource recovery depot costs 2,200 gold and recycles various resources, including but not limited to wood, ore, and various metals. When resources are abundant, constructing buildings and producing weapons can significantly reduce costs, saving up to 90 gold. The shop, costing 1,500 gold, sells various potions and items. The crossbow tower, at 100 gold, can simultaneously launch 3 crossbow bolts at enemies. With a range of 1,000 meters, an attack power of 150, though its firing rate is slow. Upon seeing the prices of some buildings, Meng Yi was taken aback. He currently had just over 2,000 gold left, enough to construct only 1 building. What should he build first? His primary aim in city development was indeed the treasury hall, but required 2,800 gold, while he only had 2,600 gold, which was insufficient. If only he had saved some gold after summoning the soldiers. However, Meng Yi soon noticed the resource recovery depot. This building could reduce the gold consumed by other constructions, allowing him to build other facilities for just 10 gold once the recovery depot was completed. After examining the resource recovery depot closely, he realized that almost all materials could be recycled. However, Taiyuan City currently lacked diverse materials, having mostly wood, stone, and sand. Meng Yi decided to position the resource recovery depot outside the city to expedite the collection of various supplies and minimize transportation time. He surveyed the terrain around Taiyuan City and selected a clearing between the woods and small hills for construction, making it convenient for logging and stone gathering. The system granted him 5 craftsmen. Meng Yi clicked on the resource recovery station, expending 2,200 gold, and the craftsmen commenced construction. The 5 craftsmen surrounded the resource recovery station, diligently digging the foundation. Their movements were swift, yet with only 5 individuals. It seemed uncertain when the work would be completed. At that moment, a system notification sounded. The host could choose to summon more craftsmen to join the construction, significantly reducing the building completion time. Meng Yi promptly summoned 100 craftsmen. The greater the number of craftsmen, the better, as it would not only accelerate the construction speed, but also facilitate quicker resource gathering in the future. The sight of 100 craftsmen working together was indeed spectacular. With the construction site bustling with activity, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of tools, the craftsmen's coordination was impeccable, resembling a single entity, and the construction speed was astonishing. The resource recovery station visibly rose before Meng Yi's eyes. As he observed the building in awe, he contemplated the costs associated with such a large number of craftsmen. The townsfolk had little to do. Why not have them assist in gathering wood and stone, thereby saving a significant amount of gold? Meng Yi shared his thoughts with Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun wholeheartedly agreed, stating, "You are right, my lord. Years of conflict have left many farmlands abandoned, and with the court's incompetence, the citizens of Taiyuan City are indeed struggling. That if we can provide them with some means of livelihood, I'm sure they will be willing." Just then, another system notification chimed. The resource recovery station had been completed. Surprised at the swift completion, Meng Yi, curious about the appearance of the recovery depot, set out with Zhao Yun to inspect it. They soon arrived at the site of the newly established resource recovery depot. The structure resembled a large warehouse, with 4 doors facing the cardinal directions. Inside, it was divided into numerous identical sections, each with designated unloading points. Meng Yi noticed intricate patterns etched into the unloading points. Unsure of their purpose, he commanded the 100 craftsmen to gather wood and stone. Rapidly, the craftsmen transported the felled trees and stones back to the resource recovery depot, depositing them at the unloading points. The patterns began to glow, and in the blink of an eye, the items at the unloading points vanished. That was it. The pattern served as a teleportation device. An idea struck Meng Yi. Prompting him to open the system panel, he discovered that the panel had been updated. Previously, it displayed only gold and wood resource data, but now it included a plethora of resource types, such as stone, leather, various metals, and a variety of chemical substances. As dusk fell, Meng Yi returned to the Lord's mansion with his team. The Han slaves he had previously brought back still lacked housing, so he allowed them to stay temporarily. Given the ample space available, his greatest concern, however, was the mother-daughter duo of the Zhou family, who had taken refuge with him after being abandoned by Zhang Xiu. While they were indeed pitiable, it was likely Zhang Xiu would find a way to smear Zhou's reputation. Alas, he bore some responsibility in this matter. For now, they could stay. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Meng Yi led them into the Lord's mansion. The mansion was surrounded by a low wall, standing only 3 meters high. Its overall style was traditional Chinese, complete with bridges, flowing water, pavilions, and towers. The entourage followed Meng Yi, marveling at the beauty around them. Luo Lai exclaimed excitedly, "My lord, this place rivals even the Imperial Palace. How was this achieved? It's nothing short of miraculous." Zhou looked at Meng Yi with admiration, sharing the sentiment that he was responsible for this marvel. Meng Yi smiled inwardly, thinking to himself that this was merely a level 1 base. In the future, it would likely surpass the grandeur of the Imperial Palace. Arriving at the main building, its grandeur was even more pronounced. Constructed in a multi-story structure, it comprised 3 levels, with the first floor serving as a spacious hall for meetings or receiving guests, while the second and third floors were designated for living quarters. Numerous rooms had been delineated within, yet they were devoid of furniture, indicating that Meng Yi would need to procure it himself. An idea struck him. Could the craftsman create various types of furniture? He immediately summoned one craftsman. Can you make furniture? The craftsman nodded. Indeed, my lord. Just describe what you envision, and I can craft it for you. A smile crept across Meng Yi's face. Very well. Please start by making a bed for me. Meng Yi began to describe the design of a modern wooden bed from his mind, detailing every aspect. Of course, my lord. This is a simple task. I will have it ready shortly, the craftsman replied, gathering materials and tools to commence work. Finding the craftsman too slow, Meng Yi summoned 10 more craftsmen, working in unison. The 10 craftsmen completed a wooden bed in no time. The bed was constructed entirely using traditional joinery techniques, without a single screw, boasting an aesthetically pleasing design and being entirely natural, devoid of any modern technology. Meng Yi nodded in satisfaction with their work. However, he noted the absence of a modern mattress. He then instructed the craftsman to create a table, chairs, and a wardrobe, all in a contemporary style. Before long, a complete set of furniture was ready. I should also prepare a set for Zhao Yun and the Zhou family. He thought. ASO surveyed the empty room, unsure of how to manage for the night. Meng Yi suddenly opened the door. Bring everything in, he commanded the craftsmen, directing them to deliver the furniture sets. The sight left Zhou and her daughter speechless. Where did you acquire this furniture, young Master Meng? Did you make it yourself? Gazing at the oddly shaped furniture, the Zhou family marveled incessantly. They had never encountered such novel furnishings before. Tables, chairs, wooden beds, and even a 5-drawer chest. Suddenly, Zhou knelt before Meng Yi. Young Master Meng, you are truly a benefactor to my mother and me. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Zhou Manqing had now regained the demeanor of a noble woman. Her appearance immaculate after a couple of days of cleansing, combined with her graceful figure, leaving Meng Yi momentarily astonished. Unable to resist teasing her, he jested, "Why not join me in my room tonight?" Zhou Shi's face flushed, and she surprisingly nodded gently. Meng Yi, however, panicked, exclaiming, "Wait, I was just joking." In Meng Yi's chamber, he found himself unable to resist temptation. After casting a glance at the contentedly sleeping Zhou Shi, he opened the system panel. Name: Meng Yi, level 4 rank, Zhujiang population 3,000 military merit, 381 gold, 5,000 health, 375 energy, 1120 melee attack, 27 4 leadership, 47 strength, 15 agility, 13 intellect, 65 politics, 42 charm, 82 defense. 4 unallocated attribute points, 6 talent-activated skills, life drain, level 1 stealing, level 1 items, Beastman mini base, fine steel longsword, Zhujiang battle armor, 7 stars bronze dagger, shadow cloak, basic healing pill 4, basic training pill 2 wonderful. Another basic training pill has appeared, and this time 2 at once. I can directly break through to the first level of internal power. After leveling up, the system introduced a new troop type, Spy Gold, 25 population, 2 special unit primarily responsible for intelligence gathering and transmission, proficient in close combat, and skilled in assassination with expertise in concealed weaponry. Health, 420 energy, 50 strength, 17 agility, 22 intellect, 45 ranged equipment, concealed poison darts, attack power, 12, maximum range, 20 meters, includes 2 points of poison damage per second for 120 seconds. With a maximum storage of 7 darts, regenerates 1 every 10 seconds. Melee equipment, dagger, attack power, 32, armor. 0 skills, disguise, active skill, allows the user to replicate the appearance of any unit. Consuming 20 energy points, lasting 2 hours with a cooldown of 2 hours. Carrier pigeon, active skill, utilizes pigeons for message delivery, automatically generating 1 pigeon every 2 hours, with a maximum storage of 3 pigeons. This new troop type is impressive, akin to spies of later generations, though the cost seems exorbitant. Meng Yi shook his head and continued to examine. The weapons and armor had also upgraded. Meng Yi noticed that his longsword had transformed into a fine steel longsword, steel. In an era dominated by iron, this might be the only steel weapon available. Unsurprisingly, the armor had also transitioned to steel material. Additionally, the minimap and item space had both improved. The minimap's detection range had expanded to 8 square kilometers, and the storage space had increased to 4 cubic meters per cell, totaling 24 cubic meters. Curious about the capabilities of a new troop type, Meng Yi stealthily exited his room and summoned 2 spies. To his surprise, he found that he could choose their genders, that he summoned 1 male and 1 female spy. With a familiar arc of electricity, the summoning was completed swiftly. The 2 spies simultaneously declared, "We greet our lord." "There's no need for formalities," Meng Yi replied, circling around the spies to observe them closely. They were not particularly tall and bore ordinary appearances, easily blending into a crowd, dressed in uniforms adorned with dragon motifs. They lacked armor, wielding only a dagger. Meng Yi was most curious about where their 3 pigeons were hidden. He unconsciously glanced at the female spy's chest, mischievously wondering, could they be concealed there? However, upon seeing her average features, he lost interest. After some inquiries, the spies produced 3 bird-shaped ornaments, each the size of a lighter. These ornaments functioned similarly to the basic warhorse, differing in that they needed to be thrown into the sky, requiring a certain initial velocity and space to activate and transform into flying birds. While in flight, these birds were in a spiritual state, invisible to others, eliminating any concerns of interception. When a message needed to be conveyed, one simply needed to speak the desired message to the wooden bird, which would record the information and autonomously seek out its target for delivery. Meng Yi found the carrier pigeon method rather rudimentary. Could they not have something more sophisticated? Testing the spy's disguise skill, Meng Yi discovered it resembled an illusion staff that replicated appearances. However, the illusion created would only replicate the spy's appearance without any accompanying abilities, merely mimicking looks and sounds. Nevertheless, this could yield remarkable results if employed cleverly. Next, Meng Yi allocated all 6 attribute points to agility. After a refreshing sensation, his agility reached 19 points that he then retrieved a basic training pill, ready to upgrade his internal power. This time, he was mentally prepared and had specifically summoned Zhao Yun to guard him, ensuring no mishaps occurred. With everything in place, Meng Yi consumed the basic training pill. The familiar sensation returned, yet this time it was not as painful as before, possibly due to his previous frail meridians. The medicinal power swiftly coursed through his entire body, and soon the pain subsided. Suddenly, Meng Yi felt a jolt, as if something within him shattered, an energy flowing through his meridians, bringing a wave of comfort. I did it. Meng Yi checked his attributes and confirmed it. 2,160 energy. He had finally reached the first level of internal power. His strength increased by 2 to 17 points, and agility rose by 3 to 22 points. Zhao Yun sensed something as well. Congratulations, second brother. This was thanks to Zilong. Without your help, I would not have leveled up so swiftly. Meng Yi suddenly realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. My power has recovered so quickly. Seizing the momentum, Meng Yi consumed another basic training pill, and this time he felt no pain at all. His energy surged to 31 points. The next day, Meng Yi summoned all the townsfolk, first announcing that Taiyuan City was now under his jurisdiction. The citizens had little objection. It mattered not who the lord was. Almost all the wealth of the prominent families in Taiyuan City had vanished, and the family guards had been decimated by Meng. Leaving them too intimidated to resist, he then declared the recruitment of numerous laborers to assist in gathering timber, stone, and ore, promising meals and decent pay. The townsfolk were instantly enlivened. "My lord, we wish to work too. But there are monsters outside the city, and we dare not venture out. There is no need for concern. My army has thoroughly cleared the orcs outside the city, and you may now come and go freely." At that moment, a woman timidly inquired, "My lord, can women work too? My husband perished in battle, and my children are waiting for food." Someone nearby interjected, "Get lost. What can a woman do? Chopping wood and moving stones. Don't cause trouble here." Meng Yi frowned. He had not anticipated such a situation. Many women likely faced similar circumstances. The orcs had slain numerous innocent city defenders, leaving their families unattended, a reality he could not escape from. Zosher sympathized with these women, suggesting, "Meng Lang, perhaps we can allow these women to help with cooking and some minor tasks, offering them reduced pay, so they need not starve." Meng Yi nodded thoughtfully. Realizing this alone was insufficient, he summoned a few leaders of the city defense forces he had rescued earlier. Please tally the soldiers who fell in battle. I will provide compensation for their families." Upon hearing Meng Yi's words, the individuals knelt immediately, expressing their gratitude. "My lord, you are truly a benevolent official. We thank you on their behalf. I am willing to follow you, my lord, and I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water." Meng Yi had not anticipated that his unintentional actions would earn him the loyalty of these city defenders. "Very well, you shall continue to guard Taiyuan City for me. However, I must lay down some ground rules. No oppression of the common folk. No collusion or trade with foreign tribes, and anyone who dares to infringe upon our Chinese territory shall face death without mercy. Can you adhere to these principles?" One of the commanders replied loudly, "Rest assured, my lord, if anyone violates your rules, I shall be the first to hold them accountable." Meng Yi was quite impressed with this individual and decided to check his attributes. Name: Gao Zhe. Health: 825. Attack power: 43. Command: 63. Strength: 23. Agility: 28. Intelligence: 54. Politics: 34. Charm: 61. Favorability: 75. With a favorability of 75, it seemed his loyalty was assured, and he could be promoted. Overall, his attributes were merely average, yet his command was commendable. He should suffice for city defense. Your name is Gao Zhe, is it not? I hereby appoint you as the commander of the Taiyuan City Defense Forces. The security of the entire city will henceforth be entrusted to you." Gao Zhe felt a surge of emotion. The Lord even knew his name. "Fear not, my lord, as long as Gao Zhe lives, Taiyuan City shall never surrender." With Meng Yi's directives in place, tens of thousands of citizens sprang into action. Taiyuan City buzzed with vitality. Every day, vast quantities of materials flowed into the resource recovery station, and within a few days, a considerable amount of building materials was gathered. Finally, the materials for constructing the treasury hall were amassed. Meng Yi currently possessed 90 wealth in Taiyuan City, yet not a single piece of gold could be found. Any further development relied solely on the treasury hall. Using his scant gold, Meng Yi constructed the treasury hall. After half a day's labor, the treasury hall was finally completed. A chime sounded, signaling a system notification. "Congratulations, host, the treasury hall has been completed. Please designate a supervisor. The higher the political ability of the supervisor, the greater the city's income." They even required a supervisor. Had they mentioned that earlier, he would not have executed those individuals from the Lord's manor. Now, where could he find such talent? System, what happens if I do not set a supervisor? If no supervisor is designated, there will be no income. What? Then have I built the treasury hall for nothing? This won't do. System, then set me as the treasury supervisor. Understood. Settings completed. Taiyuan City will generate an income of 15 gold coins daily. The income was unexpectedly low. Your political ability is too low, and the treasury hall's income is also influenced by the city's population. To increase income, you should strive to enhance these two values. Had he known this, he would have built a beastman base instead. Regretting now was futile. He had to find someone with high political ability. Suddenly, Meng Yi thought of someone. Zhou seemed to possess commendable political skills. He approached Zhou and checked her attributes. Political ability, 72 points. Not exceptionally high, but still respectable. The system designated Zhou Manqing as the treasury supervisor. Settings completed. Taiyuan City will now generate an income of 105 gold coins daily. What? That's significantly higher. 105 gold coins means 3,150 gold coins monthly. Yet Meng Yi remained somewhat dissatisfied. The Three Kingdoms had no shortage of talent, and he recalled the palace in Luoyang, where individuals with high political abilities were abundant. If Zhou had a political ability of 72 points, how many gold coins would someone with over 90 political ability yield? Fortunately, a source of income had finally been established. 2 days later, Meng Yi constructed his third building, the Hero Hall. He wondered what heroes the Chinese race possessed. Once the Hero Hall was completed, a system notification chimed. The Hero Hall has been completed. Please select your first hero. Names appeared on the system screen. General of Soldiers, El Shang, Jiang Zia, Sage of War, Sun Wu, Immortal of War, Han Exin, Butcher of Man, Bai Qi, Sage of Strategy, Sun Bin, Overlord of Chu, Xiang Yu, Father of Carpentry, Lu Ban, Ancestor Wang Chan, Master of Ghost Valley. Geguzi, True Man of Nanhua. Zhuangzi, Wolf King. Zhu Su, General against the Jin. Yu Fei, General against the Japanese. Qi Jiguang. So many heroes. How should he choose? You need not be troubled, host. The selection of heroes from the Chinese race is done through random drawing. Would you like to draw now? So, I wasted my time looking at all these names when I need not have chosen at all. Meng Yi gritted his teeth. Draw. Fortunately, the first hero was free. Otherwise, he would have to wait several more days. Names flashed across the screen, and Meng Yi silently prayed for a favorable hero. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Liu Ban. The father of carpentry. What? Liu Ban. Are you jesting with me, system? Among so many remarkable figures, you grant me a carpenter. Do not underestimate any hero. Host. Each possesses formidable capabilities that a flash of white light enveloped Liu Ban, who then appeared before Meng. Liu Ban pays his respects to the Lord, and no need for formalities. Liu Ban appeared as an unremarkable middle-aged man. Since there was no changing him now, Meng Yi decided to check Liu Ban's abilities. Name, Liu Ban. Level, 1. Health, 625. Energy, 200. Attack power, 47. Command, 15. Strength, 25. Agility, 30. Intelligence, 95. Defense, 10 of his attributes resembled those of a mage. Liu Ban had one unallocated skill point, so Meng Yi examined his skills. Exceptional passive skill. Produces items with a 10 chance of additional attributes, yielding a premium item. Ghostly Axe. Analyzes the structure and material information of items, inflicting a 5-second immobilization effect. Consumes 20 points of energy. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Divine Craft. Replicates an identical item. Replication consumes energy continuously at a rate of 5 points per second. Summon Liu Ban number 7 robot. Requires level 6. After reviewing Liu Ban's skills, Meng Yi was stunned. This was incredible. The ability to replicate items and summon robots. Although his combat power was somewhat lacking, this capability was truly extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Yi decided to test the Divine Craft skill to see if it could indeed replicate items. What should he replicate? Meng Yi retrieved a repeating crossbow from a Chinese soldier. Master Liu, please use your Divine Craft skill to replicate this. Liu Ban took the crossbow and began to examine it carefully. Please wait, my lord. Was replicating an item so laborious? My lord, without the assistance of Ghostly Axe, I must thoroughly observe its structure and exterior to replicate ITSO. That was how it was. All right, it's ready. Liu Ban activated a skill that a small formation appeared, and at its center, the crossbow materialized as if being 3D printed. Moments later, an identical crossbow stood before Meng. He picked it up and tested it. Excellent. It was indistinguishable from the previous crossbow. Could this extend to treasures as well? Meng Yi became excited. If treasures could also be replicated, wouldn't that mean infinite gold coins could be harvested? Liu Ban furrowed his brow to my lord. While treasures can be replicated, it requires the assistance of the Ghostly Axe skill. Moreover, treasures contain immense energy. With my current cultivation, I fear I am not yet capable of replicating powerful treasures. Meng Yi felt a slight disappointment that I see. However, even if gold coins could not be generated endlessly, the ability to replicate treasures was still remarkable. He instructed Liu Ban to continue replicating the crossbows. Crossbows were convenient weapons that ordinary people could wield in battle with minimal training, and if they could outfit the army extensively, their combat strength would be formidable. Meng Yi had previously contemplated this idea, but due to the high precision required in manufacturing crossbows, ordinary craftsmen of the Han Dynasty could hardly produce them, and even if they could manage, it would be labor-intensive with quality varying greatly. Now, with Liu Ban, Meng Yi could fully utilize the forces of Taiyuan City, ensuring their self-defense. Next, Meng Yi constructed arrow towers. Crossbow arrow tower, 100 gold coins. Fires 3 crossbow bolts simultaneously at enemies. Range, 1,000 meters. Attack power, 150. Slow firing rate. Thanks to the resource recovery facility, arrow towers could be produced for merely 10 gold coins. Remarkably, this type of arrow tower had a range of 1,000 meters. In this era, the range of nearly all weapons falls short of such distances. The enemy is destined to face defeat. Although it only costs 10 gold coins, Meng Yi is determined to conserve resources as much as possible. He instructs Liu Ban to replicate the heavy crossbow carts from the arrow towers. The process of duplicating the crossbows consumes a significant amount of energy. Liu Ban requires a period of rest to recuperate after crafting just 2. And within 3 days, he manages to produce only 15. During these 3 days, Meng Yi accumulates some gold coins and commences the construction of a military factory. 100 craftsmen swiftly embark on the building project, completing it within half a day. Ding! Congratulations, host! The military factory has been established. Please select an upgrade option. Enhance the quality of melee weapons for 100 gold coins. Enhance the quality of melee armor for 100 gold coins. Enhance the range of ranged weapons for 100 gold coins. Enhance the capacity of ranged weapons for 100 gold coins. Having just completed the military factory, Meng Yi finds himself lacking the gold coins necessary to upgrade the equipment. Gold coins. The current output is still far too meager to develop rapidly. He must acquire more gold. A bold idea takes root in Meng Yi's mind. It seems imperative to make a swift journey to Luoyang. At that moment, Luo Lai rushes over in a panic. My lord, trouble has arisen. The Xiongnu have come to purchase goods from us, and when we refuse to sell, the city defense troops clashed with them. What? Such a thing has occurred. Let us go and see. Upon arriving at the scene, Meng Yi finds that the Xiongnu have already been apprehended by the city defense forces. Gao Ze approaches Meng Yi immediately to report. My lord, these individuals sought to buy our weapons, food, and slaves, resorting to violence when denied. They have been subdued by us now. Well done. The Xiongnu, evidently unwilling to submit, boast with arrogance. Yuhan people must be impatient for death. Release us at once, or I swear I shall annihilate your Taiyuan city. With a swift motion, Meng Yi delivers a sharp slap to the Xiongnu's face. The Xiongnu stares in disbelief at Meng Yi. You dare strike me? Who the hell are you? Summon Zhang Xiao to face me. I am the lord of Taiyuan city, and here, my word is law. Execute these men. You dare kill me, and I shall ensure you all accompany me to the grave. Upon receiving Meng Yi's command, Gao Ze acts without hesitation, swiftly dispatching countless foes. Meng Yi harbors no fear. The arrival of the Xiongnu is an opportune moment for them to experience the might of the arrow towers. In the grand tent of the Huyen tribe, a man kneels before Huyen Chi Lu. Reporting to the chieftain, our caravan to the Han has been ambushed. Huyen Zan has also been slain by the newly appointed lord of Taiyuan city, and all our goods have been seized. Upon hearing this, Huyen Chi Li's hand trembles as he uncertainly questions, What did you say? Huyen Zan is dead. Indeed, my son. Is he truly gone? How dare they? Huyen Chi Lu erupts in fury. Though their tribe may not rival the royal courts in size, it is still considerable. Has the Taiyuan lord lost his senses? What was once a mutually beneficial trade has turned hostile. Does he not comprehend the consequences? The scout continues, Chieftain, there is one more matter. It is said that a monstrous beast attacked Taiyuan city previously, inflicting heavy casualties on Zhang Xiao's forces, leaving few capable warriors. The new lord seized control of the military at that time. Strangely, Taiyuan city has recently been surrounded by towering walls, with many unfamiliar structures appearing within it. Yen Chi Lu twitches his lips in disdain. Monsters? Nonsense. In all my years, I have never encountered such creatures. These are merely the foolish rumors of ignorant commoners. Humph. Regardless of their walls and buildings, gather our brothers and prepare to march. I will raise Taiyuan city to avenge my son. Understood. After gathering the gold coins from the day, Meng Yi finally completes the construction of the last 2 buildings. The barracks are well equipped, featuring spacious dormitories capable of accommodating 5,000 soldiers. The training grounds allow for the rapid enhancement of soldier skills. Even without combat, the armory enables the repair of damaged weaponry. The level 1 shop offers limited items for purchase. Basic healing elixirs restore 400 health for 2 gold coins, while basic energy potions restore 200 energy for the same price. Both potions are invaluable, especially the energy potion, which allows Liu Ban to reduce his rest time significantly, greatly accelerating the replication process. Meng Yi purchases several for future needs. During this period, Taiyuan city has undergone a remarkable transformation. Before Meng Yi's arrival, The common folk struggled to find sustenance and were oppressed by the noble families, often resorting to selling their children. Yet since Meng Yi's arrival, every citizen has enough to eat and receives wages, leading to a dramatic improvement in their living standards. Moreover, Meng Yi champions equality, compelling even the traditionally high and mighty noble families to work for their sustenance. With all their wealth pillaged by Meng Yi's orc forces, merely surviving has become a testament to his benevolence. Many have willingly joined the city defense forces, and Taiyuan City now boasts a garrison of 8,000 troops. Meng Yi has equipped them all with repeating crossbows, and the city walls now bristle with over 100 crossbows replicated by Liu Ban. That he has commanded the craftsmen to produce a vast array of crossbow bolts. Outside Taiyuan City, 3,000 Xiongnu cavalry advance in a formidable formation. Hu Yanqilu gazes at the city walls from a distance, struck with disbelief. How can these walls be so towering? How can we possibly assault them? Nevertheless, having spoken, retreating now would be utterly humiliating. The sentinels of Taiyuan City soon detect the approaching enemy and promptly report to Gao Zhe and Meng Yi out on the city wall. Meng Yi leads the army in anticipation of the onslaught. 100 crossbow carts are prepared and loaded. As the 3,000 Xiongnu cavalry enter the range of the crossbows, a smirk appears on Meng Yi's lips. Perfect timing to test the power of the crossbows. Fire! Swoosh! 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 A dark cloud of bolts fills the air, raining down upon the Xiongnu cavalry. The massive bolts, as thick as spears, swiftly take down large numbers of cavalrymen. This initial volley claims the lives of over 300. Hu Yanqilu is taken aback. What is this? How can they shoot so far? We haven't even seen the enemy's faces yet. As he hesitates, contemplating whether to advance, a second wave of bolts descends. Another 300 cavalry fall. The entire cavalry unit is thrown into disarray. Having lost so many before even reaching the walls, how can they continue the fight? Chieftain, what should we do? Their crossbows are too powerful. If this continues, our forces will be decimated. With the Xiongnu cavalry still 500 meters from Taiyuan City, Hu Yanqilu grits his teeth that a retreat now would mean that these men have died for nothing. Advance, we are almost there. Their crossbows require time to prepare. Get closer, and they will lose their angle of attack. They may have superior crossbows, but the garrison within is not substantial, after suffering over 200 more casualties. The Xiongnu cavalry finally reaches 300 meters from the city walls. From a distance, they can make out the defenders atop the walls. However, upon seeing the number of troops stationed there, Hu Yanqilu is left speechless. The ramparts are teeming with soldiers. At least 8,000 of them. That wasn't it said that the Taiyuan garrison had suffered heavy losses? How can there be so many? In the next moment, a deluge of crossbow bolts rains down. Scouts have launched their assault. Hu Yanqilu shouts urgently, "Damn it! Retreat! Quickly!" The Xiongnu cavalry, already terrified, scatter in a frenzy, fleeing faster than even Hu Yanqilu himself as they attempt to escape. Meng Yi is determined not to let them leave so easily. You wish to flee? Not so fast. After a harrowing struggle, Hu Yanqilu finally leads his remaining men out of the crossbow's firing range, but their numbers have dwindled to less than half. Many wounded. This encounter has resulted in catastrophic losses. Had they not dispersed their formation, they would have likely lost even more. Clenching his fists, Hu Yanqilu vows, Taiyuan City, Meng Yi, I will return to exact my vengeance. Yet before he can catch his breath, he is horrified to see a horde of green-skinned creatures suddenly appear within his line of sight. How is this possible? In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the entire army of Xiongnu cavalry was annihilated. Meanwhile, Meng Yi and his regiment of system soldiers arrived at the scene. How utterly useless, he mused. The battle concluded before I even exerted my full strength. He instructed his soldiers to scour the battlefield in search of any valuable treasures. Activating the gold exploration feature, Meng Yi directed the warriors to gather gold first. Approaching the body of Hu Yanqilu, he noticed an object hovering above it resembled a headband, and Meng Yi picked it up. Noble decoration ring, valued at 100 gold coins. Effect: increases the bearer's attack power, strength, agility, and wisdom by 2 each. Stackable. Quite a fine item indeed. Just as Meng Yi secured the treasure, he sensed a surge of energy. Looking around, he quickly identified the source. A black horse standing beside Hu Yin Chi Li's corpse. The horse gently nudged the lifeless body with its head, its eyes seemingly filled with sorrow. What a profoundly sentient creature, he thought. While the others had fled, this one remained steadfast by its master's side. Approaching the horse, Meng Yi gently placed his hand upon its back, but he discovered that the spirit warhorse, Wu Yin, had yet to be activated. Should I activate it? Activate. In the next moment, a brilliant light flashed from the point of contact, enveloping the horse. The warhorse Wu Yin neighed, its body quivering as it grew in size, its muscles becoming more robust, its coat glistening like that of a newborn. Activation complete. Warhorse Wu Yin. Intermediate warhorse valued at 30 gold coins. Attributes: Health 875, Attack Power 75, Armor 0, Maximum Speed 85 km per hour, possesses two 1 cubic meter storage spaces and the ability to switch item forms. Meng Yi tenderly stroked the horse's body. What a magnificent steed. This one is far swifter than my previous junior warhorse. My dear, you shall henceforth be mine. He glanced at Luo Lai in the distance, recalling that he had received a skill book from him without providing anything in return. So he called him over to My lord. What is it? This is for you. Meng Yi handed the transformed wooden sculpture of the junior warhorse to Luo Lai. Luo Lai accepted the wooden horse, examining it. My lord, what purpose does this wooden sculpture serve? Meng Yi chuckled. This is no ordinary wooden sculpture. Throw it on the ground and see for yourself. Luo Lai complied without hesitation, with a resounding thud. The wooden sculpture instantly transformed into a warhorse. Luo Lai's eyes widened in astonishment. Wah! What? Luo Lai stammered, momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he quickly realized the rarity of this item and knelt before Meng, bowing his head. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for your generous gift. Rise and do your work diligently. There will be ample rewards in the future. This battle had yielded a bountiful harvest. Not only had they acquired a spirit weapon and treasures, but Lu Ban had also leveled up twice, gaining 2 additional skill points. Meng Yi proceeded to learn Lu Ban's remaining 2 skills, exquisite craftsmanship and demonic axe. Further enhancing Lu Ban's abilities, the construction of Taiyuan City was now nearly complete, and Meng Yi resolved to depart. Time had been considerably delayed, and he had more pressing matters to attend to. Upon hearing of Meng Yi's impending departure, all the citizens and soldiers of Taiyuan City gathered to bid him farewell. My lord, take care on your journey. The Zhou family watched Meng Yi leave, lingering with gratitude and deep affection in their eyes. Meng Yi did not take many with him, only Zhao Yun, Luo Lai, and a few hundred soldiers, leaving the remaining system soldiers to guard Taiyuan City. After all, Taiyuan City was his foundation. If it were to be destroyed, not only would the Chinese clan's base be lost, but all system soldiers would vanish as well. This was a warning from the system. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Meng Yi and Zhao Yun set off towards Luoyang, with no burdens to slow them down. They advanced at a swift pace. After several hours of continuous travel, Meng Yi inquired, Zilong, how far are we from Luoyang? Brother, at our pace, we should reach the Yellow River Ferry in no more than 3 days. 3 days still? That's quite fast. I believe our speed surpasses that of most cavalry units. Since leaving Taiyuan City, Meng Yi had been on the move, traversing from day into night, running for an entire day. Despite having enhanced his strength, he was utterly exhausted. However, one person fared worse than Meng. Luo Lai was sprawled across his horse like a lifeless dog. This intensity of marching was somewhat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person like him. Were it not for Meng Yi gifting him the junior warhorse, he might have been left far behind. Meng Yi found himself somewhat admiring his perseverance. It was time to enhance some of Luo Lai's attributes. After all, he still possessed the noble decoration ring. Should he give it to him? To be honest, Meng Yi felt a twinge of reluctance, as the ring was of some use to him as well. Yet, the system dictated that treasures must be worn to be effective. Storing them in item space rendered them useless, while other items were manageable. Donning such a large headband alongside his armor seemed rather incongruous. Well, I'll let you have it. Meng Yi approached the prostrate Luo Lai and kicked him lightly. Get up, I have a splendid gift for you. Upon hearing of the gift, Luo Lai sprang up. My lord. What is it? Meng Yi presented the noble decoration ring to him. As Luo Lai took the ring, he instinctively sensed its extraordinary nature. Having seen his fair share of treasures, he immediately recognized it as something far beyond the ordinary wares of the Han dynasty. The ancient silver headband, adorned with unfamiliar patterns, boasted a large green gemstone embedded in its center, exuding an air of opulence. How beautiful! My lord, are you truly giving this to me? Of course, don't return it to me. Having spent considerable time with Meng Yi, Luo Lai was certain this item had additional functions. Please, my lord, how does one use this? Simply wear it, and you shall find out. Luo Lai tentatively placed the noble decoration ring upon his head. Once secured, he felt an immediate transformation within himself, that a surge of power coursed through his entire being. The exhaustion that had plagued him moments ago vanished, and even his mind felt remarkably clearer. Meng Yi observed Luo Lai's reaction to the treasure. Externally, there appeared to be no significant change. He still looked quite frail. Meng Yi checked his attributes again, reflecting that while the treasure might enhance stats, it would not alter his physical form as attribute points would, which directly affected the body. Seeing Luo Lai donning the headband nearly caused Meng Yi to burst into laughter. Thank goodness he had not worn it himself. Originally a symbol of Western nobility, it did nothing to enhance Luo Lai's regal demeanor. Rather, he resembled a wandering monk. Luo Lai, unconcerned with his appearance, was brimming with excitement and wrapped his arms around Meng Yi's leg. My lord, this is simply miraculous. I adore you. Meng Yi, repulsed, kicked him away. Get off me, you fool. Under the night sky, everyone gathered around a crackling bonfire. Meng Yi munched on dried meat while lamenting the lack of flavor in his meal. Oh, how dreadful it is. Without seasoning, it tastes like chewing wax. If only I were back in my previous life, I would surely be lounging on a plush sofa, savoring skewers and beer while enjoying my favorite films. As Meng Yi pondered deeply, he found himself ensnared in a web of memories. His father had passed away early, leaving only his mother to single-handedly raise 2 children. Meng Yi had an elder sister, who from a young age exhibited remarkable maturity. She was not only beautiful, but also excelled academically. In stark contrast, her younger brother was nothing short of disappointment. Not only did he struggle with his studies, but his appearance was also far from commendable, and he frequently engaged in mischievous antics that often exasperated both his mother and sister. It was likely that their mother herself harbored regrets about bringing such a child into the world. To provide for her 2 offspring, Meng Yi's mother worked tirelessly, leaving her little time to supervise him. Gradually, Meng Yi succumbed to the allure of video games. Despite his academic shortcomings, he approached gaming with utmost seriousness, exploring a myriad of titles that, in fact, while playing a game themed around the 3 kingdoms, he meticulously studied the historical novel romance of the 3 kingdoms in order to conquer the game. As the siblings matured, they embarked on divergent paths. The efforts of his sister began to bear fruit as she gained admission to a prestigious university, found a beloved partner, married, and gave birth to a daughter, leading a fulfilling life that, if life were to continue on this trajectory, it would have been splendid. However, calamity often strikes the most unfortunate. The sister, once the pride of the family, faced a tragic turn of fate. Her husband perished in a car accident. The perpetrator fled, and the police indicated that the chances of finding him were slim. Subsequently, it was discovered that her daughter was afflicted with leukemia, necessitating an exorbitant sum for surgery. This posed a monumental challenge for a sister who had only recently entered the workforce. Despite Meng Yi's seemingly carefree demeanor, he held his sister and mother in the highest regard. Eager to alleviate some of the family's burdens, he ventured into live streaming. Just as he began to see some success and earn a modest income, the scene unfolded that had initially distressed him. His expression gradually morphed into one of despondency. He thought of his sister and mother. With such a colossal blow, survival seemed improbable. Reflecting on the years his mother had labored, toiling in factories for over 2 decades to provide for her children's education, Meng Yi felt a deep sense of remorse. He had only just reached a point where he could assist his family. And yet this upheaval had thrust him into despair. His mother had spent the majority of her life in hardship, never having enjoyed a single day of peace, only to be met with this misfortune. His sister, too, had endured a torturous path. After years of diligent study and relentless effort, the outcome was devastating. With a surge of determination, Meng Yi abruptly sat up. No, I must change all of this and strengthen my abilities as soon as possible. He opened the system panel and began to scrutinize his skills. Previously, he had taken note of 2 skills, but had only glanced at them due to time constraints. Now, he had the opportunity to delve deeper. The first skill, Plunder, with a cost of 500 merit points, allowed him to acquire a small amount of money when attacking enemy structures. If he initiated the attack on a building at full health, he would gain resources equivalent to 50 of the construction cost upon its destruction. This is undoubtedly a demolition skill. I wonder how much gold I could obtain from dismantling an ordinary house. He mused. Next, he examined the second skill. Alchemy, valued at 2,000 merit points, was a spell that converted the energy of living beings into gold. With a casting range of 50 meters, IT consumed 50 energy points and had a cooldown of 120 seconds. Transforming 15, 30, 45, 60, or 75 energy points into gold at a ratio of 2 gold per energy point. Notably, if the target lacked sufficient energy for conversion, the skill would continue to draw from their health until death ensued. Upon meticulous analysis of this skill, Meng Yi realized it was indeed formidable. Not only could it generate gold, but its attack potential was also substantial. 15 energy points translated to 150 points of health damage, which was terrifying for a first-level skill that if an ordinary person with low health fell victim to this ability, they would be utterly drained, akin to a juicer extracting juice from fruit. However, regrettably, while the skill was impressive, its cost was exorbitant, leaving him merely to admire it from afar. Meng Yi's interest in these 2 skills stemmed from their potential to generate gold, a resource he urgently needed to construct his base. However, gold was exceedingly rare. Even after plundering the grand city of Taiyuan, he had only amassed a little over 4,000 gold. Dishearteningly, his low attack power rendered him incapable of fully exploiting the potential of the plunder skill. If only he were Zhao Yun, it would be a different story. Acquiring a skill that augmented gold was imperative. Currently, Meng Yi possessed only over 300 merit points. Far from enough, he could only watch anxiously. He favored the alchemy skill for its potential to yield substantial amounts of gold. Reaching maximum level would grant him 150 gold in one go, making it a veritable gold production machine when paired with plunder. After a long day, Meng Yi unknowingly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself in a chamber overflowing with treasures and gold. He gleefully looted the riches, converting all the gold into currency. Just as he was about to depart, the ground unexpectedly shifted, plunging him into a pool of corrosive green liquid that instantly began to erode his skin, causing him to scream in agony. Meng Yi awoke with a start, the dawn light seeping through. Unable to return to sleep, he resolved to practice his internal skills instead. After more than a day, Meng Yi and Zhao Yun arrived near Shandong County. Unbeknownst to them, a group of individuals was watching from a nearby mountain peak. Their hiding spot was well concealed, and the scouts failed to detect them. If Meng Yi had glanced at the mini-map at that moment, he might have noticed their presence. "Boss, those 2 horses look splendid," exclaimed Li Damu, his eyes lighting up. "Humph, you know nothing. These horses are not merely good. They are exquisite specimens," replied a subordinate. "Boss, this is fantastic. Our general has a penchant for 2 things, beautiful women and fine horses. If we can capture these steeds and present them to him, we shall be richly rewarded." The leader pondered for a moment before nodding and gesturing. "Let us make our move." Meng Yi and Zhao Yun reached a valley when suddenly a pile of rubble obstructed their path, and a group of people encircled them. At the forefront stood a robust man with thick brows and large eyes, who bellowed, "Dismount. Today, I'm in a good mood. So you can leave your horses. You may depart unharmed." Li Damu, wary of the fact that Meng Yi and Zhao Yun were well mounted, feared that pressuring them might provoke a flight response, which would not be the case under normal circumstances. Meng Yi furrowed his brow as he observed the group. In this desolate place, how could there be so many bandits? The absurdity of their words almost made him laugh. 100 or so individuals, lacking even adequate armor, dared to attempt a robbery against them. Who had given them the audacity? Zhao Yun brandished his spear, pointing it at the bandits. Clear the path immediately, or you shall witness the might of this spear. Oh, have we encountered a tough opponent? Do you even know who we are? We are the Black Mountain Army. Have you heard of us? Upon hearing the name Black Mountain Army, Meng Yi was taken aback. He had some knowledge of them. They were notorious alongside the White Wave Army and the Yellow Turbans of Qingzhou. After the main force of the Yellow Turban rebels was suppressed, infighting erupted among the ruling class. During this turbulence, peasants from regions like Jizhou and Black Mountain revolted, organizing under various banners. The Black Mountain Army operated in the areas of Zhongshan, Changshan, Zhao County, Shandong, and the Taiyang Mountains. The Black Mountain Army was notoriously fragmented, reportedly comprising over 20 leaders, with some boasting forces of 20 to 30,000, while others had only 6 to 7,000. Their leader, Zhang Yin, was said to be exceptionally agile, with a reputation for speed. Commanding a following of purportedly 1,000,000. Meng Yi focused intently and examined the attributes of their leader. Name: Li Damu health, 550 attack power, 45 leadership, 28 strength, 22 agility, 28 intelligence, 29 politics, 12 charm, 35 defense. 5 Li Damu did not leave a significant impression on Meng Yi. His large eyes suggested he was merely a minor character. Unfazed, Meng Yi discreetly commanded the system's soldiers to prepare for an attack. Intending to strike first, he lamented the lack of merit points. And here was a group that had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Zilong, wait a moment and do not engage. Just observe. Meng Yi was concerned that Zhao Yun might steal his merit points, as Zhao Yun, being a non-system soldier, would not earn any points from slaying enemies. Upon receiving the command, all soldiers immediately readied their bows, aiming at the adversaries. Attack! With a commanding shout, Meng Yi ordered the crossbowmen to unleash a volley of bolts. While the soldiers of the Chinese clan charged forward, the Black Mountain troops were taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a sudden assault without any prior warning. At this close range, the power of the divine crossbow was formidable. After piercing through the first line of enemies, the bolts continued to strike down those behind them with relentless force. Li Damu reacted swiftly, raising his broadsword to deflect the incoming bolts. The resounding clash echoed as the crossbow bolts, propelled by immense inertia, jolted his arm, sending him tumbling backward until he rolled several times before coming to a halt. What followed was a torrential downpour of arrows. The rapid fire of the crossbows was astonishingly swift. The enemy had barely grasped the situation before they were riddled with bolts. In a state of panic, Li Damu scrambled to escape, only to find a bolt lodged in his rear. He had not anticipated the strength of his adversaries and realized he needed to call for reinforcements. Frantically, he retrieved a whistle from his pocket and blew it with all his might. The sharp, piercing sound reverberated throughout the valley. Meng Yi sensed imminent danger. This was no ordinary whistle. It signaled that a formidable force was on the move. Zhao Yun urged, "Second brother, we must hasten our departure. I suspect reinforcements will soon arrive." Agreed. Let's move. Not far from the valley where Meng Yi and his men were, on another mountain, Yudu was abruptly awakened by the whistle. Such a sound was reserved for emergencies, indicating that something significant had occurred. As he stepped outside, a messenger quickly approached him. "General, over 100 riders have just departed from the valley, heading in our direction." The whistle originated from that area. Quickly, arm the men and intercept them. Yudu's men acted swiftly, gathering over 3,000 troops in no time, and descended the mountain in a flurry. This number did not account for those who were slow to respond to the orders. The entire mountaintop was teeming with soldiers, and upon reaching the valley, they positioned themselves on the path that Meng Yi and his men would inevitably traverse. Though Meng Yi's forces moved with great speed, they were ultimately a moment too late, spotting the enemy's silhouettes in the distance. The 3,000 soldiers blocked their escape route. The two groups stood at a distance, eyeing each other warily. Zhao Yun inquired, "Second brother, what shall we do?" "Wait, I am devising a plan." Meng Yi's mind raced, initially seeking merely to gain some merit, yet now confronted with a substantial enemy force. The opposing side did not appear particularly formidable. If it came to a direct confrontation, Zhao Yun and over 200 warriors could likely prevail, albeit with potential losses. However, unless absolutely necessary, a head-on clash was unwise. What was their advantage? Speed and range. The enemy was predominantly infantry, and, given their hasty arrival, likely lacked many archers. Meng Yi summoned Xinchang, his newly appointed scout captain. One of the first 2 scouts he had called forth, he whispered a few instructions into Xinchang's ear, then turned to Zhao Yun. "Let us retreat, second brother. What is the purpose of this? You shall see shortly." Upon witnessing Meng Yi's forces turn to flee, Yudu's subordinates exclaimed, "Brother, they are running." "Running? I doubt they can escape. I have sent men to the valley as well. Pursue them." The 3,000 soldiers surged after Meng Yi's troops. "Charge!" Meng Yi's army retreated a short distance before coming to an abrupt halt. This distance was precisely within the maximum range of the divine crossbow. 100 scouts lined up in formation, drawing back their bows. With a synchronized motion, a volley of crossbow bolts was released. The bolts whistled through the air as they soared toward the Black Mountain army. The Wayudu's front ranks suffered devastating losses, as several men were struck down, the bolts continuing their deadly flight to pierce through those behind them, ultimately felling 3 ranks before the onslaught ceased. This barrage claimed at least 150 lives. Fortunately for Yudu, the spacing between the bolts allowed him to evade the deadly projectiles, though he was left drenched in cold sweat. The power of these bolts was astonishing, rivaling that of a siege crossbow. The Black Mountain troops were now less than 200 meters from Meng Yi's position. Meng Yi was pleased with the performance of the divine crossbow. Indeed, the scouts' bolts were potent, boasting significant range. As the cries of despair echoed from the enemy ranks, bodies fell en masse, some even propelled backward by the sheer force of the bolts. Meng Yi, observing the enemy's demise, felt a pang of regret. How unfortunate it was that he could not reap the rewards of such a bountiful harvest himself, for he could have utilized his thievery skills to amass gold. Realizing his limitations, an idea suddenly struck him. Could his weapon not change its form? What if it could transform into a ranged weapon? After all, he possessed an abundance of weapons, including a 7-star bronze sword. A daring thought ignited in his mind. System, I wish to alter my weapon's form. Host, altering the weapon's form requires 100 merit points. Do you wish to proceed? Confirmed. As the weapon's form was being reshaped, Meng Yi found his steel longsword morph into a pliable mass of metal. What should it become? He recalled the unique, indestructible trait of his exclusive weapon. Of course, I should have thought of this sooner. Transform the weapon into a spear or throwing axe, utilizing its properties for infinite throws. Just as Meng Yi was about to proceed with shaping, he paused. Wait a moment. Using a throwing axe or spear may not yield sufficient efficiency in slaying enemies. A better idea comes to mind. Why not directly transform it into crossbow bolts? With a single steel longsword, he could create numerous bolts for the repeating crossbow, vastly enhancing his lethality. The more he contemplated, the more feasible his plan appeared. He began to mold the materials into the shape of repeating crossbow bolts, and to his astonishment, he succeeded. Ultimately, Meng Yi's exclusive weapon transformed into 20 bolts for the repeating crossbow. He seized a repeating crossbow from a Chinese soldier. Meng Yi had previously experimented with this weapon, knowing that once it left the hands of a Chinese soldier, it would cease to generate bolts. However, this was inconsequential to Meng. Thanks to the indestructible nature of his exclusive weapon, any bolt that left his possession for more than 5 seconds would automatically return to his inventory, granting him infinite ammunition. What a delight! As Meng Yi tested the repeating crossbow, he was thrilled to find it function just as he envisioned, automatically retracting the bolts. Moreover, since his bolts were crafted from pure steel, their power far exceeded that of the Chinese soldier's bolts. Wonderful! My combat prowess has significantly increased. While Meng Yi upgraded his weapon, the battle raged on. Yudu, aware of the threat, deliberately slowed his advance, narrowly avoiding disaster. While the divine crossbow possessed tremendous power, its reloading speed was somewhat sluggish. Meng Yi calculated that the scouts required at least 5 seconds to complete a single volley, and for ordinary soldiers, it might take 15 seconds or longer. Despite several rounds of bolts raining down, some enemies managed to close the distance. Meng Yi commanded the light cavalry to withdraw immediately, while the Chinese soldiers provided covering fire. With Zhao Yun's protection, Meng Yi felt emboldened to unleash a relentless barrage of bolts. The crossbow bolts are inexhaustible. The more foes one slays, the more gold coins one accumulates. However, there is a minor inconvenience. The process of loading the crossbow bolts is somewhat cumbersome. To Meng Yi's surprise, the assassins displayed remarkable combat prowess. For the time being, Meng Yi summoned 2 assassins. At the steep price of 25 gold coins each, it felt rather exorbitant, especially when he could have summoned 6 Chinese ethnic soldiers instead. When Meng Yi first arrived in this world, he had annihilated a small tribe with just 6 Chinese ethnic soldiers. Reluctant to expose them to danger, he decided to keep them close for his protection, as their strengths did not lie on the battlefield. Just moments ago, a few enemy soldiers, under the relentless barrage of the Chinese ethnic soldiers' crossbow fire, charged within a 20-meter radius of Meng Yi. As Zhao Yun prepared to raise a spear, he witnessed the assassins deftly launching poison darts that struck several enemy soldiers in the throat with pinpoint accuracy. Meng Yi barely discerned their movements. Although their range was not as extensive as the crossbow, their speed and precision were commendable. With such self-defense capabilities, Meng Yi felt less apprehensive about their safety, amidst the frenzied cover fire from the crossbows. The enemy appeared oblivious to the fact that the light cavalry who had just attacked them had vanished without a trace, leaving only Meng Yi and Zhao Yun to retreat alongside the Chinese ethnic soldiers. The Black Mountain Army, numbering over 3,000, had yet to make contact with Meng Yi and his cohort. To be by the time the Chinese ethnic soldiers had exhausted their bolts, at least 500 members of the Black Mountain Army had already fallen. At this juncture, some soldiers from the Black Mountain Army began contemplating retreat. It was utterly absurd. Over 3,000 men had been decimated by merely 200 in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. In ancient warfare, sustaining more than a 20 casualty rate could lead to a rout. This was due to the absence of hope for victory. The enemy had yet to lose a single soldier. So how could they continue fighting? Observing the wavering morale, some soldiers hesitated, prompting Yu Du to shout, "Fear not. They have exhausted their bolts. With a little more effort, we shall vanquish them." He gestured towards Meng Yi's forces. "Look, their numbers have dwindled significantly." Upon hearing Yu Du's words, the soldiers of the Black Mountain Army indeed noticed that the enemy appeared to be fewer in number. However, at that very moment, from the rear of the Black Mountain Army, a flurry of crossbow bolts whizzed through the air. The soldiers lagging behind were struck down without warning, completely taken aback by the onslaught, unaware of where the enemy was, surrounded and under siege. The morale of the Black Mountain Army plummeted, and they lost the will to fight. Chaos ensued as soldiers fled in all directions. Seizing this opportunity, Meng Yi launched a counterattack, leading the Chinese ethnic soldiers in a fierce charge. Yu Du, incensed, spotted a panicking soldier nearby and struck him down with a blade. "You scoundrel! None shall flee." Zhao Yun maneuvered effortlessly through the ranks of the Black Mountain Army and spotted the enemy leader still among them. Charging towards him, Yu Du, seeking an outlet for his rage, had previously been deterred by the crossbow fire, but upon seeing Zhao Yun approach, he brandished his sword and charged forward. Just in time, let me demonstrate the might of my blade. With a flash of cold steel, the two crossed paths. Yu Du swung his blade but missed, his eyes widening in disbelief. So swift. At that moment, he felt a sudden piercing pain, collapsing to the ground with a thud. After a tumultuous clash, the enemy had vanished without a trace. Meng Yi had never experienced such exhilaration. The enemy's weakness gave him the illusion of playing a game that he accessed the system panel to review his spoils. Having dispatched so many foes, his merit points should have increased substantially, right? Meng Yi's merit points, 4,525,000 what? How could it be so low? This couldn't be right. Previously, it had been 2 points per kill. Even if he had miscalculated, it shouldn't be this scant. System, what is the meaning of this? Returning to the host, merit points are not fixed. The strength of the enemy directly influences the amount earned. The stronger the enemy, the more merit points gained. Conversely, the weaker the enemy, the fewer points acquired. So that's how it is. Meng Yi sighed, feeling deflated after a brief moment of elation. The gold coins earned were meager as well. Given that only he possessed the thieving skill, even with a frenzied output, he had only slain around 30 foes. The lone consolation was that his skill proficiency had indeed increased significantly. Noticing Meng Yi lost in thought, Zhao Yun interjected, "Brother, I've heard the Black Mountain Army is numerous and spreads across the entire Taiying Mountains in such a short time. 2 waves have already arrived. We should hasten our departure from this place. Snapped back to reality, Meng Yi responded, oh, right, that he understood Zhao Yun's reasoning. The current force was 3,000 strong, but next time it could swell to 10,000. However, he could not afford to overlook the treasures dropped by the enemies. Drawing on his experience, Meng Yi approached Yu Du's corpse. Sure enough, a familiar treasure floated above it. Ogre gauntlets. 30 gold coins effect. Increases the bearer's strength by 3, raises maximum health by 75, and slightly enhances HP recovery speed. Meng Yi stowed the item away, suddenly sensing a familiar energy fluctuation that is their spiritual artifact. Upon rummaging through the remains, he discovered a dagger. Noticing the status of the purple copper dagger was inactive, he was prompted, activate, purple copper dagger quality. Excellent attack, 2 agility, 1 charisma, 1 value. 40 gold coins. While the attributes of the purple copper dagger were average, its exquisite appearance was striking. The entire blade exhibited a resplendent purple hue, resembling a matte finish under the sun, with a golden hilt adorned with gemstones. A thought struck Meng Yi. Perhaps Zhao Yun would appreciate this dagger. He turned and presented the purple copper dagger to Zhao Yun. What do you think? Do you like it? Zhao Yun examined the purple copper dagger, his eyes brimming with delight. What a beautiful dagger! Thank you, brother. Meng Yi then beckoned Luo Lai over. As he drew closer, Meng Yi realized that the lad was quite cunning. Aware of the need to conceal wealth, he had wrapped the aristocratic ring Meng Yi had gifted him in cloth, rendering it less conspicuous. You clever boy. Here, take this. Meng Yi tossed the ogre gauntlets to him. Wear these and your strength will increase. Luo Lai eagerly accepted the treasure, scrutinizing it closely. The gauntlets were a pale earth tone, and despite their name, they resembled boxing gloves, featuring 5 sharp spikes at the knuckles. The material appeared incredibly robust and durable. With excitement, Luo Lai donned the gauntlets. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through him. He shuddered, feeling his strength significantly amplified. Meng Yi checked Luo Lai's attributes. Not bad. His strength has risen to 12 points, agility to 17 points. He is now nearly on par with the Chinese ethnic soldiers. Certainly far superior to an ordinary person. Luo Lai immediately knelt and bowed his head to Meng Yi. Thank you, my lord. I, Luo Lai, shall be your loyal hound for life. All right. Rise. Follow me, and there shall be ample rewards. Meng Yi waved his hand. Let us depart. Within the canyon, strewn with yellow earth, the command rang out. Kill. Thunder rumbled ominously as clouds of dust swirled chaotically and the wind howled, rendering the onlookers nearly blind. The sound of galloping hooves reverberated through the mountains as the Black Mountain Army dispatched a formidable force of 10,000 well-equipped cavalry in pursuit of Meng Yi and his companions. Fortunately, Meng Yi and his group managed to flee swiftly. Otherwise, they might have found themselves cornered. These pursuers were far from the inept adversaries they had faced before. Ordinary crossbow bolts posed no threat to their armor. Compounding their troubles, Meng Yi's group encountered a fierce sandstorm, severely hampering their ranged combat capabilities. That if they were caught and forced into close-quarters combat, the outcome would be dire. The relentless Black Mountain cavalry pursued them for an entire day and night, demonstrating unwavering determination. Rumor had it that Yu Du, whom Meng Yi had slain, was a close friend of the cavalry's commander. The wind howled fiercely, and Meng Yi found himself caked in dust, with sand filling his mouth at every utterance. He yearned for a mask and wind goggles. This relentless Black Mountain Army was truly tenacious. Was it really necessary to chase them for so long over a few casualties? Meng Yi felt as though he had swallowed another mouthful of sand. Damn this accursed sandstorm. When will it cease? Brother, should I take some men to delay them for a while? Otherwise, we might find ourselves in a predicament at the river crossing. No need, I suspect the sandstorm will lessen as we approach the Yellow River. Let us endure a little longer. Indeed, as Meng Yi had predicted, after running for another hour, the storm gradually subsided. Their pace quickened, and they began to widen the gap between themselves and the Black Mountain Army. After traversing a considerable distance for half a day, Meng Yi and his companions finally arrived at the Yellow River crossing before sunset. Gazing at the broad, somewhat murky waters, Meng Yi felt a surge of emotion. Is this the mother river of China, the Yellow River? It is my first time witnessing it. Upon reaching the crossing, they were relieved to find several boats available. Luo Lai hurried over to a boatman who was busy packing his belongings and called out, "Boatman, we need to cross the river." The boatman, a middle-aged man with two small mustaches, glanced back at Luo Lai and Meng Yi's group and replied, "I'm not ferrying anyone. It's getting late. And I must return home." "What? Not ferrying? You're turning down money." "Oh, you think I should take you just because you offer? I'll take whom I want and refuse whom I wish." Unbeknownst to Luo Lai, the boatman was merely playing hard to get, attempting to inflate his price by making it seem as though he was in high demand among unsuspecting travelers. Typically, when he employed this tactic, these outsiders would meekly succumb to his demands. At this juncture, Meng Yi approached. "What is the holdup? Just name your price." The boatman, realizing it encountered a likely mark, thought to himself, this patron certainly seems affluent. I had planned to close up shop, but for a distinguished guest such as yourself, I'll take you across for a mere 500 coins. Luo Lai gasped. 500 coins? Is this robbery? Oh, you find excessive? Then seek another boatman. The thunderous sound of hooves approached from a distance, and Meng Yi realized that their pursuers were closing in. With a disdainful snort, he produced a large pouch of coins from his spatial storage and tossed it to the boatman. "Quickly, take us across the river." Luo Lai leaned closer to Meng Yi and whispered, "My lord, he is clearly trying to raise his price. This scoundrel, I'd rather take him down with a single blow." "No need. He'll have his comeuppance soon enough." Having received the coin, the boatman readily obliged, signaling his crew to prepare the boat and ferry Meng Yi and his companions across. Just as they were nearing the opposite shore of the Yellow River, the Black Mountain Army came into view. "Damn it, we're just a step too late. Commander, should we pursue?" "Of course, we cannot let them escape." As Meng Yi and his group disembarked, they noticed the boatman preparing to return. Luo Lai urgently addressed Meng Yi. "My lord, should we not eliminate these men? If they return, they could summon the Black Mountain Army. No. Let them go, what?" Luo Lai looked at Meng Yi, bewildered, pondering whether his lord had lost his senses. Allowing them to escape felt like a grave injustice. Meng Yi shot him a glance and produced another pouch of coins. "What do you think this is?" Luo Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is this possible? Where did that pouch come from?" "My lord, when did you?" He intended to inquire how Meng Yi had acquired such impressive thieving skills, especially within such a short time frame. After all, even attempting to steal a pouch that size without the owner's knowledge was no small feat. Meng Yi merely smiled in silence. This was indeed a testament to his newfound skills. He had not anticipated how effective the art of stealth would be. Merely brushing past the boatman twice had sufficed. Meng Yi had not even needed to extend his hand. The pouch had simply transferred to him upon a gentle collision of shoulders. The boatman, upon returning to the opposite bank, found himself confronted by the advancing Black Mountain Army. He dared not delay and promptly prepared to assist them across the river. Meng Yi observed them boarding the boat. Somewhat astonished. "Are they truly intent on pursuing us?" Luo Lai, perplexed, asked. "My lord, is something amiss? They are undoubtedly coming after us. Well, they have chased us for so long. It is time to teach them a lesson. Let us demonstrate what it means to strike while crossing." Dozens of boats carrying the Black Mountain Army slowly made their way across the river. Just as they reached the midpoint, a barrage of powerful crossbow bolts suddenly rained down upon them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows were fired from the opposite bank. Ordinary crossbows could not shoot this far, so they were caught unprepared, and many Black Mountain soldiers were struck. That a relentless volley of arrows followed, leaving little room for concealment on the cramped boats. In a desperate attempt to avoid the projectiles, many Black Mountain soldiers leaped into the water. The boatman found himself in dire straits. Had he known, he would have returned home sooner. Now, his boat was riddled with arrows, and he narrowly escaped with his life. After several waves of arrows, the boats came to a standstill on the river, silent and motionless. The remaining Black Mountain soldiers on the bank cursed vehemently, relieved they had not boarded the vessels. It seemed the Black Mountain Army would not be crossing for the time being. Meng Yi, satisfied, departed, having accrued yet another substantial amount of merit. The Black Mountain Army truly proved to be an excellent source of experience. As dusk fell, The crossing was still over a day's journey from the gathering of the 18 warlords at Swanzhou. Meng Yi sought a place to rest after their relentless flight from the Black Mountain Army. Feeling utterly exhausted, Meng Yi let out a tremendous yawn. I need to find a place to wash up and enjoy a good night's sleep. I feel as though I've turned into a mud doll. Brother, it appears there's a town ahead. Let us head there. Meng Yi, ever cautious, dispatched scouts to scout the way. Before long, the scouts hurried back with a report. Report, my lord. There are two groups of people engaged in fierce battle to the west of the town. People fighting, perhaps it's some faction of warlords clashing with Dong Zhui's forces. Let's go take a look. We might just find opportunity. Not far from Meng Yi's group. Two factions were embroiled in a heated skirmish on the plains that Huzhi frowned deeply, acutely aware of their dire predicament. With an army of 20,000, they had been reduced to less than 10,000 by Sun Jian's relentless assault. General, I never anticipated Sun Jian to be so formidable. Each of his soldiers fights valiantly, and his commanders are equally skilled. We must flee at once. Wait a moment. Reinforcements should be arriving soon. We cannot afford to wait, General. If we linger any longer, we shall be surrounded. Just then, a soldier approached with urgent news. Report, General. A small force of around 200 has arrived from the north, bearing no insignia that we are unsure of their allegiance on Sun Jian's side. A similar report was received. Only 200 men, likely just some nameless rabble seeking to claim credit, if they wish to fight for glory. Let us eliminate them altogether. Understood. Meng Yi and his companions arrived at the edge of the battlefield, where the two armies were now clearly visible. Both factions were equipped with formidable weaponry, far surpassing that of the Heishan troops and the Xiongnu. Second brother, the one clad in black armor appears to be faltering, Meng Yi observed, noting that the black-armored forces were being relentlessly pressed back by the white-armored troops. The combat prowess of this white-armored army was indeed impressive. One could only speculate about their origins. Judging by their direction of assault, they likely hail from the 18 lords that moment, a detachment of cavalry, numbering 500, broke away from the white-armored forces and charged toward Meng Yi and his group. Meng Yi regarded the approaching soldiers with a mix of confusion and trepidation. What were their intentions? Just as he pondered their motives, the white-armored cavalry surged forth with a battle cry of kill. Meng Yi attempted to clarify their intentions, shouting, "Wait, do not strike. We are not your enemies." Yet his words fell on deaf ears as the onslaught continued, and they lunged at him with blades drawn. "Protect the Lord." The clash erupted as Meng Yi's small squad engaged with the white-armored troops. Zhao Yun, with a swift sweep of his spear, repelled the assailants. The enemy, indiscriminate in their aggression and unwilling to heed any explanations, ignited Meng Yi's wrath. "Create some distance. Use crossbows," he commanded. The bolts whizzed through the air, but the white-armored soldier's armor proved resilient, the projectiles merely clanging against it without penetrating. Only a well-placed shot could inflict harm upon them. The white-armored cavalry advanced with alarming speed, and before long, they had tangled with the Chinese soldiers, leaving only 3 or 4 dozen of their own fallen. The scouts, fearing friendly fire, could not shoot and were forced into close combat. To Meng Yi's astonishment, this enemy displayed even greater combat capability than the Xiongnu. The commander of the white-armored troops was equally taken aback. To think that a mere 200 ragtag soldiers could inflict such casualties upon his ranks incited his fury. Leave none alive. Slay them all. The battlefield was in a state of chaos, and Hu Zhen, along with his men, retreated, inadvertently pushing Meng Yi's group to the forefront. Sensing the impending danger, Zhao Yun shouted urgently, "Second brother, take your men and flee. I will hold them off. We shall regroup later." Without hesitation, Meng Yi complied, rallying a small contingent to make a swift exit as twilight descended. The battlefield echoed with the cacophony of battle cries and confusion. In the turmoil, Meng Yi instinctively sought the periphery of the conflict. This was a natural reaction. Anyone would have made the same choice under such circumstances. However, he did not anticipate that a contingent would suddenly materialize in the direction of his escape. It was ill fortune indeed, as this troop was originally poised to encircle Dong Zhui's forces, and now they had crossed paths with Meng Yi. At a jolt of alarm, surged through Meng Yi. In his haste, he had neglected to consult the minimap. Had he activated it from the outset of his flight, he could have avoided this encounter. Luo Lai, his face pale with dread, lamented, "It's over, my lord. We are doomed." Meng Yi shot him a glare, retorting, "Silence. Your incessant whining is unbearable. Speak another word, and I shall cast you aside." Regaining his composure, Meng Yi scrutinized the minimap. Enemies flanked him on 3 sides, with only a single gap remaining. After assessing the situation, he concluded that if they moved swiftly, they could breach that opening. Resolute, he redirected his team toward the gap. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun had evaded the previous cavalry unit and was now scanning for Meng Yi's figure. However, upon spotting the direction in which Meng Yi was fleeing, a sinking feeling gripped his heart. His battlefield experience far exceeded that of Meng Yi, and he quickly discerned Meng Yi's intentions. Yet, based on his experience, he knew Meng Yi stood little chance of success. Anxious, he rallied his soldiers to pursue on the battlefield. Hu Jin's forces left behind a grim tableau of corpses, with some still moaning in agony, and severed limbs strewn about. The sounds of slaughter gradually faded, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves broke the stillness. Sun Jian, clad in a bright red cloak, noticed a troop charging toward him and was taken aback. "Whose army is that?" "Report, General. That troop appears to be the 200 men who separated earlier," came the reply. Sun Jian narrowed his eyes. "What? They are still alive. I underestimated their resilience. Let us see what they are capable of." Zhao Yun, swift as the wind, rode his steed, the knight shining jade lion, leading the charge ahead of his men, who lagged increasingly behind. By this time, Meng Yi had reached the gap in the white-armored encirclement, mere strides away from breaking free. Fortunately, it seemed the enemy had yet to notice him. Just as he exhaled in relief, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The previously motionless white-armored soldiers suddenly sprang into action, converging on him from both flanks. How could this be? A sense of dread washed over Meng Yi. Advancing further would surely lead to his demise. The white-armored troops moved with astonishing speed and soon stood before Meng Yi's forces. An elderly general, wielding a long blade, charged at them with formidable ferocity. This veteran exuded a presence that Meng Yi had only seen rivaled by Zhao Yun. "Protect the Lord." The system soldiers formed a defensive line before Meng Yi. This foe was no nameless adversary. Meng Yi quickly assessed his attributes. Name, Huanggai Health, 825-1000 attack power, 83 command, 79 strength, 40 agility, 55 intelligence, 65 politics, 65 charisma, 81 defense. 18 Meng Yi's heart raced at the sight of the name, Huanggai. The crossbowmen of the Chinese troops reloaded and aimed their bolts at him. Huanggai deftly wielded his massive blade, swatting down most of the incoming projectiles, and continued his relentless advance, cleaving through the ranks of the Chinese soldiers with a single sweeping strike. Swish! The frontline soldiers were sent sprawling. Clad in silver armor, his spear glinting in the moonlight, Zhao Yun emerged to block Huanggai's next strike. With surprise etched on his face, Huanggai regarded his opponent. This man had managed to parry his formidable blow. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a furious exchange, and as the battle progressed, Huanggai's anxiety mounted. He realized he was no match for this silver-armored youth, who clearly was not an ordinary warrior. "Who are you, young man? Whose subordinate are you?" "I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Prepare to meet my spear." "Ah!" Huanggai barely evaded Zhao Yun's thrust at this moment. The white-armored reinforcement arrived, and Cheng Pu rushed to aid Huanggai, joining forces to confront Zhao Yun. Unbeknownst to Meng Yi, Sun Jian had drawn near, wielding his blade as he charged in from the side. Mounted on his swift steed, he barreled into Meng Yi's squad with a devastating swing of his weapon, the sheer force of his horse's momentum overwhelming the system soldiers. Ah! 5 soldiers were instantly sent flying by the devastating blow. Their innards shattered from the impact. Sun Jian's speed was astonishing. By the time Meng Yi realized what was happening, Sun Jian had already swung his blade. With a delayed reaction, Meng Yi could only raise his crossbow to defend himself. Clang! Qin Sheng, the captain of the Chinese soldiers, dashed in from the side, momentarily blocking the attack for Meng Yi. Sun Jian's strike lost some of its force, but still struck Meng Yi's crossbow with great impact. Buffed, Meng Yi coughed up a mouthful of blood. The disparity in power was overwhelming. Had it not been for Meng Yi's relatively high armor, that single blow would have been enough to slay him. He felt his arms go numb, and he was thrown from his horse, crashing heavily onto the ground. Dazed, his mind buzzed with confusion, and all he could hear was a deafening hum. Nearby, Luo Lai, frightened, fled on horseback. Disappearing into the distance, he had not yet reached the level of loyalty to sacrifice himself for Meng Yi. Realizing Meng Yi was doomed, he figured his presence was feudal. Zhao Yun, catching sight of Meng Yi being thrown from his mount, was consumed by fury. He unleashed his strength, deflecting the attacks aimed at him and charging toward Meng Yi. Upon noticing the distinctive armor Meng Yi wore, which signified a leader, Sun Jian was surprised at how easily he had fallen. "I will protect my lord at all costs." The system soldiers quickly surrounded Meng Yi as he fell. Sun Jian's eyes glinted with disdain as he raised his blade once more. "Die," with a swift motion. Sun Jian decapitated 3 soldiers from the Chinese faction. His assault did not falter as he swung his weapon toward Meng Yi. Hiss! Suddenly, Meng Yi's warhorse, Wu Yan, neighed fiercely and kicked out at Sun Jian. The power of a mid-tier warhorse was not to be underestimated, and Sun Jian sensed the imminent danger. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, withdrawing his blade and dodging the attack. "Damn beast! Die!" Sun Jian roared in fury. Swinging his ancient blade in a horizontal arc and severing the horse's head, blood splattered across Meng Yi's face, and the sudden warmth jolted him back to reality. Gazing at the figure before him, Meng Yi was filled with rage. The system soldiers surged forward, determined to shield Meng Yi, charging in a battle like moths drawn to a flame, falling one after another. The sight of his soldiers being slaughtered tore at Meng Yi's heart. It was the first time he had been so thoroughly humiliated and witnessed such wanton slaughter of his men. Seizing the moment, Meng Yi struggled to retrieve a basic healing pill and swallowed it desperately. The soldiers stood no chance against Sun Jian and were swiftly dispatched. This time, where will you hide? Sun Jian swung down his blade. Clang! Just then, Zhao Yun arrived, finally blocking the attack and forcing Sun Jian back with a thrust of a spear. He swiftly lifted Meng Yi from the ground and placed him on his own horse. Startled by Zhao Yun's sudden intervention, Sun Jian bellowed, "Capture them! They must not escape." Zhao Yun carved a bloody path for Meng Yi, who glanced back as they fled. "Let me see who you are. I will avenge this." Name: Sun Jian. Health: 7151025. Attack: 91. Command: 93. Strength: 41. Agility: 60. Intelligence: 73. Politics: 75. Charm: 84. Defense: 25. Favorability: -28. Sun Jian. So this is the fearsome warrior behind such strength. Among the 18 warlords, he is indeed the mightiest. But no matter who you are, I will have my revenge. Utilizing the speed of his knight-shining jade lion, Zhao Yun successfully led Meng Yi to safety. Now, Meng Yi's team was reduced to just 25 members, mostly scouts. The primary objective of the system soldiers was to protect their lord, with the second principle being self-preservation. As Zhao Yun and Meng Yi made their escape, the scouts activated their stealth abilities and vanished. Had it not been for their efforts to shield Meng Yi, they would not have suffered such heavy losses. Meng Yi felt a profound sadness, even on the verge of tears, that it was not merely the perilous situation or the heavy losses that weighed on him. It was the loss of Qin Sheng. He was the first Chinese soldier Meng Yi had summoned, and the one he had grown closest to since arriving in this world. And now he was gone. Though Qin Sheng was a biomechanical being and perhaps not a true human, Meng Yi felt an indescribable sorrow in his heart. Qin Sheng had saved him in his most desperate hour. Not particularly clever, but always there to shield him from harm, sacrificing himself for Meng Yi's sake. Additionally, Meng Yi's war horse, Wu Yan, had also fallen victim to Sun Jian's wrath. His companion, Luo Lai, was lost with no knowledge of his fate. Sun Jian, I will ensure you pay dearly for this. Meng Yi silently closed his eyes. Striving to keep his tears at bay, he sat in quiet contemplation for long while before Zhao Yun approached to comfort him. Brother, do not grieve too deeply. Death is an inevitable part of life. Zilong, I have never truly felt a connection to this world before. I thought of war as merely a game of survival of the fittest. But today, I feel the reality of my existence here. I am genuinely afraid. I do not know if I can defeat them. Perhaps I will perish in the next battle. Meng Yi was uncertain whether Zhao Yun could comprehend his words. Perhaps he merely sought someone to confide in. After all, without the system, he was just an ordinary person, hardly even a seasoned soldier. The horrors of war far exceeded his expectations. Without the system, surviving in this world would have been nearly impossible. Meng Yi felt lost. I won't let anything happen to you, brother. I am eager to witness the new world you spoke of. Meng Yi glanced at Zhao Yun, surprised to find he remembered his earlier words. Those had been merely impulsive remarks, a beautiful lie. Yet Zhao Yun was willing to follow him for it. Zilong, if I were to say that I am not a deity, would you still follow me? Zhao Yun sat, facing Meng. Why, to be honest, I never believed you were a deity. However, I believe in your words. I can sense the truth in what you said because your eyes hold a light that is unlike anyone else here. Meng Yi stared at Zhao Yun in astonishment. He had thought his performance was convincing, only to realize that Zhao Yun had chosen not to expose him. Zhao Yun continued, Brother, you must believe in yourself. I was once foolish too, learning a slow pace, and I doubted myself. It wasn't until my master said something that changed my perspective. I remember clearly. He said, Zhao Yun, what are you truly afraid of? Courage and perseverance are your greatest weapons. Your dreams, your convictions, are the sources of strength that will carry you through every hardship. There are countless paths to success. Do not fear taking the wrong one. Trust your instincts and forge ahead. Each path offers a unique landscape. Hearing those words awakened me, and I no longer hesitated. My skills improved rapidly, and I believe you can do the same, brother. Meng Yi reflected on Zhao Yun's words. Do not fear taking the wrong path. Trust your instincts and forge ahead. Each path offers a unique landscape. Yes, I cannot be defeated. Damn it, I possess a system. I am capable of bending the rules. Sun Jian. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Meng Yi reignited his fighting spirit, recalling the events of the 18 Warlords campaign against Dongzhu. Soon, Meng Yi became lost in thought as he gazed at the battlefield. Zilong, do you see this? Is it only Sun Jian's army? Indeed, based on the banners and armor, it appears to be a single force. That confirms it. If we calculate the time, it aligns perfectly with Sun Jian's solitary advance into Dongzhu's army, which will end in his defeat. Meng Yi had previously been uncertain due to the discrepancies between historical records and the romance of the Three Kingdoms. According to the official history, Sun Jian should not be present here, but rather in Yangqing. Thus, the unfolding events must align with the narrative of the novel. Sun Jian, isolated, would face defeat due to Yuan Shu's failure to provide supplies, leading to a disastrous retreat. Dongzhu's forces pursued him. Sun Jian would be wounded and escape, while Zhu Mao would sacrifice himself, donning Sun Jian's attire to mislead the enemy. If events were to unfold as such, then my chance for revenge is at hand. Second brother, what shall we do next? Wait, Zhao Yun inquired, puzzled. Wait, for what? Meng Yi replied with a sinister smile, to seize an opportunity. Following the previous setback, Meng Yi had suffered significant losses, now left with merely 25 scouts. However, under Zhao Yun's encouragement, Meng Yi remained undaunted, his spirit invigorated. Meng Yi possess an advantage and am well acquainted with this terrain. If I were to be bested by a mere band of ancient warriors, I would rather find a piece of tofu to meet my end. In recent days, Meng Yi had kept himself occupied. He led his 25 scouts in ambush positions, vigilantly observing the battlefield's movements. Meanwhile, he and Zhao Yun stealthily targeted enemy soldiers. Meng Yi primarily focused on offense, utilizing his thieving skills to procure gold coins, while Zhao Yun ensured his safety, only intervening during critical moments. Initially, Meng Yi dared to hunt only small squads of fewer than 10. With his crossbow, he could dispatch them in a single encounter. Should any attempt to flee, Zhao Yun and the scouts would ensure there were no escapes. After several days of operations, Meng Yi's hunting squad coordinated increasingly well, their actions flowing seamlessly, and they accumulated a modest fortune in gold. Meng Yi summoned a small contingent of Chinese soldiers and conceived a new strategy. First, he directed his soldiers to target identified enemies, instructing them to avoid fatal strikes. That on one occasion, he spotted a group of approximately 30 soldiers on the battlefield's periphery. With a swift release of bolts, the projectiles struck their targets like a swarm of locusts. Cries of agony erupted as the squad of soldiers fell, clutching their wounds in distress. Meng Yi approached, raising his crossbow. "I am sorry, but for the dawn of a new world, you must be sacrificed." He eliminated all soldiers, and streams of golden threads flowed from their bodies into his own. Checking his system interface, Meng Yi noted a satisfying increase of 12 gold coins and a commendation value of 600. "Excellent. At last, I can exchange for a skill." Since reaching level 4, he had observed a noticeable decline in the commendation value he received. That he recalled that at level 1, he earned 5 points for slaying a common soldier. But now it had dwindled to 2. It seemed that as 1's level rose, acquiring commendation points became increasingly challenging. If that were the case, exchanging for skills sooner rather than later would be more advantageous. Having experienced the previous peril, Meng Yi recognized the vast gap between his abilities and those of the experts. He determined that he must acquire a life-saving skill. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose the Gale Step. Gale Step is a state-based skill that consumes 600 military merit points. Upon activation, it grants the user invisibility and enhances their movement speed. Attacking while invisible inflicts additional damage and reveals the user. Energy cost, 20 points. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Duration, 1 minute. Speed enhancement, 10, 25, 40, 55, 70. Additional damage upon revealing, 40, 55, 70, 85, 100. The Gale Step skill offers both offensive and defensive capabilities, enabling the user to escape invisibly while inflicting extra damage upon revealing themselves. Moreover, the damage dealt counts as a standard attack, which can be combined with thieving skills to acquire gold, making it particularly suitable for Meng Yi. Upon mastering the Gale Step, the system promptly issued a notification. Gale Step is an active skill. Please assign a quick activation button for the skill. An activation button. This button allows the user to swiftly unleash their skills and can be set on any part of the body. Oh, so that's how it works. Meng Yi had not previously contemplated how to activate an active skill. Following the system's guidance, he chose to place the button on his right forearm. Once set, a Gale Step skill icon appeared on his forearm, resembling a tattoo. Meng Yi tentatively pressed the button. The Gale Step icon glowed momentarily, and his form vanished, as if his body had become lighter. Excellent. This will certainly thwart anyone who dares to harm me. After acquiring the Gale Step, Meng Yi opened his mini-map to assess enemy positions. After a brief observation, he pointed in a direction and said, "Let us head over there. The fighting was quite intense earlier, and we may encounter some soldiers who are still alive." The team advanced toward the indicated target. As they approached their destination, Meng Yi suddenly noticed something. "What is that?" "Hand me the binoculars." Through the lenses, he spotted a treasure hovering above a corpse on the battlefield. A treasure. How splendid. I wonder what it could be. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a diamond-shaped pendant, adorned in red and blue hues. As he picked it up, he noted, "Energy pendant, worth 220 gold coins. Effect, increases the bearer's maximum energy by 50. Stackable." It was indeed an energy pendant, capable of augmenting his maximum energy. Could it be that wearing this will enhance my inner strength? Eagerly, Meng Yi affixed the energy pendant to his belt. The moment it was secured, the pendant glowed, releasing a form of energy that connected to Meng Yi's body. He could sense the energy space within the treasure, akin to an external energy battery. Opening the system interface, he saw his inner strength at 82, 110. A smile spread across his face. His inner strength had indeed increased, though it had not reached a breakthrough. He had hoped for an immediate advancement. In the following days, Meng Yi moved through the battlefield like a specter, gradually regaining his strength. Not only had his soldier count swelled to 200, but both the blood-sucking aura and thieving skills had risen to level 2. Fortune smiled upon him as he acquired 2 additional treasures. Guardian Ring, worth 200 gold coins. Effect, adds 3 to the bearer's armor. Stackable, this treasure was small, a solid green ring adorned with several diamonds, yet its effects were unexpectedly beneficial. Meng Yi slipped it onto his finger. In an instant, He felt the ring emanate a wave of energy enveloping his entire being. An invisible defensive force formed around him, merging with his armor. This armor is truly remarkable. Previously, Meng Yi had paid little heed to his armor, but unbeknownst to him, it had now reached a commendable rating of 7. He surmised that even if struck by a blade, the force of an ordinary person would scarcely harm him. The strength belt, valued at 300 gold coins, offered a boon of 6 to strength, 150 to HP, and enhanced HP recovery speed. Fashioned from golden threads, it was adorned with several large rubies, boasting an ostentatious design reminiscent of a boxing champion's golden belt. The inventor of this belt undoubtedly possessed a nouveau riche mentality, eager to flaunt his wealth to the world. Meng Yi was not particularly fond of such flamboyant items. However, the attributes of this treasure were indeed impressive, and the 6 strength was of significant importance to him at this juncture. Once donned, Meng Yi's strength soared to 21, surpassing that of the soldiers from the Chinese faction. The scout's divine arm crossbow could now be effortlessly drawn in the vicinity of Luoyang's Sisui town. Sun Jian faced an unprecedented defeat today that a coalition of 50,000 troops led by Hua Xiong, Li Ju, Gui Si, and Su Rong had converged to encircle him. Sun Jian had initially pushed the forces of Dongjua back to Sisui town, with the next bastion being the formidable Hulao Pass, the gateway to Luoyang. However, the delayed supply of provisions from Yuan Shu had left the soldiers demoralized after days without sustenance. Sun Jian had dispatched several envoys to hasten the arrival of supplies, even sending the General Huang guy directly this time. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the commanders at Hulao Pass had mobilized their forces for a nocturnal ambush. Catching Sun Jian completely off guard, he found himself pursued relentlessly. Dongjua had issued a decree promising a reward of 1,000 gold pieces and the title of Marquis to whomever could slay Sun Jian. The battlefield was ablaze with fire, and the air was thick with the cries of the fallen. Witnessing so many brave soldiers who had fought alongside him perish in vain filled Sun Jian with a seething rage that it was all due to that damned Yuan Shu. Otherwise, how could he have fallen to such a fate? Zhuo Mao urged Sun Jian, "My lord, you must flee swiftly. The enemy approaches." No sooner had he spoken than Dongjua's troops were upon them. Sun Jian, "Over there, to arms!" Spotting the pursuers, the two hastily mounted their steeds and fled. After a harrowing escape, Zhuo Mao advised, "My lord, quickly remove your armor. These soldiers only recognize the insignia of armor. I shall don your garb to divert their attention." "How can that be? That would be sending to Rome to his demise." Sun Jian retorted, "My lord, the soldiers can do without me, but they cannot afford to lose you to do not hesitate any longer, or neither of us will escape." Without waiting for Sun Jian's consent, Zhuo Mao seized his helmet and placed it upon his own head. With a resigned sigh, Sun Jian silently removed his cloak. As they parted ways, Zhuo Mao solemnly clasped his hands together and said, "My lord, take care on your journey." All of this transpired under Meng Yi's watchful gaze. "Sun Jian, did you ever envision such a day?" You still wish to flee. I wonder where you think you can go." From a moment Dongjua's forces initiated their assault, Meng Yi had commanded his scouts to set up telescopes on elevated ground, searching for Sun Jian's whereabouts. Within moments, dozens of telescopes had pinpointed his location. Upon witnessing Sun Jian's solitary retreat, Meng Yi commenced his operation. He marked Sun Jian's position on the mini-map and, accompanied by Zhao Yun and a contingent of soldiers, advanced towards him. Zhao Yun, perplexed by Meng Yi's intent to ambush Sun Jian, inquired, "Elder brother, are we truly going to kill Sun Jian? He is a pivotal figure among the 18 warlords. Are we not aiding Dongjua by doing so?" "Zilong, the 18 warlords are incapable of achieving anything substantial. Do you not see? Each warlord harbors their own ambitions. Sun Jian's current plight is a direct result of their infighting. If any of them were truly capable of restoring the Han court, they would merely become the next Dongjua. These factions operate above the common folk. Our aim is to save the people of the Han, not the court itself." Zhao Yun seemed to grasp the essence of this, murmuring, "Not to save the court, but the common people. Elder brother, I shall follow your lead." This attempt to ambush Sun Jian served as a declaration of allegiance to Dongjua's faction. Subsequently, you will seek an opportunity to eliminate Dongjua while I scour the palace for gold. With sufficient gold, my strength will flourish, swiftly quelling this crisis and sparing the people from suffering. Meng Yi had not initially envisioned this plan. He had intended to join the ranks of the 18 warlords. But circumstances had shifted rapidly. Before he could even reach his destination, Sun Jian had provoked his ire. After some contemplation, Meng Yi realized that even if he reached Xuanzhou, he might not be welcomed. And even if Zhao Yun were to slay Hua Xiong, Yuan Shu would surely conspire against him. Thus, it would be more prudent to seize this opportunity to align with Dong Zhuo, for the palace's treasury was indeed genuine, far more substantial than mere reputation. Despite the chaos Dong Zhuo wrought upon the court, he was not stingy with his subordinates. At this juncture, Dong Zhuo was actively seeking talent, and the rewards there would undoubtedly be superior to those among the 18 warlords. At this moment, Sun Jian had cast aside his armor and cloak, his hair disheveled, no longer resembling a general. Preoccupied with his pursuers, he was oblivious to the fact that someone awaited him just ahead. Suddenly, a cadre of cavalry obstructed his path. "General Sun Jian, what a pleasure to see you." Sun Jian surveyed the figures before him, utterly at a loss. "Who are you? Step aside immediately." It seemed that General Sun Jian had completely forgotten this insignificant character. Meng Yi waved his hand, determined to make Sun Jian remember. The soldiers from the Chinese faction leveled their crossbows at him, preparing to unleash a volley of arrows. Realizing the peril, Sun Jian swiftly turned to flee, only to find his escape route sealed by nearly 200 cavalrymen encircling him. "I advise you, General, do not attempt to flee. Otherwise, you shall be turned into a pincushion, given your status as a vanguard among the 18 warlords. I shall grant you a chance. Defeat the one beside me, and you may go free." Sun Jian regarded Meng Yi with skepticism. "Is that true? I assure you, I will not go back on my word." Without further ado, Sun Jian brandished his blade. Charging at Zhao Yun, he knew that regardless of whether his opponent would allow him to escape, this confrontation was inevitable. After days of training, Zhao Yun's internal strength had surged, nearing the threshold of the first level. However, unlike Meng Yi, he lacked the aid of a beginner's cultivation elixir. Since reaching this critical point, he had found himself unable to advance, recognizing that he had hit a plateau. Such a hurdle was challenging to surmount through conventional training. Only by engaging in life-and-death battles against true masters could one hope to break through. Zhao Yun raised a spear to meet Sun Jian's charge. Clang, clang, clang. In mere moments, they exchanged over a dozen blows. The more Sun Jian fought, the more alarmed he became. This youth was astonishingly formidable. Having exerted all his strength, he noted that Zhao Yun still appeared to have reserves. Indeed, Zhao Yun was deliberately holding back, biding his time for Sun Jian to unleash a powerful strike, hoping it would provoke his own breakthrough. This all the prowess General Sun possesses. The fierce tiger of Jiangdong is hardly impressive. Upon hearing these words, Sun Jian's fury ignited. "You insolent whelp, I shall demonstrate the might of my ancient coin sword." With that, he began to wield his massive blade with fervor, the ancient coin sword dancing through the air. Creating a multitude of illusory strikes, as he swung the ancient coin sword, his muscles swelled, and his aura intensified. Until the moment his power reached its zenith, Sun Jian let out a thunderous roar, raising his sword high as countless sword shadows coalesced upon its edge. Cleave, shatter armor, and sever souls. What an overwhelming presence, at long last. Sun Jian unleashed his ultimate technique, prompting Zhao Yun to take the matter seriously. Meng Yi scoffed. After such a lengthy build-up, it's no wonder he struggles to unleash it in battle. The attention of the onlookers was captivated by the duel between the two, unaware that a group had approached them from short distance away. Zhao Yun, too, felt the surge of energy and prepared to unleash his full potential to counter the impending assault. Zhao Yun's ultimate technique executed far more rapidly than Sun Jian's. He struck first. Just as Sun Jian brought his blade down, Zhao Yun unleashed his own ultimate move. 100 birds greet the phoenix. As the two formidable attacks collided, a sound akin to the clash of metal resonated through the air. Sun Jian's great sword, as if encountering a relentless tide, descended slowly in a motion reminiscent of slow motion, while the ancient ingot blade emitted a resonant hum upon impact. Sun Jian exerted tremendous force. his trembling arm drenched in beads of sweat, each droplet falling with immense effort. Zhao Yun's strikes fell upon the ancient ingot blade like a torrential downpour, yet could not halt its momentum. Despite the seemingly languid speed of Sun Jian's strike, if Zhao Yun were to relax, even for a moment, the blow could accelerate instantaneously, cleaving both horse and rider in twain. Boom! At that moment, Zhao Yun's internal power finally broke through, reaching the second level. With this newfound strength, a surge of energy flooded into his arms, enhancing his agility and dramatically amplifying his aura. The long spear in Zhao Yun's hand struck again, each thrust causing Sun Jian's sword to recoil slightly. Puff! The backlash forced Sun Jian to spit blood, momentarily robbing him of his strength. Zhao Yun's spear, now unimpeded, surged forward, piercing Sun Jian's chest with a swift thrust. Puff! This scene was witnessed by the approaching group. Su Rong was left awestruck by Zhao Yun's martial prowess. Impressive! Upon hearing the exclamation, Meng Yi turned to see Su Rong and his entourage. He gestured for his soldiers to refrain from making any moves. Meng Yi scrutinized Su Rong's attributes. Name: Su Rong, health, 975, melee attack, 76, command, 92, strength, 39, agility, 49, intelligence, 57, politics, 43, charisma, 42, defense, 21. So, he is indeed Su Rong. Meng Yi held Su Rong in high regard among the generals of Dongzhuo's army. Believing that Su Rong's command abilities had been significantly underestimated, as evidenced by his battle achievements in the campaign against Dongzhuo, while others struggled against Sun Jian, he not only defeated Sun Jian, but also made Cao Cao his subordinate. Though it was not yet Cao Cao's peak, it was still a remarkable feat. Meng Yi whispered a few words to Zhao Yu that moment. Su Rong and his men had reached Meng Yi's side. Zhao Yun parted the crowd and stepped forward to respectfully greet Su Rong. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Honored to meet General Su Rong. You recognize me? The general's name was indeed thunderous. Haha, I am unworthy. It is you, Zilong, whose martial skills are truly remarkable, that I was left invigorated by what I just witnessed. While the two conversed, Meng Yi busied himself searching for spiritual artifacts. Indeed, Sun Jian had dropped a treasure, a mask intricately carved with the visage of a fearsome beast. Meng Yi picked it up. Rare treasure, death mask, value, 1,000 gold coins. Effect, converts 50 of damage dealt to opponents into health for the bearer. Multiple items do not stack. The death mask, what a splendid item. And to think it was dropped by Sun Jian. Meng Yi hastily stored the treasure and resumed searching Sun Jian's body, immediately sensing the emanation of a spiritual artifact from the ancient ingot blade. Casting a glance back, he noticed Su Rong and the others were oblivious to him. Meng Yi seized the blade. Wow, it's heavy, truly a renowned sword. Solidly made and exquisitely crafted, he discovered the ancient ingot blade's status was inactive. Activate the ancient ingot blade. Value, 700 gold coins. Attack power, 9. Strength, 5. Special effect, armor break, reducing enemy defense by 10 points. If defense becomes negative, damage increases by 50. Another spiritual artifact with a special effect. It is said to be a family heirloom of Sun Jian, gifted to Zhou Yu after Sun Jian's demise. After securing the ancient ingot blade, Meng Yi turned his attention to Sun Jian's steed, sensing a spiritual artifact emanation from it as well. Activate, intermediate war horse, flower mane steed. Value, 45 gold coins. Attributes, health, 625. Armor, 0. Maximum speed, 80 kilometers per hour. Storage space, 1 cubic meter, capable of switching item forms. 1 treasure, 2 spiritual artifacts. Sun Jian truly had an abundance of riches. As the spiritual emanation faded, Meng Yi stored the artifacts into his space and retrieved a similarly styled sword from his inventory, placing it beside Sun Jian. After completing his tasks, Meng Yi motioned for the soldiers to disperse before approaching Su Rong for a greeting. Meng Qijing, honored to meet General Su Rong. In response to Meng Yi, Su Rong was less cordial, offering only a token clasp of his fists. Noticing Su Rong's cool demeanor towards Meng Yi, Zhao Yun quickly interjected, General Su, this is my sworn brother. Oh, so you are Zilong's sworn brother. I was remiss in my manners earlier, by the way. I almost forgot the main issue. Where is Sun Jian? I came here to pursue him. Earlier, some soldiers had obstructed Su Rong's view of Sun Jian. But now that the crowd had dispersed, Su Rong immediately spotted Sun Jian lying on the ground. Su Rong approached Sun Jian, examining him closely. Indeed, it is Sun Jian. Zilong, you have rendered a great service this time. The Dongjua army's victory has dealt a significant blow to the alliance of the 18 warlords, causing the armies to retreat to Xuanzhou. Internal conflicts also arose within the alliance, upon receiving the news of Sun Jian's demise. The reactions among the various warlords were mixed. Some feigned condolences, others reveled in misfortune, while a few genuinely expressed regret. Alas, Sun Wentai has fallen. It is truly regrettable. Cao Cao sighed, genuinely feeling the loss from among the alliance. Only Sun Jian had earned his respect. He had not anticipated such a fate before achieving victory. Yuan Shao was enraged, addressing Yuan Shu with accusations. How foolish you are! While you withheld supplies from Liu Bei, why did you also deprive General Sun of his provisions and weaponry? Sun Wentai is the vanguard general of the allied forces. Now, with the vanguard defeated and Sun Wentai dead, how can I report this to the other warlords? Yuan Shu attempted to explain. Brother, Sun Jian has always looked down on you, and I merely sought to give you an outlet for your grievances. I never anticipated things would turn out this way. He had always been formidable in battle, so how could he falter this time? Yuan Shao's anger subsided somewhat. Did I know what you were thinking? The 18 warlords each harbor their own agendas, many of whom do not genuinely support the Han dynasty. Seeking only to further their own interests, you aim to weaken their strength, hoping they would suffer mutual destruction against Dongjua, but that requires us to be victorious first. Dongjua is not to be trifled with. Commanding an army of 200,000, should we be defeated, we would lose all dignity and have no hope for fame or achievement at that moment. General Sun Tzu and Huanggai barged in, disregarding any obstacles. Sun Tzu, fuming, pointed an accusing finger at Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu, why did you withhold my father's supplies and weaponry, leading to his defeat and death at the hands of the enemy? Seeing Sun Tzu and Huanggai glaring at him, Yuan Shu attempted to defend himself. Now, Sun Tzu, calm down. It was not my intention to withhold supplies. It was merely a failure on my subordinate's part. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation. Besides, even if your father perished, he cannot bear all the blame. He disregarded my advice and advanced alone, falling into the enemy's ambush that I, too, am heartbroken. Despite Yuan Shu's adept performance, Sun Tzu sighed, well aware that the situation was unlikely to be as Yuan Shu claimed. However, he found himself at an impasse, unable to simply kill him, for avenging his father would require the assistance of the Yuan brothers. Sun Tzu turned to Yuan Shao. Alliance leader Yuan, please allow me to lead my father's troops into battle. His body still lies in enemy hands, and I must retrieve it. Yuan Shao stroked his beard and replied gravely, we must indeed recover your father's body, but the morale of the allied forces has been severely diminished after our recent defeat. It would be unwise to engage in battle again so soon that we should deliberate further before making plans. Yuan Shu agreed. Indeed, dear nephew, do not act impulsively. Dong's Shiliang army is not to be underestimated. Our alliance of 18 warlords exists to collectively combat him. You cannot act alone. It is best to consider our options carefully. Sun Tzu, not lacking in intelligence, recognized the validity of their arguments and decided to seize the opportunity to negotiate for some benefits. Very well. I trust that Alliance leader Yuan will handle this matter fairly. Moreover, our army has suffered grievous losses this time. I hope the two generals can lend me some soldiers to replenish our forces. Yuan Shu wore a troubled expression. Yuan Shao shot him a glare and confidently addressed Sun Tzu, saying, this is naturally not an issue. Farewell, Sun Tzu said, having achieved his objective, and turned to leave. Within the city of Luoyang, Su Rong brought Zhao Yiyun and Meng Yi to this place, leaving 200 system soldiers under Su Rong's command. As the capital of the Eastern Han dynasty, Luoyang was constructed with grandiosity and magnificence. Leaving Meng Yi, who was visiting an ancient royal city for the first time, utterly awestruck. Various pavilions, terraces, towers, and halls were intricately built, brimming with the rich style of the Han Dynasty, comparable to works of art. Such structures are not to be compared with the ancient ruins seen in later generations. If these buildings could be preserved for posterity, this place might very well become a city of the arts in the future. As Su Rong guided Zhao Yun through Luoyang, he suddenly recalled something and shifted the topic, saying, "By the way, Zilong, I have reported your matter to Prime Minister Dong. Your achievement in slaying Sun Jian is significant, and I have informed Dong Wudat I believe the rewards will be plentiful." Meng Yi listened attentively, contemplating. It seems that old Su truly holds Zhao Yun in high regard. I wonder what Dong Zhuo will bestow. I hope it is not an official title, but something tangible instead. What use are titles when the Han Dynasty is on the brink of collapse? Zhao Yun expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, General Su." Su Rong nodded in satisfaction. "There is another matter. We have eliminated the vanguard forces of the 18 warlords and slain their general, greatly diminishing their morale. The 18 warlords have temporarily retreated. Prime Minister Dong is very pleased and has prepared a celebratory banquet, inviting all senior generals who participated in this campaign, and he specifically mentioned you, inviting you to attend as well." Before Zhao Yun could respond, Meng Yi interjected, "A celebratory banquet. Does that mean we must enter the palace?" "Ha! Of course we must enter the palace. Would we hold it in the military camp?" Meng Yi did not expect the opportunity to arise so swiftly. Attending this celebratory banquet would eliminate the risks of entering the palace and allow him to seek the treasury as well. Zhao Yun and Meng Yi exchanged glances, and Meng Yi subtly nodded. Zhao Yun inquired, "Great. When shall we go?" "The sooner, the better. I will take you to change your attire first." After Su Rong finished speaking, Zhao Yun keenly discerned the implication in his words. He did not wish to bring Meng Yi into the palace. That simply would not do. How could the plan proceed under such circumstances? "Wait a moment, General Su. Am I the only one going? What about my second brother?" "Your second brother?" This Su Rong appeared somewhat troubled. Zhao Yun clasped his fists and said, "General Su, the slaying of Sun Jian is not solely my achievement. If my second brother cannot go, then I shall not attend either." With that, Zhao Yun pretended to leave. Wait, I did not say it was not allowed. How about this? You two can stroll around Luoyang City for now, and I will explain the matter to Prime Minister Dong. Then we shall trouble General Su," Meng Yi replied. After Su Rong departed, Meng Yi found himself with nothing pressing to attend to, so he began to explore Luoyang City. Genuinely intrigued by the place, the two wandered through several streets, and after Su Rong's explanations, Meng Yi gained a rough understanding of the city. In Luoyang, there were primarily two palaces connected by an elevated thoroughfare, not at ground level, but raised high like a flyover. Outside the two palaces were the residences of the three dukes and various functional buildings, while the remainder comprised the dwellings of the city's residents. There were 24 main streets within the city, with the west side housing the Golden Market. The Eastern Han had regulations that markets could only be concentrated in a single location, with walls built around the marketplace and multiple gates established. The Golden Market was the only marketplace in Luoyang City. Meng Yi and Zhao Yun's goal was naturally this bustling Golden Market. Upon entering, the atmosphere changed instantly. The scene here was starkly different from the outside. Grand taverns, shops, and the cries of vendors filled the air as people thronged the streets. "Zilong, is this your first time here?" "Indeed, second brother. It is my first visit to Luoyang. I did not expect it to be so prosperous. I heard that when Dong Zhuo entered the capital, he plundered extensively. That it is remarkable that it has recovered to this state in such a short time." A.S. Meng Yi strolled through Luoyang. He did not do so aimlessly. He took the opportunity to learn about the prices in the Eastern in the Eastern Han. Currency was primarily represented by the bronze-made 5 zhu coins, each weighing 5 zhu. Hence the name .1 jin of gold referred to 1 pound of gold. And during the late Eastern Han, 1 pound equaled 223 grams, with 16 liang in a pound and 24 zhu in a liang. The state price for gold was approximately 10,000 coins per jin. Using the contemporary gold recovery price, with a gold content of 90, the highest craftsmanship in the Han Dynasty being 90 purity. Each gram valued around 450 yuan. Therefore, 223 grams of gold would amount to approximately 100,000 yuan, translating to each 5 zhu coin being worth around 10 yuan. In the Eastern Han, grain was measured in sure. A unit of volume. 1 shur of rice equaled approximately 1720 kilograms, while 1 shur of millet, high-quality millet, was around 400 coins, and 1 shur of barley was about 220 coins. 4 side dishes, strong wine, 50 coins per dough, rice wine, 30 coins per dough, common wine, 10 coins per dough, beef, 20 coins per gene, pork, lamb, 14 to 16 coins per gene, salt, 800 coins per shur. A meal in a tavern cost about 30 coins. The prices of clothing and housing were as follows: cloth clothing, 200 to 500 coins per piece; single clothing, 350 to 700 coins per piece; short jacket, 450 coins per piece; cloth robe, 380 to 400 coins per piece; brocade robe, 1800 to 2500 coins per piece; pants, 500 to 1100 coins per piece; linen shoes, 30 to 40 coins per pair; linen socks, 15 to 25 coins per pair. Land and housing prices: fertile land, 112,000 coins per mu; medium land, 1,000 to 4,000 coins per mu; poor land, 100 to 300 coins per mu; luxurious house, over 1 million coins; good house, 400 to 700,000 coins; ordinary house, 30,000 coins. Livestock prices: workhorse, 8,000 to 20,000 coins; war horse, 210,000 coins; good horse, 20,000 coins and above; cow, 4,000 to 8,000 coins; pig, 600 to 1,800 coins; sheep, 300 to 500 coins. Weapons prices: forged steel sword, 9,000-15,000 coins; steel sword, 7,000 to 10,000 coins; military sword, 700 to 900 coins; military knife, 660 to 800 coins; bow, 500 to 600 coins; crossbow, 2,000 to 3,000 coins; coarse salt, 4,000 coins per shur if measured by the value of gold. The prices in the Eastern Han were exorbitantly high. Meng Yi pondered that these prices must have surged considerably due to Dongzhuo's entrance into the capital. Moreover, it was said that Dongzhuo later abolished the 5 coins and minted a smaller denomination, rendering the 5 coins in the hands of the common folk utterly worthless in an instant. This action further exacerbated the inflation, causing grain prices to soar to tens of thousands of coins per shur. However, if one were to measure the income of Eastern Han citizens against Meng Yi's prior life, it would be roughly comparable. Laborers in the border regions earned around 400 to 700 coins monthly, while those in the interior made 600 to 1,000 coins. Skilled artisans earned about 2,000 coins monthly. Small slaves were priced at 15,000 coins, and large female servants at 20,000 coins. Assessing prices was truly a complex matter, especially in the Eastern Han, where resources were severely lacking. Some might attempt to equate modern grain prices with ancient currency, to which Meng Yi could only respond with a wry smile. In the Eastern Han, grain production was low and frequently beset by natural disasters, leading to persistently high grain prices. How could one compare the rare grains of the Eastern Han with modern grain prices? In Meng Yi's view, the two were not comparable at all. The true value of 5 coin was not merely its equivalent in RMB, but rather what it truly represented. Earning money requires effort and service to others. Some might argue that in finance, one need not labor or serve others at which Meng Yi would pose the question: how did you earn your first bucket of gold? Even if one engages in deceit and trickery, a certain degree of effort must still be exerted. Hence, money equates to labor. A nation possessing wealth can employ a multitude of individuals for construction, production, and to fend off external threats. Evaluating the value of currency through equivalent labor is indeed the most accurate measure. In Meng Yi's spatial possession, there are quite a few coins from the Wuzhou era, which initially led him to believe he was affluent. However, after witnessing the prevailing prices, he could only shake his head in dismay. Alas, with such high costs, the people of the Eastern Han truly suffer. While Meng Yi was wandering through the city of Luoyang, another individual was present in the same city, mere streets apart, yet neither noticed the other. This individual was none other than Luo Lai, a fellow who, against all odds, had survived the battlefield. Let us rewind to the moment when Sun Jian charged at Meng Yi just as he made his escape. At that time, Luo Lai was utterly terrified. Surrounded by enemy troops, he knew that fleeing aimlessly would lead to certain death. in a moment of inspiration. He reined in his horse and concealed himself among the corpses, feigning death. Remarkably, this ruse proved effective, allowing him to narrowly evade disaster. After an indeterminate period, once the battlefield was devoid of life, he cautiously rose. Searching the vicinity with his basic warhorse, he found no sign of Meng Yi's body. Soon after, soldiers arrived to clear the battlefield, leaving him with no choice but to depart. Believing Meng Yi to be dead, he fled towards Luoyang. He reverted to his former persona as a petty thief, using the treasures bestowed upon him by Meng Yi to hone his skills, ensuring his survival was no longer a concern. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself in a state of melancholy, despite the brevity of their time together. Those days spent with Meng Yi were vibrant and exhilarating. Luo Lai sat listlessly by the roadside, letting out a sigh. Alas, if only my lord were alive. Conversely, Meng Yi had long forgotten about him. As he strolled along, he suddenly spotted a narrow alley flanked by vibrant stalls run by small vendors, bustling with activity. Come, let us venture further. That street appears to be quite lively. In truth, Meng Yi held little interest in the larger shops. But the alley piqued his curiosity. Upon entering, he discovered an array of intriguing trinkets. Even a modern Meng Yi found himself captivated. As he wandered, a melodious voice drew his attention, and he turned to see its owner. In an instant, he was entranced. She was extraordinarily beautiful. It was astonishing to encounter such a lovely girl in ancient times. Her grace, her figure, and all without a trace of makeup. A natural beauty, unlike those who rely on filters to enhance their looks. At that moment, the young lady was selecting adornments from a vendor's stall. Each smile and frown left Meng Yi spellbound. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun, who was walking ahead, noticed that Meng Yi had fallen behind. Turning back, he found Meng Yi standing there, entranced. Elder brother, why have you stopped? Meng Yi snapped back to reality. Third brother, I think I might be in love. That moment, he felt an intense fluttering in his heart. Although he had never had a girlfriend in his previous life, he had experienced infatuation. This exhilarating sensation was all too familiar, but this time it was stronger than ever in his past life. He lacked the means. Even ordinary girls would overlook him. With no money, no power, poor grades, and average looks, who would ever consider him? However, things were different now that he was wealthy, and his appearance was quite commendable. With the assistance of the system, he was destined to rise in stature. Zhao Yun followed Meng Yi's gaze and also spotted the enchanting woman. Meng Yi rummaged through his memories, pondering how to initiate a conversation with a girl. He had many ideas, yet each one was dismissed by himself as inadequate. Just as his mind wandered, another figure appeared, a dandy who approached the beautiful Lady S stall directly. Wenji, what a coincidence to find you here. The lady, upon recognizing the newcomer, responded with a respectful bow. Ah, it is young Master Wei. I did not expect to see you here. Meng Yi, taken aback, found himself preempted before he could make his move. Such clumsy flirting. How fortuitous, indeed. How infuriating. It was clear that they were acquainted, which only heightened Meng Yi's ire. This was a relationship with a foundation. This was bad, very bad. The familiarity with which he addressed her as Wenji was infuriating. Meng Yi seized Zhao Yun. Third brother, lend me a hand and drive that scoundrel away. Elder brother, that may not be proper, Zhao Yun replied hesitantly. Please, I implore you. Meng Yi insisted, unwilling to let Zhao Yun feel too burdened. He retrieved a black mask from his inventory. Here, put this on. Seeing Meng Yi's determination, Zhao Yun had no choice but to comply and don the mask reluctantly. Just give him a few hits. Injure him, but do not kill him. Zhao Yun shook his head, offering a wry smile. Even if you order me to kill him, I couldn't bring myself to do it. The stall. Young Master Wei reached for the item in the beautiful Lady S hand, causing her to withdraw it in alarm. Wenji, you truly have exquisite taste. This hairpin is indeed splendid. Meng Yi's eyes flared with fury. Yet, why did the name Wenji sound so familiar? Hastily, he examined the beautiful lady's information. Name, Kai Yin. Health, 100. Attack, 8. Leadership, 16. Strength, 4. Agility, 6. Intelligence, 82. Politics, 73. Charm, 98. Defense. Tutored upon reading her details, Meng Yi's heart soared with joy. Kai Yin, known as Wenji, no wonder she exuded such presence and beauty. Even Cao Cao was captivated by her charm. Just as young Master Wei was about to speak further, Zhao Yun seized him by the collar and yanked him away. Young Master Wei gasped, feeling a tight grip at his neck before being thrust backward, followed by a heavy punch to his abdomen. Zhao Yun had only exerted a fraction of his strength, careful not to harm the visibly unwell young Master Wei. The two attendants at his side were momentarily stunned. Young Master, you scoundrel! These men were no match for Zhao Yun, who swiftly dispatched them with a few well-placed strikes. Young Master Wei, witnessing this, was filled with dread and began to retreat. Stammering, "Who are you? Why did you attack me without cause? My father is a high-ranking official. Do you not realize who you are assaulting?" Zhao Yun remained silent, raising his fist as if to strike again. He had felt a twinge of guilt earlier, but upon hearing young Master Wei's haughty remarks, he felt justified. He despised those who flaunted their power. "I am indeed striking you," Zhao Yun declared, raising his fist once more, causing young Master Wei to bolt in fear. Kai Wenji was left pale with fright, her maid urging her to flee. However, at that moment, Meng Yi stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Kai Wenji. Pointing at the masked Zhao Yun, he bellowed, "You audacious rogue, to commit such acts in broad daylight. Do you not fear the law?" Turning to Kai Wenji, he reassured her, "Fear not, fair maiden, as long as I am here. This villain dares not lay a finger on you." Zhao Yun, taken aback, was perplexed. This was not part of the plan. Meng Yi gestured vigorously at Zhao Yun, then, disregarding whether Zhao Yun understood, he swung a fist the size of a sandbag toward him. "Audacious rogue, take this punch." The blow landed lightly on Zhao Yun, who promptly understood it was time to exit. What remarkable martial prowess! Zhao Yun feigned being struck away by Meng Yi, leaning back and tumbling before vanishing into the crowd. Although the performance of Meng Yi and his companion seemed rather contrived, due to the angle, Kai Wenji failed to discern any flaws. Meng Yi's broad back completely obstructed her line of sight. After Zhao Yun departed, Meng Yi turned back, gazing at Kai Wenji with tender affection, and inquired, "Miss, are you all right?" "I am fine," she stammered, feeling somewhat bashful under Meng Yi's intense gaze. "Thank you, my lord, but I must take my leave." Kai Wenji's first impression of Meng Yi was quite favorable. Handsome and upright in character. Yet, that unabashed gaze was truly overwhelming, as if it were inscribed with the words, "I wish to consume you." Noticing Kai Wenji turn to leave, Meng Yi grew anxious. "Miss, please, stay a moment." Kai Wenji halted, but did not turn around, unable to face such a gaze. With her back to him, she said, "My lord, is there something else?" "My name is Meng Yi," he replied. Kai Wenji departed without even leaving her name behind. Not giving the encounter much thought, she had encountered numerous admirers before and was well aware of her allure. However, Meng Yi had etched Kai Wenji into his memory, silently resolving that they would meet again. Knowing her identity, it would not be difficult to see her once more. Yet he had more pressing matters at hand. "Kai Wenji, there's no rush. I shall take my time." The appointed hour soon arrived, and Meng, alongside Zhao Yun, followed Su Rong into the Imperial Palace, since the southern palace had been burned during General He Jin's assassination. Both Dong Zhuo and the young emperor resided in the northern palace. The trio entered the northern palace through the southern city gate. Su Rong explained that the northern palace was divided into 3 areas: the inner palace, the hall of platforms, and the forbidden zone. The inner palace, where Meng Yi and the others were located, served the palace's internal functions. The hall of platforms was the core of the Eastern Han central government, while the forbidden zone was the living quarters of the emperor and empress dowager. Throughout their journey, Meng Yi was captivated by the palace's grandeur. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the last rays of twilight cast a golden sheen upon the palace's glazed tiles. Though dimmed, it did nothing to obscure the unique regal aura emanating from it. The expanse was not only vast, but also resplendent, truly a marvel of intricate craftsmanship and gilded splendor. The ancients, without advanced tools, displayed remarkable skill in their artistry. Meng Yi mused, "Indeed, the Luoyang Palace is magnificent. If only my base could possess half its grandeur." Observing Meng Yi's astonished demeanor, Su Rong remarked, What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? I remember my first visit to the palace in my youth, feeling just as you do. Once inside, there was still some time before the banquet commenced. Su Rong took the two to change into appropriate attire. Seizing the opportune moment, Meng Yi proposed their purpose for the visit. General Su, might you show us around the palace? As you know, this is my first visit, and I am exceedingly curious. Su Rong hesitated. Appearing somewhat troubled, Meng Yi thought to himself, surely he doesn't need to consult Dong Zhuo about such a trivial matter. Zhao Yun chimed in, General Su, I share the same curiosity. Very well. I shall take you for a brief tour. Su Rong conceded. With that, the three began to stroll through the palace. As they walked, Su Rong narrated tales of the Imperial City to Zhao Yun. Meanwhile, Meng Yi seized the opportunity to activate his gold detector. Searching for the palace treasury, the small map revealed a scattering of gold markers, yet none indicated a significant concentration of wealth. Not here, then. After wandering for a while, Su Rong suddenly halted and said, All right, it's about time we head back. Meng Yi was not satisfied with leaving just yet. General Su, it is still early. We have barely explored half of the palace. Su Rong replied, There isn't much left to see. Beyond this lies the Forbidden Zone, which is not accessible to just anyone. Meng Yi pondered, could the palace treasury be located within the inner chambers? I must find an opportunity to investigate. Within the Grand Hall of Dong Zhuo's residence in the Luoyang Palace. Numerous guests sat upright, awaiting Dong Zhuo's arrival. Each guest had a small table laden with sumptuous delicacies before them, yet no one paid attention to the feast, some engaged in hushed conversations with their neighbors. While others occasionally cast glances towards Zhao Yun and Meng. Seated at the end of the table, Zhao Yun and Meng Yi remained unconcerned by the scrutiny. As newcomers, such attention was to be expected. While they were the focus of interest, Meng Yi was discreetly assessing the attributes of those around him. His gaze first fell upon a tall, imposing figure with elongated eyes and an air of arrogance. Hua Xiong. Health, 1050 attack, 92 command, 71 strength, 42 agility, 62 intelligence, 62 politics, 32 charm, 57 favorability. -15 SO. This is Hua Xiong, Meng Yi thought. Indeed formidable. His strength is the highest I have encountered thus far. Alas, he will soon meet his demise at the hands of Guan Yu. I wonder if my presence will alter his fate. Continuing his observations, he regarded another individual whose appearance left much to be desired. Though also robust, he lacked Hua Xiong's physique. Li Ju. Health, 950 attack, 82. Command, 79 strength, 38 agility, 54 intelligence, 46 politics, 15 charm, 27 defense, 13 favorability, -20. Why does Li Ju harbor such low regard for me? Perhaps he is envious of my handsome countenance. Understandably so. With his appearance, one would wish to hide in a crevice. Next, he scrutinized another man, Guisi. Health, 975 attack, 86 command, 74 strength, 39 agility, 58 intelligence, 44 politics, 14 charm, 23 defense, 14 favorability, -18. What is this? Why does everyone seem to regard me with such disdain? Meng Yi reflected, quickly realizing that they likely resented him and Zhao Yun for overshadowing their accomplishments. After all, Sun Jian was already within their grasp when Meng Yi seized the opportunity. Favorability was something Meng Yi particularly noted. Typically, those who had not met him had a baseline favorability of 0, indicating an unknown status akin to the superposition in quantum mechanics. Once entangled with Meng Yi, favorability would invariably shift, as his high charm ensured that most people's regard would not remain low. As he continued to assess the others, one individual stood out starkly from the rest. A scholar clad in flowing robes, exuding an air of elegance, and wearing a smile. Meng Yi checked his attributes. Jiasu. Health, 200, attack, 12 command, 86 strength, 8 agility, 7 intelligence, 97 politics, 85 charm, 57 defense, 2 favorability, 33. Jiasu. The renowned strategist with a reputation for cunning. His few strategies are always successful and notoriously devious. He possesses the wisdom to navigate tumultuous times. ensuring both his and his family's safety. Noticing Meng Yi's gaze upon him, Jiasu inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Meng Yi promptly returned the gesture, appreciating his politeness towards someone of his humble stature. Meng Yi held a favorable impression of him. As he continued to evaluate the others, he found them to be unremarkable and not worthy of further attention like tea that moment. A robust laughter echoed through the hall. "Ha ha! Have you all been waiting long? I was detained by some matters." Once again, a towering figure appeared, and it seemed that this person must be Dongjua. However, compared to others, Dongjua appeared somewhat aged, followed closely by a middle-aged scholar. Meng Yi turned his gaze towards Dongjua to examine his attributes. Name: Dongjua. Health: 950. Attack power: 85. Command: 72. Strength: 38. Agility: 57. Intelligence: 67. Politics: 28. Charm: 36. Defense: 13. Favorability: 20. Then, Meng Yi glanced at the scholar behind Dong. Name: Li Ru. Health: 175. Attack power: 11. Command: 61. Strength: 7. Agility: 7. Intelligence: 93. Politics: 78. Charm: 38. Defense: 2. Favorability: -2. So this fellow was Li Ru. It was said that he harbored a petty nature, full of malice, and served as Dongjua's cunning strategist. It is better to offend a gentleman than a petty person. It would be wise to keep my distance from him in the future. As Dongjua arrived, the crowd hurriedly paid their respects. We pay our respects to the Prime Minister. After Dongjua took his seat, he surveyed those present and remarked, "First, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone for your unwavering unity and bravery in vanquishing our foes, thus allowing me to vent my frustrations. These ruffians truly do not know their place, believing the sheer numbers can achieve victory, unaware of the might of my Shiliang army." Before Dongjua could finish speaking, some individuals began to flatter him. Of course, the Shiliang army, led by Prime Minister Dong, is the most formidable in the land, unmatched by a mere troop of buffoons. Indeed, indeed. Dongjua laughed heartily, raising his hand to calm the crowd. "Ha, yes, I am known for my clear distinctions of reward and punishment. This time, each of you who has made contributions will certainly receive generous rewards. Now, do not stand there frozen. Here, you need not be so reserved. Let us eat and drink while we converse." With Dongjua's words, the tension among the crowd eased. Soon, cups and dishes were exchanged, and Dongjua engaged the generals in discussions about the details of the battle. When the topic turned to a certain general, rewards were swiftly dispensed. Before long, they reached the subject of Zhao Yun's slaying of Sun Jian. That I have heard that the one who killed Sun Jian possesses remarkable martial prowess, rivaling that of Hua Xiong. Who might it be? Upon hearing Dongjua's words, Zhao Yun promptly rose to pay his respects. "I am Zhao Yun, honored to meet the Prime Minister." Dongjua praised Zhao Yun from head to toe. "Ah, General Zhao Yun, you truly are a paragon of grace," he exclaimed. You are indeed different from us rugged men of Liangzhou. I have heard that General Zhao is not one of my soldiers." Zhao Yun, neither servile nor arrogant, replied, "Indeed, I am not that my elder brother, and I hail from Bingzhou. Having long admired the Prime Minister's illustrious reputation, I have come to seek my fortune, having heard of your fair treatment of your subordinates." The other generals sneered in disdain, muttering that these days one could find all manner of flies drawn by the scent. Dongjua was in high spirits. "That is indeed true. I have never shortchanged my own people. Those with high charm leave a favorable impression. While I may not take the flattery of others to heart, somehow, Zhao Yun's words resonate more with me." Dongjua's favorability towards Zhao Yun increased further. "Very well. I previously proclaimed that whoever slays Sun Jian shall be ennobled and rewarded with gold." Upon hearing this, Li Ru's expression shifted dramatically. The Prime Minister truly intended to reward Zhao Yun. Was a marquis's title something that could simply be granted? Just as he was about to intervene, he saw Li Ju rise to interrupt Dongjua. "Prime Minister, this cannot be. Although Zhao Yun has indeed slain Sun Jian, he is not one of us and need not fulfill your promise. Moreover, his origins are uncertain. I believe we should investigate him thoroughly." Immediately, Guisi also stood up to speak. "Indeed, Prime Minister, the fact that Sun Jian managed to escape alone is a testament to the combined efforts of us generals. Zhao Yun merely seized the opportunity. If you reward him thus, I fear the other generals may not acquiesce. Dong Zhuo pondered their words. Recognizing the validity in their arguments, he glanced at the faces of the generals below, some of whom appeared displeased, clearly not accepting the situation at that moment. Hua Xiong stepped forward and clasped his fists. Prime Minister, I have something to report. In truth, before Sun Jian's demise, he and I engaged in fierce combat. Sun Jian was struck by my blade and narrowly escaped with severe injuries. Even without any interception, he could not have fled far. I have heard that Zhao Yun and a group of soldiers besieged him for nearly 2 hours until he perished. I had no desire to bring this matter to light, but it cannot be overlooked. A mere mountain villager seeking to seize the spoils of nobility. Such a base individual I cannot bear to associate with. Upon hearing this, Meng Yi's face turned pale with anger. It was evident that these individuals had colluded to undermine Zhao Yun. Hua Xiong's assertions were utterly fabricated. Sun Jian had sustained no injuries. And one could only wonder if he himself believed the lies he spun. As the accusations against Zhao Yun mounted, Su Rong sprang to his feet. Prime Minister, the truth is otherwise. I witnessed Zhao Yun slay Sun Jian with my own eyes. He is exceptionally valiant, not at all as Hua General has claimed. Unbeknownst to Su Rong, it was indeed his own subordinates who had spread this tale. From Su Rong's perspective, he had witnessed Zhao Yun's valor. However, from his subordinates' viewpoint, they merely saw Sun Jian cornered by a group, with the details of the encounter obscured by their imaginations. Even some eunuchs and palace maids present had heard the rumors, which were recounted with vivid detail. Dong Zhuo furrowed his brow, as this was the first time he had heard such accounts, which contradicted what Su Rong had previously reported to him. Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding Zhao Yun, leaving him uncertain. Zhao Yun, feeling the contemptuous gazes of those around him, clenched his fists tightly, wishing to turn and leave at once. Meng Yi grasped his arm, whispering, "If you leave now, you will play right into the hands of these treacherous wolves. Do they not doubt your ability to defeat Sun Jian? Then prove them wrong." Zhao Yun nodded in agreement and stood tall. Prime Minister, if those present harbor doubts about my martial prowess, would any dare to engage in a contest with me? At that moment, Li Ru pointed accusingly at Zhao Yun and thundered, "Impudent! Zhao Yun, the generals here are all renowned warriors. How could you, a mere villager, dare to compete with them? You are unworthy. Prime Minister, I believe this man is nothing but a fraud. Let us seize him and subject him to severe interrogation. Guards, apprehend Zhao Yun." Meng Yi ground his teeth in fury. Li Ru was indeed a villain, spouting nothing but ill words. Hearing this, the guards advanced to seize Zhao Yun, prompting both Meng Yi and Zhao Yun to prepare for confrontation. "Wait," Su Rong quickly interjected. "Prime Minister, I assure you, Zhao Yun is no fraud. I implore you to give him a chance." Li Ru attempted to object further, but Dong Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. "Zhao Yun, I advise against acting rashly. The generals here are all formidable warriors, and blades know no mercy. Do not recklessly throw away your life." Zhao Yun replied resolutely. "Prime Minister, if I, Zhao Yun, cannot defeat any of those present, then feel free to take my head. But if I prevail, I implore you to honor your promise." "Good. You possess courage, but do not blame me for my actions. If I were to show you undue favoritism, your position would surely become unstable. You need only defeat one of these generals for me to honor my previous promise. Now, whom do you wish to challenge?" Zhao Yun scanned the assembly. Each face bore an air of arrogance, and their gazes towards Meng Yi and Zhao Yun were filled with disdain and contempt, as if they would sooner regard Zhao Yun with a sneer. Indeed, they had only heard of Zhao Yun's feat in slaying Sun Jian, yet none had witnessed it firsthand, further misled by the shameless Hua Xiong. The maiden's impressions of Zhao Yun were more favorable. Their eyes filled with sympathy as they regarded him. They understood the generals well enough, knowing their blows would be heavy. Such a handsome figure. Should he perish in battle, it would be a tragic loss. Nearby, a young eunuch mused to himself, "What a disgrace! If he lacks the ability, he should remain humble. What foolish bravado is this, claiming he can defeat Sun Jian? That man is a fearsome warrior, capable of leading armies to one's doorstep. Who would believe that Zhao Yun could slay him? If a fight were to break out, it would be embarrassing. I would seek an excuse to leave before the shame befalls me, oblivious to the whispers surrounding him. Zhao Yun declared loudly, "I choose Hua Xiong." At once, the assembly fell into stunned silence. What madness was this? Challenging Hua Xiong to a duel was akin to inviting disaster. Among these individuals, you might not even be able to defeat the weakest. Yet you have chosen the strongest. Dongzhi was momentarily taken aback. Are you sure? Hua Xiong is undoubtedly my strongest subordinate aside from El Bu. Absolutely. Very well, Hua Xiong, you shall compete with Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun chose himself, while Hua Xiong felt a deep reluctance. Humph, this arrogant brat, arriving here so presumptuously. If I accidentally kill you, don't blame me, for I will show no mercy. Hua Xiong obeys. The two promptly made their way to the plaza outside the palace, followed by the others. Even the palace maids and eunuchs leaned at the entrance to watch. The young maids genuinely worried for Zhao Yun, hoping Hua Xiong would show him mercy and not take his life. Both were prepared with their weapons. Hua Xiong wielded an ordinary long saber, a weapon typically used in mounted combat. He casually swung the saber a couple of times before thrusting it heavily into the ground. Clearly, he held Zhao Yun in contempt. Come on, then. Seeing Hua Xiong's disdain, Zhao Yun felt a flicker of anger. He tightened his grip on the spear and charged at Hua Xiong. Zhao Yun moved with astonishing speed, his body darting forward like a bird in flight. Swiftly closing the distance to Hua Xiong, he thrust the spear forward. The assembled general scoffed, dismissing Zhao Yun's flashy maneuver as lacking foundation and strength. However, the palace maids gazed at Zhao Yun's grace with admiration. Oh, handsome. Others merely saw the surface, but Meng Yi discerned the underlying technique. Zhao Yun was channeling his internal energy into his legs, appearing soft and weak while concealing immense power. This lightness skill? Hua Xiong's pupils constricted, realizing the gravity of the situation. He could hardly fathom how Zhao Yun attained such speed, and he sensed that this thrust was no ordinary attack. Come on then. Hua Xiong focused intently, raising his arms to parry Zhao Yun's thrust. The clash of weapons resonated, and Hua Xiong felt a tremendous force emanating from the saber, subtly suppressing him. Hey! Hua Xiong exerted all his strength, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It was only now that he felt a surge of trepidation. Zhao Yun possessed such formidable strength. He could not hold out much longer. The onlookers had not anticipated the two would engage in a test of strength from the outset. Moments later, Hua Xiong, unable to withstand the pressure, retreated a step. Fearing detection, he pulled back his saber, spun his body for leverage, and executed a sweeping arc with the saber aimed at Zhao Yun. This move was powerful enough to overwhelm any ordinary general. Clang! Zhao Yun solidly intercepted the strike, his arm showing no sign of bending. Yet unbeknownst to everyone present, the stones beneath Zhao Yun had already cracked, indicating the immense force he had just endured. That a slight smile graced Zhao Yun's lips. The strength was acceptable, but alas, the speed was lacking. Hua Xiong, realizing his strike had failed, raised the saber to strike once more. However, just as he began his downward swing, Zhao Yun's spear was already poised against Hua Xiong's chest. Gasps filled the air. I concede, General Hua. Yet, Hua Xiong's expression shifted dramatically as he deflected Zhao Yun's spear. He had underestimated the situation. The outcome was still uncertain. Meng Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Is he truly throwing away his dignity? Can a general not bear to lose? Meng Yi, infuriated, felt an impulse to confront Hua Xiong himself. Zhao Yun found himself speechless. He intended to draw too much attention. He merely wished to win the contest. Yet, Hua Xiong refused to relent. Very well. If you wish for a fight, I shall grant you a thorough contest until you are convinced. The spectators began to murmur among themselves. What had just transpired? Then T seen clearly. The speed was blinding. Surely, Zhao Yun had employed some underhanded tactic. Look at Hua Xiong's altered expression. Indeed, how could General Hua, so formidable, possibly lose to him? Dongzhi nodded, acknowledging Zhao Yun's impressive martial prowess. That earlier thrust had been exceedingly swift. Even he would struggle to withstand it. Yet he relished the prospect of their continued battle. If it ended so simply, it would be dreadfully dull. The young maids were utterly bewildered. What had happened? Hadn't Zhao Yun just emerged victorious? Why were they still fighting? Clang, clang, clang. The two exchanged blows for over 10 rounds, with Hua Xiong exhausting every effort yet failing to breach Zhao Yun's defenses. His arms grew numb, and he was nearly spent. Just then, Zhao Yun spoke. "Is this truly all you are capable of?" His voice was not loud, yet it resonated in Hua Xiong's ears like a thunderclap. What? Hua Xiong was enraged, having never been so belittled, especially not in front of so many witnesses. He must demonstrate his true abilities to Zhao Yun and teach him a lesson. "Ah, take this, wild slash." Hua Xiong roared like a ferocious beast, his momentum surging. Zhao Yun chuckled softly, channeling his internal energy into his arms, gripping the spear tightly and preparing to unleash his ultimate attack. Finally, Hua Xiong wildly swung his saber. A storm of blade shadows descending upon Zhao Yun, 100 birds facing the phoenix. Zhao Yun unleashed his own powerful strike. The two assaults collided in midair, the sounds of clashing metal ringing incessantly. Clang, clang, clang. Hua Xiong possessed considerable strength, yet his speed paled in comparison to Zhao Yun's, compounded by the spear's unique effects, resulting in a barrage of strikes. Moments later, Hua Xiong was clearly faltering. He was battered like a small boat tossed upon tumultuous waves, reduced to merely defending. Since Hua Xiong was launching his attack from above, Zhao Yun's relentless spear strikes made it difficult for him to even land. The overwhelming barrage rendered him suspended in midair. Zhao Yun, sensing that it was time to cease before things turned fatal, withdrew his attack. Suddenly withdrawing, Hua Xiong was caught off guard. Thud! He crashed to the ground, appearing utterly disheveled. The entire arena fell silent, jaws dropping in astonishment. How is this possible? Was my vision deceiving me? General Hua has actually been defeated. Now, in the eyes of the palace maids, Zhao Yun had transformed into a dashing prince, their gazes glued to him, cheeks flushed, embodying youthful charm. Hua Xiong lay on the ground, utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into the earth. At that moment, Dongzhuo stepped forward, declaring, "Enough, enough! Someone assist Hua Xiong to his feet. Ah, Zilong's martial skills have truly opened my eyes. I wonder who would dare to voice dissent now." Amidst this crowd of unseeing fools, upon witnessing Dongzhuo's praise for Zhao Yun, even Hua Xiong was disregarded, and some individuals began to alter their attitudes toward Zhao Yun. Here was a formidable warrior who could vanquish Hua Xiong. General Zilong's martial skills are truly remarkable. Indeed, it is no wonder he single-handedly defeated Sun Jian. His prowess is extraordinary. I had my faith in General Zilong from the start. "See, I was right." After a moment of contemplation, Dongzhuo remarked, "I previously stated that whoever slays Sun Jian shall be rewarded with 1,000 gold and a title of nobility. Zilong, since you were the one who defeated Sun Jian at Xingyang, I shall bestow upon you the title of Marquis of Xingyang. What do you think?" At this moment, even Li Ru ceased his commentary. This man understood the nuances of the situation, that he realized that any further persuasion would be futile. However, he cast a sidelong glance at the departing Hua Xiong and quietly withdrew. Zhao Yun had no objections. Whether he received the title of Marquis mattered little to him. He merely wished to prove himself. "Thank you, Minister. I have no objections." "Excellent." Meng Yi snorted softly, easily seeing through Dongzhuo's ulterior motives. "Humph, this scoundrel truly knows how to distribute rewards. Xingyang is situated along the critical path of the 18 warlords' advance. Were Zhao Yun not to resist fiercely, who knows to whom the title of Marquis would have gone?" However, Meng Yi was less concerned with that and more focused on the promised 1,000 gold. Now that the titles were bestowed, it was time for the gold to be distributed. Wasn't it? Little did they know, at that moment, Dongzhuo raised his wine cup and proclaimed, "Come, let me toast to each of you." With that, he downed the cup in one swift motion. Today is a joyous occasion. Everyone should indulge in a few more drinks. No one leaves until we are all thoroughly intoxicated. "Thank you, Prime Minister." Following this, the atmosphere became lively with clinking cups, and not a soul mentioned the matter of the 1,000 gold pieces. This left Meng Yi in a state of distress. What on earth was happening? A mere title of a marquis should suffice. That 1,000 gold was the real highlight. Seizing the opportunity to toast, he approached General Su Rong and inquired, "General Su, when shall we receive our reward, 1,000 gold?" Su Rong glanced at Meng Yi, chuckling heartily as he shook his head. "Huh, you need not worry. After the banquet, the Prime Minister will arrange for someone to deliver it. Are you afraid we might default on our promise?" Meng Yi forced a few awkward laughs to mask his embarrassment. "Ha, I wouldn't dare. I was merely inquiring." Having received his answer, Meng Yi returned to his seat and sipped his wine alone as a mere backdrop. He was largely ignored, and he found solace in the peace. Zhao Yun, however, was the center of attention this evening. Many came to toast him, and he drank his fill. Yet, this was of little consequence, for the wine was of low alcohol content, bland and tasteless, and Zhao Yun possessed the inner strength to expel the liquid from his body will intoxicate him. One would need to combine all the wine present, which was simply insufficient. As the evening progressed, with wine flowing and dishes served, Dong Zhuo began to feel the effects of intoxication and dismissed the guests, just as Meng Yi and Zhao Yun were about to leave. The inebriated Dongs were called out to them that, Zilong, why don't you stay the night in the palace? There is ample space, and I shall summon a few maidens to attend to you. Ha ha. Though Zhao Yun was sober, a surge of anger welled up within him upon hearing this. His fists clenched tightly. Was this scoundrel, Dong Zhuo, not only indulging in debauchery, but also inviting him to partake? Such disgrace. If word got out that Zhao Yun was involved in such scandalous acts with Dong Zhuo, he would be mocked for a lifetime, even if he were to kill Dong. Meng Yi noticed Zhao Yun's unsettling demeanor and quickly grasped his arm. Signaling him to calm down, he was quite willing to accompany Dong Zhuo into the palace, as it would save him much trouble. Yet he respected Zhao Yun and would not force him into a difficult position. Gradually suppressing his fury, Zhao Yun replied, "Thank you, esteemed Prime Minister, for your kind offer. However, I have indulged a bit too much this evening and cannot accept such generous hospitality. I hope you will understand. Oh dear, what a pity. With so many maidens, I alone cannot enjoy them all." "Ha! You are simply being modest. What young man does not appreciate beauty? Hear us what we shall do. Take a few maidens with you that it would be fitting, seeing as you have had a bit to drink and could use some assistance." Meng Yi had heard tales of Dong Zhuo's cruelty. Further refusal might provoke his wrath. "Zilong, the Prime Minister does not extend such kindness to everyone. Why not express your gratitude?" With Meng Yi's urging, Zhao Yun reluctantly acquiesced. "Thank you, Prime Minister. Now, that is the spirit." Zhao Yun and Meng Yi followed Su Rong and finally departed from Dong Zhuo's residence. Halfway along their path, Meng Yi suddenly clutched his stomach and exclaimed, "General Su, I have a terrible stomachache. Is there a restroom nearby? What on earth? The belly cannot contain even a little oil." Su Rong, exasperated, pointed in a direction. "Yes, over there. Hurry along." Meng Yi smiled apologetically, cradling his abdomen. "I will be quick. Just a moment." After entering the restroom, Meng Yi indeed emerged shortly thereafter, and the group exited the palace. Yet, no one noticed that after they left, another identical Meng Yi stepped out from the restroom. The first Meng Yi was merely a disguise. Surprisingly, the impostor was so convincing that even Zhao Yun might not have discerned the difference. Humph, the plan is a success. Originally, Meng Yi intended to enter the palace with Zhao Yun after the banquet. But upon reflection, he deemed it unwise. First, he was unfamiliar with the terrain. To assassinate Dong Zhuo, he needed to thoroughly understand the palace's layout. In the darkness of the night, the vastness of the palace made locating Dong Zhuo no simple task, significantly increasing the risk of exposure. Without Zhao Yun's swift steps, discovery would only alert the guards, intensifying their vigilance. Thus, Meng Yi revised his plan, opting to enter the palace alone, first to scout the interior. Equipped with a small map and the ability of swift steps, he had already explored part of the palace during the day. Only the restricted area remained. Once he assessed the situation, it would be much easier for Zhao Yun to act. After all, Meng Yi's primary goal did not lie in the assassination of Dong Zhuo. Opening his small map, he cross-referenced his current location. Moments later, he confirmed the direction that it should be this way as he walked. He continually checked the map. With its assistance, Meng Yi was able to avoid patrolling soldiers. If he could not evade them, he would activate his swift steps, which allowed him to become invisible for 2 minutes, sufficient time to elude any guards. Navigating through the restricted area proved uneventful. Here, he needed to exercise greater caution. The map showed this terrain had not been explored, remaining shrouded in darkness. Using swift steps consumed 20 energy points, and he currently had 82 points. Allowing for 4 uses, having already activated it twice to evade soldiers, he could only use it twice more. He needed a clever strategy, otherwise returning could be troublesome. Noticing the attire of the palace guards, an idea struck him. The restricted area was not meant for guards to linger, yet Dong Zhuo, fearing plots against him, had stationed his trusted subordinates within the palace to engage in his debauchery. Rumor had it that Dong Zhuo not only consorted with princesses and maidens, but also organized gatherings with over 20 generals and numerous maidens for frivolities in the bathing pools. Indulging in reckless abandon, Dong Zhuo himself participated as well, truly shameless. Meng Yi spotted a guard who bore a striking resemblance to himself. Utilizing his swift steps, he stealthily followed him. Once they reached an isolated spot, Meng Yi swiftly struck a hand chop to the guard's neck, utilizing inner strength to ensure a successful incapacitation. Crack, with an attack power of 32 points, combined with the enhancement from inner strength and swift steps. This strike reached an astonishing 47 points, equivalent to a force of 470 pounds. The guard made no sound and collapsed instantly. Was that noise a bit off? Did I strike too hard? Meng Yi dismissed such thoughts and quickly stripped the guard of his clothing, donning it himself. Now clad in the guard's attire, Meng Yi proceeded to survey his surroundings. At last, he no longer needed to hide, yet caution remained paramount. He did not recognize anyone here and should avoid crowded areas. Meng Yi carefully selected paths with few people, and surprisingly, he encountered no one who suspected him of being an imposter. He had explored a significant portion of the restricted area. However, aside from a few scattered coins, not a single location of substantial gold reserves had been detected. What was going on? After wandering for so long, where could the palace treasury possibly be hidden? Uncertain of his whereabouts, he continued his exploration of the palace. But soon he caught the attention of someone. Stop! A figure leaped down from the wall, blocking his path. Meng Yi's heart raced, panic surging within him. Had he been discovered? Keeping his head bowed, he dared not let the person see his face. Raise your head. The voice belonged to a young girl. Slowly, Meng Yi lifted his gaze. Before him stood a beautiful girl, around 14 or 15 years of age. He sighed in relief. What is the matter? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The girl's voice faltered as she beheld Meng Yi's face, her heart racing. How charming! A handsome eunuch had entered the palace. How had she not noticed him before? Although he was a eunuch, he was truly striking. Before their meeting, the young woman wore an expression that was quite peculiar. It seemed to oscillate between surprise, entanglement, and a hint of sorrow as she stood there, motionless, staring blankly at him. Meng Yi was equally perplexed by her demeanor. Could it be that he had inadvertently crossed paths with a deranged concubine? He decided to check her information, hoping to uncover some clues therein. Name, Dong Bai. Health points, 375. Attack power, 32. Command, 19. Strength, 15. Agility, 23. Intelligence, 36. Politics, 17. Charm, 82. Favorability, 55. Dong Bai. That name rings a bell. Goodness, this girl possesses slightly higher attack power than I do. She is certainly no novice. Upon reaching the end of the information, Meng Yi was taken aback. Favorability at 55? Surely, I am not mistaken. No wonder her gaze towards me was so peculiar. It appears she was entranced by my handsome exterior. This could be advantageous. It seems my exquisite looks are finally serving a purpose. Meng Yi softened his gaze and endeavored to make his voice as graceful as possible. My dear lady, is there something you wish to discuss? Hearing his voice snapped Dong Bai back to reality. Ah, how embarrassing. I cannot believe I displayed such a countenance toward the eunuch. She feigned indignation and retorted, Humph, you must be new here. You even know where you are? I'm indeed a newcomer, unaware of this place. I shall take my leave. I shall take my leave, he stammered. Wait a moment. I saw you acting suspiciously just now. Were you attempting to steal something? Meng Yi was bewildered. What was happening? Why had her attitude shifted so dramatically? The intricacies of a woman's mind are truly perplexing, he mused, eager to extricate himself from the situation. No, no, I am not a thief. He protested. If you are not stealing, then what were you up to? I believe you were indeed trying to pilfer something, and I must search you. Upon hearing Dong Bai's words about searching him, Meng Yi quickly grasped her intent. So she wishes to use this pretext to take advantage of me. I never anticipated such boldness at her young age. Meng Yi, unfazed, straightened his posture and declared, if you must search, then proceed. Dong Bai wasted no time and began to meticulously examine him from head to toe. Her delicate hands elicited a tingling sensation throughout Meng Yi's body, causing him to involuntarily chuckle. Ah, that tickles. Dong Bai shot him a glare. Behave yourself. As her hands ventured lower, she soon discovered something amiss, pointing at it and inquiring, what is this? It's bulging. You claim you haven't stolen anything? Produce it at once. Meng Yi felt a flush creep upon his face, thinking to himself how adept the people of ancient times are at playing such games. Why, dear lady, this is a personal item of mine, and it cannot be produced, he replied. Dong Bai remained puzzled. A personal item? Why can it not be revealed? Meng Yi felt a twinge of awkwardness. It is rather difficult to explain if you are curious. Perhaps you could try for yourself. His words only deepened Dong Bai's confusion. Moments later, Meng Yi's eyes widened in shock. Ouch, that hurts. In an instant, Dong Bai seemed to grasp the situation. With a startled exclamation, she cried out, oh no, you are not a eunuch. Meng Yi hastily covered her mouth. Shh, keep your voice down. Dong Bai's heart raced, her mind blank, as she allowed Meng Yi to stifle her cries. The silence of the palace made her outburst all the more jarring. Who is it? Who dares to make such a ruckus? A group of inner palace guards hurried over to investigate. Realizing he had been exposed, Meng Yi swiftly executed his escape. That be why the time Dong Bai regained her composure, he had vanished. Meng Yi exited the Imperial Palace, exhaling a sigh of relief. That was close. How did I encounter such a foolish girl? In the shadows outside the city, a figure emerged to assist him. It was none other than the spy Meng Yi had summoned earlier from the restroom. My lord, please follow me. The spy led Meng Yi to the temporary residence arranged for Zhao Yun within the city of Luoyang by Su Rong. Unbeknownst to Meng Yi, after his departure, Li Ru had sought out the disheveled Hua Xiong. Li Ru entered Hua Xiong's chamber and took a seat. General Hua, are you unscathed? Though Hua Xiong was proud, he dared not show disrespect to the strategist beside Dong Zhuo, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you for your concern, sir. I am quite well, though I must say I have suffered a great humiliation today at the hands of a nameless nobody. What brings you here? Li Ru suppressed a smile and replied slowly, I have come precisely for that reason. Your situation appears rather dire. We have both served the Prime Minister for many years, sharing in the trials and tribulations that have led us to our current positions. Yet this Zhao Yun, who has merely been fortunate enough to slay Sun Jian, seems to believe he can rise above us. I see it as nothing but a dream. Even if he possesses some skill, he shall not surpass us. You understand me well, sir. Do you have a plan to deal with him? Li Ru revealed a sinister smile. Dealing with him is a mere trifle, as long as the general follows my advice. I assure you Zhao Yun will not last long. The following day, Meng Yi dispatched a spy to gather intelligence from within the palace. He expected heightened vigilance due to his previous exposure. To his surprise, nothing of the sort occurred. Instead, he received news that Dong Zhuo had publicly announced Zhao Yun's assassination of Sun Jian and the subsequent rewards bestowed upon him. Meng Yi could not help but ponder, could it be that this Dong Yuan has kept my involvement a secret? Dong Zhuo's decision to disseminate this information did not surprise Meng Yi. It was a calculated move to win the hearts of the people. Dong Zhuo intended to showcase that anyone who served him would surely be rewarded. Meanwhile, this news left Luo Lai, who was perusing the imperial edicts in Luoyang, in a state of shock. Zhao Yun is alive, and he has become the Marquis of Xingyang. This means my lord may also still be alive. How splendid! Luo Lai excitedly approached the palace, having heard that Zhao Yun was within. As he approached the palace gates, a guard promptly blocked his path. Leave at once, you idle ruffian, Luo Lai, mustering a smile, replied, Good sir, I am here to find Zhao Yun, the very one who has just been appointed as Marquis of Xingyang. Oh, Zhao Yun, I know of him. What business do you have with him? I am his companion. I kindly ask you to relay a message to him, stating that Luo Lai has come to seek him. The guard burst into laughter. You, his companion. That's rich. Zhao Yun is a fierce warrior capable of slaying Sun Jian, and I hear even Hua Xiong cannot match him. You think you can just waltz in here and claim kinship? Ridiculous. I'm not here to play messenger for every Tom, Dick, and Harry that you'd best scram, or I won't hesitate to be rude. Having been met with rejection and mockery, Luo Lai's expression stiffened, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Yet he understood their motives. They were merely after money. From his garments, he produced a pouch of coins, suppressing his ire to don a smile. I know you gentlemen have it tough. Please accept this small token of my appreciation, and I implore you to relay my message. The guard accepted the pouch and peered inside, then exchanged glances with his companion before turning back to Luo Lai. All right, since you seem somewhat reasonable, I'll help you this once. He turned to his comrade. I'll be back shortly. Keep an eye on things here. With that, he strode inside. However, Luo Lai had no inkling that this guard had no intention of seeking out Zhao Yun. He had no idea where Zhao Yun was and was simply eager to pocket Luo Lai's money. This was not the first time he had done so. Fool! Where on earth am I supposed to find Zhao Yun for you? I'll need to concoct a reason to brush him off. After wandering about the palace and wasting time, the guard returned. Zhao Yun said he doesn't know you. Depart at once. What? Luo Lai was utterly baffled. How could this be? Has my lord taken offense at me? It makes sense. I fled earlier, and they must be upset with me. As Luo Lai found himself engulfed in regret and ready to turn away. His peripheral vision caught an unusual expression on the faces of the two guards. To his astonishment, they bore smiles at the corners of their mouths. Luo Lai, possessing no particular skills but quite adept at reading emotions, immediately discerned that they were mocking him. Given their earlier demeanor towards him, he suspected they were deceiving him. After a brief contemplation, he feigned a hasty departure, and once out of the guard's sight, he swiftly returned to an inconspicuous corner near them. He overheard the two guards bursting into raucous laughter. This fool actually believed it. Chingu, you're truly impressive. I nearly burst out laughing at that kid's expression. The guard referred to as Changgu weighed his money pouch and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, another fool has come to offer his money. Today shall be quite enjoyable. Fuming, Luo Lai clenched his fists. These two scoundrels were truly crossing the line. Accepting bribes, yet failing to deliver service was one thing. But concocting lies to deceive him was beyond intolerable. However, Luo Lai was not foolish enough to confront them directly. He was well aware of who held the greater strength, and engaging them would surely lead to dire consequences. Yet he could not swallow this humiliation. An idea soon blossomed in his mind. You cherish money, do you not? I shall make you regurgitate it along with interest. A short while later, Luo Lai returned to the entrance of the palace. The two guards, now on high alert, presumed he had come back to stir trouble. Their surprise. Luo Lai produced another money pouch, his face alight with eagerness as he implored, Esteemed brothers, I beg you to convey a message for me. Just say that Luo Lai apologizes to our Lord. As he spoke, he feigned tears, collapsing to the ground and clutching one guard's leg in a dramatic display. What shall I do if our Lord no longer desires me? The guard, oblivious to Luo Lai's swift hand, kicked him away in disgust. Get lost, you nauseate me. Unfazed, Luo Lai grasped the other guard's leg. My lord, I am truly sorry. Get away. Another kick sent Luo Lai sprawling, but he had achieved his objective and departed without further ado. In a hidden corner not far from the palace gates, he retrieved several items from his robes, a collection of money pouches, 2 tokens, a jade pendant, and various other trinkets. Quite a haul indeed. Meanwhile, the two guards, panic-stricken, began rummaging through their pockets. What happened to my money pouch? And my tokens? Where could they have gone? This is disastrous. Losing a token incurs punishment. What to do? One guard suddenly recalled Luo Lai's earlier peculiar behavior. It must have been that fellow. Let us go find him. At Meng Yi's temporary residence, Su Rong arrived with nearly 100 carts, the line of which seemed endless along the street. Su Rong greeted Zhao Yun warmly. Zilong, your rewards have arrived, and I have brought them all for you. Meng Yi was taken aback. Why are there so many? What is all this? Open one and see for yourself. Meng Yi unlatched one of the boxes, revealing it brimming with copper coins. His expression soured. He had heard tales of the scarcity of precious metals in the Han Dynasty, where gold was often substituted with copper, yet seeing it firsthand brought a wave of disappointment. In the Han era, 1 gold referred to a pound of gold. Thus, the 1,000 gold granted by Dong Zhuo equated to 1,000 pounds of gold in copper coins, and no wonder there was so much. It was all for naught. Nevertheless, a thought crossed Meng Yi's mind. If he could find someone to buy these copper coins, he might acquire a significant amount of gold. Su Rong, beaming, remarked, Zilong, the Prime Minister holds you in high regard. He had your rewards transported early this morning. For anyone else, he would have merely sent a lowly eunuch. Thank you, General Su Dada. No need for such formality. From now on, just call me Su Dego. The Prime Minister has already designated you as my comrade, and I am a few years your senior. Su Rong's generous nature shone through, although Zhao Yun had joined Dong Zhuo's army for other reasons. He bore no ill will towards those who simply followed orders, especially not towards someone like Su Rong, who dared not defy the central authority. All right, Su Dego, may I inquire about my current position? Su Rong's expression turned slightly awkward. Well, I must admit, I feel a bit vexed about this matter. Initially, during my strong recommendation, the Prime Minister intended for you to be the vanguard. However, that scoundrel Li Ru must have said something to Dong Zhuo, resulting in Hua Xiong taking the lead instead. Currently, you're serving as a subordinate general under me, commanding 500 MEND, not belittle the position. After all, you have just arrived, and it is unrealistic to expect you to command tens of thousands immediately. Meng silently scoffed, I must thank you for this. It is fortunate Zhao Yun was not made the vanguard, or he would have faced off against Guan Yu. Meng Yi understood Dong Zhuo's perspective. Martial prowess did not necessarily equate to the ability to lead troops effectively. Dong Zhuo likely wished to assess Zhao Yun's command capabilities first. Let us set forth then. Zhao Yun, taken aback, inquired, so soon? We leave now. Of course, we must arrive in Xinjiang as there are other matters to attend to. We need to depart early, as they approached the city gates. Meng Yi was reluctant to leave so quickly. He had yet to locate the treasure vault. General Su, the day is waning. Shall we not embark tomorrow instead? Zhao Yun quickly chimed in. Indeed, we indulged rather heavily yesterday, and I still feel somewhat unwell. Very well. We shall rest for the night and depart tomorrow. However, the Prime Minister has decreed that we must advance against Suanzhao in 2 days. Should we delay again, we must hasten to Xinjiang. After Su Rong left, Meng Yi and Zhao Yun conferred about their plans. I did not anticipate Dong Zhuo would mobilize so swiftly against the 18 lords. It appears tonight will be our final opportunity. Brother, shall we take action tonight? Meng Yi's brow furrowed in thought. Given the unfolding events, it was likely the Hua Xiong would attack Suanzhao, slaying the martial generals of the 18 lords, culminating in his own demise at the hands of Guan Yu. This battle would claim the lives of many prominent generals, and it was reasonable to assume that treasures and artifacts would be abundant among the fallen, items that were unattainable even with wealth. With the treasure vault's location still unknown, he could not afford to engage in battle. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Not yet. We still lack clarity on Dong Zhuo's specific circumstances and have yet to locate the treasure vault. Now is not the time to act. Here is the plan. You take the soldiers and accompany Su Rong to Suanzhao, while I will remain to gather intelligence within the palace. Meng Yi's tone shifted as he gazed earnestly at Zhao Yun. Zilong, I predict that Hua Xiong will indeed meet his demise, and Dong Zhuo's forces will suffer a significant defeat. What? Hua Xiong will be slain? Brother, are you certain? Absolutely, I had a knack for such predictions. When I say he will die, he certainly will. But that is not the crux of the matter. You must exercise caution. Among the 18 lords, there are formidable figures. Particularly be wary of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, I shall remember. Worry not, brother. I will remain vigilant. Meng Yi nodded. Zilong, I also have a task for you. Brother, you need not be so formal. Just give your orders. All right then, I would like to task you with retrieving the personal belongings of any fallen soldiers on the battlefield. I will delegate other matters to my subordinates. What use do you have for such items, brother? These possessions may hold immense value. much like your weapons and steeds, possessing extraordinary capabilities, as Meng Yi spoke. A thought crossed his mind at It is quite perilous to venture to Xuanzhou. Take these two items with you. He handed Zhao Yun a protective ring and a blood-sucking mask. This ring enhances your armor, making it more formidable, Meng Yi explained. Although Zhao Yun possesses formidable defensive capabilities, it is imperative to note that armor and defense are not synonymous. Armor merely denotes the protective capacity of one's gear, while defense encompasses the entirety of armor, blocking, and evasion abilities. Hypothetically, if the armor is sufficiently robust, one could stand still and endure attacks without sustaining damage. Zhao Yun nodded thoughtfully and turned his gaze towards another artifact. Instinctively, it stirred a sense of trepidation within him that he pointed at the blood-sucking mask and inquired, "What about this one?" Meng Yi gathered his thoughts and endeavored to articulate his explanation in a manner comprehensible to Zhao Yun. This is indeed remarkable. One might even consider it a supreme treasure. It is known as the blood-sucking mask. Its function is such that whenever you strike an enemy, it enables you to sustain your combat prowess. Donning it may prove life-saving in critical moments. Upon hearing the attributes of the two treasures, Zhao Yun promptly declined. "Elder brother, this item is far too precious. You should keep it for yourself. You are in greater need of it than I." Meng Yi anticipated this response. "Zilong, in fact, the blood-sucking mask is a product of your own efforts. W.Y. writes, it belongs to you, and I truly have no use for it, as I already possess blood-sucking skills. You should take it." After the two had finalized their plans, Meng Yi cast a worried glance at the nearly 100 carts laden with 5 Zhu coins. The Han Dynasty supply carts were rather peculiar in design, featuring only 2 exceptionally large wheels. This was to facilitate movement across soft terrain. The cargo compartments were quite diminutive, allowing limited storage. Given the substantial weight of copper coins, each cart could only accommodate 2 large chests. What to do with all this money? Dongzhuo certainly knows how to pose a conundrum. A mere chest could suffice for gold, with 100 carts and each chest nearly a meter in size. 200 large chests could scarcely fit in this space, that a strategy must be devised to convert them into gold. Since it has already been decided that Zhao Yun will handle the accounting, it is prudent to set off early to avoid missing the impending battle. Third brother, travel safely. Elder brother, take care. The sky darkened swiftly, and after a brief preparation, Meng Yi arrived once more at the palace gates. Yesterday, he had instructed an informant to devise a method for infiltrating the palace. And just moments ago, the informant had sent word via carrier pigeon to rendezvous at the palace entrance point. One must commend the informant's intelligence. Among the existing system soldiers, he possessed the highest intellect, capable of executing many intricate tasks independently. Before long, Meng Yi spotted the informant approaching with a cart bearing large wooden barrels. The informant handed Meng Yi a change of clothes. "Master, please don this attire." As the cart drew near, Meng Yi was suddenly assailed by an atrocious stench. "What in the world is that odor? You aren't bringing in night soil, are you?" "Indeed, master, it is night soil." "Good heavens, a night soil worker! Could you not devise a more dignified method of entering the palace?" "Alas, master, I am but a simpleton and could conjure no other means, though this method is somewhat unsavory and odorous. It is remarkably secure, granting direct access to the inner palace." Meng Yi waved his hand dismissively. He merely wished to vent his frustration rather than assign blame. As he changed clothes, he remarked, "Very well. Very well. What should I be cautious of?" The informant, named Wu Cheng, attentively briefed Meng Yi on the tasks ahead and the necessary precautions. Once preparations were complete, the informant transformed himself into the guise of an elderly man, resembling the palace's former lavatory attendant. The two then pushed the cart toward the city gate. Upon seeing the newcomers, the gate guards immediately permitted their passage, just as they were about to leave. One soldier pointed at Meng Yi and queried, "Old Zhang, this man seems unfamiliar. Who is he?" "Oh, this is my nephew. He has just arrived in Luoyang, and given my advancing years, I plan for him to take over my duties." "I see. Then you may proceed." The two entered the palace without incident, encountering no one along the way. Even those they did meet kept their distance. Thus, Meng Yi boldly stepped into the inner palace. "By the way, yesterday I encountered a little girl named Dong Bai in this vicinity. We must be cautious, as she likely remembers my face. Dongbai, master, she is none other than Dongzhu's granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Meng Yi's jaw dropped in astonishment. What did you say? She is Dongzhu's granddaughter. Indeed. It all made sense now. No wonder she was so brazen at such a tender age. Following yesterday's misunderstanding, Meng Yi finally realized that the attire he had donned was not that of a guard, but rather that of an inner servant. The two continued forward. Master, we are approaching Dongzhu's residence. Meng Yi looked ahead. The palace before him was grand and imposing, surrounded by numerous guards and fortified defenses. Faintly, he could hear lascivious sounds emanating from within. Seeing this, Meng Yi could not help but think. It seems that Zhao Yun's attempt to assassinate Dongzhu will not be an easy feat. The two quickly passed Dongzhu's abode to avoid any potential complications. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in an even more magnificent palace. Meng Yi pointed towards the edifice and inquired, "What place is this?" "This is the palace of the Eastern Palace's young emperor, Lucia." "Lucia. That lad is a treasure as well. How could I have forgotten him?" It was only through his ascendance that Cao Cao was able to wield power over the lords. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before them, drawing a sword and pointing it menacingly. The speed was such that even Zhao Yun would find it challenging to match. "Who are you? Do you not know where you are?" The newcomer was clad in agile attire, not particularly tall or imposing, yet his countenance radiated a rebellious and weathered aura. Meng Yi was taken aback. The informant, true to his professional nature, maintained his composure. With a forced smile, he quickly explained, "Ah, my lord, we are merely here to collect night soil. We shall take our leave immediately. Wait. I recognize that you are here to collect night soil. But your behavior is quite peculiar. I suspect you have ulterior motives. Guards, apprehend them." Meng Yi was startled. This individual possessed sharp instincts. Who could he possibly be? Name, Wang Yu. Health, 1550. Attack, 97. Command, 28. Strength, 38. Agility, 72. Intelligence, 87. Politics, 19. Charisma, 72. Defense, 26. Favorability, 9. Wang Yu, the renowned great swordsman. It is said that his swordsmanship is exceptionally formidable, specializing in assassination and sword techniques, his valor rivaling that of Elbu. He has even taught Lu Xie and Chao Pai the art of the sword, earning Cao Cao's admiration, and was later appointed as the general of the Tiger Guards. Meng Yi furrowed his brow in concern. This was a troublesome predicament. This man's martial prowess was considerable, and it would be prudent to utilize swift steps to escape as the soldiers advanced to seize them. Just as Meng Yi was about to activate his skill, a voice interjected, "Hold on." A girl rushed over. It was Dongbai. "Master, why are you apprehending people again? This old man has been collecting night soil here for quite some time. How could you fail to recognize him?" Wang Yu, upon seeing Dongbai, spoke respectfully. "Ah, it is Lady Wang. Oh, you know these two?" "Indeed, please leave them to me." Wang Yu hesitated momentarily, then acquiesced. "Very well, but do exercise caution with these two. I find their conduct suspicious. Fear not. With my skills, they pose no threat to me." Meng Yi had thought he would never encounter Dongbai again. Yet here they were, reunited within a single day. As Wang Yu departed, Meng Yi glanced at her with curiosity and asked, "Why did you help me?" Dongbai did not respond, instead casting a look of disdain at the informant beside her and pinching her nose as she said, "None of your concern. You may leave now." "You stink." The informant glanced at Meng Yi, seeking his approval. Upon receiving a nod, he pushed the cart away. "I cannot quite comprehend why I chose to assist you. Perhaps I was merely bored. In truth, I had noticed you much earlier. I simply did not recognize you at first due to your change of attire." "You noticed us earlier? Where were you? How did I fail to see you?" "On the rooftop. You certainly know how to play." Suddenly, Dongbai turned serious and asked Meng Yi, "Now, tell me, what is your purpose in the palace?" Meng Yi was taken aback. She had seen through him. However, he quickly reasoned that it was only natural. There could be no good intentions behind two instances of disguised infiltration. However, Meng Yi certainly could not claim that he was there to seek the imperial treasury. He needed to concoct a plausible reason. That moment, Dongbai widened her eyes and gazed at him, her face brimming with curiosity and intrigue. Meng Yi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. But a sudden inspiration struck him. Realizing that improvising a story was too challenging, he decided to borrow a pretext instead. Actually, I am in search of sacred text, he stated, upon hearing that he was in pursuit of something. Dongbai's interest was piqued, and she eagerly inquired, "A sacred text? What kind of sacred text?" "The text is called the 42 Chapters Sutra, a relic left to me by my mother. I later learned that it had been seized and taken to the palace. Hence, I have come here, as that sutra holds immense significance for me. Oh, I see." Meng Yi's performance was heartfelt, yet Dongbai was no child. She was not easily fooled into believing he would risk his life for some eternal heirloom. However, she speculated that the sutra must contain some profound secret. "If you are searching for a sacred text, I know of a place. Follow me." Though Meng Yi was uncertain of where she intended to lead him, he felt reassured with Dongbai guiding the way. "Where are we going?" he asked. "You will find out shortly," she replied. Following Dongbai, the two stealthily arrived at a palace filled with towering bookshelves. "Look, it's all books. There should be what you seek here," Dongbai said, her face radiating pride as she glanced at Meng Yi, however, was not in the mood for gratitude. While he feigned appreciation, he cursed inwardly. "Thanks, what should I call you?" "Oh, I almost forgot. You can call me Xiaowan. And what is your name?" "Xiaowan, such a lovely name. I am Meng Yi, courtesy named Qi Jing. You may refer to me as Brother Jing." Dongbai's innocence shone through as she responded, "Qi Jing, such an unusual name. Very well, I shall call you Jinggu." After a brief discussion, the pair began their search for the sacred text, with Dongbai present. Meng Yi could not leave immediately. He aimed to exploit her assistance in locating the treasury. As he pretended to search absent-mindedly, he contemplated how to deceive Dongbai into helping him find the vault. Suddenly, Meng Yi sensed a familiar energy fluctuation, a spiritual artifact. He exclaimed as he traced the source of the energy. It was an ancient, thread-bound book, the Huangdi Neijing. This is the genuine Huangdi Neijing, not the altered versions of later generations. At that moment, a system notification chimed. You wish to activate the spiritual artifact? Activate. As arcs of electricity coursed through the book, it appeared as if it had been revitalized, with even the texture of the pages seeming to change. Skill book, Huangdi Neijing, valued at 350 gold coins. Active skill, acupuncture, deploy silver needles to heal allies. Multiple needles targeting the same individual will double the healing effect. 1 silver needle regenerates every 5 minutes. With a maximum reserve of 10. Maximum casting distance, 10 meters. Healing per needle, 50 points. Energy consumption, 5 points. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Note, basic medical knowledge is required. What a remarkable healing skill. Truly, my Chinese medicine surpasses all others. Meng Yi discreetly stowed the skill book away. It was explicitly noted that only individuals with relevant expertise could learn it. For now, he could not utilize it, but could be kept for others or even sold for gold. Having discovered a skill book, Meng Yi felt invigorated and genuinely began his search. Not long after, he stumbled upon another tome. The Lu Tao is a classic text from the Warring States period. Rooted in Huanglao, Taoism. Activate. Taigong's Art of War, valued at 500 gold coins. Upon learning, it increases leadership by 10 points and grants formation skills. Formations can be used to enhance the combat capabilities of soldiers. Note, military knowledge is required. Wow, this is even more powerful than the Huangdi Neijing, and it boosts leadership by 10 points. I'll keep this for now. My own leadership skills won't benefit much from it, but I can give it to someone else later. Meng Yi was quite pleased with his haul. Meanwhile, Dongbai diligently sought the non-existent sacred text. She rummaged through the shelves, and to her surprise, she uncovered a peculiar spot. In a corner of the bookshelf, she found a hidden compartment, which exhilarated the young girl. "Jinggu, come quickly. I've discovered a hidden compartment." "What?" This was indeed unexpected, and Meng Yi was equally curious about what could possibly be concealed within. As he approached Dongbai, who was holding the box, he suddenly sensed a familiar energy fluctuation, one that was more intense than any he had experienced before. A spiritual artifact. The two leaned closer to the box, both intrigued by its contents. The box was heavy to the touch, crafted from metal, and appeared remarkably sturdy. Dongbai studied the lock on the box, her brow furrowing. "It's locked. What should we do? I have no idea where the key is. I'll give it a try. You? Jingge, can you pick locks? Meng Yi took the box. Though he was no locksmith, he had other means. He placed the box on the ground and retrieved a crossbow bolt from his spatial pouch, inserting it between the iron lock and its shank, applying force to pry it open. Wow. Jingge, you carry that with you? To their astonishment, the sturdy bolt bent under pressure, while the lock mechanism only slightly deformed. Goodness, it's so solid. Dongbai felt a twinge of disappointment. It seems that won't work. Meng Yi furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before a new idea struck him. Don't fret, I have another plan. It seems I must resort to my ultimate technique. Dongbai's eyes lit up. What method? Meng Yi, feigning nervousness, pointed towards the entrance and exclaimed, Someone's coming. Dongbai jumped and immediately turned to look, seizing the moment. Meng Yi grasped the iron lock, ensuring it did not make contact with the box. He silently chanted, Withdraw. The lock vanished in an instant. Who is coming? Jingge, are you mistaken? Dongbai turned back to find Meng Yi had already removed the lock, leaving her speechless in astonishment. Jingge, how did you do that? This is my secret technique. I cannot easily reveal it. With the box now unimpeded, Meng Yi placed his hand on the lid and slowly opened it. Both held their breath in anticipation. Inside lay 5 exquisitely carved azure dragons, coiled upon a square jade stone that was both translucent and lustrous, a remarkable piece reminiscent of an Imperial Seal. Meng Yi picked it up and turned it over to reveal the inscription. By command of heaven, may prosperity and longevity endure, in 8 intricate characters. Meng Yi's heart raced in astonishment. Could it be the Imperial Seal of the realm? This Imperial Seal held immense historical significance. Meng Yi recalled that the seal was crafted from the He by Li Si, the Chancellor of the Qin dynasty. Under the orders of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, it served as the authentication for the legitimate emperors of China, coveted by rulers throughout the ages. Think it would surface here. Spiritual artifact. Imperial Seal of the realm. Status. Not activated. You wish to activate? Activate. Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Yi activated it. In the next instant, a tremendous force of energy surged forth. The energy within Meng Yi was drawn into the Imperial Seal of the realm, nearly rendering him utterly exhausted. Moments later, the surface of the Imperial Seal radiated with brilliant light before regaining its tranquility. Meng Yi once again examined the item's information. Spirit artifact. The Imperial Seal of the realm. Legendary item description. Love and loyalty are the primal forces of human existence. Selfless devotion is the most sincere vow in this world. Functionality. Grants the wearer an increase in charm by 10, valued at 2,000 gold coins. Special ability. Using this item allows the wielder to form a contract with non-system units, converting them into their subordinates within the system. Function description. When forming a contract, if the non-system unit's affinity reaches 80 points or above, or if they willingly submit to the host, a fair contract is established. A fair contract will enhance the item's energy based on the contracted individual's overall capabilities. That if the affinity is below 80 points and they refuse to submit, a forced contract is required. A forced contract consumes energy, and the success rate and energy consumption depend upon the contracted unit's affinity and overall abilities. Regardless of the type of contract, upon success, the unit will transform into a system unit, with their affinity elevated to 100, remaining unchanged, and the host may choose one of the unit's abilities for enhancement. Note: during a forced contract, the contracted individual is susceptible to external disturbances, which may interrupt the contract. This functionality is truly remarkable. Does this mean that I can contract any strategist or warrior from the 3 kingdoms at will? How exhilarating! If I could contract Dongjue, wouldn't the entire Luoyang be mine? He Dongbai, however, was perplexed. Just moments ago, she found herself captivated by Meng Yi. Even now, as he gazed at the seal with a silly grin, there was an inexplicable charm about him. Her heart raced like a startled fawn, and she felt a twinge of reluctance to disturb Meng Yi. With wide eyes, Dongbai softly inquired, "Brother Jing, what exactly is this?" Meng Yi regained his composure. Although the item description was clear, the actual outcomes remained uncertain. Why not let her try it first? He checked Dongbai's affinity and was taken aback. What the heck? It's at 75 now. How did it rise so quickly? Gazing into Dong Bai's doe-like eyes, he suddenly understood. The charm value was already high, and now, with an additional 10 points, its impact on women was devastating. System, how do I use the Imperial Seal of the realm? The host must first speak the name of the individual to be contracted. The Imperial Seal will assess the individual that, if the affinity is 80 points or higher, a direct contract can be formed. If the affinity is below 80 points, the host may declare the contract vow. Provided the individual willingly agrees to follow the host, the contract will succeed. Otherwise, a forced contract may be enacted. Please note, the legendary item is an imperfect artifact. While it possesses immense power, it also harbors unknown flaws. The host is advised to use it cautiously. Unknown flaws? Please clarify. This system is also unaware. The host must explore this on their own. Furrowing his brow, Meng Yi muttered, "Damn it, why won't they clarify the flaws?" "Whatever, I'll just use it." That he presented the Imperial Seal to Dong Bai, saying, "This is the Imperial Seal of the realm." The Imperial Seal of the realm? At that moment, Dong Bai's attention was entirely captivated by the seal. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Yi held the seal and quietly murmured, "Contract Dong B." As the words left his lips, a beam of green light shot from the seal to Dong Bai's forehead. A small dragon-shaped mark appeared on her brow, only to vanish after a brief second. Assessing contracted individual, Dong Bai, affinity 75 points, overall capability 12, contract success rate 88, does not meet fair contract requirements. If you wish to continue, please state your vow and inquire whether the individual is willing to submit to the host. Feeling somewhat awkward, Meng Yi realized he was uncertain about what to say in the vow. He could only muster the courage to proceed. It is said that whoever obtains the Imperial Seal will become the next emperor. Dong Bai, will you follow me for all eternity? What? Brother Jing, why are you suddenly saying this? Dong Bai was taken aback by Meng Yi's near confession. Stealing a glance at his handsome visage, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and whispered, I am willing. Dong Bai hesitated only a moment before acquiescing, herself unaware of the enchantment that had befallen her. The contracted individual has agreed to the contract. Does the host wish to establish a fair contract? It actually succeeded. Overjoyed, Meng Yi promptly replied yes. As soon as he spoke, the dragon-shaped mark on Dong Bai's forehead glowed once more. Subsequently, something emanated from the mark, entering Meng Yi's consciousness, while a faint green light flickered in the depths of Dong Bai's eyes. Fading moments later. Congratulations to the host for successful contracting. The Imperial Seal of the realm has gained 15 energy points. Would the host like to enhance one of the contracted individual's abilities now? Enhance? Let me first see what abilities she possesses. Detected abilities of the contracted individual. Comprehension, D. Root bone. D. Swordsmanship. F. Archery. E. Horsemanship. D. System. What do the letters behind these options signify? Those represent the levels of innate abilities, with the highest being SSS and the lowest F.OIC. Meng Yi nodded, continuing to scrutinize Dong Bai's abilities. After a moment, he frowned. They didn't seem particularly formidable. He lingered on several options for a few seconds. Forget it. I'll just choose one. Meng Yi dreaded such choices. The first two options, comprehension and root bone, appeared to be innate, while the latter two were clearly acquired. I'll select root bone. In the next moment, the dragon-shaped mark reappeared on Dong Bai's forehead. She instinctively closed her eyes as the mark brightened, radiating light throughout her body before dissipating moments later. Enhancement complete. Dong Bai's innate ability has been elevated to root bone. Meng Yi checked Dong Bai's attributes once more and noted a slight increase in her strength. Agility and attack powered. He stroked his chin, nodding and understanding. So enhancing the root bone directly boosts attributes. Dong Bai slowly opened her eyes, and Meng Yi noticed a change in her expression. Although her gaze still held affection, it now also conveyed a hint of respect and submission. Just then, the study door was kicked open with a loud bang. Wang Yu, upon witnessing the scene, erupted in fury. From his vantage point, it appeared that Dong Bai was kneeling at Meng Yi's feet, her head positioned at his waist level. You audacious scoundrel. I knew you had ulterior motives. Meng Yi was bewildered. What on earth is happening? Is this never-ending? However, he felt no fear with Dong Bai by his side. Startled by Wang Yu's arrival, The young girl exclaimed, "Master, how did you find me? I was worried about you that you're still so young and easily influenced that I followed you both and saw you being deceived into this study. After watching for a while without seeing you come out, I feared something might happen. Had I arrived any later, who knows what could have transpired." While they spoke, Meng Yi discreetly stowed away the Imperial Seal. Dong Bai's cheeks flushed, and she swiftly grasped Wang Yu's meaning. Yet, she would rather have something happen with Meng Yi here, her shyness compelling her to hastily defend. "Master, you're speaking nonsense. Brother Jing would never do such a thing to me. Human hearts are inscrutable. It's not as simple as you think." Meng Yi felt deeply wronged. He truly harbored no such intentions. Wang Yu turned his gaze toward Meng. "You brat, hurry and come with me. Do you want me to take action?" With that, Wang Yu lunged forward to seize him. Dong Bai stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Meng Yi. "You shall not lay a hand on Brother Jing." Faced with Wang Yu's unyielding demeanor, Meng Yi sensed an ominous turn of events. This Wang Yu is remarkably tenacious. It appears that Dong Bai will not be able to placate him today. The gains of the day have already been substantial. Perhaps it is best for me to withdraw in the next instant. Meng Yi activated the Gale Step, his figure vanishing in an instant. Wang Yu, momentarily taken aback, found that Meng Yi had completely disappeared. How could this be? He has vanished. In his cloaked state, Meng Yi swiftly glided past Wang Yu at the doorway. Just as Meng Yi was about to step outside, Wang Yu suddenly felt a gust of wind stir and instinctively reached back, seizing Meng Yi with a firm grip. "What?" A look of incredulity washed over Meng Yi's face, only to be swiftly followed by the sensation of being forcefully thrown backward, crashing hard against the ground. Thud. Meng Yi's back hit the earth with a resounding impact, plunging him into darkness, nearly rendering him unconscious. Wang Yu observed in astonishment as Meng Yi revealed himself on the ground. What kind of sorcery is this? Meng Yi's heart raced with alarm. How could this be possible? How did he counter my Gale Step? At that moment, Dong Bai rushed over, exclaiming as she enveloped Meng Yi in her embrace. "Ah, please do not harm Brother Jing." Meng Yi was momentarily stunned. "This is dire. If even my Gale Step has been thwarted, then I fear Dong Bai cannot stop him either. Am I truly destined to meet my end here?" Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Meng Yi's mind. The Imperial Seal of the nation. Yes, the Imperial Seal can enforce a binding contract. If I can subdue Wang Yu, then the problem will resolve itself. But will I have enough energy for this? No matter, I shall give it a try. Meng Yi produced the Imperial Seal. The information on the item indicated that the success rate of a forced contract depends on both affinity and overall strength. While I am uncertain what constitutes overall strength, it likely pertains to one's attributes, which I cannot influence. However, I can certainly strive to improve my affinity. Upon inspecting Wang Yu's current affinity, he found it to be -5 points. A mere -5 points. How disheartening. Unbeknownst to him, this -5 points had been somewhat mitigated by his own charm. Had it been anyone else, Wang Yu would likely have executed them without a second thought. "Lord Wang, look at this." Meng Yi scattered a handful of gleaming gold coins on the ground, their shine captivating under the sunlight. "If Lord Wang finds them appealing, they may be yours." Wang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was astounded by how Meng Yi had managed this. He picked up a coin for inspection. "It is indeed real." As Wang Yu scrutinized the coins, Meng Yi checked his affinity once more, only to find it unchanged at -5 points. "You think to bribe me with these trinkets? Humph, you have misjudged me. If the coins do not suffice, perhaps I should offer something else. That I have heard that Wang Yu is a martial enthusiast. Surely he would appreciate a fine weapon." Meng Yi produced Sun Jian's ancient ingot sword and tossed it to Wang Yu. "What do you think of this? If it pleases the hero, it is yours." Wang Yu caught the sword, and upon grasping it, a peculiar energy surged into his body, augmenting his strength. Wang Yu examined the ancient ingot sword closely, running his fingers along its blade and giving a light tap. A soft hum resonated, prompting Wang Yu to exclaim, "This blade is incredibly resilient, its edge exuding a chilling aura. IT must have undergone countless trials and is indeed a rare treasure. Are you truly willing to gift it to me?" "Of course, a fine blade deserves a valiant hero. Meng Yi felt a surge of joy as he noticed Wang Yu's attitude had shifted slightly. He checked Wang Yu's affinity again. 25 points. Excellent, the affinity has finally increased. However, before Meng Yi could revel in his elation, Wang Yu remarked, "Alas, I wield a sword, and though this blade is exceptional, it is of no use to me." Meng Yi was momentarily taken aback. He wields a sword? Indeed, a grand swordsman would naturally prefer a sword. Unfortunately, the Qing Shuang sword was given to Zhao Yun. Yet, regardless of Wang Yu's weapon of choice, it was evident that his affinity had risen, indicating genuine interest. I have heard that Wang Yu is indeed a martial enthusiast. He must have an interest in martial arts. Lord Wang, I know your martial prowess is formidable, but have you ever heard of internal energy? Internal energy? What kind of technique is that? Upon hearing of an unfamiliar martial art, Wang Yu's interest was piqued. The invisibility technique I just demonstrated is a manifestation of internal energy when cultivated to a certain level. One can traverse rooftops and shatter mountains, far surpassing your current martial skills. Wang Yu, though skeptical, posed a question tinged with anticipation. Is there truly such a miraculous martial art? Yet Wang Yu quickly countered. But if internal energy is as powerful as you claim, how come you are still so weak? Meng Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment as he replied, "Well, my practice has been rather lacking, and I've been somewhat negligent in my training. However, my master has achieved an extraordinary level of skill. His dragons subduing 18 palms possess incredible might." Meng Yi began to weave an elaborate tale. "Lord Wang, should you doubt my words, I can teach you right now that if I speak falsely, you may deal with me as you see fit." Hearing Meng Yi speak with such conviction, Wang Yu felt a flicker of intrigue. The invisibility technique had indeed astonished him. He had never encountered such wondrous sorcery before. "Very well, I shall witness your so-called internal energy. Should you deceive me, I shall not show you any mercy." Wang Yu, a man of peculiar temperament, began to learn internal energy from Meng Yi, entirely absorbed in the moment. Only a person with such a disposition could attain such high martial skills. All powerful individuals possess unique traits. Either they are exceptionally gifted, deeply passionate, or extraordinarily diligent. Wang Yu embodies all three qualities. It is only natural for him to excel in martial arts. Meng Yi imparted the principles of internal energy to Wang Yu, carefully guiding him to sense the energy around them. Drawing the energy inward, establishing a cycle within his body, and ultimately converging it into his dantian. After the session, Meng Yi marveled at the stark differences between individuals. Wang Yu, indeed, possessed extraordinary talent, mastering the internal energy after just one attempt. An hour later, Wang Yu opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. Clenching his fist, he swiftly unleashed a punch. Whoosh! The sound of his punch reverberated in the Imperial study. How marvelous! So this is how martial arts can be cultivated. Internal energy is truly wondrous. I feel that should one master it to its fullest extent, the power would be unimaginable. That I am truly grateful to you, young brother." Meng Yi quickly checked Wang Yu's affinity. 21 points. Internal energy, 2160. Goodness, this fellow is extraordinary to have mastered the first layer of internal energy in such a short span of time. Unbeknownst to Meng, martial arts experts advance so rapidly in internal energy because they already harbor substantial energy within their bodies. They merely lacked the methods to harness it, and internal energy provides the perfect solution. The affinity has risen to 47 points. That should suffice that I can no longer think of ways to further enhance my affinity in the short term. It is time to contract. Meng Yi tightened his grip on the Imperial Seal and declared, "I am pleased that Lord Wang finds it to his liking. However, there is one matter I do not understand. With such exceptional martial prowess, why do you remain under Dong Zhuo's command? That Dong Zhuo is ruthless and unprincipled, mercilessly slaughtering the loyal. He is hardly a wise lord. It would be prudent for you to depart sooner rather than later." "What you say is true. I am aware of it. I hail from humble beginnings, and my father's dying wish was for me to achieve greatness and honor our family. I have reached my current status through my martial skills, and by teaching the young emperor, I have become a mentor, all thanks to the favor of Prime Minister Dong. Without his recognition, I would remain a mere commoner, unable to rise above. seizing the opportunity to converse with Wang Yu. Meng Yi discreetly withdrew the seal, silently chanting, "Contract Wang Yu." Wang Yu, lost in reminiscence as he spoke, failed to notice Meng Yi's subtle movements. The Imperial Seal emitted a green light that struck Wang Yu's forehead. Detecting the potential contractee, Wang Yu, affinity 47 points, overall ability 25, contract success rate 69, that the requirements for an equal contract have not been met. If you wish to continue the contract, please state your oath and inquire whether the individual is willing to submit. With the experience from the last time, Meng Yi felt liberated and spoke freely. Gold will always shine, my Lord Wang. Have you not considered that even without encountering Dongjua, you could still rise above others? I, may not possess great talent, yet I hold your martial prowess in high esteem. If one day I were to ascend to power, I would undoubtedly appoint you as the Grand General, commanding 100,000 soldiers. Would you be willing to join me in unifying the realm? As he spoke, Meng Yi's voice grew fervent, his words imbued with genuine emotion. Upon hearing Meng Yi's words, Wang Yu furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before replying, perhaps it's best to refrain. No sooner had Wang Yu's words left his lips than a system notification chimed. The contracted individual is unwilling to submit to the host. Does the host wish to force the contract? Would this result in failure? In truth, Meng Yi held little hope. He currently wielded no power, influence, or territory, merely speaking empty words. Only a fool would agree that a success rate of 69 seemed promising enough. Force the contract with Wang Yu. In the next moment, a powerful green light erupted from the Imperial Seal. Unlike the previous green light, this one did not dissipate. It formed a continuous thread, linking the Imperial Seal and Wang Yu. Ah, my head is spinning. What is happening to me? The oppressive green light evoked in Wang Yu a sensation akin to that of first encountering an emperor. He trembled, his expression a complex tapestry of confusion, conflict, and struggle. Meng Yi understood that the system was currently forcing the contract with Wang Yu and knew he had to escalate his persuasion. My lord, perhaps you should reconsider that matter. The thrill of charging onto the battlefield is the essence of a man's romance. What is the point of teaching a child to wield a sword? Wang Yu held his head, feeling as if the world was spinning, his gaze almost dazed. Even the sound of Meng Yi's voice seemed to waver. Ah, perhaps he is right. Meng Yi pressed on with a mental assault. Let me tell you, I have heard that Dongjua will soon claim the throne. When that time comes, the young emperor will become a deceased emperor, and your position as imperial teacher will become irrelevant. What will you do then? Will Dongjua allow you to command troops? Can his generals tolerate your presence? You might end up as merely a gatekeeper. When your ancestors see you reduced to such a state, alas. Wang Yu's expression turned to one of extreme anger. These scoundrels are taking things too far. Meng Yi continued to whisper enticingly in Wang Yu's ear. But I am different. I hold you in high regard. You can be anything you wish here, a founding hero, your name etched in history. At this moment, Wang Yu appeared as if he were intoxicated. Ha! Etched in history. Very well. I accept your offer. No sooner had Wang Yu spoken than the dragon-shaped mark on his forehead glowed brightly, and a faint green light flickered in the depths of his eyes before fading away. The system notification echoed. Congratulations to the host for successfully forcing the contract. 13 points of energy consumed from the Imperial Seal. Remaining energy. 2 points that is it successful? Really successful. Meng Yi could hardly believe it. He swallowed hard at the sight of the remaining energy. Goodness, that was close. I almost ran out of energy. What would happen if the energy was insufficient? Host, if the energy is insufficient, the contract will fail, and the consumed energy will not be refunded. That I would like to remind the host that the higher the favorability of the contracted individual, the less energy consumed. That's how it is. This time, luck was indeed on my side. The host can also enhance one of the contracted individual's abilities. Would you like to enhance it now? Enhance. The system detected that the contracted individual, Wang Yu, possessed the following innate abilities: Insight S, Root Bone S, Swordsmanship S, Body Technique S, Assassination S. Meng Yi marveled at Wang Yu's abilities. Goodness, truly a master. Just look at his innate talents compared to that little waste Dong Bai. The disparity between people is immense. Meng Yi pondered over which ability to enhance. What should I choose? He contemplated. Last time, enhancing Dong Bai's root bone only yielded a slight attribute increase without any notable changes. He wondered how enhancing a master like Wang Yu would fare. However, Meng Yi quickly shook his head. Simply boosting attributes could also be achieved through inner strength. Perhaps this time I should try enhancing insight and see what effects it yields. The system confirmed the enhancement of insight. The words fell. The dragon-shaped mark on Wang Yu's forehead shone brightly, and green light transformed into threads that entered Wang Yu's mind. Moments later, a system notification chimed. Enhancement complete. Wang Yu's innate ability has been upgraded to Insight SS. Meng Yi checked Wang Yu's attributes and found that his intelligence had indeed increased, while the others remained unchanged. That all. Had I known, I might have opted for root bone instead. The green light dissipated, and Wang Yu regained his senses. The characters forced into a contract would yield a sense of submission towards Meng, akin to his system's soldiers. Upon seeing Meng, Wang Yu knelt before him. I pay my respects to my lord. Please rise, Mr. Wang. Excellent. I have gained another great general, with Wang Yu now under his command. Meng Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief, ready to attend to serious matters. I happen to have a task that requires your assistance. Mr. Wang, though my lord is too courteous. There is no need for formalities. Just call me Old Yu. Whatever you need, please command me directly. Very well, Old Yu. I have come to seek the location of the palace treasury. Oh, you know where it is. Are you referring to the national treasury? The national treasury? Yes. Does it contain gold? Are you seeking gold, my lord? You have come to the right person. Before I became the imperial teacher, I guarded the national treasury for a time, and one knows better than I where the gold is hidden. It is not located within the palace. Not within the palace. Meng Yi was taken aback. After all that effort, no wonder he couldn't find it. In truth, the national treasury is divided into two parts. One part is visible, containing less valuable items, such as the arsenal for weapons and armor, and the granaries for food, copper coins, and other goods. The other part is likely the treasury you are seeking, which is underground. The items within are far more precious, though I cannot say exactly what they are. I only know that entering the treasury requires a key, and it is fraught with traps. If one were to enter recklessly, it would be tantamount to courting death. More importantly, triggering the traps would alert the guards outside, and they would notify Dongjua, resulting in being surrounded by a multitude of guards. Meng Yi frowned, realizing he had underestimated the situation. The traps within the treasury could be easily dealt with. Summoning some soldiers to scout ahead would reveal safe paths. Triggering the traps would sound an alarm. But this too could be managed. Dongjua's army would likely suffer a great defeat in a few days, and he would lead his forces personally to the front lines. Why then, there would be little defense in Luoyang City. And with so much gold, I could summon many system soldiers without fear. The most challenging aspect now was the key. Where was it? Do you know? I know about the key. There are two keys. The first key should be in Dongjua's possession, while the second is with the chief guard. I can find a way to obtain the chief guard's key, but the one in Dongjua's possession is problematic. At this point, Dong Bai interjected. I might be able to help with Dongjua's key. Meng Yi glanced at Dong Bai, thinking you truly are your grandfather's true granddaughter. He affectionately ruffled Dong Bai's hair. Excellent. You shall be responsible for Dongjua's key. Now, Dong Bai, you first go to Dongjua and procure the key. Once you have it, bring it to me quickly. I will have someone create an identical one, and then you can quietly return the original key. Dong Bai nodded in agreement. Since parting ways with Meng Yi, Zhao Yun and the system soldiers had swiftly arrived at Xinjiang City. In Xinjiang City, the army was already prepared to set out. Without even entering the city, Zhao Yun was informed that he had been reassigned to the vanguard, and immediately ordered troops to ascend to Suanzhao. Along the way, Zhao Yun observed the soldiers beside him and found it peculiar that these individuals were the vanguard. Observing their emaciated frames, some even missing limbs or eyes, Zhao Yun had encountered Dongjua's army before and knew they were not as pitiful as the sight before him. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yun, this was a deliberate arrangement by Li Ru, meticulously selecting these individuals from various troops, primarily showcasing their abysmal combat capabilities. After the contract with Dong Bai and Wang Yu at the Luoyang Palace, Meng Yi was pleasantly surprised to discover that those bound by the contract possessed spatial storage and skill slots. This meant that, Upon contracting, they essentially became system heroes, enabling Zhao Yun to acquire skills as well. Meng Yi felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Gazing at the towering palace walls, he felt an inexplicable urge to ascend them. What was this feeling? Had he been infected by that foolish girl? Dongbai. Ultimately, he could not resist the temptation to reach the rooftop and sat cross-legged upon it. With the full moon hanging high, Meng Yi focused intently on the patrolling soldiers below, inadvertently lost in thought. He was taken aback to find that the palace treasury was concealed underground. No wonder the gold detection function had failed. Had he known, he would have upgraded that feature beforehand. In truth, there was another method available to acquire the palace's gold. If he contracted everything within Dongzhuo's palace, it would naturally fall into his hands. However, contracting Dongzhuo was no simple feat. It would likely be more challenging than killing him. First, he needed an opportunity to be alone with him. Otherwise, interruptions could easily disrupt the contract. Furthermore, the energy of the Imperial Jade Seal was dwindling, now reduced to merely 2 points. Contracting Wang Yu required 10 points, even under the condition of a favorability rating of 65. The last time he encountered Dongzhuo, the favorability was a mere 5 points, and Dongzhuo's overall strength was no less formidable than Wang Yu's. This energy was certainly insufficient, and he needed to devise a means to replenish it. Additionally, the 5 Zhu coins must be swiftly exchanged for gold. Converting those copper coins could yield over 20,000 gold coins that, if he truly managed to exchange for 20,000 coins, he could immediately establish a base. Dongbai needed time to steal the key, so Meng Yi arranged for spies to assist her, departing the palace under Wang Yu's escort. Upon returning to his residence, Meng Yi felt an inexplicable urge to practice his skills. It seemed he hadn't practiced in quite some time, and for the sake of future plans, he could not afford to be negligent in his internal cultivation. He sat cross-legged on his bed and began to cultivate. Unbeknownst to him, he entered a meditative state with remarkable speed this time. However, were these peculiar actions merely coincidences? Certainly not. They were the aftereffects of using the Imperial Jade Seal. After successfully contracting, it appeared that Meng Yi had control over the contracted individual. But in reality, both parties were influenced that a fragment of the other's soul had entered Meng Yi's mind, which in modern terms could be referred to as personality. Though this influence was faint, it would still affect Meng Yi's behavior and values, all of which he remained oblivious to. The cultivation lasted throughout the night, yielding excellent results. His internal energy increased by 5 points, and he felt remarkably unexhausted. Under normal circumstances, he would have already succumbed to sleep. After breakfast, Meng Yi promptly arrived at a jewelry store with a caravan laden with copper coins. Upon entering, he declared, "Shopkeeper, I wish to purchase gold." The shopkeeper responded eagerly, "Ah, esteemed guest, please come in. We have all kinds of gold jewelry." "Do take a look." "No need to look. I shall take all the gold you have." The shopkeeper, momentarily stunned, stammered, "Excuse me, did I hear you correctly? You wish to purchase all the gold jewelry here?" "Indeed, you heard correctly. I wish to take it all." The shopkeeper hesitated. "Well, that will require quite a sum." "Fear not. I have ample funds. Do you see those carts outside? They're filled with money." The shopkeeper gazed outside, astonished to see an entire street lined with carts, each laden with large trunks, while bystanders murmured in disbelief. Meng Yi instructed 2 soldiers to bring the trunks inside, which, upon opening, revealed them brimming with copper coins. The shopkeeper, flabbergasted, had seen many things but had never encountered such grandeur in a purchase. "Very well, I shall fetch the gold for you." The shopkeeper retrieved all the gold and began weighing it. "Esteemed guest, the total is 1 jin 7 liang 5 zhu, amounting to 15,450 coins that I shall round it down to 15,400 coins for you." Meng Yi calculated mentally, frowning. "Is that all? Not even 2 jin of gold?" At this rate, exchanging at one shop at a time would take hundreds of transactions. This is inefficient. On the other side of Gold Market Street, Luo Lai was pondering how to enter the palace when he suddenly noticed a caravan parading through Luoyang. A rare sight indeed. He squeezed into the crowd and asked a bystander, "What is happening? Why all the commotion?" "I'm not entirely sure, but I heard someone has come with a caravan full of money to purchase gold." Luo Lai exclaimed, "Goodness, what a bold move! Is this person not afraid of being robbed?" "Who knows? If someone dares to rob, I might just take a chance to snatch some for myself." Luo Lai's eyes sparkled with mischief. He had confirmed that Meng Yi was alive, albeit temporarily out of reach. Surely they would meet again, and he pondered whether Meng Yi would still want him by then. After all, his lord had a fondness for gold, and if he could pilfer some to present to him, perhaps he could regain his favor. Luo Lai nodded in agreement with his plan, blending into the crowd and moving toward the caravan. Meanwhile, Meng Yi, in a bid to expedite the gold exchange, summoned a few more spies to assist, instructing them to disguise themselves as ordinary wealthy merchants. The spies dispersed to execute their tasks, while Meng Yi settled in a tea house to await their return. However, he had not waited long when one spy hurried back, kneeling before Meng Yi with a distressed expression. "Lord, I am to blame. I just completed the gold exchange, and the gold has vanished." "What?" Meng Yi exclaimed, spitting his tea in shock. "How much was lost?" The spy replied timidly, "All the exchange gold is gone, approximately 1,000 coins." Meng Yi nearly choked. "What? Such a significant loss." At a loss for words, Meng Yi realized punishing the spy would be futile. Whoever had taken the gold would never admit to it. He glared at the spy, slamming his fist on the table. What bad luck! At that moment, Luo Lai was in high spirits, seeking his next target. The catch was substantial, an opportunity to procure so much gold. Presenting it to his lord would surely bring joy. Yet he hesitated, contemplating whether it would be unreasonable to keep a portion for himself. The thought crossed his mind that the gold could buy him a house and several beautiful companions, a truly blissful existence. The allure of wealth weighed heavily on Luo Lai as he wrestled with the decision of whether to offer the gold to Meng Yi. However, he quickly suppressed the temptation, reflecting on the extraordinary treasures he possessed, each invaluable and irreplaceable. He realized that money could not buy them. His lord had informed him that chaos was imminent in the world. In times of turmoil, strength was paramount. Without it, no amount of wealth could secure safety. Just as Meng Yi was wallowing in his frustration, another spy rushed toward him, dropping to his knees. An ominous premonition gripped Meng Yi as he trembled, asking, "You didn't lose the gold as well?" "Did you?" The spy, startled, looked up in disbelief. "How did you know, my lord?" At that moment, Meng Yi sensed something was amiss. Losing gold once might be a coincidence, but twice indicated foul play. Sent a message via carrier pigeon. Summon all spies back immediately. Yes. Meng Yi furrowed his brow, pondering who might be orchestrating such mischief. "If I catch you, you shall pay dearly for your antics." After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly conceived a plan. He activated the gold exploration feature that if someone was indeed sabotaging him, the gold would surely be gathered together while scanning for its location. That individual would be rendered powerless to escape detection. The pointer for gold began to rotate, and immediately, the map revealed the gold's whereabouts. To his satisfaction, the quantity exceeded his expectations. Seize him! In a secluded alley, Luo Lai was abruptly cornered. Realizing he had been targeted, he turned to flee, but after only a few steps, he was forced back. Surrounded, he plastered a smile on his face, attempting to feign innocence. "Hey there, brothers, what is it you want? I haven't done anything wrong." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Attack!" Luo Lai recognized the voice but had no time to ponder as a flurry of punches came raining down upon him. The assailants struck with palpable resentment, their blows ferocious. This wretch had stolen the gold, leading to his own chastisement from a lord. He deserved to be punished. Before long, Luo Lai found himself gasping for breath. "Spare me! Stop hitting me, or I shall perish! I swear I won't do it again." As Meng Yi approached, he noticed a voice sounded somewhat familiar. "Stop! Do not strike any further." The crowd parted, revealing the unfortunate individual at its center. Meng Yi stared at the swollen face and recognition dawned. Luo Lai. How did it come to this? With great difficulty, Luo Lai lifted his puffy eyelids and burst into tears. My lord. The two reunited, and Luo Lai recounted the events of the past days. "You rascal! You truly have a knack for survival. How did you escape death? I intended to present the gold to you, but who would have guessed it would turn into such a mess? Thankfully, I was enraged enough not to let them kill you outright. Otherwise, you would have been doomed. However, I must reassess your loyalty. When the Lord was in peril, you chose to flee. I was simply terrified at that moment. Luo Lai lowered his head in shame. While Meng Yi assessed his favorability, rating 68 points was not too shabby. It seemed Luo Lai was speaking the truth. Yet for safety's sake, it would be prudent to establish a contract with him. Meng Yi produced the Imperial Jade Seal and recited, "Contract with Luo Lai." At a beam of green light shot forth. Striking Luo Lai's head, he shuddered, bewildered by the occurrence. However, his instincts warned him that something was amiss. Contractee detected. Luo Lai. Favorability 68 points. Overall ability 6 points. Contract success rate 86. To proceed with the contract, the host must declare an oath and inquire if the individual is willing to submit. How is it possible that Luo Lai's ability is only 6 points? How is this overall ability calculated? Returning to the host, the overall ability is determined by the sum of attributes exceeding 30 points among the individual's 6 fundamental attributes, with every 10 points yielding 1 point. Meng Yi sighed, realizing the situation. He had initially planned to contract ordinary individuals to augment his energy levels, but that avenue now appeared unfeasible. He would need to devise another strategy. For now, he would proceed with contracting Luo Lai. Seeing that Luo Lai's success rate was rather high lifted his spirits. It seemed a direct contract would suffice, saving him further hassle. Meng Yi regarded Luo Lai and said, "I shall overlook your previous transgressions, but if you wish to accompany me, you must answer one question. Reflect carefully before responding. Once you agree, there shall be no turning back." Luo Lai paused, surprised. Was the Lord forgiving him? "What is the question?" "I shall answer." Luo Lai, "Do you wish to follow me, even at the cost of your life?" Luo Lai blinked in confusion. "My lord, have I not already pledged my allegiance to you?" "Why the need for such a question?" Meng Yi shot him a glare. "Just respond with a simple yes or no. I agree to. In an instant, the dragon-shaped mark on Luo Lai's forehead blazed with brilliance, and a surge of energy coursed into Meng Yi's mind. Simultaneously, a faint green light flickered in the depths of Luo Lai's eyes. Fading moments later, the system notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. Contract successful. Acquired 6 energy points from the Imperial Jade Seal. Remaining energy 8 points. The host may enhance 1 capability of the contracted individual." "Shall it be done now?" "Enhance." The system detected that the contracted individual, Luo Lai, possessed the following talents. Identification A. Comprehension B. Theft A. Meng Yi examined Luo Lai's abilities, noting that while his overall abilities were somewhat limited, they were nonetheless formidable. This time, an additional skill in identification had emerged. He was uncertain of its purpose, but decided to set it aside for now. Last time, enhancing Wang Yu's comprehension did not yield significant change. So this time, he would boost another ability that, if a level theft allowed him to pilfer gold unnoticed by the operatives, enhancing it further could prove advantageous. System. Enhanced theft. As the words left his lips, the dragon-shaped mark on Luo Lai's forehead glowed brightly. Threads of green light weaving into him. Moments later, a system notification sounded. Enhancement complete. Contracted individual Luo Lai's ability upgraded to Theft S. The green light dissipated, and Luo Lai regained consciousness, unaware of what had just transpired, yet sensing something was different. Upon glancing at Meng Yi, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of admiration and loyalty toward him. "My lord, should I ever transgress again, you have my permission to strike me down." "Very well, I sense your loyalty. Work diligently, and I shall ensure you reap the rewards." "Thank you, my lord." Due to Luo Lai's disruptions, Meng Yi had not exchanged all the gold, but the jewelry stores in the city were nearly depleted. In truth, there was more gold in the city, but according to the shopkeepers, most was hidden away elsewhere. If Meng Yi desired more, he would have to wait until the following day. Nonetheless, he had still amassed a considerable fortune, having exchanged over 12,000 gold coins today, that he was confident that by tomorrow, he would gather sufficient gold to establish the main city. With gold secured, it was time to find a suitable location for a base. Meng Yi dispatched system soldiers to explore the terrain near Luoyang, searching for a flat, open area for construction. No news had yet arrived from the palace, indicating that Dongbai had not yet succeeded. Meng Yi pondered. After all, he had a skilled thief at his disposal. Why not send him to assist Dongbai? He summoned Luo Lai and assigned him the task. Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure the task is completed. Meng Yi considered for a moment before handing over the shadow cloak. He no longer needed it, having acquired the Gale step. Be cautious. Dong Zhuo is exceedingly dangerous. Luo Lai accepted the cloak, having witnessed Meng Yi's prowess with it, and envied it greatly. My lord, you are too kind. Seeing Luo Lai becoming overly sentimental, Meng Yi quickly distanced himself. Hurry along. After dispatching Luo Lai, Meng Yi contemplated how to augment the energy of the Imperial Jade Seal. In the future, many individuals would seek contracts, and the thought of renowned generals and top strategists from the three kingdoms excited him, since attributes must exceed 30 points to count as overall ability. He needed to contract individuals with strong abilities and high favorability, a challenging task indeed. Zhao Yun would have been a fitting candidate, but it was too late now. Suddenly, Meng Yi recalled someone. Kai Yin, the beautiful figure who lingered in his memory. He summoned his operatives to gather intelligence on Kai Yan's residence. Reporting to my lord, I know the whereabouts of Miss Kai Yin. What? You know, I passed by the Kai residence while exchanging for gold. Excellent. Take me there at once. Two individuals discussed their immediate departure to the residence of By this time. Evening had fallen. The sun had set, and the moon hung faintly on the horizon. Miss Meng Yi arrived outside the Kai residence. He found himself at a loss as to how to enter, when suddenly, a melodious sound of a guqin wafted through the air from within the estate. Following the sound, Meng Yi traced the walls of the residence until he reached the source. Clambering atop the wall, he beheld the figure that had captivated his dreams. Kai Yin was seated in a pavilion, playing the guqin. Although Meng Yi lacked knowledge of the instrument, he discerned sorrow and melancholy within the notes. This evoked thoughts of the tragic fate that awaited Kai Yin. Kai Yin, whose courtesy name was Wenji, and also known as Zhaoji, was the daughter of Kai Yong. From a young age, she exhibited exceptional intelligence. Nurtured by her family's rich literary and artistic atmosphere and her father's teachings, her accomplishments in literature, music, and calligraphy reached remarkable heights. Yet, this talented woman was wed to Wei Zhongdao, a frail man who, unfortunately, passed away prematurely due to illness. Subsequently, with the invasion of the Xiongnu, Kai Yin was captured by the left Xianwang of the Xiongnu and married into their ranks, bearing 2 sons. 12 years later. When Cao Cao unified the north, he ransomed Kai Yin with a substantial sum and arranged her marriage to Dong Si. This cannot be allowed to happen again. Meng Yi vaulted over the wall and approached Kai Yin. Who is that? Who enters? Seeing someone breach the wall, Kai Yin halted her playing and exclaimed. The dim light obscured Meng Yi's features, leaving her unable to discern his face, just as she prepared to flee. Meng Yi called out, Miss Wenji, do you remember me? As Meng Yi drew closer, he recognized her visage from their previous encounter in the streets. Kai Yin recalled him as well, though this meeting felt markedly different. Their eyes locked, and Kai Yin experienced an indescribable sensation, a yearning to draw nearer to him. This was undoubtedly a result of Meng Yi's charm, which had now reached a score of 92. It must be said that Meng Yi had indeed become quite enchanting. His natural good looks complemented by a well-proportioned physique due to his enhanced attributes, rendering him tall and robust. He was not comparable to the scholars Kai Yin was accustomed to. Especially notable was the transformation in Meng Yi's demeanor, shaped by numerous brushes with death, which had cultivated a steadiness and reserve in his character. With over 200 system soldiers at his command, and the prowess of Zhao Yun and Wang Yu by his side, he exuded an aura befitting a leader. Furthermore, the Imperial Seal had augmented his charm by an additional 10 points. That Kai Yin did not succumb to immediate infatuation was a testament to her self-control. Gazing into Meng Yi's fervent eyes, Kai Yin could not help but understand his intentions, yet she recognized the impropriety of such feelings. Just yesterday, Wei Zhongdao had sought her father's approval for their union, and her father had consented. She was on the verge of becoming his wife. Though she harbored no affection for Wei Zhongdao and wished not to marry him, matters of marriage were dictated by parental authority, leaving her, as a woman, powerless to alter her fate. The music she played earlier had been a means of expressing her inner turmoil. Avoiding Meng Yi's gaze, she flusteredly inquired, How did you enter, sir? I meant to ask. Why have you come here? Kai Yin herself was uncertain of her own feelings. Perhaps it was the intrusion of a stranger in her courtyard that unsettled her. Yet, It could also be a flicker of hope. Unbeknownst to her, that moment, a maid, having heard the commotion, rushed over to, miss, who is he? How did he get in? Do not be afraid. I shall summon help. The young maid turned to leave, but was halted by Kai Yan's command. Wait, do not call anyone. Huh. The maid paused, bewildered. If word got out that a man had entered the rear courtyard, it would be scandalous. Moreover, this man was known to her. You must return and ensure no one approaches. Miss, are you certain you are all right? I am fine. Now go to... As the maid departed, Meng Yi bowed respectfully. Thank you, miss, for not sending me away. Following the recent events, Kai Yan regained her composure. What brings you here? Sir, to alter your fate. My fate? How would you know what my fate entails? Indeed, it is true I, Meng Yi, am a time traveler from the future, here to save the Han dynasty. And you? Meng Yi was surprised by his own honesty. Upon encountering Kai Yan, he found himself unwilling to weave fabrications to deceive her that a time traveler from the future, here to save the Han. Ha! You certainly possess a sense of humor. Kai Yan covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Although her beauty was undeniable, Meng Yi's words were genuine. Is it truly so laughable? Do you not believe me? Very well. Allow me to demonstrate. As Kai Yan widened her eyes in anticipation, though she doubted Meng Yi's claims of time travel, she was curious to see how he would prove it. Let me think how to prove it. I have it. Events that will transpire in the future. Miss Wenji, you will marry Wei Zhongdao. I suspect you will soon come to propose. This revelation was intended to be shocking, and Meng Yi awaited Kai Yan's reaction. To his surprise, she replied, That cannot be true. Young Master Wei has already approached my father for my hand, and it would be easy to verify. After speaking, Kai Yan's expression grew somewhat desolate. Oh, he has already proposed. That scoundrel should have been dealt with last time. Meng Yi pondered briefly before continuing, Do not fret. I have come from the future. I know all that is to come. Next, Hua Xiong will be slain by Guan Yu, and Dong Zhuo's forces will suffer a great defeat. Dong Zhuo himself will lead an army against the 18 warlords. Moreover, before setting out, he will execute Yuan Kuei. However, he will still be unable to prevail. Upon retreating to Luoyang, Dong Zhuo will proclaim a great victory, relocating the citizens of Luoyang to Chang'an, then setting Luoyang ablaze. Subsequently, Wang Yun will orchestrate a chain of schemes that will pit Elbu against Dong Zhuo, leading to Dong Zhuo's demise at Elbu's hands. Following this, chaos will engulf the land. Kai Yan gasped, her hand covering her mouth. The events Meng had described were uncertain, yet they sounded terrifying. However, these occurrences would require time to unfold, and she feared she could not wait that long. Realizing this, Meng Yi pondered. Indeed, these are future events. They cannot serve as immediate proof. Furrowing his brow in thought, he struggled to conceive a compelling method of demonstration. How could it be that as a time traveler, I cannot even substantiate my own claim? Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Poetry, indeed. There were no poems from the future in this time, and a couple of exquisite verses would suffice to validate his identity. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Yi recited aloud. The east wind scatters blossoms across 1,000 trees. As they fall, stars rain down like dew. Fine steeds and ornate carriages fill the fragrant lanes. The phoenix's flute stirs. The jade pot glimmers. All night, fish and dragons dance. Butterflies and snow willows entwined with golden threads. Laughter and whispers carry sweet fragrances away. Searching for her amid the throngs, 1,000 times, suddenly turning back, there she stands in the dim light of the lanterns. Kai Yan listened to Meng Yi's verses. She was rendered speechless. She was well-versed in poetry herself, and had penned many exquisite pieces. Yet these verses paled in comparison to Meng Yi's. The beauty of his poetry was unparalleled, especially the final lines. Searching for her amid the throngs, 1,000 times, suddenly turning back, there she stands, in the dim light of the lanterns, stirred her imagination. Could it be that the subject of Meng Yi's poem was indeed her? Had he composed this verse for her? But Meng Yi was not finished. He continued, Last night as stars, last night as wind. By the western tower, the osmanthus hall lies to the east, though I have no colorful phoenix wings to soar. My heart and mind share a subtle connection. Across the table, the spring wine warms as we split the red lanterns for a game. Alas, I hear the drums signaling my departure, riding past the orchid terrace. Like a tumbleweed. Cayenne had barely recovered from the first poem when Meng Yi delivered a second. Upon hearing, though I have no colorful phoenix wings to soar, my heart and mind share a subtle connection. Her heart skipped a beat. Even those with no appreciation for poetry could sense the allure of such lines. How much more so for Cayenne, had Meng Yi chosen to check her feelings toward him. He would have been astonished by the depth of her affection that I never imagined that the gentleman possessed such profound literary talent. Meng Yi was about to clarify that the poem was not his own creation. But after some contemplation, he decided against it, reasoning that further explanations would be futile, as time would ultimately reveal the truth. Yet he had not lost sight of his purpose for being there. He glanced at Cayenne's favorability score. 62 points. Goodness! How could it be so high? Given that she was already betrothed to Wei Zhongdao, he could simply take her away, though he was uncertain whether Cayenne would be willing to follow him. This time, Meng Yi resolved to be clever and test Cayenne's sentiments before formalizing any contract. Miss Wenji, I am aware that you do not harbor feelings for Wei Zhongdao. Would you be willing to come with me? Come with you? Are you suggesting elopement? One might say that. That is utterly out of the question. While Yenner greatly admires your talents, it would be too rash to leave with you after such a brief acquaintance. And it would contravene propriety. The Kai family would be shamed by such actions that if you truly care for me, you should not entertain such thoughts. Meng Yi was taken aback by Cayenne's abrupt rejection. What do you mean by brief acquaintance? I see that the favorability score is still insufficient. If only it were high enough, even matters of life and death would seem trivial. The duration of our acquaintance and the rules of propriety would be inconsequential. Ah, I see I have been inconsiderate. Then I shall speak with your father about our feelings for one another. You are his only daughter, and if you do not wish to marry Wei Zhongdao, I cannot imagine he would force you into ITT. Oh, his surprise. Cayenne did not respond to Meng Yi's proposition, but posed a question instead. Do you possess any scholarly titles? None. Does her family hold any high office? None. Cayenne sighed and shook her head. Alas, my father is a staunch advocate of propriety. He would never approve of a match that fails to align with social standings. At that moment, a flustered maid rushed over. Miss, this is bad. The master is coming. Oh no. Meng Yi must have recited the poem too loudly, inadvertently attracting Cayenne's attention. Cayenne anxiously urged Meng Yi to leave. Young Master Meng, you must go quickly. My father is arriving. What is there to fear? If your father is coming, it is fortuitous. I shall explain everything to him. Meng Yi felt a sense of confidence. If all else failed, he could simply contract Cayenne as well. Young Master Meng, even if you wish to explain, it cannot be done here. My father despises those who disregard propriety. If he finds you in the back garden, he will not heed a word you say. After some contemplation, Meng Yi realized that he had been too hasty. Encountering Cayenne now might backfire, diminishing his favorability with Cayenne and complicating future attempts to contract her. He resolved to take things step by step. Surely, a solution would present itself in due time. Very well, Miss Wenji, I shall take my leave for today, but I will devise a way to persuade your father to allow you to marry me. With that, Meng Yi swiftly vaulted over the garden wall and vanished from sight. Just as Meng Yi departed, Cayenne approached, momentarily taken aback upon realizing that only Cayenne was present at Yenner, were you alone just now? I could have sworn I heard a man's voice. Cayenne, feeling somewhat guilty, hastily covered. Father must have misheard. It was merely me here. Cayenne was typically truthful and appeared noticeably tense, causing Cayenne to regard her with suspicion. What poem were you composing all alone that would warrant such an assumption? Upon hearing the word poem, a flicker of nervous recollection crossed Cayenne's face. She picked up her brush and began to write lines of verse from memory. The east wind releases 1,000 flowers at night. It blows down the stars like rain. The scent of fine carriages fills the roads. In the crowd. I search for her 1,000 times. Suddenly turning back, there she is in the dim light. As Cayenne wrote. Cayenne observed her closely. He nodded approvingly at the first two lines, stroking his beard with a look of admiration. Quite good. These lines are indeed commendable. However, as Cayenne reached the line, the scent of fine carriages fills the roads, Kai Yong's expression began to shift, his demeanor growing increasingly unsettled as he recited and savored the essence of the poetry. Ah, what a splendid poem! When Kai Yan penned the lines in the crowd, I searched for her 1,000 times. Suddenly turning back, there she is in the dim light. Kai Yong's expression froze. This poetry transcended mere excellence. How could a young lady of her age compose such profound verses? Moreover, the lines clearly depicted a man in search of his beloved. He turned to Kai Yan with a questioning gaze. "Yinner, did you truly compose this poem?" "Yes." Kai Yong suddenly erupted in anger. "You lie. How could I not recognize your poetic style? Furthermore, this poem clearly depicts a man seeking his beloved. How could a young lady pen such verses? Tell me, who is the true author?" Kai Yong was uncertain, merely probing Kai Yan, but to his surprise, she fell to her knees with a thud. "Father," Yinner acknowledges her mistake. "Please punish me." Kai Yong hadn't anticipated such timidity from Kai Yan, and her reaction revealed her character. "Humph, you a young lady, dare to secretly meet with a man, disregarding the principles of propriety and honor." Kai Yan knelt, biting her lip, her expression one of extreme grievance. What was her fault in this? It was Meng Yi who had intruded upon her. Kai Yong, cherishing his only daughter like a precious jewel, softened upon seeing her distress. "Yinner, you are still young and unaware of the dangers of the outside world. I only wish what is best for you. Consider this. If this man truly cares for you, why has he not approached me directly to seek your hand? Father, it is not that young Master Meng does not wish to approach you. It is simply that he lacks official titles and his family holds no high office. Yinner was afraid you would disapprove and thus prevented him." "Humph. Even if I were to disapprove, he should at least make the attempt. I see that he lacks the courage to even approach me." Hearing Kai Yong's remarks about Meng Yi, Kai Yan hastily defended him. "Young Master Meng is not without courage. He once helped me fend off a rogue in the streets. Moreover, he has vowed to find a way to gain your approval for our union." Upon hearing this, Kai Yong fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Yinner, do you truly not wish to marry Wei Zhongdao?" Kai Yan's expression flickered with internal conflict before she summoned her courage to declare, "Father, I truly do not like young Master Wei at all and do not wish to wed him." Kai Yong sighed, furrowing his brow. "Alas, I had hoped to introduce you to a suitable match, and now this has occurred. Do not blame yourself. Father, I have only met young Master Meng twice, and it is only today that I have come to understand my own feelings." "Only twice? Have you been moved by that poem?" Kai Yan nodded. Upon hearing this, Kai Yong's frown deepened. The poem was indeed remarkable, a timeless masterpiece, but one poem alone could hardly prove the depth of a man's talent. Kai Yan, sensing her father's skepticism, quickly replied, "Young Master Meng has not merely composed one." With that, she picked up her brush and began to write another of Meng Yi's poems. "Last night, the stars, last night. The wind, by the western pavilion, east of the osmanthus hall. Without the wings of the colorful phoenix, yet my heart connects with you in spirit. Across the table, the spring wine warms. The red lanterns glow with waxen light. Alas, I hear the drums calling me to official duty, galloping to the lawn terrace like a spinning tumbleweed." Kai Yan penned yet another timeless phrase. Kai Yong took in the essence of the poem. Moments later, his astonishment reached its peak. A lover of poetry himself, the impact of such immortal verses resonated deeply within him. What a remarkable talent! "Yinner, what is this person's name?" "Father, his name is Meng Yi." Meng Qijing. Kai Yong was exceedingly excited, eager to meet Meng Yi at once. But he soon regained his composure. Wait, if this man possesses such remarkable talent, why has he remained obscure until now? Could there be undisclosed circumstances? "Yinner, this matter must remain a secret from outsiders. You must not see that young Master Meng again. If he seeks you out, have him come to see me at once. Rest assured, I will not make things difficult for him. I simply wish to ascertain if he is truly as talented as his poetry suggests. If he proves to be capable, I will find a way to clarify matters with young Master Wei's family." Kai Yong's intentions were earnest. He sought to safeguard his daughter, but he wished to test whether Meng Yi was merely posturing and to gauge the sincerity of his feelings for Kai Yan. Upon hearing these words, Kai Yan was overwhelmed with joy and tears. "Father," Meng Yi pondered upon returning to his residence. contemplating how he could persuade Kai Yong to grant him the hand of his daughter. To win Kai Yan's affection, he must first gain Kai Yong's approval, and the most straightforward method was to secure a contract with him. To accomplish this, he needed to enhance Kai Yong's fondness. Composing poetry was one approach. He certainly had to prepare some exquisite verses to pleasantly surprise Kai Yong. However, this was insufficient, as Kai Yan's affection level had only reached 62 points, and, as one ascends the scale, it becomes increasingly challenging to elevate it further that he needed to prepare something beyond poetry. Besides poetry, I'm also adept at singing that I have heard that Kai Yong has a fondness for melodies. Yet alas, without accompaniment or sound equipment, a solo performance would not yield the desired effect. While Meng Yi was unable to resolve the issues of reverb and sound equipment, he did conceive an idea regarding accompaniment. He was only familiar with modern instruments, and among them, the guitar was relatively simple to master, offering a wide variety of songs for accompaniment. Meng Yi sketched a blueprint. The task was not overly complex, as the ancient Qin of the Han Dynasty was a 7-stringed instrument and not overly large, with slight modifications to its appearance. Transforming the 7 strings into 6 would suffice. The following day, Meng Yi visited a musical instrument shop, where he expressed his requirements to the proprietor. Just as they were discussing the details of the guitar, a stunningly beautiful woman entered, cradling a pipa, dressed in a flowing purple robe. Her graceful figure emanated an alluring charm. The moment Meng Yi laid eyes on her, he was utterly entranced. How could this be? Sister. The woman's appearance strikingly resembled that of Meng Yi's sister from his previous life. The woman spoke gently, inquiring, "Sir, my pipa is broken. Could you assist me in repairing it?" "Ah, Miss Jiao Chan, of course. Just hand the pipa over to me," the proprietor replied. Meng Yi noted the proprietor's address of her as Jiao Chan. Jiao Chan. She was indeed Jiao Chan. Meng Yi's pupils contracted. What could this possibly mean? Why did this Jiao Chan bear such a resemblance to his sister? Jiao Chan handed the pipa to the proprietor and turned to find Meng Yi gazing at her in a daze. Perplexed by his intense stare, while it was not uncommon for men to steal glances at her, such unabashed scrutiny was rare. Unbeknownst to Jiao Chan, Meng Yi was examining her information. Name: Jiao Chan. Health points: 125 attack power, 10 leadership, 11 strength, 5 agility, 7 intelligence, 55 political acumen, 22 charm, 99 affection level, 28 indeed. It was Jiao Chan. The information does not deceive. Jiao Chan appeared to have no particular reaction towards him. Could it be that the resemblance was merely coincidental, setting aside any potential connection to his sister? The name Jiao Chan warranted further acquaintance. After all, she was Jiao Chan, one of the 4 great beauties of antiquity. Meng Yi scrutinized Jiao Chan's visage. She bore an uncanny likeness to his sister. Yet her demeanor and comportment were markedly different. He had never witnessed such a delicate side of his sister. And this Jiao Chan seemed to possess an innate allure, her every action capable of stirring the hearts of men. Feeling somewhat bashful under Meng Yi's gaze, Jiao Chan urged, "Sir, could you expedite the repairs? I am in urgent need." The proprietor hesitated. There was a natural order to such matters, and Meng Yi had arrived first and even paid extra. "I fear that may not be possible. This young man has commissioned a new type of instrument and requested it urgently. I cannot spare the hands that I shall have the pipa ready for you by tomorrow." "If that is agreeable." Before Jiao Chan could respond, Meng Yi interjected, "Ah, it is of no consequence. Since this young lady is in such haste, let her repairs take precedence." Jiao Chan cast a glance at Meng Yi. Having seen him dazed earlier, she now noticed that he was quite handsome and surprisingly amiable, which instantly elevated her fondness for him. "Thank you, kind sir," she said gratefully. "That I am Meng Yi, courtesy named Qijing. Earlier, the proprietor referred to you as Jiao Chan. Is it a given name? My name is Renhong Chong. Jiao Chan was bestowed upon me by my adoptive father." A bold notion took root in Meng Yi's mind: to secure a contract with this Jiao Chan. His Imperial Jade Seal was currently lacking energy, and Jiao Chan's high charm level could undoubtedly contribute a substantial amount. Women are often curious, and upon hearing Meng Yi's intention to create a new type of instrument, Jiao Chan was intrigued. "Sir, what kind of instrument might that be?" Meng Yi presented her with a blueprint for her perusal. "The name of this instrument is the guitar." "Guitar? It appears somewhat akin to my pipa." Might you be well-versed in musical instruments? Well, I wouldn't say I am proficient, just somewhat familiar. Since I am inspired, how about I play a piece for you? Jiao Chan was taken aback. She was accustomed to performing for others. But this was the first time someone would play for her, causing her heart to flutter with nervous excitement. Is that truly possible? I would be most grateful. Meng Yi requested a pipa from the proprietor, deciding that since Jiao Chan played the pipa, he would use it to enthrall her. His repertoire of pipa pieces was limited, yet he had practiced a particularly beautiful piece as he began to play. The pipa's sound wept and lamented, as though a woman were recounting sorrowful tales of the past. Carved balustrade, bright moon illuminating my distant horizon. The distant horizon, oiled paper umbrella, the fragrance of wax plum blossoms wafting through the cold snow. The fragrance disperses a soft sigh. Rain falls on the red leaves of the terrace. Those who love yet cannot possess weep and lament, striking the deepest chords of the soul, an indescribable sorrow that the pipa cannot convey. At times yearning for someone, at times feeling bittersweet, at times touching the delicate points of my tears. If life were but as it was at first sight, while amid the autumn wind's sad painting of the fan. It is easy to change a dear one's heart, yet one cannot say a dear one's heart is fickle. The words of Lishan linger long into the night, tears rain down, yet I do not resent. How could one compare to the ungrateful, brocaded gentleman, once wishing to soar together on the same branch? Upon hearing this melody, countless memories surged within Jiao Chan. She had never encountered such a piece. What manner of person could compose such exquisite music? She gazed at Meng Yi, her eyes brimming with tears. Meng Yi remained silent. Speaking now would only disrupt the atmosphere. He felt no need to do anything further, as any action would be superfluous, akin to an unexpected sound disrupting a still room. He discreetly checked Jiao Chan's affection level. His astonishment. It had surged to 58 points. Unbeknownst to him, tears had begun to cascade down Jiao Chan's cheeks as she recalled the events of the previous night when Wang Yun had been forced to drink 3 bowls of human blood wine by Dong Zhuo in the court, leaving all present paralyzed with fear and unable to intervene. Wang Yun had endured such a profound humiliation. Upon returning home, he had retched uncontrollably in the rear garden, gazing skyward with tears streaming down his face. Jiao Chan had approached, inquiring the cause of his distress, and Wang Yun recounted the entire tale, inadvertently revealing Jiao Chan's close association with El Bu. He devised a beauty scheme, and witnessing her adoptive father so sorrowful for the sake of the nation and its people, Jiao Chan resolved to take action against the treacherous Dong. Having just developed feelings for El Bu, she was now to serve a villain. Burdening a young woman with the fate of the nation was indeed a heavy toll. Observing her tears, Meng Yi conjectured about Jiao Chan's future fate and boldly asked, "Miss Jiao Chan, do you find yourself entangled in a difficult matter of the heart?" Jiao Chan wiped her tears. Astonished, "How does Sir Meng know?" "Not only do I know, but I'm aware of the specifics of your predicament, sir. Do you take me for a child?" Jiao Chan cannot believe it. Meng Yi chuckled softly, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. Jiao Chan was uncertain of Meng Yi's intentions, fearing he meant to take liberties. Yet, Meng Yi whispered 2 names, Dong Zhuo, El Bu. Upon hearing these names, Jiao Chan's body stiffened as if struck by lightning. "How could you possibly know?" "Miss Jiao Chan, may I have a word in private?" Jiao Chan followed Meng Yi outside, where they found a secluded corner. Meng Yi stated, "How I came to know this is of little consequence. What matters is whether you wish for my assistance. Of course. If you could help me overcome this tribulation, I would be eternally grateful. This is not overly difficult. The ultimate goal of the task assigned by Wang Situ is, after all, to resolve the Dong Zhuo issue, is it not?" Upon hearing Meng Yi's words, Jiao Chan became certain that he indeed knew of their plans. However, the question arose, how could he be privy to such covert matters? At that moment, only the 2 of them were present. This individual is undoubtedly extraordinary. Jiao Chan shook her head. Eliminating Dong Zhuo was no simple task. Not a single member of the court dared to oppose him. Yet she, a mere woman, was expected to do so. As she spoke, her sorrow threatened to spill forth in tears. "Do not fret, my lady. The task of dealing with Dong Zhuo is entrusted to me. Within half a month, the matter shall be resolved. Are you planning to assassinate Dong Zhuo? That is of no concern to you. Rest assured, Dong Zhuo will not trouble you. Jiao Chan expressed her gratitude towards Meng Gongzi. She felt an immense burden upon her shoulders and longed for someone to share it with. It was then that Meng Yi appeared. Jiao Chan was acutely aware of Dong Zhuo's cruelty, and Meng Yi's assertion to eliminate him, regardless of the method, undoubtedly posed great peril. Meng Yi assessed Jiao Chan's approval rating, which stood at 80. With this information, he hesitated no longer, producing the Imperial Seal and declaring, "I hereby contract Jiao Chan." In an instant, a beam of green light struck her forehead. Contract target detected. Jiao Chan approval rating, 80 points. Overall ability, 15 points. Contract success rate, 100. The unit has met the requirements for an equal contract. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. As soon as the words left his lips, the dragon-shaped mark upon Jiao Chan's forehead glowed brilliantly, and a strand of her soul entwined itself within Meng Yi's mind. Simultaneously, a faint green light ignited within the depths of her eyes, only to fade moments later. Congratulations, host. Contract successful. The Imperial Seal has gained 15 energy points, leaving a total of 23 points. Excellent. An addition of 15 points. Would you like to enhance one of the contracted abilities now? Yes. Detected that the contracted target Jiao Chan possesses the following innate abilities. Insight A, Dance S, Performance A, Singing A, and Charm A.My word. If Jiao Chan were to pursue a career as a star in modern times, it would be a travesty not to. He contemplated her abilities. Dance was of little practical use, despite his admiration for watching graceful performances. However, the prospect of Jiao Chan mastering contemporary instruments and performing modern pop music was an enticing image. With her beauty, she could potentially become a celebrated star in the Three Kingdoms era. Ultimately, Meng Yi found himself more intrigued by the potential enhancement of her charm ability. System, I wish to strengthen Jiao Chan's charm ability. Commencing enhancement of Jiao Chan's charm ability. As he spoke, the dragon-shaped mark on her forehead shone brightly, and shimmering green light flowed into Jiao Chan's mind. Moments later, the system chimed with success. Enhancement complete. Jiao Chan's innate charm ability has been upgraded to S rank. Meng Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. He had not anticipated the ease of contracting Jiao Chan, nor the increase in energy for the Imperial Seal to 23 points. Jiao Chan opened her eyes, her loyalty now at 100, and her gaze towards Meng Yi inadvertently radiated a hint of allure. What just transpired? Oh, nothing at all. You may return now. I will resolve your matters, but during this time, it will be best to avoid meeting with Lu Bu. Fear not, my lord. Jiao Chan's heart shall forever belong to you. I shall never love another man. Meng Yi was taken aback. Did Jiao Chan misunderstand his intentions? That was not what he meant. His sole desire was to augment the energy of the Imperial Seal. Unaware of the profound implications of contracting someone of the opposite sex, with a male's approval rating reaching 100, it merely indicated heightened loyalty. However, for a female to achieve the same, it transcended mere affection, verging on a bond stronger than love itself. What made Meng Yi feel particularly uneasy was Jiao Chan's expression as she spoke, which evoked a strange sensation within him. At that moment, Jiao Chan made a coy gesture. Her every smile and frown causing Meng Yi's heart to race. He swallowed hard, turning his gaze away with great effort. What was happening? He suddenly found Jiao Chan strikingly beautiful and felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her. Meng Yi was bewildered by the intensity of his reaction. Had Jiao Chan's resemblance to his sister not been so pronounced, he might have lost all restraint. Unbeknownst to Meng Yi, it was precisely the enhancement of Jiao Chan's charm that had triggered these feelings. Her innate charm was already potent, capable of awakening desire in men, and this enhancement had elevated that ability to new heights. It was no longer a mere allure. It approached the effects of a powerful potion or spell, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to resist. Additionally, the influence of Meng Yi's lecherous personality played a role. His inherent tendencies, combined with Jiao Chan's amplified charm, made it almost inevitable for him to succumb. Luckily, Meng Yi had been raised under the watchful eye of his strong-willed sister, instilling in him a natural fear of women like her. Having finally bid farewell to Jiao Chan, Meng Yi resumed his quest to acquire gold. At the front of the coalition's forces, Zhao Yun and Hua Xiong, accompanied by 5,000 weary soldiers, had arrived at Xuanzhou. Gazing upon the towering city walls, Hua Xiong was astonished by the sluggish response of the alliance. They had reached the enemy's doorstep without any preparations. How could they hope to vanquish Zhao Yun under such circumstances? They had marched in haste without siege equipment, leaving them no choice but to issue a challenge. He hoped a formidable warrior would emerge from the opposing forces to swiftly dispatch Zhao Yun as the commander of the vanguard. Hua Xiong stepped forward to issue a challenge, unleashing a torrent of insults as if to vent his pent-up fury. Yet, he repeated the same few phrases over and over. Had Meng Yi been present, he would have certainly broadened their horizons. The soldiers of the alliance, witnessing the spectacle, hurried back to report to Yuan Shao. General, the vanguard of Dongzhuo's army, Hua Xiong, is currently challenging us at the city gates. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shao erupted in anger, bellowing, "Who dares to face Hua Xiong? I will reward 1,000 taels of gold and 100 fine steeds to anyone who dares." Upon hearing this, Guan Yu was about to step forward when Liu Bei restrained him. Just then, a valiant general stepped forth from Yuan Shu's ranks, declaring, "I request permission to engage in battle. Within 10 exchanges, I shall sever Hua Xiong's head." Yuan Shu introduced, "This is my general, Yu Shi." "Excellent. General Yu, swiftly slay that Hua Xiong and let Dongzhuo witness our might." Hua Xiong, having vented his anger, turned to Zhao Yun and said, "General Zhao, your martial prowess is remarkable. When the time comes, let the others witness your might." Zhao Yun cast a glance at Hua Xiong and replied, "Perhaps it is best to leave it to General Hua." Hua Xiong's tone turned menacing as he replied, "General Zhao, this is an order. Do you intend to defy military commands?" The threat was unmistakable. Left with no choice, Zhao Yun acquiesced. With the sound of the horn, the city gates swung open, revealing Yu Shi on horseback, charging forward with fierce intensity. Upon realizing the opponent was not Hua Xiong, he shouted at Zhao Yun, "I am General Yu Shi. Who are you? Where is Hua Xiong?" Wishing to keep his identity concealed and avoid harming soldiers of the alliance, Zhao Yun lightly waved his spear and replied, "I am but a subordinate of General Hua. If you wish to fight, then let us engage without further ado." Hua Xiong squinted at Zhao Yun, scrutinizing him with a knowing gaze. Why Yu Shi scoffed, "Humph, a nameless nobody, yet you possess such bravado. Watch as I defeat you in a single exchange." With that, the two clashed fiercely. Why Yu Shi wielded a spear, but his skills paled in comparison to Zhao Yun's. Clang, clang, clang. In less than a single exchange, Zhao Yun found an opening and held his spear against Yu Shi's throat. Yu Shi was taken aback, bewildered by his sudden defeat. What just happened? How did I lose so easily? Zhao Yun swiftly withdrew his spear, whispering, "You should retreat at once." Hua Xiong furrowed his brow. He had not witnessed the exchange clearly, having only seen Zhao Yun's swift movements from behind. What puzzled him further was why Yu Shi had suddenly ceased his actions. Why Yu Shi, slow to comprehend the situation, stubbornly lifted his spear once more, aiming it at Zhao Yun. "Watch out for the spear." Zhao Yun, filled with ire, huffed as he deflected the long spear, swiftly striking his opponent 3 times. The sound of bang, bang, bang echoed as Yu Shi was sent swaying. His helmet nearly knocked off, eliciting raucous laughter from the surrounding troops of Dongzhuo. Why Yu Shi, having endured such humiliation, felt that a man would rather die than suffer disgrace. "Damn it, I shall fight you." In his fury, Yu Shi lost his reason, leaving himself vulnerable, as any astute soldier could now easily dispatch him. With so many witnesses, Yu Shi's relentless defiance left Zhao Yun with no recourse. When a man courts death, even the divine cannot save him. Just as Yu Shi charged forward, Zhao Yun thrust his spear with remarkable speed. Pooh! The two warriors brushed past each other, and Yu Shi fell from his horse, impaled by Zhao Yun's spear. Not far behind, Hua Xiong had witnessed the entire spectacle unfold, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. Was this general from the alliance jesting? Such weakness was astonishing. Was this truly a gathering of the 18 warlords, the mightiest of the realm? At that moment, no one noticed a scout, sent by Meng Yi, stealthily approach Yu Shi's lifeless body, swiftly seizing the treasures that had emerged from it before returning silently to his position. "My lord, please accept this." Zhao Yun received the item, a peculiar white mask adorned with strange face patterns. Unaware of its abilities, he was not particularly curious, and promptly stowed it away in the Alliance Hall. The lords awaited news of victory. A report arrived. General Yushi has been slain in mere moments by an unknown officer of Dong's forces. The lords gasped in astonishment, murmuring in disbelief. What? General Yushi is dead. He was slain in a single exchange. Yuan Shao inquired. Was he not to face Hua Xiong? Why has another taken his place? Did Hua Xiong not engage? Indeed, Hua Xiong had not lifted a finger, and the identity of Yu Shi's challenger remained undisclosed. Yuan Shu's expression darkened, while Yuan Shao's countenance faltered as he demanded, "Who dares to take the field?" At that moment, the governor Han Fu spoke up. "I have General Pan Feng, capable of slaying the enemy commander." Yuan Shao called out, "Where is General Pan?" Pan Feng replied, "I am here. Dare you confront the enemy commander? What is there to fear? My great axe is already eager for battle." With that, Pan Feng mounted his horse, wielding his massive axe as he charged forth. The city gates opened once more, and Pan Feng emerged in a flurry. Zhao Yun stood firm before him. Upon seeing Zhao Yun, Pan Feng demanded, "Are you the one who killed Yushi?" "Indeed, it was I. I am Pan Feng. I do not slay nameless foes. State your name quickly." Just as Zhao Yun was about to respond, Hua Xiong, who had been spectating, bellowed, "This is our General Zhao Yun, the one who felled the fierce Sun Jian. I suggest you send someone formidable, or it will hardly be a challenge." Pan Feng felt a jolt of surprise. This man had killed Sun Jian, and he could not afford to be careless. Hua Xiong's proclamation was loud enough for the soldiers on the city wall to hear, prompting some to rush in to report the news. Zhao Yun cast a glance at Hua Xiong, sensing his ulterior motives. It was clear now. Hua Xiong harbored ill intentions, wishing to use the alliance to eliminate him. He needed a plan to extricate himself. While Zhao Yun pondered his escape, Pan Feng galloped towards him, swinging his 100-pound axe with ferocity. "Prepare to die." In the Alliance Hall, a scout soon returned on horseback, exclaiming, "Not good, General. Pan Feng has been slain." "What? Slain again?" "The one who killed Pan Feng is Zhao Yun, the very man who previously defeated General Sun Jian." Upon hearing this, Sun Tzu leapt his feet. "Is this true?" "Absolutely, it was Hua Xiong who stated it. And we heard it clearly. Good, good, good. I did not seek him out, yet he dares to come. I shall go and slay this villain." The city gate swung open once more as Sun Tzu charged out. He beheld a striking figure clad in silver armor, wielding a long spear, astride a magnificent white steed. Though he had never seen Zhao Yun, he had heard tales of his valor. An instinct told him this was indeed Zhao Yun. Sun Tzu sensed the aura of a true warrior emanating from him, realizing such strength could have defeated his father. Pointing at Zhao Yun, he demanded, "Are you Zhao Yun?" Zhao Yun, observing the furious Sun Tzu, noted his considerably stronger presence than the previous two opponents, and frowned. Continuing down this path was unwise. He was not here to slay enemies and needed to escape swiftly. "I am Zhao Yun." "Who are you, scoundrel Zhao Yun? Return my father's life." Upon hearing his name acknowledged, Sun Tzu tightened his grip on his spear and charged. He lunged forward with a thrust, but Zhao Yun, taken aback by the sudden aggression, managed to evade just in time as Sun Tzu attacked again. Zhao Yun parried with his gleaming silver spear, creating distance between them. "You are Sun Tzu? You know my name, yet you still dare to seek death." Zhao Yun had no intention of fighting him, but Sun Tzu's taunting provoked his ire. It appeared that a peaceful resolution was impossible today. He would teach this arrogant youth a lesson. The two engaged in combat, both masters of spear. Sun Tzu's technique was fierce and powerful, while Zhao Yun's style was nimble and unpredictable. Though Sun Tzu was a martial genius trained by esteemed masters, the two should have been evenly matched. However, since Zhao Yun had recently broken through to the second tier of his internal cultivation, his physical attributes had improved, and his mastery of the spear had become even more refined. After just two exchanges, Sun Tzu felt himself at a disadvantage. His technique repeatedly countered. With a roar, he unleashed his ultimate move. The Overlord's spear, the swift and forceful spear strikes, surged toward Zhao Yun. Unperturbed, Zhao Yun raised his spear to counter, launching his own ultimate move, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Countless spear strikes collided with Sun Tzu's assault. The clang of metal on metal rang out, causing Hua Xiong to internally gasp. If he faced Sun Tzu, the outcome would be uncertain. Amidst the chaos of their spear clash, Zhao Yun's dragon spear flashed with cold light, creating illusory spear images that mingled with the real ones. Amplifying the grandeur of his attack, Zhao Yun's prowess already surpassed Sun Tzu's, and with the advantage of his weapon, Sun Tzu had no chance of victory. As Sun Tzu struggled to fend off Zhao Yun's relentless assault, he gradually began to falter. In a moment of oversight, Zhao Yun seized the opportunity and pierced Sun Tzu's left breastplate with his spear. This strike could have claimed Sun Tzu's life, yet Zhao Yun, feeling a sense of guilt, refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Sun Tzu, drenched in cold sweat, realized that if the spear were to penetrate just a fraction deeper, his demise would be inevitable. He felt a deep reluctance. Knowing his skills were lacking, he could not blame anyone else. If you are to kill, then kill. Today my father and I shall perish at your hands, but others will seek revenge for us. To his surprise, Zhao Yun withdrew his spear and softly said, "You may go to it was wrong of me to take your father's life, and I shall spare you this time. I have no desire to be your enemy. As long as you do not provoke me, I shall not strike." Zhao Yun turned to leave, and Sun Tzu, gripping his spear tightly, contemplated a sneak attack. Yet ultimately, he was not that kind of person and lowered his weapon. "Zhao Yun, do not die easily. Next time, I shall kill you with my own hands." With that, Sun Tzu rode away. Hua Xiong, having witnessed the encounter, realized Zhao Yun had deliberately spared Sun Tzu, and he approached in a fury, demanding, "Zhao Yun, why did you let him go instead of seizing the chance to kill him? We are at war, not merely in a duel. You have let a tiger return to the mountain." Unexpectedly, Zhao Yun clutched his chest, spitting blood as he fell from his horse, feigning weakness as he replied, "General Hua, it is not that I did not wish to slay him. I was gravely injured and could barely hold on. I was merely putting on a brave front." Hua Xiong squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Zhao Yun's expression, observing that he did not appear to be feigning. Could it be that he was gravely wounded from his earlier confrontation with Sun Tzu? This indeed seemed a possibility. Defeating such a formidable opponent would not be an easy feat. This makes things simpler. Zhao Yun is injured. I shall seek an opportunity to eliminate him stealthily. Sun Tzu returned, wounded, causing the countenances of the lords to darken. If even the little overlord Sun Tzu could not subdue Zhao Yun, then who among us could? Yuan Shao frowned and remarked, "It is a pity that my generals Yin Liang and Wen Chou are here. If only one of them were present, we would not fear Zhao Yun." But did anyone dare to challenge Zhao Yun? A profound silence fell over the assembly. None of the lords were willing to dispatch their generals, as stepping forth would be akin to courting death. At that moment, a voice boomed. The cavalry archer Guan Yu requests to engage and slay Zhao Yun. All the lords turned to Guan Yu, who stood tall at 9 feet, with a beard 2 feet long, phoenix-like eyes, and brows resembling silkworms. His face as round as a heavy jujube, his voice resonant like a grand bell, standing before the tent. Yuan Shu emerged to mock. "You, a mere cavalry archer, dare to utter such arrogant words. Do you think the lords lack capable generals?" Seeing Yuan Shu's disdainful gaze, Zhang Fei was infuriated and nearly charged out to strike him, only to be restrained by Liu Bei. Unexpectedly, Cao Cao stepped in to defuse the tension. "I perceive this man possesses a formidable and imposing visage, exhibiting the demeanor of a great general. If neither you nor I speak of his status, how would the enemy know he is merely a cavalry archer?" Yuan Shu, clearly looking down upon others, could not bear Guan Yu's humiliation at this moment. Guan Yu stepped forth and made a military pledge. "If I fail to sever the enemy general's head, then let my own head be taken in apology." Liu Bei also stepped forward to support Guan Yu, declaring, "The 3 brothers Liu, Guan, and Zhang shall live and die together. If my second brother falls, then let the heads of all 3 brothers be taken." Cao Cao, admiring Guan Yu's bravery, subtly sensed his extraordinary potential and brought forth a cup of wine to toast him. "General Guan, please partake in this cup." However, Guan Yu did not accept the wine. "There is no need for such trivialities against a mere Zhao Yun. Please remain seated. I shall return shortly." As the city gates opened, Guan Yu slowly rode forth, the tip of his green dragon crescent blade dragging along the ground. emitting a sharp, piercing hum. Buzz! Even Hua Xiong's warhorse was startled by the sound, just as he contemplated retreating. The gates opened once more, and he thought it was time for him to make an appearance after Zhao Yun had stolen the limelight. To his surprise, an unfamiliar red-faced giant emerged. Initially, Hua Xiong dismissed Guan Yu, his eyes half closed in a state of rest, but he soon realized his opponent was not to be underestimated. Guan Yu charged forward, the green dragon crescent blade scraping the ground, producing a jarring sound. As he drew nearer to Hua Xiong, his aura surged in intensity. The moment he approached Hua Xiong, it peaked. With a fierce swing, Guan Yu raised his blade to carve an arc in the air before delivering a powerful downward strike. Green dragon slash, clang. The force of this move was tremendous, a culmination of energy, surely capable of delivering 1,000 pounds of strength. Hua Xiong raised his blade to parry, but he was unprepared for such overwhelming might and the immediate ferocity of the attack. His arm could not withstand the force, and the blade struck his shoulder. Fortunately, Hua Xiong had managed to deflect most of the power, and his armor held firm. Otherwise, Guan Yu's strike would have claimed his life. No longer daring to underestimate his adversary, Hua Xiong prepared to unleash a powerful attack. Yet, Guan Yu did not grant him this opportunity, swiftly countering with another strike. Fishing for the moon. Swish! This blow was both swift and fierce. Delivered from a diagonal angle upward, the blade concealed beneath the horse's belly, precisely in Hua Xiong's blind spot. So rapid was the attack that Hua Xiong did not even notice before his head was severed. As the head fell, the troops of Dongzhuo were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom how easily Hua Xiong had been slain. All of this was witnessed by Zhao Weiyuan. This is Guan Yu. Truly formidable. My second brother possesses remarkable foresight. Everything occurring now had been foretold by him, but a scout stealthily moved to retrieve an item. This time a horn crafted from a ram's horn, adorned with a grotesque skull resembling a ram's head. Evoking a sense of discomfort. What are these strange things? Why do they appear so peculiar? Zhao Yun stowed the item away, not forgetting Meng Yi's instructions. After Guan Yu departed, he bravely approached Hua Xiong's corpse, feigning great sorrow, and exclaimed loudly, "General Hua, we may not have clashed previously, yet I did not expect you to meet such a fate." Zhao Yun, perhaps lacking talent for acting, was rather unconvincing, as he was actually rifling through Hua Xiong's body. He secretly collected all the items he found and stored them in the space of the night-shining jade lion. Upon returning to the Alliance's conference hall, Guan Yu tossed Hua Xiong's head onto the ground of the military tent. The gathered lords gasped in astonishment, and Guan Yu firmly planted his green dragon crescent blade into the ground, causing the lords to retreat in fear of his imposing presence. No one dared to belittle the trio of Liu, Guan, and Zhang any longer. Guan Yu's gaze swept across the assembly, and Yuan Shu dared not utter a word. Cao Cao lifted the cup of wine he had previously held, feeling its residual warmth. "General Guan, your martial prowess is commendable. I toast to you." The sound of the horn echoed. The Alliance's gates swung wide, and countless soldiers surged forth. The trio of Liu, Guan, and Zhang led the charge, the morale of the Alliance's forces soaring. An unstoppable tide. The remnants of Zhao Yun's weary forces could not stand against them, and soon the troops of Dongzhuo found themselves in swift retreat. Iju and Guisi, leading the central army, had just arrived when they received the news of Hua Xiong's demise, stunned into disbelief that, in truth, they had both been swayed by Li Ru. Had Hua Xiong failed to eliminate Zhao Yun, they would have been the final trump card, something even Hua Xiong was unaware of. Li Ju and Guisi exchanged glances, and Li Ju remarked, "Who would have thought Hua Xiong would perish so swiftly? That Zhao Yun fellow seems to possess quite the resilience that if we allow him to live, he will inevitably rise above us. We must wait for the opportune moment to strike." At the Kai residence, in the reception hall, the Wei family father and son sat in the high seats, accompanied by numerous officials from the court. They had come today to present a betrothal letter. This letter served as a formal engagement document, binding both parties in a marital agreement, thus necessitating witnesses. Kai Yong furrowed his brow. Surprised that the Wei family would arrive so promptly with so many people, he found it difficult to voice his desire to cancel the engagement. Moreover, he remained uncertain whether Kai Yin could ultimately be with Meng Yi. Should their union fail, and he offend the Wei family, he would be left with nothing. After all, in his eyes, the Wei family of Hedong held a prestigious reputation and was a commendable choice. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to the match initially. He stalled the guests while urging Kai Yin to swiftly find Meng. Otherwise, if the engagement were finalized, it would be impossible to annul it later. Kai Yin paced anxiously in the courtyard, pondering where she might locate Meng Yi at such short notice. She had dispatched a maidservant to search outside, but held little hope. After all, the world was vast, and Meng Yi had left without providing further information. Kai Yin felt a deep sense of urgency, her handkerchief nearly torn to shreds from her distress. Meanwhile, Meng Yi was preoccupied with exchanging gold when a spy suddenly approached him. "My lord, there is trouble at the Kai residence. Miss Kai is searching for you." "What happened?" "The Wei family's young master has brought a group to present a betrothal letter." "Damn! That scoundrel! A toad wishing to eat swan meat." "I will deal with him." Meng Yi hurried to the musical instrument shop to check on his custom-made instrument. "Boss, is my instrument ready?" Young Master Meng, it's almost done, just a moment longer." "How much longer?" "I need it now. It will be ready in about the time it takes to burn an incense stick that I can't wait." Meng Yi turned to the spy and said, "I will head to the Kai residence now. You stay here. After the incense stick burns, regardless of whether the instrument is ready, you must deliver it immediately. Oh, you understand?" "Yes, I understand." The Kai residence. The Wei family father and son had been chatting for a while, and it was time to get down to business. However, Kai Yong continued to meander, evading the main topic, which left Wei Zhongdao's father perplexed. Finally, he decided to cut to the chase. "Brother Boji, I see the time is getting late. Let us finalize the marriage arrangement." Kai Yin is currently eavesdropping on their conversation from the room behind the hall, and upon hearing this, her heart sank. "This is it, Master Meng. It seems that fate has ultimately conspired against us." Kai Yong stroked his beard and said, "No need to rush. Recently, my daughter has composed 2 new poems, and I would like to invite Brother Wei to appreciate them. Come here, bring forth the young lady's poems." The servant presented the 2 poems written by Meng Yi. Prior to the Eastern Han dynasty, the remnants of ancient customs still lingered, with intermarriages among noble families and a profound cultural inclination. The so-called matching of social status encompassed not only financial and political equivalence, but also the cultural depth and heritage of both families, which was what Kai Yong was particularly concerned about. The Wei family, too, hailed from a scholarly lineage, reportedly descended from Wei Qing, with Wei Zhongdao's grandfather, Wei Hao, being a renowned Confucian scholar. Initially, Wei's father paid little heed to the poems, but the more he read, the wider his eyes grew, until he could not refrain from exclaiming, "What splendid poetry! Truly splendid!" Wei's father nodded repeatedly, and Wei Zhongdao, standing nearby, could not suppress his curiosity and approached to take a look. Upon reading the lines, he felt a surge of delight, astonished that his future bride possessed such talent. However, upon reaching the latter part, Wei Zhongdao sensed something amiss. Though young, his mind was exceptionally discerning. The final line of the first poem. "Amidst the crowd, I sought her 1,000 times. Suddenly turning back, there she was in the dim light," was clearly penned from a male perspective, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. The poems circulated among the guests, and everyone who read them could not help but voice their admiration. Once the circulation concluded, Kai Yong remarked, "My Kai family is also a literary lineage that I, Kai Yong, do not value wealth or power, but rather have a passion for astronomy, mathematics, music, poetry, and calligraphy that my son, having been taught by me, shares these interests and has achieved some proficiency. I have only this one daughter and wish to find her a suitable husband." Surely, Master Wei's aspirations to be Yenner's future spouse cannot be lacking. The Wei father and son understood. Kai Yong was testing the potential son-in-law. Wei Zhongdao's mind raced, wondering if Uncle Kai intended to pose a challenge. Could it be that Uncle Kai wishes to test my abilities? He mused, recognizing that the poems were indeed his own creations. If Uncle allows me to compose 2 poems as splendid as those just read, I believe I could surpass them, for they were not composed by Wenji. What? How could that be? The assembly was taken aback. They looked at the final line of the first poem, amidst the crowd. "I sought her 1,000 times. Suddenly turning back, there she was in the dim light, which clearly bore a masculine tone. One could only surmise that this poem was penned by Uncle Kai himself. The attendees suddenly understood. I see now. How could Wen Ji, at such a young age, compose such a masterpiece? It must have been created by Lord Kai. The fact that this young man dared to publicly point this out left Kai Yong speechless, unable to reveal that it was Meng Yi who had composed it. Seeing Kai Yong's silence, Wei Zhongdao became even more convinced of his own interpretation. Yet he recognized that this might embarrass Kai Yong and sought to provide a way out for him. I believe Uncle Kai is testing whether I can discern the crux of the matter. Am I correct? Indeed, you are right, came Kai Yong's reluctant admission. Upon hearing this, Kai Yan's heart sank even further. She felt a twinge of resentment towards her father for not disclosing the truth. She longed to step out and tell everyone present that the poems were written by Meng Yi. But ultimately, she lacked the courage. Years of etiquette education and societal norms restrained her from acting out of line. That moment, Kai Yan wished fervently for Meng Yi's appearance. Master Meng, where on earth are you? It seems that in this life, I am destined to be apart from you. Wei's father burst into laughter, declaring, it appears that Zhong'er has successfully passed this test. Just then, a loud shout interrupted the conversation. Wait a moment, I believe this test is far from over. I am here too. Meng Yi strode in, exuding elegance and charm. It is he. He has truly arrived. Hearing Meng Yi's voice, Kai Yan incredulously peered through the window towards the hall. Upon catching sight of Meng Yi, her heart raced uncontrollably. From a distance, Meng Yi proclaimed, this poem was not composed by Uncle Kai. Wei Zhongdao found Meng Yi somewhat familiar, but could not recall where he had seen him before. Wei's father frowned, angrily retorting, who is this rude young man? If the poem was not penned by Brother Kai, could it be you? Meng Yi chuckled lightly and replied, well, coincidentally, I did indeed write that poem. Laughter erupted throughout the hall, with no one believing that Meng Yi could have authored the verses. Wei's father remarked, Brother Kai, it would be wise to remove this young man from our midst. We know not who he is. Kai Yong remained silent as Meng Yi stepped forward to pay his respects. Your humble son-in-law greets Uncle Kai. I have come today to present the marriage proposal. Saying this, Meng Yi handed the proposal to Kai Yong, explaining that he had been delayed while seeking someone to draft it. The assembly was taken aback to realize that he had genuinely come to propose marriage. What is going on here, Kai brother? You had previously agreed to this union. Are you now reneging? Calm yourself, Brother Wei, that I never stated that I would back out. However, I have only this one daughter and wish for her to marry a suitable husband. Furthermore, I merely agreed to let Master Wei consider this marriage. Ultimately, it is not yet determined who shall wed my daughter. Wei's father, furious, blustered with indignation. Him, agreeing to a marriage was tantamount to finalizing it. And he had never encountered such a situation before. He was determined to uncover the young man's background, wondering how he dared to compete for his son's betrothal. What is your name, and do you possess any titles? Who is your father, and what is his rank? Meng Yi had no intention of responding to such inquiries. Why should I answer you? Who do you think you are? Yet, given the circumstances, he had to maintain a facade of courtesy for Kai Yong's sake. Suppressing his annoyance for the time being, I am Meng Yi, styled Qijing, I am neither renowned nor accomplished, nor is my father a prominent official. Wei's father, incensed, felt insulted. Humph, how dare a nameless nobody vie for my family's hand in marriage? Brother Kai, have you lost your senses? Are you truly considering allowing your daughter to marry such a person? Kai Yong's face flushed with embarrassment. The weight of etiquette and societal expectations made him question whether he had erred in this matter. Noticing Kai Yong's discomfort, Meng Yi quickly added, though I am without fame or fortune and my ancestors were not great officials, I am well-read and possess a wealth of knowledge that I believe I am worthy of Miss Wen Ji. Surely, Uncle Kai does not prioritize titles and wealth above all else. Kai Yong regarded Meng Yi thoughtfully. The young man's words resonated with him. He had never desired a political career, yet his reputation had forced him into public service under Dong, which was coercion. Meanwhile, Wei's father wore a grim expression, convinced that today's events were premeditated, orchestrated by Kai Yong, and he considered it an affront to his family's honor, fearing that if he acquiesced, anyone might dare to challenge the Wei family in the future. You dare to claim you are well-read? Just because you have learned a couple of poems does not make you worthy of such claims. Wei Zhongdao interjected. I care not who you are. Today is my engagement day with Yinner. I advise you not to embarrass yourself and to leave at once. Hearing such derogatory remarks, Kai Yin nearly lost her composure and rushed out. Meng Yi was about to retaliate when Kai Yong interjected. Lord Wei, I acknowledge that I have not considered this matter thoroughly, and I apologize that I propose a contest. Let us determine who possesses greater knowledge, and the victor shall marry my daughter. I trust that Master Wei would not shy away from such a challenge. Meng immediately responded, I have no objections. Wei Zhongdao, brimming with confidence, declared, Let us compete. Uncle Kai, state the terms of the contest. He was certain that Meng Yi could not surpass him. However, Wei's father interjected, Wait, it is not that I refuse to grant you face. But it seems beneath the dignity of the Wei family to compete with an unknown pauper. If I agree to this, it may embolden anyone to challenge my family in the future. What then, Brother Wei? If we are to compete, we must establish a wager. Kai Yong suggested. That Wei's father pointed at Meng. Listen here, young man. The daughter of the Kai family is not so easily won. My Wei family has prepared a dowry that you cannot even dream of. What do you have to offer? Do not accuse me of bullying you. If you could present something that satisfies me, I will agree to this contest. Meng Yi curled his lips slightly, recalling the considerable collection of jewelry he had left in Taiyuan City, along with the few carts of 5 coins he had yet to exchange. He wondered if it would suffice. Alas, I truly possess nothing of value. I wonder if I can satisfy Lord W. I ask that all. Who claims there is nothing? Please, esteemed guests, wait a moment. The betrothal gift shall arrive shortly. As Meng Yi exited the Kai residence. A flurry of discussions erupted among the crowd. What do you think this young man can present? Humph, what can he possibly offer? This impoverished lad is likely too ashamed to show up. Truly, he overestimates his worth. How could one expect to catch the daughter of the Kai family without substantial means? Upon hearing these remarks, Kai Yin felt a twinge of disappointment. Though Meng Yi possessed talent, it was unlikely he could present a betrothal gift worthy of the Wei family's approval. Brother Kai, I fear that young man may not return. Perhaps we should. Just then, Meng Yi reappeared. I apologize for the delay, esteemed guests. Behind him, large wooden chests were carried in, one after another. 5 chests, 10 chests, 20 chests, while more were continuously delivered to the Kai residence. In total, 30 large chests filled the courtyard, leaving the onlookers astounded. What is all this? So much. Wei Zhongdao scornfully pointed at the chests. Humph, surely they cannot be filled with mere vegetables. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Ha! Kai Yin blinked her large eyes, captivated by the sight of the chests. Her curiosity piqued about their contents. Meng Yi remained unfazed. Open them. One by one, the chests were pried open. Inside lay an abundance of jewels and coins. 1 chest. 2 chests, 10 chests, all filled with treasures. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. So many jewels. The father of the Wei family approached the chest, incredulously grasping a handful of jewels. How is this possible? It cannot be. Even Kai Yong looked at Meng Yi with a puzzled expression. Kai Yin was left speechless. Who is he to possess such wealth? Meng Yi fixed his gaze upon the Wei father and son, stating, Well, Lord Wei, do I now have the qualifications to wed Miss Kai? The father of Wei dropped the jewels with a thud. Humph, I concede you possess such fortune. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Did not Brother Kai just propose a contest? Let us wager our respective betrothal gifts. Regardless of who wins or loses, these gifts shall be deemed the winner's betrothal gift. Oh, you dare? The father of Wei wore a smug expression, confident that Meng Yi had indeed invested heavily. These jewels and coins represented the entirety of his family's savings that he could not afford to lose. The crowd eagerly anticipated the ensuing spectacle, curious to see how Meng Yi would respond. This time, you cannot feign bravado. Kai Yin shook her head, her face etched with worry as she regarded Meng Yi. Internally, she felt torn. On one hand, she feared Meng Yi would shy away from the challenge, while on the other, she worried he might recklessly gamble away everything. To her surprise, Meng Yi readily nodded that I agree. It is an excellent proposal. The audience erupted once more, as no one had expected him to respond so enthusiastically. Kai Yong nodded approvingly. The young man displayed commendable courage. He stroked his beard and proclaimed, "Very well, let the gathered witnesses observe our contest. Since my daughter has cherished poetry, numerology, and music since childhood, let us compete in those arts. Whoever excels in 2 out of 3 shall win her hand. Let us commence with poetry." Wei Zhongdao interjected eagerly. "Very well. I shall go first." He paced slowly, having long prepared a fine poem to showcase before Kai Yin. Amidst the 12 arches of the Azure City, a jade dust rises cold as winter chilled in ethereal realm. Many a crane does dwell, while on the maiden's bed, no tree can harbor a phoenix. Stars sink beneath the sea, seen through the window. As rain clears the river's source, a distant view unfolds. If only the morning dew were bright and certain, a lifetime would be spent gazing at the crystal plate. As this poem was recited, the audience erupted in applause. What a magnificent poem! Truly a masterpiece. Young Master Wei possesses remarkable literary talent. Witnessing the crowd's admiration made Kai Yin slightly anxious for Meng Yi, uncertain if he could produce a work of equal caliber. Wei Zhongdao, seeing Meng Yi's apprehension, taunted, "Did you not claim that Kai Uncle's poem was your own? Now, I shall see what you can create." Meng Yi furrowed his brow. Wei Zhongdao was indeed skilled. It must be acknowledged that his poem was quite good. Had he not come from another world, he might have faltered today. Meng Yi chuckled softly. It seemed he needed to unleash his true potential. With hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the crowd before beginning to speak. "Raise the wine. Do you not see the yellow river's waters flowing from the heavens, rushing towards the sea and never to return? Do you not see the bright mirror in the high hall, morning white hair, turning from dark silk to snow? Life's triumphs must be celebrated. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. Heaven bestowed my talents for a reason. Even if I squander a fortune, it shall return. Let us feast on lamb and beef for joy. We must drink 300 cups. Masterson, Dan Xiu, raise your cups. Let us sing a song. I beg you to lend me your ear. The bells and drums, the feasts of jade, are not worth cherishing. I wish only to remain drunk and never awaken." Throughout history, sages have been lonely. Only those who drink leave their names. In ancient times, King Qin feasted at Pinglu, indulging in wine worth 10,000. That why should the host lament a lack of funds? Just pour and drink with me. A flowered horse, 1,000 gold fur coat. Call the boy to fetch fine wine. Let us drown eternal sorrow together. Meng Yi recited Li Bai's Raise the Wine, a poem imbued with grandeur and vigor, showcasing his exceptional talent. Wei Zhongdao's verses paled in comparison. The audience fell silent, for all present were literary figures, and this poem eclipsed even the 2 previously presented by Kai Yong. Not to mention Wei Zhongdao asked that although they were invited by the Wei family, even if they found the poem splendid, they remained silent. Yet, to claim it was lacking would be a stretch of their conscience. By the time Meng Yi had recited half of his poem, Kai Yin realized victory was assured for him, that life's triumphs must be celebrated. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. Heaven bestowed my talents for a reason. Even if I squander a fortune, it shall return. Kai Yin savored these lines, marveling at Meng Yi's exceptional talent. I had thought those earlier 2 poems were his limit. Yet here he surpasses them. Kai Yong closed his eyes, still lost in the poem's profound beauty, a timeless masterpiece. Slowly opening his eyes, Kai Yong spoke. "I believe Meng Yi has outshone his opponent. What say you all?" The crowd remained silent, yet they showed no dissent. That moment, Wei Zhongdao suddenly exclaimed, "I refuse to accept this. You must have copied that poem. With your age, how could you compose such a grand piece? I demand a rematch." With Kai Uncle choosing the topic, Kai Yin gritted her teeth in frustration. Could he not accept defeat? With such a temperament, she would never marry him. Kai Yong, feeling displeased, knew Meng Yi's talent well, regardless of another contest. Wei Zhongdao would still lose. It would be better to proceed swiftly to the next round. Wei Zhongdao, looking down at Meng Yi, arrogantly declared, "Meng Yi, are you afraid?" Meng Yi replied, "Kai Uncle, please present the topic. I shall ensure he admits defeat with conviction." Kai Yong said, "Very well. Since this is a courtship, let both young gentlemen express their longing for yin, through poetry. Wei Zhongdao glared fiercely at Meng Yi, stating this time, "You shall go first." Wei Zhongdao was cunning. By specifying the topic, it was virtually impossible to produce a quality poem in such a short time. Meng Yi, however, shrugged it off that "I shall go first. You may not have a chance afterward. Stop wasting time. Compose your poem quickly. I doubt you can do it." Meng Yi found his taunt amusing. "Ha! Very well. Listen closely. The butterfly loves the flower, leaning against the precarious tower. As the gentle breeze whispers that I gaze upon the spring's sorrow, darkening at the horizon, in the fading light. The grass appears smoky. Who can understand the unspoken longing? I intend to indulge in a drunken stupor, singing songs while drinking. Yet the joy feels hollow. Though my waistline grows slender, I have no regrets, for I wither away for her." Upon finishing his recitation, Wei Zhongdao stood frozen, questioning the very essence of reality. How can this be possible? Even the onlookers could not help but express their admiration aloud. The poem captivated Kai Yin, particularly the final line, "As my belt grows loose, I do not regret for you." I become haggard. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks as she imagined Meng Yi growing increasingly emaciated from longing for her. Like tea that moment, Kai Yong inquired, "Does young Master Wei wish to continue?" Wei Zhongdao shook his head. He did not wish to embarrass himself further, having come to truly believe in Meng Yi's literary prowess. Wei Fu sighed and also shook his head, seeing that no one had any objections. Kai Yong announced the results of the contest. Very well. In the first round, Meng Yi emerges victorious. The second round will be a musical competition. Upon hearing about the musical contest, Wei Zhongdao perked up again. For this was his forte, that it was his passion for music that had led him to meet Kai Yin, and he was deeply enchanted by her talent and grace. "You two shall each perform a piece. Any instrument of your choosing, and let the audience be the judges. Who will go first?" Wei Zhongdao spoke up. "Let me be the first, if I may borrow Uncle Kai's qin." Kai Yong instructed someone to fetch the qin for Wei Zhongdao. Soon, Wei Zhongdao began to play, the sound of the qin ethereal, its echoes lingering, sometimes melodious and enchanting, at other times tender and flowing, and at times soaring and dynamic. The piece he played was one that Kai Yin particularly adored, and he was confident that it would stir her heart. Kai Yong nodded. Wei Zhongdao's technique and the mood he conveyed were indeed exquisite, rivaling even his own. However, upon hearing the piece, Kai Yin could not maintain her usual composure. She began to worry for Meng. She even questioned whether he understood musicality. Seizing the moment while Wei Zhongdao played, Meng Yi summoned his secret agent, who had already arrived and brought with him the custom guitar he had ordered. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted in applause. "Marvelous! This piece has lifted my spirits. Indeed, young Master Wei's skill on the instrument is truly remarkable." Wei Zhongdao puffed up with pride and glanced at Meng Yi. "Meng Gongzi, it is now your turn." The crowd turned their gaze to Meng Yi, who cradled an unusual instrument that bore some resemblance to a pipa, yet was unmistakably different. Meng Yi casually plucked the strings to test the sound. He needed to familiarize himself with it, uncertain if this ancient instrument would meet his expectations. After trying a chord, he found it acceptable. Though slightly off, he had already decided on a song, recalling the tune from his past life. "I Long to See You," which he felt perfectly suited the current atmosphere. As he strummed the strings, the prelude began, and he started to sing. Unbeknownst to him, as he sang, his internal energy surged from his dantian, enhancing his voice with powerful resonance. When love becomes a relic, etched in memory, it remains deeply ingrained through centuries of longing. "If only I could return to the Ice Age, how I would cherish your laughter, healing the soul and awakening life. Losing you is akin to a desolate ruin, a civilization lost. Could there be a miracle, a glimmer of hope for another encounter? I long to see you, only to see you." Across the future and the past, through thousands of timelines in the sea of people, relying on each other, exhausting logic, and scheming to unravel the most perplexing riddle of love. Might you, like me, be waiting for the words, "I am willing"? Meng Yi sang with deep emotion. He was naturally gifted in song. Even with his previous life's rough voice, he had attracted many admirers. Now, in this body, his voice was simply invincible. The audience was spellbound. They had never heard a song like this before. This truly how one can sing. They murmured, though they could not deny its beauty. Music itself is a conveyance of emotion. Regardless of its style, its ultimate purpose is to evoke feelings. Cayenne found herself at a loss for words to express her current emotions. Meng Yi had crafted such a unique song for her. Its bold and intense style, strikingly direct. Particularly in the chorus, it sent shivers down her spine. Although there were parts of the lyrics she did not comprehend, she could feel the profound longing embedded within the song. Only love taken to its utmost could inspire such a creation. Cayenne, too, was hearing such a song for the first time. Its impact was nothing short of astonishing, revealing to him an entirely different path for music. Yet, its unconventional nature raised questions about its acceptance among the masses. Sure enough, the others present were not inclined to appreciate Meng Yi's performance. What is this nonsense he is singing? Indeed, it makes no sense at all. Is this even a song? It startled me. Wei Fu nodded in satisfaction. He had discreetly signaled to the others that if his son lost another round, he might not find a bride. How could he let that happen? Brother Kai, I believe this round belongs to your son, he stated. Cayenne was taken aback. How could this be? Clearly, Meng Yi's song was superior. How could they be so blind? Gathering her courage, she rushed over to Cayenne. Father, Meng Yi clearly won this round. Cayenne frowned in frustration. What are you doing here? Do you not understand the nature of this occasion? Return at once. Seeing Cayenne emerge, Meng Yi took the opportunity to check her favorability rating. 87 points? Excellent. It had exceeded 80 points. He could finally contract with her. Reluctantly, Cayenne was ushered back. Wei Zhongdao stared intently at her departing figure. Cayenne declared, in this round, young Master Wei is the victor. Meng Yi was taken aback. What on earth? Are you all deaf? Yet he refrained from causing a scene. By this point in the contest, it hardly mattered, he had already won. He had won Cayenne's heart. Now he merely needed to produce the Imperial Jade Seal to contract with Cayenne, who would surely comply. However, he still had to play along with the formalities. Moreover, he had another matter to attend to. He needed to contract Cayenne as well. Cayenne was a renowned figure of the Three Kingdoms era, well-versed in music and history, skilled in prose, leaving behind a wealth of works. He was also an accomplished calligrapher, particularly adept in the clerical script. Having created the Fei Bai style, which greatly influenced future generations, that it was indeed unfortunate that such a talented individual was later murdered by Wang Yun. Meng Yi examined Cayenne's attributes. Name: Cayenne. Health, 175. Attack, 9. Command, 18. Strength, 6. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 88. Politics, 82. Charm, 73. Favorability, 62. His attributes were quite respectable, especially with a political rating of 82 points. Once he established his own territory, he could have his esteemed father-in-law manage the region. A favorability rating of 62 was decent. If it could reach 80 points, it would enhance the energy of the Imperial Jade Seal. Cayenne continued, the third round shall be mathematics, that I will present 3 questions. The first to answer correctly shall be the winner. Cayenne had his own intentions, for he was well aware that the Wei family had played foul in the previous round. However, this round of mathematics was impossible to cheat in, and he was curious to see Meng Yi's aptitude in this subject. If Meng Yi truly possessed talent, he would win all 3 rounds, thus earning the right to marry his daughter. I now announce the 3 questions. The first, there are chickens and rabbits in a cage, with a total of 35 heads and 94 feet. How many of each are there? Upon hearing the first question, Wei Zhongdao's eyes brightened. He had encountered this problem before, though it was somewhat tedious to calculate. Meng Yi chuckled lightly. Chickens and rabbits in a cage. Simple enough. The second question. Han Xin arranges troops in formation. In rows of 3, there is 1 left over. In rows of 5, there are 2 left over. In rows of 7, there are 4 left over. And in rows of 13, there are 6 left over. How many soldiers are there? This question implied a certain number of soldiers whose total was unknown, that if counted in rows of 3, 1 would remain. In rows of 5, 2 would remain. In rows of 7, 4 would remain. Wei Zhongdao frowned. He had also faced this question before, and it was indeed challenging. Even if he knew the method, it would take considerable time. Meng Yi recalled the solving method from his past life, his mind working swiftly. The third question: one rooster is worth 5 coins, one hen is worth 3 coins, and 3 chicks are worth 1 coin. With 100 coins, how many chickens can be bought? Inquire about the rooster, hen, and chicks. How many of each? Upon the emergence of this question, Wei Zhongdao was left utterly bewildered. Even to this day, the problem remains unsolved. What is Kai Bofu attempting to achieve? The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Meng Yi, however, breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this was merely the 100 chickens problem. Thankfully, it was not overly complex. Kai Yong commanded his servants to prepare paper and ink for the 2 contenders. You may begin your calculations now, with 1 hour allocated. The one who answers correctly the most shall be declared the victor. Wei Zhongdao immediately set about writing fervently, while Meng Yi remained still. Recalling the formulas for the 3 problems, observing Meng Yi's lack of action, Kai Yin felt a surge of anxiety within. This was the decisive round, and should Meng Yi falter, her own fate would be jeopardized. Wei Zhongdao had already filled half a sheet with his calculations, with an assistant at hand to grinding for him. Meng Yi finally picked up his brush, struggling somewhat with the unfamiliarity of the writing tool. Producing uneven characters. Let X represent the number of chickens. Since the total number of heads for both chickens and rabbits remains constant, there are 35 rabbits. Formulating the equation: 2x 35 494. Solving yields X as 23, indicating there are 23 chickens, and thus 12 rabbits that in just a few straightforward steps. Meng Yi swiftly arrived at the answer for the first problem and proceeded to tackle the subsequent 2. 20 minutes later, Meng Yi stood up, having completed all 3 problems and even verified his calculations. Kai Bofu, I am finished at that moment. Wei Zhongdao lifted his head in disbelief, for he had only just completed the first problem and had yet to even begin the second. How could Meng Yi have finished so quickly, especially with the 3rd problem still unsolved? It was inconceivable. Absolutely impossible. Meng Yi handed his answers to Kai Yong, who, upon reviewing them, was astonished to find them all correct. How could this young man have completed them so swiftly? Kai Yong, puzzled, inquired, "Might I see your solution process?" Meng Yi presented his rough drafts, and Kai Yong's expression turned to one of shock. What is this? This is called algebra, where unknown quantities are represented by symbols, Meng Yi explained. Observe here. He pointed to the steps he had taken, elucidating. I set X as the number of chickens, and since the total number of heads remains unchanged, we find there are 35 rabbits. Kai Yong nodded along, recognizing the clarity in Meng Yi's explanation. He was a perceptive man, and soon grasped the concept. I had no idea this could be approached in such a manner. My eyes have truly been opened. Kai Yong gazed at Meng Yi in wonder, pondering why he consistently produced such unexpected results. Observing Kai Yong's demeanor towards Meng Yi, Wei Zhongdao felt an unsettling premonition. Moments later, Kai Yong announced loudly, I declare Meng Yi the victor of the 3rd round. The crowd erupted in disbelief, and Wei Zhongdao leapt to his feet, exclaiming, This cannot be right. I refuse to believe it. There is something amiss. I demand to see his examination paper. Casting aside all decorum, Wei Zhongdao marched forward and snatched Meng Yi's paper. What is this scribbling? How can such nonsense be considered valid? He brandished Meng Yi's paper for all to see. Look at what Meng Yi has drawn. He clearly understands nothing. Wei Zhongdao's actions incited Kai Yong's ire. Young Master Wei, are you suggesting I am showing favoritism towards Meng Yi? Wei Zhongdao remained silent, yet his expression unmistakably conveyed his thoughts. Isn't it evident? Wei Fu intervened, trying to mediate. Zhongdao does not mean it that way. It is merely that this Meng fellow has somehow managed to deceive Brother Kai. Kai Yong huffed dismissively. Whether he's been deceived or not, I am well aware. 3 rounds have passed, and I have reached my conclusion. Meng Yi is the victor. Upon hearing this, Kai Yin finally allowed a smile to break through. Wei Fu, incensed, retorted, Brother Kai, you must think this through. Are you truly willing to marry your daughter off to this boy? Kai Yong bowed deeply to my decision is firm. There is no need for further discussion. I apologize for today's events and will visit your residence to offer my apologies at a later date. Wei Fu fumed. Kai Yong, you must consider the consequences. In response, Meng Yi delivered a swift kick to Wei Fu. Get out of my way. The Wei father and son pointed accusingly at Meng Yi. You dare. Meng Yi drew a crossbow, aiming it at them. Will you leave or not? In a panic, the Wei father and son fled. You pay for this. Once all the guests had departed, only Meng Yi and Kai Yong remained. Kai Yin emerged, her gaze fixed intently upon Meng Yi, who reciprocated her gaze with earnest affection. Kai Yong coughed lightly, breaking the romantic tension. I believe you two have much to discuss. I shall grant you a moment. However, Yinner, remember that until your marriage, you must not meet secretly with Meng Yi to avoid gossip. Yes, father. Outside the Kai residence, Wei Zhongdao seethed with frustration, unable to accept that Kai Yin would be given to another man. Father, that Meng Yi is insufferable. Not only has he won Yinner's affection, but he has also taken our betrothal gifts. I cannot accept this. That insolent boy. Let us see how long he can revel in his triumph. I shall ensure his demise. Wei Fu summoned a skilled attendant who accompanied them. Go, eliminate that Meng. If you succeed, I shall reward you handsomely. Understood. Wei Zhongdao's eyes widened. Father, I assent it too reckless to enter the estate and kill someone. What is there to fear? We have Dong Xianghua as our backing. What is Kai Yong to us? Do you still wish to marry Kai Yin? The thought of Kai Yin being with another man ignited fury within Wei Zhongdao, and his gaze hardened with resolve. After Kai Yong departed, an awkward silence enveloped the two. Meng Yi found himself in turmoil, contemplating whether to pursue a relationship with Kai Yin, for he genuinely valued this bond and wished to remain unperturbed by external factors. Kai Yin broke the silence at that song you sang was truly beautiful. Could you teach it to me sometime? Meng Yi snapped back to reality. Oh, of course. I have many other lovely songs to share as well. He seized Kai Yan's hand, prompting a startled reaction from her, yet she did not withdraw it, allowing him to hold on. I am quite curious. How did you solve the last problem my father posed? I pondered over it for quite some time. Meng Yi thought to himself, even now, you still want to discuss problems? Shouldn't we focus on sharing a kiss? I'll teach you later. Suddenly, Meng Yi pulled Kai Yin close. Inching his face toward her lips, her heart raced wildly. Just then, a figure vaulted over the wall, brandishing a long sword and charging toward Meng Yi. The intruder moved with incredible speed, and it was only when he was nearly upon Meng Yi that he reacted. The assailant lunged with his sword aimed directly at Meng Yi, causing Kai Yin to gasp in horror. Die! Meng Lang, be careful! Meng Yi narrowly evaded the strike. In terms of speed, he was not inferior to his assailant. When the attacker realized his first thrust had missed, he kicked Meng Yi in the abdomen. Caught off guard, Meng Yi could not evade. His focus had been solely on the sword. He cried out in pain as he was knocked to the ground. Fortunately, his physical condition had vastly improved, and the kick did not inflict severe injury. Swift wind steps. As the assassin prepared to deliver a follow-up strike, Meng Yi's form suddenly vanished. The attacker looked around in confusion. Bewildered? What just happened? Where did he go? Kai Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. She had witnessed everything unfold clearly. Meng Yi had disappeared right before her eyes. In that instant, as he fell, Meng Yi activated his swift wind step skill. He had been too careless, his attention diverted by Kai Yin, allowing the assassin to gain the upper hand. Damn it. Thank goodness I possessed this life-saving skill. Otherwise, I would have met my end today at the hands of this scoundrel. He had just glanced at the attributes of a newcomer. Strength 32, Agility 21, Attack Power 42. Indeed, these attributes were considerably superior to those of an ordinary person. However, within the context of the Three Kingdoms, such attributes barely qualified one as a third-rate general. The assassin was still looking around anxiously, while Meng Yi regarded him with a look of disdain, circling around to his rear before producing a repeating crossbow from his spatial inventory. Die! Meng Yi pulled the trigger in rapid succession. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. He emptied the entire magazine of arrows. In truth, by the time Meng Yi shot the first arrow, the assassin was already dead. The enhanced attack power from the Gale Step had allowed the bolt to pierce the assassin's heart from behind. A scream of agony escaped the assassin's lips as he collapsed, and Kai Yan stared in terror, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Meng. He had actually killed someone. Meng Yi stowed away his weapon and turned to Kai Yan. "Are you all right?" Kai Yan shook her head, evidently still reeling from the shock of the earlier events. Meng Yi embraced her, reassuringly saying, "It's all right. It's all right. He is dead now." I could see that moment. The members of the Kai household hurried over. Kai Yong, seeing the corpse on the ground, inquired, "What on earth happened here?" Kai Yan hastily replied, "Father, someone just attempted to kill young Master Meng, and he fought back successfully." Meng Yi narrowed his eyes and responded, "I suspect this is the result of someone's grudge, wishing to see me dead." Inwardly, he cursed vehemently. "Damn it, Wei Zhongdao, you little bastard. I haven't caused you any trouble, yet you wish to see me perish. Very well, I shall play along." Kai Yong, realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed in surprise, "Are you saying this was sent by Wei Zhongdao? Who else could it be?" "Uncle Kai, you needn't concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it." Kai Yong, unaware of Meng Yi's true power, thought of him merely as a gifted scholar, and worriedly said, "Young Master Meng, don't overestimate yourself. You have no idea how treacherous this world could be. I do have some connections in the official circles. Perhaps I should send someone to ensure your safety." Hearing this, Meng Yi felt a warmth in his heart. His father-in-law was indeed a good man. "You needn't worry about me, dear father-in-law. In truth, I possess some influence of my own and fear not the Wei family's retribution." Just then, a spectral carrier pigeon flew in. Transforming into a wooden bird as it landed in Meng Yi's hands, he held the wooden bird to his ear and activated a small mechanism, which immediately relayed a voice. "Report to the Lord. Miss Dong's mission has failed. She has been discovered by Dongzhu. Dongzhu suspects she is being manipulated and is currently subjected to severe torture. She is on the verge of death." Meng Yi's heart sank. Dongbai had been captured and was undergoing torture. Wasn't she Dongzhu's granddaughter? Surely, they wouldn't be so cruel to her. But upon further reflection, he realized that the spies were system soldiers who would not deceive him or exaggerate the fact. It seemed imperative that he head to the palace immediately. Meng Yi bowed to Kai Yong. "Dear father-in-law, I must take my leave. There are matters I must attend to." Then he turned to Kai Yan. "Wait patiently at home for my return." Upon exiting the Kai residence, Meng Yi summoned his spies and informed Wang Yu of his immediate departure for the palace. On a battlefield, Zhao Yun was surrounded by an alliance of 18 warlords, with only a scant few of Dongzhu's vanguard troops remaining. Now reduced to 5,000, Zhao Yun and his 200 system soldiers were desperately holding their ground. Following Meng Yi's advice, Zhao Yun had not engaged with Liu, Guan, and Zhang, leading his soldiers in a strategic retreat. However, the disparity in strength was overwhelmingly apparent. His side comprised mainly the old, weak, and sickly, numbering only 5,000, while the enemy had deployed 50,000 troops, with formidable generals among the warlords. Soon, they were completely encircled. I could see this moment. The bodies piled high around Zhao Yun, and even with the aid of his inner strength, he was utterly exhausted. What is taking Li Ju and Guisi so long? Why aren't they coming to our aid? In Dongzhu's central army, Li Ju smirked maliciously and remarked, "Oh, this kid is quite the trooper. Surrounded for so long, I'd be dead from exhaustion by now. Time to stop playing. Let's get moving. Issue the order to fire." Yes, Li Ju has more than 20,000 archers swiftly raised their bows, aiming at Zhao Yun's position. Fire! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A torrential rain of arrows descended, aimed squarely at Zhao Yun. Upon witnessing the barrage, Zhao Yun's pupils constricted. What is happening? These arrows are coming from the central army. Zhao Yun never expected that instead of the anticipated reinforcement from his allies, he would instead be met with treacherous arrows from behind. One by one, system soldiers fell around him, and rage surged within Zhao Yun. What are these bastards doing? Su Rong, stationed in the rear, sent something amiss and dispatched scouts to gather intelligence from the front line, only to confirm his suspicions. Li Ju and Guisi were watching the vanguard engage the alliance without intervening, even forcing arrows upon Zhao Yun. Upon receiving the news, Su Rong hurriedly led his rear forces toward the front line, hoping to arrive in time. Zhao Yun, amidst the rain of arrows, fought desperately to deflect the projectiles. But the waves of arrows continued to rain down, They even temporarily pushed back the Allied forces, but under such dense fire, the system soldiers could not survive. They fell one after another, leaving Zhao Yun alone to endure the onslaught. Fortunately, his warhorse had reverted to its item form. Otherwise, it too would have perished. Despite Zhao Yun's exceptional prowess, he could not withstand such a relentless barrage. While protecting the system soldiers, he was struck by 2 arrows himself. Fury ignited within him, feeling as though he might explode. Zhao Yun roared, "Ah, Li Ju, Guisi, you 2 scoundrels are pushing me too far." Boom! Unexpectedly provoked by his fury, Zhao Yun's inner strength surged, breaking through the second barrier and reaching the 3rd layer. He yanked out the arrows lodged in his body. Adrenaline surged, dulling his pain. He donned the death mask Meng Yi had given him, concentrated his strength in his legs, and shot forth like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Dong Zhuo's army. Had he not been preoccupied with protecting the system soldiers, he might have had a chance to break through earlier. Now, unbound by previous concerns, Zhao Yun charged forth like a tiger unleashed from a mountain, closing the 100 meters in an instant and plunging into Li Ju's ranks. Li Ju gaped in disbelief at Zhao Yun, unable to comprehend that he was still alive. Stop him! Block him! Dante let him through. Yet, driven by rage, Zhao Yun was not a mere soldier that could be halted. With the mask on, he surged forward like a demon from hell, his speed astonishing. No one could withstand his blows, and they were sent sprawling to Li Ju hastily spurred his horse to retreat. Facing the ferocious Zhao Yun, Li Ju's guards formed a dense wall, weapons aimed at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun leaped, striking a guard's weapon with his spear. Bang! Ah! Li Ju's guard were sent flying by the impact, their weapons scattering like flowers in the wind. Li Ju turned back, his eyes wide in shock at the sight before him. How could he be this strong? Is he even human? Now regretting ever provoking Zhao Yun, he was relieved that Zhao Yun lacked a horse, while his own steed was a fine specimen. Even if Zhao Yun managed to seize him out, he would not be able to catch up. However, before Li Ju could revel in his relief, his expression shifted once more. How is this possible? As he turned back again, Zhao Yun's figure, which had seemed to vanish, reappeared, now mounted on a magnificent steed of impressive stature, its speed astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Li Ju gasped, frantically urging his horse onward. Whoosh! Just then, an arrow flew in from behind, striking Li Ju squarely in the back. He cried out in agony, tumbling to the ground. Zhao Yun dismounted, aiming a spear at him. Li Ju, you despicable wretch, do you have any idea how many lives you destroyed? Li Ju frantically waved his hands. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was all Li Ru's idea. He commanded me to do this. I was just following orders. Ha! Li Ru, does he hold sway over your troops? Still trying to wriggle out of this? Prepare to meet your end. With that, Zhao Yun raised his spear, ready to strike Li Ju down to that moment. A voice called out from a distance. Zhao Yun. Do not strike. Su Rong hurried over, placing his weapon down. Whatever the matter, I shall take responsibility. We absolutely cannot kill him. Outside the palace gates, Luo Lai anxiously awaited Meng Yi. Upon finally seeing Meng Yi arrive, he fell to his knees with a sorrowful expression. My lord, what on earth is happening? What is the situation inside? Everything was proceeding smoothly. I had been waiting in a side chamber of Dong Zhuo's with the shadow cloak, and Miss Dong lured Dong Zhuo to the designated location. After waiting for more than 2 hours, I successfully obtained the key from Dong Zhuo. However, for some inexplicable reason, he discovered me, just as we were about to transfer the key. Miss Dong was caught on the spot. Fortunately, I managed to evade capture thanks to the shadow cloak, and I dared not linger, but exited the palace. Damn it, this is troublesome. Meng Yi furrowed his brow, and after a moment, he devised a plan to end the palace dungeon. Dong Bai's petite form bore the marks of severe beating. Quickly tell me, where did you hide the key? Who instructed you to steal it? Dong Bai gritted her teeth and shook her head. Her loyalty had been so deeply ingrained by a perfect 100 in favorability that she would never betray Meng Yi, even at the cost of her life. The jailer, too, was not to be trifled with.